Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the VCO ProSIM Infinity. I'm back here for the next 4 hours. It's a bit of a marathon for me, for someone who's already been here this morning. And, well, I didn't have much sleep and maybe struggle with some pronunciation of words, which is my favourite thing so far during the broadcast. It is indeed Paul Smith. How you doing, bud?
You know, the usual lack of sleep. It's an endurance race. That's what it is. So, yeah, it's certainly going to be enjoyable to watch this one. And what better way to bring you back into the broadcast than the IRO4s around Red Bull Ring of all places?
Yeah, I managed to go to Spielberg this year for the first time in my life, and actually, it's an incredible, well, we all know it's an incredible place, but The Sims doesn't really do it justice as to how much of an elevation change there is from down at the start-finish line right up towards turn 3 and 4. It's massively different. I do want to ask one question. How much of the brand deal you have with the flat caps?
I'm a Yorkshireman. It's what we all wear. I thought everybody knew that.
Oh, it's by choice. Okay, I feel really bad now.
No, it's the money that I'm getting from Super Aguri that is paying for that.
I say the collection you've got right now. God, wow, it must be a lot of money spent at this point. Team Redline 1 dominating as they were when I left last night. I'm just looking at the results here. They have not finished outside the top 5. Only twice they've finished outside the top 5. It's race number 9 and race number 12. But when they have done that, they still managed to get 24 points and 37 points, respectively. So they've had an incredible performance so far, even more consistent than the first year. First year, it was this year. The first Infinity series that we had. Is there any stopping this team?
I think others need them to now have issues to have any hope of trying to win the overall competition. I think it's very much in Team Redline 1's hands to be able to win this competition. And as Arjuna said, they could finish 7 places behind the nearest competitors in the next 10 races and still win the championship. So they've just been absolutely dominant in this field, and we're not really surprised, are we?
No, and the more race wins they get, the more podiums they get, the more times they finish ahead of Urano, R8G and Altus. Specifically, the more insurance they have, the further and further they can finish in the remaining races. Because, believe it or not, we've only got 10 left. I know, you know, at the start of this, it was like 24 different races, but all of a sudden, we've only got 10 races left, so it becomes very difficult for anybody else to indeed catch up. We will be with the race very, very shortly, which is indeed going to be race number 15. So we're not far away from it. So let's take Redline out of the equation here. Who are the teams that are likely to come through? We know that Urano and R8G are going to be in and amongst it, but it is really a battle for second position now. Is there any surprises outside of, you know, R8G, Altus and Urano that could potentially come there and steal a second position?
Not really. I mean, BS Turner will be disappointed with how they've performed. I do think they've been a bit hot and cold as a team, and are outside in the top. They're in the top 5. Which is great, but they've not been consistent enough to be able to challenge up there. R8G and Urano, I think they're going to be fighting it out for second place for me. Altus, again, another team where they've had some really good results, couple of race wins, but you look at how they've also had some really bad results as well for that team. So consistency is key for an event like this, and certainly it really does. It really should be Urano and R8G to get that second place, but Redline have just been utterly dominant and showing to the field how to go about this type of event, and it's worked beautifully for them.
For everyone watching at home, I know that there's many people that are still watching whilst, well, not watching, they're asleep and they've got the stream open. But let us know who you are supporting, maybe who your driver of the day has been. For me, it's been Lorenzo Colombo. I think he's got 2 race wins now. He's managed to get another podium as well, plus a top 5. Been outstanding. One of the pro drivers from Redline 1. A massive factor as to why they are doing as well as they are doing. And maybe I'm not hugely surprised. I'm surprised with the race wins, I would say, against these professional sim racers. But yeah, for me, Lorenzo Colombo. But we're about to see the grid, actually. So here we go. Racing action for you. They are on the grid right now. It is race 15 of indeed 24. And I will be able to tell you exactly who's there. But unfortunately, my live timing is not working here. So yeah, I have absolutely zero idea as to who is P1. But we're going to go up towards turn number 1 then, anyway. And, well, there are race cars going up towards turn number 1. And, yes, we're a bit further away. I think it is... Well, there we go. So we've got Roya there at the front end. We've got Vasquez in second position. And there is Colombo, who's already got 2 race wins. And it looks like one of the cars actually dropped all the way back down the order as it stands. So Vasquez trying to defend from Colombo. Colombo looking for a 3rd win, a hat-trick of wins, all in the same car as we head up towards turn number 3.
Yeah, and looking to the outside, then you can sweep the car around, but Colombo locks up the brakes. That's not ideal. You might get himself a slowdown penalty as well, running that far out onto the runoff there at turn 3. Go along, plunge downhill braking into the right-hander here, and careful not to get squeezed onto the gravel on the exit of this turn number 4, as we see 1 or 2 cars in fact getting that Spets dropping down the order, but Phil Denez is also switching positions as well. We've got a number of cars switching positions all the way through this one, so an action-packed opening lap so far, but Vasquez at the front right now doing a sterling effort.
Yeah, Vasquez kind of an opportunity to get away here. Spets and Kiter playing silly buggers with each other. I think they sorted themselves out and realised very quickly that we cannot afford to let a car get away here at the Red Bull Ring. But then we've got Colombo, who is currently in 4th position, and well, they've earned the right here to basically, indeed, just chill out, right? They're going to be in P4. They don't need to push for race victories anymore. I know he will. He absolutely will. As you see a bit of a ferocious battle there, battling for what's P9 in the background. Yeah, he doesn't need to push like everybody else.
Yeah, you don't need. You're absolutely right there. Why would you try something that'll get you into trouble here? Just collect the points now. This is what the best champions would do, is just to give yourselves the best opportunity. You got themselves into a comfortable position for that Team Redline 1, being so far out at the front. So that means that they can just now just relax and just pick up the points. And okay, yeah, they may lose the odd 1 or 2 points to Urano, for example, but still they do have that opportunity to get themselves some big points. Speaking of contact, around goes Heinrich. Well, that's far from ideal. There's other cars involved in that instant. Fortunately for the Apex Racing Team car, able to avoid that one. As,
yeah, very close.
And yeah, that was stupidly close.
Yeah, Redford can't, ill afford to have any issues now. It's kind of safe for Apex Racing Team if they have ambitions of reaching the top end. They need to keep or get into the top 5 consistently for the rest of the next 10 races. Albeit probably need to win every single race to have any kind of chance of catching up to Redline. Redline have been so dominant. As you look at the front 4, though, they're about 0.8 of a second separating them all. And then the gap's about the same between those 4 to 4th and indeed 5th position. So Veyron needing to catch up really here, because the gap is just growing ever so slightly, and you get 1.5, 2 seconds, you put yourself in a little bit of trouble, and you will not be able to catch that front pack.
And that's it. You've got to balance out fighting each other for position with going for a race win and a race lead. And speaking of the race lead, Spets is giving it a good go at the front, so he's trying his best as well with Vasquez. And in fact, they're going side by side down towards turn number 4. Here comes Sam Kiter as well, involved in that one. And this is Colombo getting involved as well. He's not investigating the mystery. He is trying to get himself a top 3 finish.
Oh, I've been waiting for someone to chuck a pun out about Colombo like that, and you've done it. It's taken 15 races. So that is brilliant. Love to see it. And there'll be people in the chat, a lot of youngsters going, what is he on about? And, well, they've got every right to be, because it's from, like, the 1912s. Right, Spets then now into the lead here. Vasquez in second position, still fighting ferociously, side by side, heading down towards the final couple of corners. Bit of dirt being kicked up. The front 4, by going side by side, have now given the opportunity here for Phil Denez and Veyron, the 2 other pro drivers outside of Colombo, indeed pushing towards that lead group. So that becomes 6. It might become 8 sooner rather than later, as Liskovic and the Spets are both catching up. And then if they all start battling, maybe there is the potential here, if they play it cleverly, for Redford, Anderson and Milikangas to catch up and make it 11 drivers at the front. But as it stands, no one can really get away. Vasquez and Spets are just running side by side pretty much through every single corner, and I feel that it is in the making that we're going to see this side-by-side action for the next 39 minutes and 54 seconds.
I mean, we saw this, well, I certainly saw this yesterday with the, I say yesterday, earlier on in the event, with the IRO.
Which officially was yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
You are correct.
Fair, yeah.
I don't want to give you too many credits for being correct, but you are correct on that one.
To be honest, I'm very rarely correct, so I'll take that. I'll take that for that one. But you know, we saw how the slipstream had such a key effect around Spa-Francorchamps, and with these cars, if you can make a breakaway at the front, then you can really just waltz away. But whilst you've got the slipstream there, almost wheel-to-wheel contact between your two leaders, that's not ideal.
No, Williams needs to take a chill blast pill there, just not get quite so close with Vasquez. You're in a good spot, you've got cars in behind you, but all it's going to take is one person being a little bit overzealous, and ultimately there's going to be a massive calamity as everyone drifts around the second to the last corner. It's still Specs in the lead then, or it is now Specs in the lead, shall I say. Vasquez moves down into second spot, and this is effectively the fastest formation lap you're ever likely to see, but just over and over and over again.
And what's not to love about it? This is why we all love motorsport. The close action here, and especially single-seater lower formula racing just provides us some tremendous racing, and definitely it's what we like to see. They've got a little bit of lap traffic in front of them though as well, so they're going to have to be careful of that to try and mitigate that as they go along in this race, but they're not going to be concerned about it for a few more laps yet.
Imagine being a lapped vehicle in this race. You know, you've obviously had some issues because you are lightningly fast. You're a world level driver just to be in this championship, and then you've got basically the whole field clustered up in one big cluster to contend with. Like, that must be demoralizing, because you know once you let one car by, you pretty much just got to sit stationary for a couple of minutes to let everyone go by. Like, that must be a horrid feeling.
Yeah, it's so demoralising. Unfortunately, I know that from bitter experience, but it is demoralising when you have a huge queue of cars come flying past you, and you're there going, "Come on, just give me space." It's like being at the roundabout waiting to be to get out at a busy motorway junction. But yeah, certainly it is demoralising to be that lap traffic so early on in the race. But you've got that top 7 then all together. It is Williams Esports. You've then got that Ayhancan TM Custom Logos team, to give them their full team name. With
that is some name, by the way.
Third place. Yeah, I mean, they always like to try and trip us commentators up, don't they? And some of these team names certainly... I mean, it's bad enough with driver names for me, and then team names come along and it's like, oh, dear.
Yeah, I tend to just abbreviate their name or ignore their name. If their driver name, I just really am not going to be able to pronounce, I just ignore it. I'll call them their first name. So if you've got someone like Martin Takoviak Chick something, Ilikakangas or something like that, it would just be their first name. It is what it is. Or I make it up and they need to send an email to their parents explaining why their name has changed. That's kind of how I go about things, because some names are very ridiculous.
There was an Australian rugby league commentator down under who could not, for the life of him, say this one player's name, so he called him Gary.
Nice. Yeah, perfect. And again, that's our right as commentators. We are allowed to do that. There's no disrespect intended. It's just we struggle. It is what it is. Anyway, back to the race here. Williams Esports are indeed winning. Rincon Racing TM Custom Logos. Again, what a mouthful that is. Not the longest name in motorsports, though. That is indeed, that belongs to Toyota Gazoo Ring Racing, powered by Germany, which is indeed Tim Heinemann's team from the DTM Trophy. Although I've said that wrong in the wrong order anyway, but all those words do exist for the team name. That was fun to say for a whole 2 seasons. We've then got Team Redline 1, who are in third. Colombo would love to get another victory here, but doesn't really need to push for it. Urano Esports Data Group, they have to come ahead of Team Redline here and accidentally give them a puncture as they go by. BS Turner are in 5th position. They've got RHG, Carbon Simsport, Visceral Esports, Race Clutch, Apex Racing Team 2 as your top 10. Again, as we watch Spets here for Williams Esports, as I mentioned earlier on, Williams Esports have had an incredible 7 or 8 days. Managed to win 2 major competitions at the Sim Racing Expo. They've managed to get a race victory now in this championship today as well. So they're looking to try and get their second of the day.
They would like to get that in the bank, wouldn't they? And I know Seb Hawkins, involved with Williams Esports, will be encouraging his team along.
He won't be awake though.
No.
Tell you that much.
But when he does eventually crawl out of his slumber, he will be cheering his team on and encouraging them in a team manager capacity. But definitely Williams Esports, they're a team that can have some really good performances, but when it's come to some of the iRacing World Championships, have just not quite had that edge that some of the other teams have, and it's a case of that things will come to them.
Nice. There's go Spets. There's taking a quick drink. I'm not too sure what drink that was, but I'm pretty sure it was a lager. So alcoholic drinks, of course, while sim racing it's definitely not. It's probably an energy drink of some sort. I will. Do you know what? I'm going to throw all the team managers under the bus here. If you are a team manager and you are awake, I want you to put your hand up. I want you to either type in the Twitch chat or on a YouTube chat, or indeed you can tweet at VCO Esports. I think it's at VCO Esports, right? Or am I wrong here? Yeah, at VCO Esports, or at Actrovision, even at Smiler Bull, which is Paul's Twitter. And let's see how many of you are awake. Team managers, maybe even team drivers as well. So team drivers, send a tweet or post in the chat here. Let's see how many people are actually awake here. Or are we the only sorry, I'll use the term very loosely. Are me and Paul the only professionals around right now?
It's the first time I've ever been called a professional, that's for sure, when I've been doing commentary. Yeah, we've got just a queue of cars out there at the moment, and quite now, I think we've got to that stage of the race where people are saying, right, let's just get into a rhythm, try not to do too much, although saying that, there's big contact happening further down the order here. That's one of the Wave Italy cars.
It is one of the Wave Italy cars, and since they got their race victory earlier on, it's kind of been downhill from there, which has not been ideal in the slightest. It was. And off they go. Back to the leaders though. Williams Esports still leading by, it's a slender lead, by about 0.2 of a second, as we see the Wave Italy team waving goodbye to the rest of the pack, as we see a spin out of the second to last corner. Yeah, there's a pit entry, and the rejoin's not good either. I think that might be Team Fordzilla that's just been held up as well. So it's gone from bad to worse there for Wave Italy. Again, one of our race winners so far during this championship, but it's just not worked out since then. Front two, still Williams Esports and Rincon Racing TM custom logos. Then we've got Redline battling with Urano Esports Data Group, and actually Urano Esports Data Group do move up into what will be third position. Sam Kiter, who's a bit of a specialist when it comes to these kind of cars. Kiter is very good with the open wheel variant of cars, and for his team right now has to be that kind of driver, as actually BS Turner now get ahead of Redline as well. Is there potential issues here for Team Redline? They've dropped down 2 spots in very quick succession, and it says to me there might be some potential damage to the front of that car.
I mean, the move was made by Urano into turn 3, wasn't it? And if you get hung out in the wrong position at turn 3, if you're that Team Redline car, then other cars can get a run on you. So potentially just feeling the effects of losing one place and getting a little bit freight trained to a degree. They seem to be back up to speed right now, as the 2 race leaders are still duking it out at the front. So Columba, again, I think it might be also a bit of just playing the game and thinking, discretion is the better part of valour. Yeah,
that's fair enough. Also, it might be a case of, do you know what? Drop a couple of positions here. Let's get Urano a bit closer. Let's make this an interesting last 10 hours. I'm sure that's not going through their mind.
Dom DeHaan will sack them if they think that way.
That is very true, but Dom is also still probably hungover from last week. So,
yes.
Yeah, he's probably going to be recovering for a good 3 weeks because Dom's old.
much like one of us in this commentary booth.
That is true, and well, I'll let you all decide which one that is, and I've got a little sneaky clue. It's both of us. So yeah, great. We are the oldest out of everybody, right? I'm pretty sure.
I believe. Well, I mean, there's a reason why
Lewis looks older than both of us, but he's younger for sure.
There's a reason why I'm known as Race Spot Dad. So
okay.
I'm the oldest of the regular commentators at Race Spot. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we are the oldest here.
Arjuna dresses older than both of us. You've got Ewan, who complains older than both of us, but for the facts are we are the oldest.
We may be the oldest, but we may not be the most mature, though.
No, that is true. Definitely not the wisest either. So, you know, all the negatives, none of the positives, which is great. Colombo, by the way, who is now battling with Vasquez. Vasquez, who was leading at one point, by the way.
Yep.
Yeah, so he's now down to P5. So they're all really starting to jostle for position. We've still got 30 minutes to go. It's kind of one of those races where we could probably start getting excited, but by the end of it, we would all be on the floor flat out, and that'd be it. We'd have to, someone have to come in and fill for the next 3 hours. So yeah, we need to just be a little bit careful here. Turn 1, everyone running nice and wide. Front group is 5 cars now. Yes, 5 cars. We've got, well, no, hold on. This is not 5 cars at all. The front group is 2, and then we've got a group of 5. And then that group of 3 in behind. So Liskovic, Milika Kangas, and Spets all looking to try and close up. Although Liskovic is at the back, actually, of the second group. So it is Race Clutch, it's Spets then for Visceral, and then you've got Redford trying to close up with Anderson not quite that far behind as well. So really, they need the front group to keep playing silly buggers as they have been, running side by side, racing throughout this race. And potentially we've got a train of 10, maybe even 12 cars.
I almost feel like we need the Tour de France graphics package on here, because you've got a little bit of a breakaway at the front, and then you've got the first peloton behind from 3rd down to about 9th place. So we've got those groups and gaggles of cars again. There's a car with a bit of damage because he's having to turn a little bit left to go straight. So, contact right in front of us. Well, I think that's the curse of the broadcasters there.
Certainly is. I'm not too sure exactly where that was. Is that right? That's nearer the back, right? Because Wave Italy were involved in that once again, and you know,
down mid pack, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just like, honestly, it's like Wave Italy have got themselves a sat nav on to find all the trouble right now, because every time something goes wrong, they seem to be right in the middle of it, which is not ideal. That was Team PGZ as well involved in that, and it was just a very small mistake. Overextended through the middle of turn number 4, and ultimately the car on the outside squeeze, which is Team PGC. There was contact between the both of them, a lot of love making between some IRO4s, and then Wave Italy, well, they were just like, you know what, if you two are going to get involved like that, I'm also going to get myself involved. And yeah, there was a IRO4 3-way.
Well, I mean, that's an image that I now can't get out of my head. But as Vasquez again getting into the back of Colombo, and that's costing him down at turn 4. That's dropped into a place to Veyron now. Phil Dinez, I will say, has been looking very keen in 3rd place. He wants to move forward here, but Sam Kiter doing a good job so far of holding on to that place. But Urano, they need to be starting taking some risks and starting trying to get to the front of the field and getting some race wins here. But Dinez, if anybody is going to do something spectacular, it's going to be Phil.
Yeah, he's one of those drivers. Don't get me wrong, he's got the raw pace and he has the race pace as well as the whole group of cars here. But his strength is adaptability to different situations. So he will be able to adapt to this. He's raced many different race cars in his real-life career, but he's also raced many different cars at the top level when it comes to sim racing. So his adaptability in this scenario as well, that's an interesting line through turn number 1, but the track limits at the Red Bull Ring on any racing game is kind of relaxed. This will just chop and change. There'll be different lines needed to be taken pretty much every corner, and he's the best really for that. He's the most well-equipped, I would say.
You could see him, he was looking left, looking right, going, I'm getting a bit boxed in here, so I backed out of it into turn 3 rather than attacking. But yeah, Dinez, I mean, I've seen him in all sorts of GT cars and prototype cars and open wheelers, and he just seems to be quick in everything. He's just one of those infuriating drivers who seems to be so talented at everything, and it's for someone like me who's ham-fisted behind the wheel of a sim racing car, it's just, yeah, it's just infuriating to see these talented people.
Yeah, no worries there, Paul. Sorry about that. Yeah, we've got Carbon Sim Sport as well, who are at the back of this train. And either it's going to be exceptional or something spectacular is going to go down with them being at the back of the pack here. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled on what happens there. As you can see, the lovely dark blue and lime green livery, Carbon Sim Sport / Esports Racing Driving Team. We have no idea really what the full name is, but I think it's changed about 9 times. They tell me it hasn't, but for now we'll just call them Carbon Sim Sport.
Yeah, Erwin Liskovic doing a good job in 7th place, and they've been, as you say, real hit and miss throughout this event. And yeah, that Carbon SimSport team, I mean, they came into this race in 35th place. As there's a move for your race lead right now, Urano, trying to make some moves.
Yeah, it's almost like they haven't really got anything to lose, Urano, because P2 won't be good enough in this championship. So if they can make this mixy, where there's the potential for Colombo to make a mistake, they absolutely will do that. I'm not trying to say they're intentionally going to force them off the road or anything like that, but they want to try and make this pack race like a swarm of bees instead of being, racing like a group of swallows, I guess. That's some analogy, that is, by the way. Just made that up in my head. They need this to be really like chaos and basically force Colombo into making decisions he doesn't really want to make, to maybe make a mistake. They still want to win the race, of course, but they just have to make this a little bit more difficult for everybody else around them, if that makes any sense whatsoever. It is early, ladies and gentlemen. It is 20 minutes past 7. I'm sure you can tell.
I mean, it's almost like you've done commentary before, to be able to make these analogies on the spot. And yeah, certainly, Urano, they need to get Team Redline into trouble, well, unintentionally, shall we say?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we just saw. Team Redline won. Big moment. They got attacked from behind. Fortunately, keeping out the wall, but my goodness, we're going 3 wide with cars on the grass behind as well.
Yeah, no bent front wing from what I can see right now, but was there contact with the wall? That is vital as to how this race goes down. Looks like they're up to speed once again, but I'm not too sure there was contact there. I think there was just a bit of a tank slapper mid-corner. I guess we'll probably be able to see that once again sooner rather than later anyway. But now, are they able to keep up, though? Are they losing a bit of time down the straights? I think that all is good.
Well,
dear. That's definite contact there as R8G are off the circuit, and so are Carbon SimSport. So I said something spectacular was going to happen, or indeed incredible, and well, there it is. So in the blink of an eye, 4 corners, we've seen 3 of the top 7 all end up off the circuit as we head towards the halfway point. We are now over the halfway point of this race. And yeah, interesting scenes. The Carbon SimSport dropped all the way down to P13 now. And there's Brabham. Brabham are now up to P12. So here we go. We're going to see exactly what happens here. Do they get a tag?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, they do. They definitely get a tag there, don't they? That's Rincon Racing / TM Custom Logos Racing SimSports Esports team in P4. So there was a little bit of a tag there, but I'm not really sure there was too much they could do about that. They're all been racing so closely for 20-odd minutes. And as soon as someone goes ever so slightly slower through a corner, you're going to get caught out.
Yeah, it's that concertina effect, isn't it? Just and it just unfortunately just involved them getting that little tag. But fortunately for them, they were able to then avoid this incident. So you got the R8G Esports trying to make moves on Vasquez, and Carbon SimSport went, I want a piece of the action there. Make contact with one, make contact with the other.
Absolute send that was, wasn't it? It was a good move on R8G, don't get me wrong, but unfortunately you're struggling to make one overtake in this car. It's just very difficult to do so. It's got to be perfect, but to try and send it on 2 cars is almost impossible. And as you can see there, it was like a game of Wii bowling, and that was a strike.
Okay. Well, Luke McEwen, he's having a good race here. Luke has been moving forward in the grid and got himself for Apex Racing Team into 6th place. Now, this is somebody who knows how to drive this this IRO4, having won that British Formula 4 Esports Championship in the car, so he knows what he's doing. Also, Will Redford as well, doing a sterling job in 10th place for Apex Racing Team. He's involved in this little small group of cars right now, and try to work his way through as Veyron and Horston behind do swap places.
R8G into the pits, so they must have damage to the car that they've got to get fixed. But yeah, Veyron then is dropping down. It's like, either that or he's been told he's got to come into the pits for something they've done wrong, but I'm not sure they would have done anything too wrong there. Not that we've seen on our screens. I tell you what, there's a real cool battle right now between 9th down to about 13th, 14th position, where there's 5 different pros out of 6 drivers all battling for what would be 9th position. We've got Liskovic involved as well. He's like the only non-pro driver involved in that. So there's battles all over the circuit right now, and they're all just trying to get themselves into that top 10.
And you know, there's a little bit of pride at stake as well for those pro drivers. They do want to get one over their other fellow pro competitors out there. So yeah, why wouldn't you want to try and get a result over them? But Phil Denez and Lorenzo Colombo at the front there will be thinking, all right, you guys squabble over 9th and 10th. We'll be going for the big points.
Looking at race control right now, and there's been no penalties for. Yeah, there's been no penalties for RAG. So as far as I'm concerned, that must be a damage issues for them to come to the pits. There's actually been no reports at all during this race from anybody, so it's been clean. As we are looking on board with Brabham. Brabham again, one of my favourite liveries. They've got Carbon Sim Sports right up in behind. And we're seeing the live timing, or live standing, should I say, live timing, live points there. Gap coming down to under that 70-point mark then with Urano currently in P2 and Colombo in P4, so it goes down to 66 points. But again, Kiter needs to get realistically into the lead of this race and hopes that Colombo drops some positions. The front 3 have kind of got away now. Colombo leads the next group of cars. So yeah, Kiter can't really, the only thing he can do is try and slow down the front pack and then slow down Colombo, but at this stage that's not really going to be an option, so he's battling for the race win here. Colombo just wants to stay at the lead of the next pack, as we see all sorts of shenanigans going on here. Again, Carbon Sim Sports are involved in this. We've then got Brabham, of course, involved in this as well. We've got Berkler in P12. There's 5 cars all trying to find space for 1 car. As you see, an absolute send then from Carbon Sim Sports again. It looks like they've learnt their lesson from the last time, though, by getting on the brakes just at the death there and just about holds on to, I believe, what are they in now? P14? So P14, they're all battling here for P11.
Yeah, this is tremendous stuff just outside the top 10, and it's one of those tracks where you can lose so much time through this middle sector by going side by side. You want to get yourselves into single file through this middle sector just to not lose out that lap time. But yeah, the Carbon Sim Sport car has been very how shall we say, enthusiastic in this race, and we've got a car off at the last, got 2 cars off at the last corner, so drama happening further down the order, and I think one of them was Will Redford.
Yeah, a couple of cars there exiting stage left there. Will Redford was one of them. And I'm maybe thinking it might have been Albin Spetz. Spetz dropped down to 17th position as well. So that is not ideal for Visceral Esports or Apex, respectively. Those 2 teams now dropping down the order. They might have some damage as well to the cars. Are very difficult for them to move up, but Luke McKeown now gained some positions. Timu Miller Kangas also gaining some positions there. Joshua Anderson, Bart Horston, Romain Buckler, all moving up positions there now, all into the top 10. We've then got just up ahead of those, then it's the group of 5, isn't it? The 5 cars. You've got Vasquez, Colombo. They're now 4 seconds behind the lead group. Denez, Kiter, and Spetz all doing bits at the front there. And off we go. So that is, I'm not too sure.
Ted Bradbury got himself disqualified.
Yeah.
It was a lunge down the inside from Ted Bradbury for Altus Esports on the Carbon Sim Sport car, and well, he's got that many instant points in this race that he's got himself disqualified.
Yeah, and Altus right now are in trouble, because now you can see, look at how many positions they're dropping. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen the live standings. I've got a funny suspicion here that you're going to see Altus completely disappear off that list. I think that they're going to be 23 more positions. Yeah, I think they're going to drop right down to the back end of this with a disqualification that puts them behind everybody, indeed, who are even out of this race through damage. I'm not sure how exactly that works, but you're going to see them drop down 109 points now behind. So yeah, Altus may be in trouble here of holding on. Williams might be moving up to a P5. It's still, of course, Team Redline 1 that lead the way. Urano in second with Data Group, and then we've got in 3rd position R8G there with 85. Then we've got BS plus Turner competition. They're in 4th position, but yeah, it's all about Altus now. Right now, we're going to drop down. But that's why I got so a bit perplexed there, Paul. I was like, oh, what happened there? I'm sure there was a car there like seconds before I commented on it. But yeah, they just disappeared.
Yeah, and, I mean, fortunately, if somebody does get themselves disqualified, that's it. You're just immediately removed from the race automatically by the iRacing system. So that is one of the benefits of sim racing, of full metal racing, where you show a piece of black cloth to a driver and hope that they come on the pit road when they've been disqualified. But yeah, it's that is one of the benefits of being here in the sim. That right, nope, you've reached that threshold. That's it. You're out.
Yeah, 100%. It's yeah, one of the pluses of sim racing. Also the meatball flag as well, where you're forced to come in if you've got damage to the car, significant damage to the car. You've got 3 laps to come in. Where I've been commentating in real life many a time, and those meatball flags tend to be ignored there, as we see. Well, I'm not sure there's any contact between Visceral and Apex. They just both spun off.
It was synchronized spinning in sympathy. Was that between the two of them? Viscera and Apex were well read for just losing control around the go, and it was only a 5.6 from the judges.
Yeah, it was graceful if anything, but again, it may look spectacular. Unfortunately, it is very slow, so you don't want to be doing that too often. That is for sure. So that's a back marker just in behind our front 3. Right now, Williams Esports leading, Urano, BS Turner. All 3 of these teams have already got a win so far today, so it looks like we're not going to see a new team winning a race at this stage. And then we've got Rincon TM custom logos, but look at Team Redline and Apex. I think Redline and Apex are fighting for position here. And again, Lorenzo Colombo moving down the order, which is now making the gap 64 points as we see. Well, there we go. So it's a case of, a little move down the inside from Altus on the Carbon Sim Sports car, and then it's naughty, naughty, naughty. Car disappear. Altus, well, they've got the whole iRacing slap on the wrist, aka you're no longer allowed to race.
Yeah, and to be honest, that was a bit ambitious. Was that move from Ted Bradbury, and unfortunately, contact was made, and that's what happens there. But this front 3, I think right now, Phil Denez is just sitting back, looking at the lay of the land in front and thinking, right, where's my opportunities? Where am I quicker than the 2 in front of you, front of me? But also, he's got to be careful that he doesn't stay behind for too long, or else you end up going at the speed of those drivers in front.
No, that is a very, very good point. You've got to look to maybe, I don't know, break up the monotony, because it's all good sitting behind these 2 drivers here, but you sometimes, don't get me wrong, it's very rare that I've been in this position, by the way, but sometimes you get into this position and you get so used to just sitting behind and, you know, waiting for that slipstream on the final couple of laps that actually you lose your ruthless edge. So yeah, I think he's got to start trying to figure out where he can make the move and ultimately where he can defend a position as well. And over the next 12 minutes, which is plenty of time, by the way, that will be the case. But on the flip side, you don't really want to be forcing the issue too early, because you don't want to even give Apex Racing Team or Team Redline or indeed Rincon Racing even a glimmer of hope that they can get back up to the top 3. So you kind of want to work with the front 2 here and keep that gap, so it's just a 1 in 3 chance of winning the race. But you know, on the flip side, you've got to try and be a bit proactive.
So yeah, definitely. And Denez, he's happy there in 3rd place. Urano, though, they keep on looking, and I just get the feeling that Sam Keiter is just getting a little bit frustrated behind Alexander Spetz. But Spetz doing a sterling job, in my opinion, for Williams Esports. But Urano, they need the points to try and challenge, but Williams Esports themselves, they want to get themselves to be able to challenge Altus to get into the top 5. So it's intriguing how these battles will pan out, because how desperate are these teams to get points, or are they thinking bigger picture? We're into that final 10 races. Let's just pick up some really good points and move on to the next one and hope something comes out of that one. But time runs out. In my opinion, you need to be making some moves and getting yourselves the best scores possible now, because if you leave it too late, you've no chance of winning the championship. So, yeah,
I know there's always the case of, you know, connection issues or peripheral issues or, you know, game issues that could stop Redline. But right now, I think they're just far too ahead already. I don't think they're going to get caught. They're too good to be caught right now. And these 3 here, it's just all about winning the race. I know each position is only worth 1 more point than the other, but if you're BS Turner, who currently in 4th, or Urano, you have to, every single point counts, right? And if you can gain 1 point each race for the next 10 races, you're only going to gain 10 points. So yeah, ultimately you have to try and just gain as many as possible. I know it sounds simple and it sounds easy. Of course, everyone wants to gain more positions and more points, but more so now than ever, because Redline have just been so good in the first 14 races. Just to, you know, tell you how it went last time, Urano and Team Redline, who only had 1 team each last time, by the way, they finished P1 and P2 and separated by 3 points over the course of the whole championship, the whole 24 hours. So right now, for the gap to be as big as it is, like that just, yeah, huge props to Redline, because everyone will be like, oh, Redline are just too good. Like these, each and every team here, these are the best teams in sim racing. These are the best teams in iRacing. So it's not a case of Redline are just coming up against nobodies or coming up against a field of drivers that just aren't on their level. They absolutely are. Like Alexander Spetz right now, who's leading this race, is one of only 7 drivers, I believe, now on iRacing on the road side of things that have a 10k I rating. So like he's one of the very best on this sim. So yeah, it's not a case of you know, it's a lackluster field. It's just that Redline have been that good.
Yeah, and there's a reason why they won an Autosport award for Best Sim Racing Team of the Year as well. They've got the quality there, and they're able to do it time after time and do a good job of it. But yeah, looking further down as well, Sandy Mitchell for Urano.
Sandy.
It's certainly going to be a difficult job though, because with Romain Grosjean in front for Delatraz Automotive, that's going to be a tricky move to make for
certainly is.
Sandy.
There's no such thing as an easy move though. Again, like the whole field here, right, from car 1 down to car 44, every single driver you know, is in this championship for a reason. They've been picked up by these teams for a reason. So we saw it earlier on with a couple of mistakes, like Jaden Ladich at Road Atlanta earlier on made a mistake. He dropped down to P16, and like for his troubles, he had the second Redline car to deal with, who was in P17. So like, it doesn't matter where you are, you're always going to be looking down the barrel at losing positions here. As we see a lovely move, and actually it might turn out to be a double move here. It is not quite going to work out there between them. I'm not too sure exactly where we are on track with these cars, to be completely honest, as we're looking down. I think this is below the top 16. 10th. Oh, this is for 9th and 10th. Oh, okay, yeah. So we're not seeing the we're not actually seeing the pink mark next to their name now, which is a little bit annoying, which is not ideal. But yeah, this is again Sandy Mitchell trying to retake the position as we come, or hold on to this, just a back marker then I guess, getting out of the way. Sandy Mitchell holding on to that 9th, and you've got Berkler and you've got Horston, Anderson just up ahead. So 4 pro drivers, 5 I guess if you count Simon, in a row. This is actually the entry list that has the most pro drivers across the whole 24 as well, hence why you're seeing so many different pro drivers. But how good have they been? Obviously, I was expecting, and this may sound like I'm doing the pro drivers a bit of a disservice here, but I was expecting most of them to be blown out the water by our sim racers, but especially Colombo, he's gone and won 2 races so far himself. Like, they've been really, really strong.
Some pro drivers, though, do adapt to the sim a lot better than others. I know.
Well, I think Max Verstappen is the best driver and sim racer in the world, so I completely agree with you on that.
Yeah, and there's some that just, they need that sensation of the pendulum of their backside being inches away from the ground. You know, they need that feel of the car, as Sam Keiter making that move into turn 3. Yeah, so some do adapt better than others, and we see that time and again. But yeah, we're definitely seeing some tremendous performances from our pros here this event.
We certainly are. We see Sam Keiter there was just squeezing Alexander Spetz as they come through turn 4, now through the middle part of the Red Bull Ring. Double left-hander downhill, and it's still side by side between the two of them. And now with only 5 minutes 50 seconds to go, they can afford to do this because the second group are not going to catch them. Good morning, Groby, by the way. I just see you posting in the Twitch chat right now. I'm keeping an eye on the Twitch chat. Not sure whether Paul is keeping an eye on the YouTube chat. Hopefully you are. And if you are awake right now, say good morning. Let us know. I'll tell you, you keep an eye on the YouTube chat then, Paul, and we'll say hello over the next 5 minutes. And anyone wants to get a shout out in the Twitch chat, say hello here and let me know where you're watching from around the world. Maybe who you're supporting as well. And you guys can help us stay awake, which is always great, although the racing is doing a very good job of that as it stands. So Alexander Spetz momentarily went down to P2, and as quickly as he went down to P2, he's back up to P1. Sam Keitel is going to have to look to do that all over again.
And I think this is where, if you some of these drivers, you've tried to save yourself some instant points to maybe get away with some track limits abuses as well. Again, that is a subject that is a sore point on for myself in particular.
You're so cynical. They wouldn't do this. Sim racers would not try and find an advantage by using the incident system on iRacing. What are you talking about?
Especially at this venue where and I've had this discussion with actually members of iRacing staff, how the track limits are inconsistent around this particular venue, where you can...
Well, that's you off the PESC series. See you later. That's you lost your main job.
But you can go all four wheels off at some points of this track, but not other parts. So it's inconsistent.
It's consistent through all sims, though. I will say this is the only track where that is the case for every single racing title. Genuinely, like half the circuit is very lenient in terms of track limits, and then half the circuit isn't, and that is the same for every single sim. And that's actually quite similar to how it is in real life as well. Believe it or not. It's crazy. It's actually quite ridiculous when you commentate in real life. You've got the screen in front of you and you see how many warnings drivers get, and then they go through other corners. You're like, excuse me? Like, it's just done exactly the same. It's madness. This circuit is, I don't know, it's like the Bermuda Triangle of racing. It's just nothing really can be explained.
But it's such a beautiful venue that we'll let it off. As Phil Denez gets a great run through turn one. Gets that slipstream, gets a double slipstream, but he's backing off again. He's not pulling the trigger. He's waiting patiently for his opportunity.
Yeah, or he's looking to make the move now, down in towards 4, because it's a little bit easier to defend through the middle sector. So there's no real overtaking opportunity until you get towards turn 1 again. I guess you can be really brave into the second to last corner, or maybe try and get fruity through the middle sector, and that might be, again, something you try and explore on the final lap when you're kind of desperate. But yeah, Denez not really trying to force the issue right now, and also realizing that if he does go side by side with the, if he does go side by side with Sam Keitel in that Urano Esports car, it gives the opportunity for Alexander Spets to drive away. I think there's a bigger picture here. He wants that race victory more than anything. I think he realizes that unless there's something huge that happens to the likes of Redline, they're not going to win this whole championship, but they do have a direct battle with the likes of Turner, with the likes of Urano, with the likes of Williams, because they're all in the top 6 here. So just getting any gain of points on them is vital.
Yeah, certainly. You do make a pertinent point there of not letting the leader pull away by slowing each other down, fighting for second place. Although Phil Denez into turn 1, and Sam Keitel was very welcoming in that and said, no, if you're going to make that move, fine, make it. Let's not slow each other up. As good morning to Paul Evans, by the way, on the YouTube chat. Good to see you along here. But yeah, up into turn 3 now, but they've just got a little bit of a gap now between Denez and Spets. So Spets has been able to just get the hammer down and really push on and try and pull away from the 2 behind, and it's kind of working for him.
Yeah, he's done the job here, hasn't he? He doesn't really need to be messing about too much here, as we see some potential moves. Then we're on board then with Brabham Esports, who are at the back of this pack. Then you've got Delatraz Automotive, and then you've got Urano, the second of the Urano teams, just up ahead here. So this is the battle for 9th position on circuit. They're about 4 seconds further back from 8th position, so it's kind of the maximum that they are going to be able to indeed grab. As we oh, that's going to be cleaning out the Brabham car. I tell you what, how has the Brabham car avoided that? So off into the gravel there, the rears have just dug in, and ultimately the fronts want to go a little bit faster than the rear, so hence the rear spins all the way around, or should I say the opposite there, the rear wants to go faster than the front, and the car spins around. But how has the Brabham car avoided that? I thought we were about to see one of those facing the moon. Ultimately, it wasn't as spectacular as I first thought.
Horston with tremendous reactions there to avoid that one in that Brabham car, but also fair play as well to Berkeley. Here we go, here's the replay. So you see that Brabham car behind, he's just far enough behind that when that happens, he can hard right hand down. Let's get out there, very close to the barrier, it must be said though.
I'd love to see that from the perspective of the Brabham car again. I don't want to... sorry, Mike. I apologise, mate. But that would be incredible to see, because he's reacted instantly there. And considering we are, what, race number 15 of 24, to see that kind of reaction time is actually pretty exceptional. Here are the front three. It looks like Milikangas has just got past Luke McKeown. A little bit of drop down for Colombo now, so he's now down into P6. It is, well, Sam Kiter, even by being at the back of this group, is still gaining points on the team at Redline 1. Here we go, so we are going to see this. Mike Yao, oh, an absolute professional. Normally he's useless, but today he's doing a fantastic job as we head down in towards turn number 4. He's not been in my ear yet today, but I'm sure he will be sooner rather than later. Oh, that is unbelievable reaction time, by the way. Almost as quick reaction time as Yao with the replay himself. That is unbelievable. That's brilliant. Absolutely outstanding. And normally move of the championship goes to someone who makes an incredible overtake. But I'm going to tell you right now, that was sensational. As we come up towards the line, by the way, it is a race win for Williams Esports. Couldn't get too excited there because we were watching Brabham avoid calamity. Fildeners does get P2. Sam Kiter does take a podium, but it's now the second group. So McKeown, Milikangas and Colombo take your top 6. So that means that Redline are going to have the gap indeed decreased. So Sam Kiter is going to take 3 points out of their lead. Vasquez then is going to finish in 7th position. Anderson is in 8th. Sandy Mitchell is in 9th, I think, just about. And then Horston does get a top 10 by indeed playing Houdini there. There was some magic tricks for sure to avoid potentially being on his roof.
Yeah, certainly, and making his car into a very expensive lawnmower, but all in good cause and good reason for that, though. So tremendous stuff from Horston there. But yeah, some really good racing out there, and we didn't quite get as many thrills and spills as we would have expected in these cars around this venue, but certainly still some really good, exciting action out there for us.
You ask Horston. I bet Horston's his bottom will be going like a rabbit's nose, no doubt from that. Here is your race winner, or your classification of the results then. Alexander Spetz for Williams Esports takes the race victory, 3/10 clear of Phil Denez. We then got Sam Kiter in 3rd position. Luke McKeown is in 4th. Timu Milikangas is in 5th position. Lorenzo Colombo in 6th. Aaron Vasquez in 7th. We then got Joshua Anderson, who finishes in P8. Sandy Mitchell and Bart Horston as your top 10. And now here's a treat, ladies and gentlemen. A very tired Paul Smith trying to say names.
Erwin Liskovic then for Carbon Sim Sport in 11th, ahead of Manuel Gonzalez Simon in 12th for Obsidian. Elliot Veyron for R8G Esports 13th, ahead of Roger Christiansen's for RPC Esports in 14th place. Romain Grosjean, who we saw having that issue with the gravel trap for Delatraz Automotives, 15th, ahead of Philip Schiff for 4-Man Racing. Ricardo Rico for Zenith, ahead of Albin Spetz for Visceral Esports. Harley Horton, not the best of races for the Pure Sims Esports driver. And then Gianluca Vecchio rounding out his top 10, 20 even.
Yeah, in 21st then we've got Tony Lartimaki. We've then got Jeremy Lamier, Giano Dahau, Andrea Dalla Valle. We've then got Richard Yep, Jürgen Frank, Joshua Chin, Paolo Drater. We've then got Leoboz Ozretskowskia. We'll go with that. And we've got them. I know it's Love 46. That's probably easier. If you could change your name to that, Lyabov, that would be perfect for me. We then got Pekka Sepponen in top 30.
Finishing off the rest of it, it's Zoltan Suti with Peapiv, with Johan Royer, Will Redford 4 laps down with Chris Shorter, Alvaro Marinero, Ted Bradbury, who got disqualified, Samuel Ward, Matthias Nojas with Alessio Bender, and then the final couple of cars on those results as well. Patrick Heinrich being the last one for Biela Racing Team Euronics.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That is indeed the 15th race, I think, out of our 24. Williams Esport do indeed take victory here at the Red Bull Ring with the IR04s. Paul, it wasn't the fireworks show that we expected, but I think we're starting to see teams racing a little bit cleverly now and kind of taking stock of what position they are in the championship.
Yeah, they're seeing exactly where they are, and they're thinking, right, what's the bigger picture? Who are we actually racing against here? And looking to get themselves some good points, and that's exactly what you saw there. And yeah, certainly the 16th race, the next one coming up. I'm sure you and Zach will have a lot of fun on that one, but that's going to be the end of my stint here on VCO ProSIM Infinity. It's been an absolute thrill ride, and a pleasure to work with you, Luke, as well, finally.
Yeah, first time, isn't it? It's crazy. It's been a pleasure to work with you as well. But yeah, now I'm getting paid extra because I've got to babysit for the next 3 hours with Zach, so that's going to be some fun. But we're going to head to a very short break now, as we do indeed bring Zach Sweeney into the commentary box. So yeah, look forward to seeing you after this short break. Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for race 16, I think, of the VCO ProSIM Infinity. And, well, my name is Luke Crane. I'm joined now by Zach Sweeney. And as you can see in the background, he's brought all of his mates along with him as well.
I have. They've come to join for the show because it is such a good show here for VCO ProSIM Infinity. It's been a fantastic 15 races so far. So I thought, let's bring a crowd. We've not got enough people in the YouTube and Twitch chat, so we need a couple more,
I tell you, it looks like you've come dressed as Herman Thurman from Bad Santa.
I'm not on. Oh no, Bad Santa. I have watched that. I can't recognise it. So
Oh, you're looking like a very young Will Ferrell right now. Anyway,
I've got that before. Yeah.
Back to the actual racing action here. So we are IndyCar at Spa, I believe. Yeah, we're into the IndyCar at Spa. This is going to be, pretty exciting. Although the IndyCar has kind of been more, not quite so bad as the BMWs with the new car, but it's been a bit of a trouble for all of our drivers, especially after the pit stop with the cold tyres. So what are you expecting from this? Are you expecting it to be Urano and Redline that still get the victories, or is there the potential for some sort of surprise?
There's always the potential for some sort of surprise. I mean, you just look at any of the races over the last, over the last 15 hours. It's been action-packed. There's always been some form of a wild card or some form of a twist along the way. So don't count anything out at all, because that's the whole point of this format, is to spice things up, to get away from the usual sort of dead mid portion of a 24-hour race and spice it up with new action all the time, being refreshed with it. So definitely a lot to be beheld, but yeah, just really looking forward to the IndyCars, because they are a fantastic sort of chassis showcase in terms of action, and a fantastic venue as well. We don't often see IndyCars at Spa, but here we are, and I think it's going to be a great mix.
I love that. We don't often see IndyCar at Spa. I can't remember ever seeing IndyCar at Spa, to be honest, so we're for an absolute treat for here, for sure. They got pushed to pass as well, which is an added factor, but there will be a pit stop, which is something that's quite rare within the Infinity series. We've just got a few minutes until we get there. A few drivers to watch out for here. We've got Owen Carroll, who should definitely, he's a bit of a high downforce car specialist. For Carbon Sim Sports, we've got Jacob Kwiatkowski. Geek Energy have got Guy Sonneveld, who's an incredible driver. Kane Halliburton will be racing in a second race in a row. And then for some of the pro drivers, we've got Richie Stanaway for Redline, which is going to be a pretty cool to see. Hasn't had the best of times, unfortunately, so far during this championship, but maybe people in the chat right now, who are you excited to look out for in this race? Maybe which teams you're supporting as well. I think we're going to see a surprise here. I genuinely believe we're going to see a surprise here, Zach. I think we're going to see something that I think we're going to see maybe, I think it's 11 different winners so far, so 12 different team winners for the event, and I can see something special coming out.
Oh yeah, absolutely, for sure. I can. We're going to take a look at the championship standings as they rack up, and while it does seem to be, Team Redline dominance for now, with the way the points work with 1 point for each position, that total can very quickly come down, especially if Team Redline have a stinker.
Yeah, Urano have actually closed the gap over the last couple of races, so it was over 70, but now it's down to below 70, should I say. As you can see right there, it's now 67. RAG looking to try and chase down Urano. We've then got BS plus Turner, who are currently in 4th position with 494 points. A further 10 points back then is Altus Esports, and well, the disqualification from the last race has almost killed their opportunity of trying to get up into second spot. They're going to need to be nigh on perfect for that to be the case. Then Williams Esports, they would maybe looking to move up into a top 5 there, but again, they're going to need some big performances as well. But it really is Team Redline 1. It's all about them, as we are now here at Spa Francorchamps here in Belgium. It's a beautiful place. I managed to go here for the first time ever. The undulation is quite unbelievable. You have no idea how many downhills and uphills there are, and quite how severe each uphill and downhill is as well. Always provides good racing. It lends itself to side-by-side action, as we're about to head on to the grid here. So here is your grid. Luke Bennett then for Team Redline is indeed in P1, Team Redline 1. Then we've got Lucas Prada in second spot, a spot for Pure Sims Esports. Kei Kashube for BS Competition is in 3rd. We've got Pedro Sanchez for Obsidian Racing in 4th position. Gogo Boldy in 5th for Mira Esports. And then we've got Jose Soria in 6th position for 4-man Racing.
Beyond that, we've got Richie
Stanaway. Sorry, mate, you crack on.
I was before you were handing off. I do apologise for that one. Richie Stanaway, the pro driver for Team Redline 2, shares the 4th row of the grid with Oscar Mangan. Yaden Lajic and Luis Nunez 9 and 10 with Joop de Lik, and Tommy Katilla rounds the 6th row.
There we go. Now it's my turn. Valtteri Alander in 13th position. Luca Kita 14th. We then got Matt Farrow in 15th. We've then got Kane Halliburton in 16th position. Florian Lebigra is in 17th. And then we've got Thomas Imberg in 18th spot.
Beyond that, it's Matas Luchak, Moritz Lohner, Yuta Sato, Piotr Jadwiński share the 11th row at the grid with Adam Smalley and Jakub Kwiatkowski, the 23rd and 24th places. And beyond that, Joshua Tin rounds off the 25th spot on the grid with Chris Shorter, Jurgen Frank. Owen Carroll, P29 with Team BGC, rounds off 29th with Sacha Lemon, the top 30.
So there we go. We've got Brock Kelly, Joe Vegard, Godestad. We've got Stuart Bickley, Guy Sonneveld, Ruben Bonga, and Josh Poulain as the top 36. In the final few drivers is Alex Alcaraz, Antal Rafael Sabo, Luis Glania. We've then got Cesar Giovinacci, Michael Schlax, and then we've got Fennec Rodrigo. Here we go, it's race time here at Spa. It's race 16 of the VCO ProSIM Infinity, and we are already green light racing. Luke Bennett saying absolutely off we go as we go down towards turn number 1, and he's got all of his Christmases rolled into one there as they go side by side behind him and actually give him a bit of a gap to work with. So Luke Bennett then ahead of Kashube, already pushed to pass being used. Prada in 3rd spot, Boldy in 4th, then Sanchez, Stanaway, Ladic, Nunez. We've then got Yup, Delict and Soria as your top 10, but Luke Bennett off into the distance here as they head along the Kemmel Straight down towards Lacecom.
Yeah, good first lap. Everyone keeping it nice and tidy, at least for now. This is the fight for 4th at the moment. You can see Sanchez having a good old fight with Boldy here for the 4th place. And you can see there now Sanchez to the outside. It'll be from, oh, that's going to be tough. Keeps it stuck though, keeps his foot in now side by side in this run now downhill towards Rivage. You can see the number 7 trying to keep his nose in off cambered corner, of course, so the outside line not going to be too optimal there, but it seems that Prada's going to try and keep his nose ahead. Not Prada, sorry, it's going to be Sanchez trying to keep his nose ahead in towards No Name. Stays ahead at least for now, though this run downhill towards Pool is surely going to be interesting. Yeah,
showcasing the differences in the generations there, because you call it Rivage, I call it Bruxelles. It's an interesting one there for sure as we head then through Pouon, and it is Sanchez that is now behind Boldy. Boldy just about gets it done, side by side for what was maybe about a minute, and they just about keep it going. Stanaway and Ladic, by the way, are also battling side by side behind. Ultimately, the whole field checking up behind because of them running side by side there for that amount of time. Kashube, by the way, as we see, or was that a Carbon Sim Sport car? That is calamity. That is basically everybody's in that. That is not ideal in the slightest there. Oh, there are cars all over the place. Maybe the most expensive car park ever likely to be seen here. Maybe the most expensive scrapyard as well, as half the field seem to be facing the wrong way.
Yeah, all they're going to want for Christmas is some good insurance for that one, and I don't think they're going to get it. That is a very expensive crash. But anyway, we cut back, and Luke Bennett has got off to a really, really good start for Team Redline 1. Of course, they had to bounce back after what we saw in the IRA4s at Red Bull Ring. They didn't actually do too bad, but in terms of their championship, do not want to concede any more points than they need to. So 5/10 of a gap over Kashubi at the moment, and he's going to be wanting to extend that to as much as possible, because IndyCars at Spa, the slipstream fest and the push to pass, you're never safe.
No, you're absolutely never safe, that's true. And also, you've got to be tactical with it as well. You don't want to use it all straight away, because if you do, it puts you under pressure later on in the race. We've seen that already earlier on many a time here. So we're going to see a replay as to exactly what's happened here. So there's the Carbon Sim Sport. I think we've got Arnage competition there as well. That was Cooking Racing. Might be was Cooking, actually. Or it's just a mistake from one driver. I don't think there was any contact in...
Chain reaction.
I think it was just basically going into the corner too fast, and then everybody else was in it, as Casey Kerwin would say. We're in it, and everybody was. Ultimately, I don't think there's actually, in the end, too much contact. So everybody's race, bar maybe 2 or 3 cars, might be saved, but lots of positions lost. And also, to be fair, on the flip side, lots of positions gained.
Yeah, that's true. If you can get your way through that, you are going to be laughing, because it's just 3 places, but unfortunately there is that silent effect. For those that are involved, unfortunately, do get taken out. And when it is this early on in the race, you do everyone's bunched up, especially in cars like these, very sensitive, very easy to get wrong, particularly at the start with cold tires and things like that. It can very easily go wrong. Of course, we're now 16 hours in. If you've been awake, talking through your teammates and keeping them company, you are going to naturally be a little bit tired. That is going to start to seep through, it is just unfortunate to see, but it's racing, it happens. It's what we've had over the last 15 hours. So
yeah, for Joshua Chin for Was Cooking Racing, it was almost like a sleigh ride there, just goes sideways through the middle sector, and it is what it is. But the group at the front, they're not going to be too worried about that. Bennett still leading from Kashube. The only driver out in the top 16 that's using any push to pass was Lebigre for RAG. But everyone else is just kind of chilling right now, kind of into a nice rhythm. And now it's just all about making sure you get to your pit stop in a good spot, and then you can look to make something happen after maybe the halfway point. We've seen a lot of drivers pretty much go bang on, middle of the race, get some fresh tyres on, and job is a good one. So I'm assuming we're going to see similar here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, for sure. I think that is definitely going to be the case. You know, you're on the alternates, you go to the alternates again if they can make it, and just do it as simplistic as you can. No need to try and do anything particularly overly special. Save your push to pass, stay in the fight, of course. Don't want to be fighting too early at this stage in the race, because all you're doing is cutting off the chance to fight a little bit higher up. You know, if they started fighting for second, if Prada tried to put some pressure on Koshube right now, it'd just allow Luke Bennett to fly off into the distance, and that is not what they want. They need to think of the bigger picture. While yes, it's only a 45-minute race, they still do need to think long term and think where they want to poise themselves come the final 10-5 minutes. Yeah,
100%. I could not agree with you more. It's going to be very similar actually to what we saw at the Red Bull Ring in a previous race, where everybody was just playing it a little bit coy, kind of just trying to keep with the lead pack. Luke Bennett, though, doing what he needs to do, currently 9/10 of a second in the lead, so a real nice gap to work with there, and just attacking from the front. But yeah, we've seen a couple of cars try and do the sticker reds. I love the Americans, and I guess the Kiwis in commentary like to call them the sticker reds, just to make it obvious that there is a sticker on the side that's red, the softer tyre, but it just doesn't seem to work. But also, with people trying to go on to the prime options, they're very tough to get warm, so that's where we see a lot of mistakes from drivers. We actually saw 3 different drivers from the lead of the race at Road Atlanta earlier on in the IndyCar all spin out and ultimately end their race chances of winning. So yeah, the middle phase of this race is going to be absolutely key, as we're on board there with Monaco Esports, maybe trying to make a move here on Obsidian Racing. Pretty close, but no cigar, down through the bus stop chicane. And here is Jaden Ladich, who was actually one of those drivers who made a mistake. That he could have won the race actually at Road Atlanta, ended up down in P16, but still gained some positions. Actually, I think he finished 12th in that race. So keeping Monaco Esports in terms of the top 10 in the hunt for this championship, as Pure Sims Esports and Mirror Esports both use push to pass as we head up towards Radiant and Eau Rouge for what would be the 5th time.
Yeah, you've got to, you know, that's probably the best place to use the push to pass, is to get the legs going down the Camel Straight, or well, up the Camel Straight. Actually, it's got a slight incline on it, hasn't it? But we see now Monaco Esports in the slipstream, looking up to the right hand side. Is he going to go for the move in towards Lake Com? He does seem to got the nose ahead. Is he going to send it on the brakes? Yes, he is. Lovely jubbly, easy as you would like it. Up now inside the top 5 for Ladich, and ahead now of Mirror Esports, and that wasn't too hard fought. So you can definitely tell that not Rich Stanley, Gogo Baldy was like, okay, let's work together. Let's you know, I'll let you go. Let's work together. There's no point holding each other up. Let's go forward.
Yeah, rocking around the outside there and making it work. So Monaco Esports moving up into P5. Now off to chase down Obsidian Racing, and the push to pass along that Camel Straight is basically, if you're using it as a car in front of the car behind you, you can kind of defend from an overtake happening, because you're on the rev limiter, and unless they're using it, they will not be able to reach that rev limiter. So yeah, push to pass is going to be used for not only overtaking but also defending positions as well.
Yeah, for sure. It's a tool. It's just extra power. There's no need to use it to push to pass. You can use it for wherever you like, even if you just want to try and close the gap a little bit. Yeah, for sure. That again comes into the strategical element of using it, not just when you come into the pit lane, but how you use your resources, how you use your tyres. We were talking about the primes coming into a factor, and how they're so hard to warm up. You've got the tools. You've not quite been able to tweak the setup, so you've got to use what else you've got: the push to pass, the tyres, and just your sheer speed. And again, that is going to separate the good from the great. That is going to separate who wins this race and who, you know, has to play second fiddle, sort of thing. Yeah, it is definitely going to be an interesting dynamic to watch unfold as we go throughout this race, as we see a bit of a fight here further down in the field between BS Turner for 16th place.
Yeah, certainly, and also it's all about who has, like Frosty the Snowman, who's got ice in their veins, who can ice up in those crucial moments, who can hold on to those positions when they really need to, and ultimately not make any mistakes. Because if you make a mistake and you lose a front wing or chuck it to a wall and your race is over, you drop significantly down and you lose, if you're in a lead, somewhere between 30 and 35 points.
That's a big drop, and particularly if you're a team, you know, trying to fight for those top places in the championship. Of course, $2.5 grand for those that finish P1 overall in this championship in a day. If you're sort of Team Redline 1, you cannot afford those mistakes, because yes, you have got a decent buffer, but in a format like this, definitely you cannot get complacent whatsoever. You have to think race by race how you're going to approach it. Where do you want to be? Do you want to settle for a place and not take too many risks just to get those points in the bag? Of course, that does come with its own risks, and you have to weigh up those compromises. But overall, you do not want to be making any massive mistakes or losing any massive places, because again, in a points format as close as this, a big drop is a big drop.
On board here with Gergo Boldy, who's trying to defend from Team 707, the Finnish outfit, and just about does hold on. Well, you can see there that just not even flinching. Gogo Boldy, more of a touring car specialist, I would say, and still, once again, the 707 car makes a move up the inside, double right-hander, down towards the back straight towards Stavlo, and well, into towards Blanchimont as well. That is a brilliant move, actually, from 707. You can see he's furious there, but actually not a lot wrong with that. Team 707 put the pressure on, and ultimately, now with that push to pass as well, as you can see the green flickering to the left-hand side of your screen, just pulling away. But yeah, you can see Boldy, who was not really flummoxed by all of that, and then all of a sudden was really pissed off. So yeah, he'll now be off to try and chase him down, but Gogo Boldy is an exceptional driver. He'll get rid of that out of the system sooner rather than later, and he'll be off to try and get P7 once again.
Yeah, two-time WTCR esports champion is Boldy, so he's definitely got that experience under his belt, and we've been able to use that. That is, again, a crucial thing about esports racing, is being able to quickly shrug off anything that goes wrong, get your composure back, and get back into the swing of things. I mean, Boldy had a really good start to this race, was up there sort of 4th place and fighting with it, but as soon as Sanchez, I think, found a way through, it was then that knock-on effect, like in karting that you see with, you know, packs of cars so close together. As soon as you lose one place, it all just sort of dominoes from there. You lose your composure, you lose your rhythm. Everyone else behind you then wants a piece of the pie.
Yeah, and then you're also under a bit of pressure to try and catch the group in front of you, right? So Sanchez is now going to be using all of his push to pass to try and just get into the slipstream, so that he doesn't have to rely on the push to pass. But ultimately, when it comes to the end of the race, that's where you become in a little bit of trouble here, as we see Jurp de Ligt there with Kwiatkowski battling then for what would be P12, the PGZ, and indeed the second Urano teams battling profusely here. They've got then 4-man racing, the best logo in sim racing, behind with Jose Soria in 14th position. We get a lovely view here of Kwiatkowski coming through Puon, taking a bit of a sharper angle through there. It's all about trying to keep some clear air onto your front wing, which means you get maximum traction through the corners and the potential for an overtake. But as it stands, looking pretty good there for Jurp de Ligt. It's a pretty easy place to defend through here. If someone sends it, you're both going to lose a hell of a lot of time. So more often than not, drivers are pretty clever and don't decide to make any moves. But now, as we head towards one of the faster parts of the circuit, I think you'll find that Team PGZ will try and make something happen. The only people using P2P as it stands, it was Kashube and Prada there, who are P2 and P3, trying to keep with Luke Bennett. Luke Bennett hasn't used push to pass at all, from my recollection so far. He is very much dominating this race and looking very good doing it. As we see, well, that's Jurp de Ligt. There has been some contact somewhere, because his front wing is no longer on that car, or half of it has disappeared, so we will get to see that once again for sure. Well, actually, no, it's a bit further back. Sorry, that was a bit further back there, so it wasn't Jurp de Ligt. So all of the Urano supporters around the world take a sigh of relief. All is good, but yeah, that caught me out a little bit there. That was scary.
Yeah, no, same. Obviously, with the little purple stripe next to their name on the time sale, I think that's who we're focusing on. And I was like, hang about, no, what's happened here? Because we cut away for literally 5 seconds, come back, and there's been a big off. Fortunately for de Ligt, they've been able to keep his place for now. Though Kwiatkowski is looking pretty feisty down up the Camel Straight. Keep confusing that. Uphill towards Lake Com. Inside line, of course, as well, and that seems to be a pretty easy affair now, up into 12th place. You've also got Jose Soria just in behind there as well, looking to follow Kwiatkowski through, get himself up into 13th place. But again, wasn't too difficult for Kwiatkowski to make that move, and just seemed to be able to plant his car on the inside and make it work. And I think, again, that is the dynamic we're going to see over the course of this race, is people not wanting to fight too hard, particularly this early on in the race.
Yeah, here is the incident then that we saw earlier on, and is it a case of, yeah, too much curb there, on the power a little bit too early, and it's almost sometimes better to have someone crash into the side of you, so you've got someone to blame. But when something like that happens, you've got no one to blame but yourself. Pretty bruised ego there for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and these are the top flight of esports. You know, that is going to bruise them just a little bit, and it's better when you can blame someone else, because then you've got someone to direct your anger to other than yourself, because then you just sit there and sort of self-pity, just like, oh, what have I done? Because you know full well you've messed up. That's besides the point. This is the fight for P6 at the moment. Richie Stanaway versus Alanda. You can see now to the outside, very late on the brakes, and Stanaway just waved him through, was just like, yep, you do you, mate. Was that because he's working with him? Is that because they've just gone through the bus stop chicane and is obviously leads on for the next flat out section up the Camel Straight? Is Stanaway looking for a counter attack, or is he trying to work with him here?
I think it might be a case of just working with him, getting to that pit stop phase of this race, and then trying to make something happen from there. Because ultimately, they're only about 5.7 seconds behind you. You've got all of your P2P to use near the end of this race. We saw how quickly you can catch up to cars in front. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised anyone in this top 10 could still realistically go out there and win this race. It's all about really now battling clever.
It is, and when it comes to the pit stops, being able to hit your marks, even something as simple as just pulling it into the pit stall. Yes, it seems quite trivial to be able to, yeah, of course, there's stuff like Esports, they can pull into the pit lane, not speed, and find their pit lane. No, it's not as easy as that. When you're under so much pressure, particularly the likes of Luke Bennett and Koshube Prada, those fighting for the lead, they're under an insane amount of pressure. And you're like, well, it's their job to deal with pressure. Yeah, but you're only human. And something so easy as just pulling it in, getting it stopped, and getting it on the jacks. It's a small thing, but if you get it wrong, you really lose a lot of time.
Yeah, if you're going to lose a couple of seconds. Oh, well, that's not ideal. That's Geeks Energy, that's Apex Racing. I'm not sure who the third car is there. They just got involved just for the sake of it, I think, at that point. But that's 3 cars out of this, well, not out of the race, but out of the running for big positions. Apex is going from bad to worse. They've not had a good day. So one of the best racing teams in the world, fact, just not had a great time in this Infinity Series.
No, unfortunately not. And, you know, again, sometimes you just got a bad day. We're going to look as to how it happened. You can see defending there, that slight bit of contact started it all. And, of course, these open wheels are so sensitive across the grass. You're a passenger at that point and just rejoin straight into the path of them. And then God knows what he was doing to join in. But, yeah, that was a completely separate incident. But you can see how that materialised, and it's no surprise that it did based on sort of how hot they were both going into Les Comps.
Yeah, I just think it's silly. Just think it's really silly battling that hard when each position's only worth 1 point. I feel sorry for the Carbon Simsport team, to be honest, because they just basically tried to get out of the way of it all, just trying to avoid it. And when you're on full tilt trying to turn the car right and then turn it left a little bit quicker than you're supposed to, ultimately the rear will become like a happy dog and it will chase its tail, it will spin around, and there you go, job is a good one. So I think the Carbon Simsport team are going to be okay, but not good for Apex and indeed Geeks Energy. Luke Bennett then in the lead of this race, heading towards that halfway point. We're over the third of the way through this race. Team Redline 0.3 of a second in the lead. BS Competition are in second spot, not to indeed be mixed up with BS plus Turner. So BS Competition, I don't believe we've got a race win so far today. We've got ProSIM Esports, who've won a couple of races. Obsidian Racing, they have not won a race yet so far. Neither of Monaco Esports, and well, Team 707 should have a race victory, but they've yet to get one as well, I believe. So out of the top 6 right now, there's actually only one team that have managed to get a victory. So there is an opportunity for another new team to get a win. But Luke Bennett, he will absolutely not be giving an inch. He will not be giving anyone a free opportunity to win. So yeah, it's all good, fair, well being in that top 6, thinking, oh, there's a chance at a first win. But when you've got Luke Bennett in front of you, it's pretty demoralising.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm doing really well here. I'm surrounded by other people that haven't quite got a win. Then you're like, oh yeah, Luke Bennett's leading. Great, back down to earth. But I mean, again, he's only another driver. You're at the top flight of esports. You're racing against who you're racing against, and you expect to fight the best, and you are going to fight the best. But yeah, Team Redline 1 and Luke Bennett. They've been, I'd say, between himself and Keikabushi, you've got. They've been the most composed, I think, of the entire top 6. They've been the only ones that have really settled into this race, gotten into a rhythm, particularly Luke Bennett, of course, who from pole position got that start. And I think it all started from that first lap where he got the gap open just a little bit, just enough to start breathing and settle into his rhythm by himself, because it was so easy for him, I think, to just, you know, get a bad start, get swamped up behind everyone else. And this race could be looking very, very different than it is now. But Luke Bennett, with that start, was able to use that as a stepping stone, settle into the race without any pressure, and now have his head strong when BS Competition finally do close that gap, because they have been within sort of 0.6, half a second for the majority of this race.
Yeah, he took full advantage of the fact that Pure Sims and BS Competition, they just went side by side through La Source, through turn number 1, which just gave him a chance to run away. And now it's just about managing. It's so much easier to manage after lap number 1. Lap number 1, you've got about 700 cars in your mirrors. It's never ideal. So yeah, if you can get through lap 1 and be a bit more comfortable, you're in a pretty good spot here, as we're watching Team Redline 2 in a sandwich right now between Mirror and Team 707. So it looks like Mirror Esports with Gogo Baldy has managed to, well, actually, he's not, no, hold on, what's happening here? Team Redline 2 must have dropped positions here, because Team 707, yeah, he let Monaco Esports go through, didn't he? He did. Stand away.
No, Monaco Esports, I think, found the Voice Blues. Or was it at the bus stop? Yeah, no, it was Monaco Esports. Yeah, so Team Redline 2 have obviously lost a place here, because, yeah, Monaco Esports got themselves into the top 5, so Team 707 have found a way through for 6.
Yeah, I thought I was going mad there. There's Zach going, no, you're wrong, you're old. And then there's Mike in my ear going, no, actually, you're right. So it's not very often, Zach, don't worry. It's very rare that I'm correct, but sometimes it happens.
It's fine, it's fine. I've only known you for, what, 20 minutes, and already I've...
You're already throwing shade on me.
Yeah, already trying. Don't worry, there'll be another opportunity later on, I'm sure. And this time I'll actually be right. Next time I'll actually be right. Mark my words. But no, yeah, it is. You are right. I'll give you that one. But yeah, Team Redline 2 do seem to be struggling. But of course, to have their pro nomination in, we weren't expecting the pros to sort of set the world alight. But to be up there in P7, definitely not as bad, and still hammering on some pressure here for 6th.
Yeah, certainly are. So the weather here at Spa looks really nice and warm for these drivers. I'm looking out my window right now, and baby, it's cold outside. It is ice everywhere. So the conditions are pretty good for the drivers, which is always good. But we still got that phase of when they come into the pits, they change onto those new tyres, and then everybody becomes an absolute amateur. It's hilarious, actually, seeing some of the world's best drivers forget how to turn corners and to indeed put the throttle pedal down nice and gently. So whether we'll see that again through Spa, it remains to be seen, but we're seeing Stanaway now making a move. So for the first time, I think we're seeing push to pass being used there by Stanaway, moving up into P6 once again. Alanda just filters back in for Team 707, and Gogo Boldy is kind of just sat there going, yeah, I can just chill here, this is no problem. Still within about 8 seconds off the lead, maybe 7 seconds off the lead. And if you've saved enough push to pass, and if you feel like you're saving enough fuel, which is something that Bennett would not have been able to do, by the way. So Bennett has not been able to save any fuel whatsoever in terms of being in the slipstream of another car. He might have been able to slow into corners in terms of letting off the gas. Knowing in Bennett, he probably would have done. But Prada should be in the best position here. He might have a quicker stop, and maybe Prada can chuck himself into the lead.
For sure, yeah. You take it at face value. Yes, Luke Bennett does seem to be perfectly poised, but you have to remember, like you said, he has taken the full brunt of just the brick wall of air that he's had to face lap after lap up the Camel Straight, on that run through Blanchemont towards the bus stop chicane. He's had to demand a lot more of his engine relative to Lucas Prada, who himself has actually been able to get ahead of Kei Kabushi for second place there, using his push to pass just to close the gap a little bit. But yeah, for those in packs, you're able to conserve your resources, and going back to what I said a little bit earlier on, using your resources to the best, to the best capability possible is going to be that a little bit crucial. And again, if you can't get it done on track, because I'm sure Luke Bennett is going to put up a hell of a fight for this race win, get it done in the pit lane. You don't have to do any hard work then at all, other than just getting it in, stopping, fueling up, tyres, and go.
Yeah, we're about to get to that point of the middle part of the race, so I would imagine we're going to start seeing drivers come in at the end of this lap, I would say. Bennett now starting to use push to pass. I think that is a telltale sign here that we are going to see him try and make a gap for the pit stop phase. Zach, again, I could be wrong, but for me, that's the first time we've seen him use it. It's a case of I want a bit of breathing room here, so I don't need to be too aggressive into the pit lane. Whereas Prada is going to be sat there going, absolutely, I'm going to be pushing every inch here. I'm going to make you really, really work for this, as I believe we are, again, looking at the race leader. So there we go. There is Bennett in first position. We've got Prada, Koshube, Ladic. Now, Ladic is just who's managed to get up into P4. Actually, who's come into the pit? Someone has. So Sanchez, actually, now down to P15, is the first driver to blink here. So be interested to see where they come out with the early stop. I think the overcut's quicker because the tyres are nice and warm. They are almost tiptoeing for a couple of laps after a pit stop phase. So I think the overcut, staying out as long as you possibly can, is probably the best bet.
But now Sanchez is going to have those tyres warmed up before everyone else, and when they do come out, he's going to have the advantage to be able to reclose the gap he might have lost while he was tiptoeing round. So I think it will ebb and flow, and it might sort of balance itself out. But to have, to be able to attack rather than sort of being so vulnerable as to defend when you do make that overcut, it is going to be an interesting thing, I think, for Sanchez. And I think that is what he's going for, is to get these tyres warmed up early so that when everyone else comes in, he can then be full on with that attack.
Yeah, I think track position is key, to be honest. I think that's really what you want to be looking at. Track position at this stage, make sure that you're ahead of everybody, and then it forces them to make moves. I think we're going to see everybody dive to the right-hand side here. There we go. So Luke Bennett brings the car in. So does Prada, so does Koshube, and so does Ladic as well. So the front four, who are all within slipstream of each other, all coming in. You can't really afford to take yourself out of that battle in the lead. I think everybody's bringing it in right now. I don't think there's anybody staying out on circuit. Yeah, Boldy's in the pits. Stanley's in the pits then. Lebigre is into the pits. Keita's into the pits now. Of course, winner earlier on in the race, actually celebrated like he just won the World Cup. Again, just shows how much it does mean to these drivers. Actually, there's a couple of people staying out then. So Bonga's in, Sorry is in. Actually, this is Sanchez, isn't it? So Sanchez, or this is Giovinacci. Sanchez is a little bit further up the road. So where does Sanchez come out in terms of everybody else? Was in a top 5 position. As we come out there, Sanchez is up to P4, but as the pits kind of sort itself out, He's actually going to fall just in behind the Monaco Esports car of Ladic. As they come up then towards Rally No Rouge, this is where you can see how aggressive he will be. He knows how difficult it is with these cold tyres. He can force the issue, can make the overtake, and you're absolutely spot on there, Zach. There's two different edges to this sword. Ultimately, you're going to have cold tyres if you come in earlier, but all the rest of the drivers, if you can have an exceptional in and out lap, you can take advantage of people who've come in a little bit later, being on those cold tyres and attack them.
For sure, yeah, and you've got to pick them off while they're vulnerable. At a circuit like Spa, you say track position is key. That is the case, but I think at Spa it's slightly less important because of the benefits that you have, especially in these Indy cars. With the slipstream, with the push to pass, and the long straights, you can get a move done fairly easily. We've seen that over the course of this race so far, bit of lap traffic just moving out of the way of Sanchez, but that gap is to the extent of, what is it now, about 2 seconds to Koshube there for third place. So Sanchez, I think for him, he's going to use those warm tyres to try and stretch the gap relative to Ladic as opposed to try and push for the podium.
Yeah, I think it's not worked out perfectly here for Sanchez. I think he was trying to get himself in the hunt with the top three, but now a couple of seconds back, and he might have to use all of his push to pass just to try and catch up to there, just to be in that slipstream of the front three. But yeah, the BS competition using that also to their advantage. You can see the green flashing over their name, pushing towards that ProSIM Esports and indeed Team Redline. So the battle for the win starting to warm up here, just under the 20-minute mark of race 16 of 24. So we officially are 2/3 of the way through once this race has finished. There will be a break after this race, just to let you know, because we will be changing over to part 3 of the YouTube stream as well. So yeah, that's a part of the YouTube thing. That's nothing to do with us. So there will be a small break, and then we head to the final third of this Infinity Championship. It's absolutely flown by. It feels like merely hours ago that we started all this. And, well, that is true, to be fair, because it was only 16 hours ago. Redline now using push. It feels like just yesterday, Zach. That's an incredible, nice bit of banter. Redline still winning this race, 7/10 clear of ProSims. Now starting to use the push to pass that they've been saving. And yeah, it looks very difficult to look past Luke Bennett in winning this race. Yeah,
and you can see now to the right-hand side, yeah, that should be a fairly easy affair. It wasn't really hard for at all. I don't think, Sanchez was too keen on fighting that one too hard, and Monaco Esports now up to P4, which again is going to be a great result for them. But this fight for the lead definitely is going to be an interesting one to look out for. Can Luke Bennett be topped? Is Lucas Prado got something else in the bag? But yeah, interesting final sort of 20 minutes of this race. Then after the pit stops have all filled themselves out, and I think it was pretty much as calm as you'd like it for the top three. We were expecting Lucas Prado maybe to do something a bit different, have a shorter stop, but Luke Bennett was able to stay in front. And I think that again just goes to show how good his first stint was, to put up with being at the front of the pack and still being able to come out in front after pit stops. That just shows how well poised he is for this race.
Yeah, and that's the difference between why, they're out there racing and we're talking about it, right? It's
definitely, yeah.
We can't comprehend that kind of talent, that kind of level. Many moons ago, maybe, but not quite now. This is exceptional from Bennett, and it's in a car that is very difficult to lead in consistently because of the slipstream, because of the hole that you're punching in the air for everybody else, because of the push to pass. ProSim's now within half a second, so there is a bit of pressure on Team Redline. But yeah, it is just genuinely such a difficult car to lead in, and Bennett is making it look very, very easy.
It's like cycling sort of thing, isn't it? It's that lead person does use a lot more energy than those in behind. Yeah. You wouldn't expect the person leading the way to lead the whole race in cycling, and definitely you wouldn't expect it here either. But Luke Bennett is pulling something out of the bag. Of course, there is still 17 minutes left. Hold your noses, touch wood, whatever. Don't want to say anything too early. But from the theme going off sort of the pattern of this race so far, this event so far, that Team Redline 1 car has seemed so perfectly poised. He does seem strong, but that gap is 0.3 of a second. Can definitely still see some things start to creep in. Of course, if these two start to fight, it could be a 3-horse race. If BS competition get involved as well.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be close here. Team Redline just about keeping ProSims at arm's length, but yeah, never really looking in too much doubt. BS competition struggling to keep tabs here. We've seen them use quite a lot of push to pass. So I'm wondering whether they, have saved some for the final few laps. But again, a 1.7 second gap isn't huge right now. And also, if you're not really in that dirty area of the car in front, you're going to be saving tyres, which means you're going to be a little bit quicker at the end as well, because your tyres, there will be like bubblegum for most teams by the end of this race. They don't last all that long, especially around a circuit like Spa. They're used to going around an oval, right? These cars. So to be going around Spa, this is definitely not for or built for these cars specifically. So it's actually, this is the beauty of sim racing though. We can do whatever the hell we want, and with Florian Hasper, we absolutely do that because he's nuts.
Yeah, interesting combinations, and we do love it. Mike Yall and iRacing, we love it. I'm surprised we don't take the IndyCar to not kill or something, because that'd be fun. Not very efficient in terms of racing action, but hey ho. But also going back to the tyre wear, that fixed setup definitely isn't going to help that at all. Teams in other series will definitely use the setup to their advantage to minimise tyre wear and maximise pace at the same time. With a fixed setup, you just have to do with what you're given, sort of thing, and again, that is going to affect the tyre wear, because you've got to you can't change the camber, the toe, the caster, anything like that, and again, that is going to have a knock-on effect with some more drastic tyre wear, which is going to be something these guys are not used to. These guys are going to be more used to sort of that whole optimized thing of being right at the top level of esports, which is where they are, but they usually have the setups to battle with that. Now they're back down to sort of ground zero in terms of their setups, and again, that comes into the whole adaptability concept of what we're trying to achieve here for ProSim Infinity.
Yeah, there you go, that's exactly right. The optimized thing is what everybody's looking for sure. Again, I'm not sure exactly what that is, because I'm not clever enough here. So we've got a nice little onboard here of Valtteri Alander, and it seems like everybody on their team is always red. So I don't know whether they're in a really hot room, but yeah, always just a little bit red. And they were the biggest losers, really, in terms of the pit stop phase. They were battling for a potential top 5. They've moved down to, well, they're now battling for, well, to hold on to a top 9, top 10. We've got 6 seconds from Saito's currently in P11. Yeah, the Team 707, it's a good result still, top 10. Are they going to be happy with it? Probably not. Looking back up towards the leaders here, 0.8 of a second still the difference between Bennett and indeed Prada. We've got Kashube then about 1.8 seconds behind for BS competition. This is going to be pretty interesting here. 14 minutes to go. Have they all played their cards here? Who's got the most push to pass to use? Again, I'd love for ATVO to have the graphic of how much push to pass is left. So again, if you're out there creating on ATVO, try and sort something out for us in the future. That'd be great. Would be very much appreciated. But Stanaway is the only one using it right now. So if you've saved a lot on the last couple of laps here, you can genuinely make up seconds. It won't just be tenths, it will be seconds. So who has played the blinder?
Yeah, interesting to see, because again, we don't know. We're sort of in the dark with it all, but there is, you can see Richie Stanaway just ahead of Baldy. And of course, for Mirror Esports, they've had some big struggles today. So to be able to get themselves into the top 10 for P7 right now, they're laughing. This is a really good result for them. But to beat Team Redline as well it's going to make that just that little bit sweeter. And of course, getting into 6th, an extra point, you're going to want it. You're going to push for it. But of course, for Baldy, he knows how much this is going to mean for the team. Is he going to want to push that hard and try and risk throwing it all away?
It's Go Baldy. Absolutely. 100% will be giving it everything. And as you can see, Codes is up then to the rear of Stanaway's car. Stanaway trying to stay as far right, moves late, and then realises actually that's a little bit too late, keeps it to the inside line. And now they're both going to be on the absolute rev limiter, so it's very difficult for Baldy to find anything, although Stanaway does indeed get on the brakes a little bit earlier. Makes it relatively easy actually for Go Baldy, and Baldy makes a pretty easy overtake there, I'd say, by his standards. And actually, looks like Sanchez has also come through. Sorry, not Sanchez. It's like Keita's joining in as well. So Luca Keita, of course, a race winner already so far this week, or this championship at Road Atlanta. I don't know how many hours ago it was now. It was a fair few hours ago, but now he's looking to try and get up into a top 7 with Stanaway as well. Go Baldy driving off into the distance for Mirror Esports.
Yeah, and he's going to want to try and bridge that gap, because, of course, when all the fireworks go, like with Stanaway and Keita just in behind, he does not want to be a part of that at all and doesn't want to risk being caught. But you can just see the strength of the slipstream, being able to keep everyone nicely in touch as they run their way through around Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. I'm not going to emphasize it as much as you. I'll leave that to you, Luke. But yeah, Luke Keita, straight away, you can, as soon as someone fights in front, you lose so much time, you get knocked out of that rhythm, and you can then join in the fight. We saw a bit of a look into Ravage, but Stanaway was able to keep that move at bay, and he's focusing now. But I think Stanaway is in a very awkward position here. Being second place in a 3-car train is probably the worst place to be. Having to look forwards and backwards is never ever easy.
No, you just want to be concentrating on corners, braking, apexes. It's really as simple as that. But when you just really don't have any chance of doing that throughout this championship. There's 44 cars that are all very equally, in terms of ability. They're all here for a reason. They're the top drivers in sim racing. There's 200 and how many teams are there? 44 times by 5. what is that? That is 220 drivers. If all teams have 5 drivers, it's 220. Like, they're all exceptional drivers. 220 unbelievably talented drivers. So yeah, you've got no time for any respite here as well. That is a wobbly right wheel there, is it not? That is a very wobbly right wheel. That is Stanaway. So Stanaway has tagged the wall somewhere, and that is either... No, he's done. He's absolutely done. He's dropping further and further back. He's now behind Lebigre, and well, there you go. There is the evidence, and that is very annoying for Stanaway. He's not had the best of championships here. And as you can see, that front right is not supposed to do that.
Long way home as well, having a blowout at Lulham. It's not like it's just blown out going through like Blanchemont or something where you can just sort of limp home coming to the pit lane. No, you've got the whole track left to go, and you can see just how much sort of a hazard he is going straight into the barrier again at No Name, letting everyone through. That must be so demoralising to see all your hard work just thrown away like that. Be interesting to see if we can take a look as to what was the initial cause of this blowout, and of course that's happened to No Name, has messed up the suspension to go with it. Just that little bit more. Ladich now ahead at Koshube, and of course both of our 2 leaders on the push to pass, so this could get spicy for the final 10. Yeah,
it really will be spicy, that is for certain. Final 10 minutes, and well, there we go. Ooh. Oh, there we go. To trying to run side by side, and unfortunately just there doesn't seem to be any contact there with anybody. Again, I need to see that again from maybe his perspective, like from chase cam or something. I know people don't like chase cam, I love it, I think it's brilliant for instance. But it doesn't look like there's any potential contact, and all I can think of is he's hit the left-hand wall at the bottom of Radion. So that's the only thing that really could have happened there, in my opinion. So I again, would need to see it again.
I think we do. Also, during that, BS Competition tumbled down the timing tower, Koshube. Not entirely sure as to what happened. On the timing screen to my right, it's saying that he's still in, but I don't think that's the case because we just saw him tumble down. What the cause of that is, I'm not too sure. This is riding on board now with Stanaway as to what happened. Lewis McGlade was telling me that it was car contact at Radion, so maybe if we didn't see any visible contact, it could be netcode.
Interesting. So if we come then through... Oh, there we go. So... yeah, there we go. So just a little bit of contact to go up through Eau Rouge. And yeah, becomes a wobbly mess. Not ideal.
Not at all, to say the absolute least, and has completely ruined his race. This is side-by-side between Mira and Team 707 for what is now 6th place, and you can see that Atlanta is going to want to try and get in front after sort of their misery after the pit stops. But both of these guys fighting inside the top 10, good, going to get in control of the BS Competition, disconnected from the race. And of course, that's the sim racing equivalent of like your engine blowing out or something like that, but that is still very, very hard to take.
It's gut-wrenching, isn't it? That is not ideal, as we see some more overtaking action, which, again, I've been saying is pretty impossible to make overtakes through the middle sector here at Spa, but our drivers are making it very obvious that is not the case. So Team 707 versus Mira Esports again. Gergo Boldy having a battle here with Valtteri Alander. These two, I think we could be here for the next 4 hours, and it would still be them two side by side somewhere. And now R8G also getting involved here. Florian Lebigre also joining for a bit of fun.
Yeah, 3-way fight. Oh, a bit of a slide there from Alander, Team 707. Bit of a drift. We're not quite in Tokyo or anything like that, but that definitely did still look cool. You can see practically pushing him down the pit straight, looking in towards the source. Had a bit of a look to the right-hand side, though nothing materialised. And there comes RAG nipping his way up the inside, coming out of the source. That is going to tarnish sort of the momentum of Mira Esports, though. Both of them on the button for push to pass, side by side and towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Yeah, definitely. So for Lebige to back out of that one and think better of it. But now Mira Esports up the hill, now climbing the Kemmel Straight in the slipstream. Could we see him moving towards Lake On?
Yeah, well, they're going to get close, that's for sure. But again, they're going to be at the top of the limiter. So it becomes very, very difficult once you get to this part, trying to outbrake them when you're both running at exactly the same pace here. I'll tell you what, this is going to work out, isn't it? As you see, Gergo Boldy running side by side then with Alander. Alander playing harsh but fair. That's brilliant there. And then we've got Lebigre that says, thank you very much. All his Christmases rolled into one. A freebie, and perfectly positioned. It gets hold of it, and again, we'll probably see a camera. Oh no, Boldy! Oof. Oh, great save. That's an incredible save. He will be driving on tilt a little bit now. We saw in his camera earlier on, he got a little bit angry with being overtaken there. Nothing wrong with how that overtake happened. But as you know, being someone who does sim racing there, Zach, we always have someone to blame, right? If you're overtaken, it can never be actually your own fault.
always someone else's fault, because as we were saying earlier on, we hate self-pity. We don't like blaming ourselves. We can't blame ourselves. It's always someone else's fault. So yeah, he's going to put that on, I guess, some sun creeping through his window or something like that blinded him. So obviously he put the throttle down a bit too quickly, or getting overtaken, whatever it was. But yeah, Mirror Esports, still a good result for them inside the top 10, as we say their struggles and their woes earlier on throughout this event. They're still going to be happy. But again, it's that shoulda, coulda, woulda. Yes, at face value, this is a great result, but it's what could have been that is sort of the bittersweet moment for this race.
Yeah, Obsidian Racing have got more push to pass to use than anybody else. We've just had some information sent by Iku, so thank you very much for that, mate. So it looks like, yeah, Obsidian have got more to use, or they've used the most, actually. I don't know exactly if that's... they've used 3. Have Team Redline used 3, or have they got 3 more to use? If it's the case of the higher number, it means they've got more to use. That means the Urano Esports actually have got the most to use in the background. Monaco Esports now and Obsidian Racing using theirs as well. Are they going to be able to catch up? Monaco only had 2 more, I think, to use, and Pure Sims only have 1 more. So Team Redline in a good position because they've got 3 more to use between now and the end of this race. As we see now, R8G, who've already managed to get past Mirror, but again, they're both beyond the rev limiter as we got 707 next door to them, have the inside line down towards Les Common. How brave do you want to be? You've got to switch it round the outside then for Lebigre. Lebigre just about holding firm. Alanda making it very difficult, though, on the exit of Les Com. Almost my corners in, but actually leaves the perfect amount of room as we head then down towards Bruxelles. And I tell you what, Lebigre still trying to hang it around the outside, has the overlap through the middle part of the corner, doesn't quite work out, down towards No Name, and Alanda still holds firm for that P6, and lovely racing between these 3, and then yet to see any contact between them as well, so impressive stuff.
Definitely not over either, is it? You definitely can tell that the RAG car is going to want to push forward for that 6th place. But yeah, great bit of side-by-side action. And again, it's always difficult on the outside of Ravage of the off-cambered nature. It is, you know, it's a long way around as it is. And of course, couple that with the fact that the track's dipping away from you, having to use more of the tyres. It is going to be quite tricky. But Lebige still in the slipstream, still, of course, definitely in contention coming into the final couple of laps of this race. Final sort of 2 laps, maybe 3 if we're lucky. I think it is going to be 2 more, sort of 150. No, it will be 3, I think. Left in this race. So again, still 3 more laps, 3 more goes of attempts for Lebige up in towards Les Com. And you can see all 3 of them there at the bottom of your screen. Full concentration faces, particularly in the high stakes pressure of the final moments of this race.
My favourite part about commentating with different people is how we interpret people's names and how differently we all say each other's these names, and none of us have any idea who's right. That's the best thing for me, is we're all saying these names differently and we have no idea who's actually correct. This is brilliant. It's fantastic, actually. We're looking now on board here with Lebigre trying to get ahead of Alanda, and you can see there, Boldy, his emotions are strong. He's not got any push to pass to use. I think he's used all of his now, and he's just a bit demoralised. Like, oh, I can't really keep with them too. Yeah, you can tell that he's very despondent. And now, again, it's one of those where we pull out to the right-hand side. And actually, Alanda's let it happen this time round. Will Alanda send one up the inside towards Les Com? He will not. 3 minutes left on the clock here. Bennett still leads to Prada. Ladic is in 3rd. And we've got Sanchez, Kita, Lebigre, Alanda, Boldy, Sato, and Bonga as your top 10.
And what a close top 10 it has been. We've had, you know, fights up and down it pretty much for the entirety of this race. I really have enjoyed this combo of the iRacings here at Spa, because, yeah, again, it's not a combo we have ever seen really used, but it does produce some good racing, and the theory of it is there, definitely, with the dynamics of Spa and the dynamics of this IndyCar as well. It was a great recipe, and it did deliver in that sense. Luke Bennett on the push to pass, you can see there, trying to bridge the gap ahead of Lucas Prada into the final couple of minutes then of race 16, and still a lot of unknowns left sort of hanging in the air for this one. This is the fight we're seeing now for the lead, but in terms of push to pass, has Luke Bennett got enough in the locker to keep Prada at bay?
Yeah, I think Prada only had 1 when we got sent the information in our commentary chat, actually, and I think Bennett had 3, so he's got plenty to defend against. I think Bennett's only used 1 since then, so he's still got 2 more to use. Pablo Vicente, good morning. Hopefully you're well. Thank you for the kind words. Hopefully you're enjoying what you are indeed watching, and that goes to the same to anybody out there. If you are watching on YouTube or indeed on Twitch, on YouTube we're about to actually head over to part 3 of the broadcast, so yeah, that will be changing, so make sure you're ready to change there. On Twitch we'll just be continuing, so you're all good in the hood. But yeah, make sure you write a little message in the chat. Let me know who you're supporting. Let me know where you're watching from around the world. Just let me know that you're awake at this point. That would be absolutely fantastic. As Prada has closed up here then. 0.3 of a second between our leaders. Will Pure Sims be able to get another race victory today? Or will it be Team Redline 1 who pick up another victory? It's close between the two of them. They've dropped everybody else. And well, it is a 2-horse race.
It is indeed. And which one is going to come out on top? Of course, Bennett really hasn't looked back since the start of this race. Prada's always been sort of the man in his mirrors trying to chase him. They have, you know, Prada's been able to put Luke Bennett under a ton of pressure and keep that at a constant throughout this race. But Bennett's been able to stay composed and handle it to perfection. But yeah, with only half a second between them, has Luke Bennett even got one more push to pass left to use? Because I know Prada used his last up the Camel Straight. So it is going to be quite difficult for Pure Sims to make the move. But again, when you're this close, but you're just that's so far away, it's so hard to get that move done.
Yeah, from the information I've been given here, it is Redline that do still have one more push to pass. And they're using it right now, then, as we head down towards Blanchimont. I think this might be the final lap of the race here. It hasn't said that at the top left-hand side of our screen, but I think you'll find, oh, it's going to be very close indeed here as to whether this is the last lap of the race. And actually, it says on my timing screen that this is lap 23 of 24. And note, there it is. There is the checkered flag then. So it will be 23 laps in this race. And as we come up towards the line, Luke Bennett does indeed hang on. It's the 5th race win of the VCO ProSIM INFINITY Championship out of 16. And it was nearly a second win for Pure Sims, but it's not quite enough there. Lucas Prada picks up P2. Monaco Esports, Ladic kept himself out of trouble, wasn't quite in the hunt for the race victory at the end, but Jaden Ladic does take P3 and puts the disappointment of Road Atlanta behind him. Then we've got Pedro Sanchez for Obsidian Racing in P4, flew under the radar to be honest, and it's a really nice performance there, picking up a 4th position. We've then got Urano Esports Data Group, Luca Kita, who picks up a P5, adding to his race victory earlier on as well. Florian Lebigre then for R8G comes out ahead of Team 707, Valtteri, Alanda and Mira Esports, Gergo Boldi, so 6th down to 8th. And then rounding out your top 10, we've got Wave Italy, who have won a race so far today as well, Yuta Saito, and then in the final position it's BS plus Turner, Ruben Bonga. What an incredible race, Zach. It was, well, I say incredible, it was more tactical, I would say, actually, for a Spa race. No one really threw the kitchen sink at it, but it was intriguing all the same.
It was a different dynamic, really, because, you know, in cars like these, if you make a move too early on, what do you really gain? Because everyone behind you is just going to be able to eye up a counter-attack the next lap or even the next straight or whatever. So you do have to go in with your head screwed on tight and approach the race with that sort of mindset that you've got to play your cards right. You know, it's a game of chess, not a game of checkers, and try and work your way through that way. But what we saw in terms of the racing action and the strategic element that we got as well, it really was a fantastic race. But again, when you've had the last 15 races of, you know, equally if not better standard of racing, you know, you've got a high bar to reach, haven't you? So yeah, it's easy for races like these to sort of get shrugged under the rug. But yeah, overall it was a great race and a great way to sort of great first race for me in the commentary booth to see that, because yeah, definitely really enjoyed those 45 minutes of racing.
Yeah, really good points there made from you. Here are now the official results from the Circuit Spa Francorchamps with the IndyCar from iRacing. So here we go. So Luke Bennett takes P1 for Team Redline 1 for Pure Sims Esports. Lucas Prada takes 2nd spot. Jaden Ladic takes 3rd. Pedro Sanchez for Obsidian Racing takes 4th. Luca Kita and Florian Lebigre take 5th and 6th. We've then got Valtteri, Alanda and Gergo Boldi in 7th and 8th position. We've got Yuta Saito and Ruben Bonga as your top 10. Moving on from the top 10, then we've got Jacob Kwiatkowski in 11th, Joop de Ligt in 12th position, Jose Soria and Jurgen Frank in 13th and 14th position, Matt Farrow, Cesar Giovanacci. We've then got Oscar Mangan and Jacob Kwiatkowski. We've got Chris T. Shorter and Antal Rafael Sabo as your top 20. Richie Stanaway and Josh Poulane, Owen Carroll, Stuart Bickley, Sasha Lehman, Brock Kelly. We've then got Thomas Imborg, Luis Nunez, Kei Kashube, and Michael Schlacks is 21st down to 30th. And then we've got Fennec Rodrigo, Matthias Lushak, Tommy Katteler, Gies Sonneveld, Adam Smalley, Kane Halliburton, Moritz Lohner, Joe Vigard Godestad, Joshua Chin, and Peter Jedgonski. Godzinski. And then the final two drivers is Alex Alcaraz and indeed Lewis Glania. Welcome to everybody who's watching on the stream over onto Twitch. I see Simon there's watching from Norway, supporting RPC and Team Redline. So yeah, welcome to everybody watching. We are now going to indeed be heading to a very short break where we will be changing over to YouTube chat. So we've had the first 2/3 of the championship on YouTube, and now the final part, so part 3 on YouTube, will be changed. So yeah, we will see you over the other side there. If we don't see you, have yourself a merry little Christmas. Welcome back then to the VCO ProSIM Infinity. We are now here for race number 17. We've got the Porky Porkers. We're going to be heading to Road Atlanta. That's a hell of a combination. And every time we've gone to Road Atlanta so far, there have just been drivers falling off the race circuit left, right and centre, which makes me feel a whole lot better about my sim racing experiences. Zach, what are you expecting from this one?
It's a roller coaster of a circuit, and the Porsche it's quite temperamental of a car. I mean, I've not had an extensive experience in it, but from what I've seen, it will spit you out if you're not careful. So yeah, definitely couple that with some good old trusty American undulation, and you are going to have a tough time of it. Interesting combination, of course, but it will be an interesting dynamic, of course, to see how it unfolds throughout the race. But yeah, again, like we just saw with the IndyCars at Spa, it's any combination can really work. So we'll definitely just have to see what happens.
Yeah, and it's also a bit of pressure, right, on not Redline. Redline of just dominating so far today, but a bit of pressure here on Urano. They have to keep pushing the boundaries of the car. Redline have kind of done the hard work. They can now just chill out and take top fives all the way to the end, and they're pretty good. I think it's as far as top nines now. They can just be top nine all the way through, and they are good to go. They still win this championship, but the pressure really is on Urano to try and close that gap. So here are the points officially. Team Redline won. They are leading the way. They're on 600 and indeed 52, which by my mathematics, and never trust a commentator, they are 71 points in the lead. Urano then is second with 581. And then got R8G Esports, who are on 564. They're the three teams that we expect to be up there. BS Turner are on 529. Altus Esports are on 512. Williams on 508. Apex Racing Team 1, which is a big shock. I'm expecting to see them battling for the whole championship, but they're just struggling to hold on to that top 10 really, on 453. Obsidian Racing for 442. Pure Sims Esports are on 440. Team Redline 2, which is probably shock of the day, down in a top 10, but still only in the top 10 with 433 points. Any surprises from that list for you?
Definitely what you were saying with Apex. I think, with how they've been, obviously with IMSA as well, quite recently, they've been doing quite well. And coming into today, I thought, they are going to be one of those favourites. But, again, you do have off days. For sure, as a team, you're not going to go into every event with a full stride and being able to bring your absolute best. Naturally, you are going to have sort of drops and things like that. But again, I'm also surprised at the sheer domination we've seen from Team Redline. I think, yes, they are obviously acclaimed to be one of the best teams in sim racing, but you've also got Urano, you've got BS, you've got loads of other people ready to raise the standard. But I guess that just goes to show how good Team Redline is and how sort of well they've been able to string those sets of results together, because they've gone from one race to the next, using each as a stepping stone to boost their morale as they go. And now, as you say, they're in a position where all they need is top 10s all the way to the end. Of course, they can't use that to be complacent, and they are going to have to stay on their game all the way through, because all it takes is a couple of DNFs and boom, straight away Urano are back in it. Yeah,
do you know what? I think as much as this is so different from a 24-hour race, I think the similarities are still there. I think confidence is massive. You get a good start in this championship, confidence throughout the team is like a snowball effect. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. The momentum gets bigger. And we're seeing that with Urano. For me, I think they were the surprise of the championship. They nearly won it. They only lost by 3 points the first time we did this. And they're a little bit further back now. But again, they're still in P2. So there's no surprises or that if you get a good start, you can continue that. And with Redline, of course, their confidence is just through the roof. R8G, BS Turner, they need to really start pushing towards getting race victories if they are to indeed get to the next level. But I think we are relatively close here to some racing action. So if we head over to our racetrack here at Road Atlanta. So here is the official grid then. We've got Maximilian Benecke, who's racing apparently for Team Apex there, which I'm sure is going to make Apex very pleased and Redline not so much. But he is racing for Redline, I can assure you of that. Alexei Nesov, who was one of my drivers of the Infinity series for the first time. We did it for Urano. Then we've got Gianluca Vecchio in second spot, Gianni there, in third position. We've then got Rainer Talvart for BS Turner in fourth. We've then got Matti Kaid Soja and Konstantin Schaaf in fifth and sixth here. I'll let you take over here, Zach, because I feel like I might just choke to death at this point.
Fair enough. You got to take a breather. Luke McEwen for Apex Racing Team shares the fourth row of the grid with R8G. Then comes Reika and Sarika, your top 10, with Marvin Strel and Nicholas Rubliar for Arnash Competition, your sixth row of the grid.
Yeah, next up then we've got Sergio Gurriel. We've then got Ross McFarlane, who is a little bit more of a touring car specialist. I just realised they're in an IndyCar here as well, which I'm pretty sure they're not. It's a funny.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, right. Crazy. It's our job to notice things like that, and we don't notice. That's the trouble.
Notice the liveries, but not the chassis.
Showcasing how professional we are. So yeah, we'll just leave that here. We're about to go, ready to go here, so there's nothing to be too worried about. We'll see the actual cars out on the grid. So yeah, Max Benecke is P1, Urano P2. That's all we really need to know. 2 Redline cars up into the top 3. They'll be able to work together for sure. Last time we saw Max Benecke got a nice lead in the GT3s out at Daytona. He then got swamped and ultimately did not go out and win the race. So is it going to be another opportunity here for him to win as the pace car takes us off with this short formation down and towards that final chicane, around the final 2 right-handers and across the start-finish line?
Yeah, so you've not got a lot of time to get those tyres and brakes up to temperature, but you're going to want to, particularly our front 2, to get off to the best start possible here for race 17.
Yeah, take some chances now. A lot of teams, apart from Maximilian Benecke, who's already off into the distance, and I tell you what, that might have been a case of Gianni, I'm in a voice chat with you, I'm going now, as it's, well, there's Porsches in a wall in the background, by the way, and I'll tell you what, I think one of them might have been was cooking again for like the 2nd race in a row. They're dropping all the way down to the back of the order, and yeah, not a great set of races for that team. Max Benecke leads the way to Gianni Vecchio. They actually raced together last week in the GT500. They had an issue where their car did not refuel from the lead of the race at Daytona and ultimately had a DNF. But they're now P1, P2 out on the front. Team Redline showcasing their dominance in sim racing once again.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, I think it was important for the 2nd Redline car of Gianni Vecchio to get ahead of Urano. Of course, Redline, while they're not particularly under a lot of pressure from Urano, it does help just to get that extra little breath of fresh air and to have 2 cars leading the way, to have your teammate as the car in between yourself and your championship rival definitely is telling of some good results. Now down this run towards the chicane of turn 10A and 10B, lot of slipstream trains I'm sure we're going to start to see side by side as they run their way down between Arnage and Strel. You can see Rubens there having a bit of a look at a couple of cars too wide as they run their way in towards the chicane. But so far, so good for Team Redline.
Yeah, nice to have a pan shot there of the crowd that have formed here at Road Atlanta. Again, such a spectacle and show for them. It's always good to indeed give their fans a bit of a shout out here as we get a lovely shot of the car parks as well. There's a gas station there as well for American. We call it a petrol station. So we see some synchronized spinning in the background there as well. Not too sure exactly which 2 cars that was. Didn't look like there was any contact particularly. Both went in there a little bit too hot. I will say one thing though, Zach. Most races after lap number 1, there's a big gap forming already between the front groups, but we've got sort of 15 cars at the front here who are separated by absolutely nothing.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure as to what's particularly caused this, but you know, it's looking promising. They are, yeah, I'm definitely not complaining at all. It's great to have such close pack racing because it just raises the stakes, increases the intensity by sort of a factor of 10. You really do have to be on your toes as much as possible. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see as to how this race is going to unfold. Again, this run flat out towards turns 10A and 10B is going to be very, very important. That run off turn 7 is sort of one of the most important corners on the circuit. If you mess that up, especially in packs like this, you are going to fall backwards.
You certainly will. So you've got to be careful. You've got to be clever. You've got to kind of work together with the teams around you so that you do not hemorrhage too much time. There's Luke McKeown, who's currently P6 for Apex Racing Team 1, 0.2 of a second behind Kaida Soja in P5. So seeing Team Havu up there for the first time in a long time. We haven't seen that very light green livery for a long time during this championship, so it's nice to see a new car up there. We've then got Talvar, who we expect to be up there. BS plus Turner are in the top 5. There we go. There's a lovely picture with the Havu branded hat as well, if you've got a spare one. Team Havu, yeah, shoot me a DM. They're open on Twitter at Actual Vision. Always love a hat. I actually collect hats, so that'd be great. That one looks pretty cool. Max Benecke still leads here. Vecchio in second, 0.7 of a second. So Vecchio kind of, I wouldn't say slowing down the pack on purpose here. Max Benecke is just kind of just driving away, but we expect that from him. He's got the highest I rating out of everybody in the world.
Yeah, So you know, he's going to be expected to do quite well, and of course having his teammate, I think Vecchio is just not pushing, not slowing everyone down, just not pushing as much as he can do. But yeah, for Nezov, he's going to want to try and make a way through as soon as possible. Same too with Schaff on the back of Luke McEwen for P6. But again, similar to how what we saw previously at Spa, when you're in a pack like this, making overtakes is very difficult. Not just in the sense that getting past is difficult, but also the consequences of making those overtakes. How much time are you going to lose relative to those in front? Is it worth fighting so hard just for one place? Because again, sometimes it's sort of just better to cut your losses and stay behind, but that is not going to be the case for the Urano car. Looking to the inside of turn 1, the long sweeping right-hander, trying to get back underneath him is Luke McEwen as they climb the hill towards the S's. Tucking back in behind does the Apex Racing Team Porsche, and Schaff up now into 6th place. Not losing too much time, but definitely you can see that gap start to grow as soon as they go for that move.
Yeah, it's really nice there from Schaff. He just took full advantage and he knew that McKeown was always going to back out there just so they don't both lose a shed load of time to the group in front. They have lost a couple of tenths, but nothing too crazy. Should be able to catch up to the back of that top 5 relatively quickly. But yeah, McKeown there really playing the experience game and just kind of letting it happen. They've actually got they've got Williams Esports now behind them, Sarika in 8th position. They've got Riker for Monaco Esports and then Rubelard for Arnage in a top 10 position.
Yeah, so still very, very close, top 10 indeed. 40 minutes left on the clock, so still a long way to go. No pit stops expected for these Porsches. They can go the entire race distance. So as they sprint to the finish, but still got that strategical element to it, like we're seeing now with Luke McEwen. Got overtaken once and is, you know, expected maybe to fall through the pack because of that lack of momentum. You can already see there the Williams Esports car, Sarika, having a bit of a look going into turns 10A and 10B. So it's crucial for McEwen to get back into that rhythm, switch it back on, get composed, and try and get back onto the back of Schaff.
Yeah, and you kind of got to figure out really quickly as well as the lead car of a group. Is the car behind looking to make a move? If you can figure that out early, that means you can take the optimum line around this circuit. It means you can open up corners, leave the inside line open, knowing that car's not going to send it up the inside as well. That looked very close there from Schaff to potentially bottling this and moving out of the race. But you can see that Schaff is actually closing back up to that front 5. In all fairness here, Kaida Soja is actually right on the tailpipe here of Talvar. As we see some live action a little bit further back here as well. That is the Was Cooking team battling with Team Fordzilla, I believe. After this is the start, there we go. So it's just an all-on-your-own incident there. I don't think anyone else actually gets involved. Is anyone blindsided to that? No. And yeah, what was cooking? Well, the engine by the looks of things.
Yeah, similar to your turkey for your Christmas roast as well for that one. But yeah, no.
You like that one, didn't you?
Yeah.
You like that?
Just a little bit. But yeah, no, that's so gutting for the start of the race, isn't it? Like, you're like, okay, sweet, it's my turn. I've been waiting sort of 3-4 hours to get into the car. Bang, in the wall. Fantastic. Like,
I'm going for it because the Spangs in the chat right now are part of the team, and like it's not just you know, a fun team to be around a Discord and whatnot. They all, you know, they've won races within the Infinity. They're really heavily involved on social media. They love to get involved. Like, they are a massive reason as to why this championship will succeed and why we'll be able to push forward with it, because they really lean into the social media side of things, the impressions. They want the stream to do well. So yeah, it's gutting to see as well. That's a Redline car there. That's Gianni Vecchio, who's made a mistake here. Maybe a slowdown penalty, actually, because you don't normally see Gianni Vecchio making a mistake. He checks the whole field up. Talvar's going to come through. Nesov's going to come through. Has the outside line here. Will try and keep the overlap on the outside. He's not going to get cornered by Talvar. And actually, Talvar still not got this done. Gianni Vecchio's got to either give it up here or realise he's going to lose a lot of time. So the Team Redline 2 car still having more issues during this championship, and the one real winner from this situation is Maximilian Benecke, who now leads by 2.7 seconds. And well, he'll wish it's Christmas every day, because he's getting Christmas as it stands every race.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely had a check at your Spotify playlist for that one, didn't you? Here comes Vecchio having a bit of a look now, trying to mount the counter-attack on Talvar, but it did look to be a bit of a twitch going through the S, as you can see there, trying to just try and focus back in and rein his composure again. It's the most crucial thing when you make a mistake, especially when it's not particularly the most common thing for a driver like Gianni Vecchio. But coming down the pit straight again, you can see Schaff having a bit of a look, making some great progress in that second Urano car, side-by-side, bit of door-to-door contact. Oh my word, you can see there, Schaff a bit sideways, actually tumbling down the timing order now, maybe a bit of side-to-side contact, making that car a little bit too sensitive. But yeah, Gianni Vecchio was fighting, hammering time for trying to keep that place as best he can, but unfortunately it just wasn't good enough. Nezov and Talvar were both able to find their way through. Now Nezov is sort of quote-unquote release to try and catch Benecke, but I don't think it's going to be that easy.
Happy Christmas, the war is over between VCO and Schaff. And I think Schaff really got a taste of his own medicine there. I think he got a taste of karma. I think he was a little bit too overzealous there with VCO, created the contact and then dropped back. Again, we'll probably see the replay of that and probably get proved completely wrong. But I think that he was the aggressor in that and actually lost the positions because of it.
Yeah, for sure. It's so easy to just look at that situation and be like, yeah, okay, I'm going to try and find a way through. We'll come back to that in just a second, because Williams Esports having a bit of a look to the left-hand side in towards turns 10A and 10B. VCO tumbling through this field, and that is the sort of the risk and versus reward he had to do, sort of weigh up when he was playing second fiddle in second place, slowing the pack down. Because yes, brilliant, you're keeping the trap position, but as soon as something goes marginally wrong, you are going to tumble down that order, because everyone's so close together. Of your creation, everyone is so close together. Everyone is going to want to try and eye up their way through, similar to what we saw with Schaff there. Having a bit of a look straight away was like, okay, sweet, there's an open gap, I'm going to go for it. Because again, you don't know when your next opportunity is going to be, so you have to sort of play it by ear and see what you can take. But I think it was a decision made in haste there for Schaff. Still settling back in there to P8, you can see, so not the end of the world, and still on the back of this fight for well, what is now P5.
Yeah, I think VCO's got damage to the car. He's had a couple of prangs for sure, and he's actually dropping further back from the Williams Esports car. So I think there's damage to that Porsche, maybe just affecting the straight line speed. Well, here we go. So we're going to see exactly what happened. Around the final corner we'll go. A really nice run, actually, there from Schaff. As we come up then towards turn number 1, VCO is, of course, going to squeeze him onto the apex. And actually, there was no contact whatsoever. So I do take it back. There's no karma involved in that. I don't think there was any touch there at all. So Schaff saves it, by the way, which is almost impossible to do in a GT3 car. So that's actually more impressive than anything else. I just realised that Kaida Soja has also dropped down the order here, isn't he? He's now down to P7.
Yeah, but still, again, crucially, in the slipstream, Schaff also eyeing up a bit of a move as they run their way through in towards turn 12. Up now in towards P7 for the Urano car. Barrichello is having a bit of a look now, still fighting them on their way through. Turn 12 is a very fast and flowing corner, so to run side by side, I think they're continuing to do it. You can see they're jockeying for position on the time and tower. On board with Luke McEwen at the moment, though, keeping both eyes peeled on that fight for P7. It is going to be Schaff that does end up consolidating that place. You've got Rubler as well trying to work their way through, and again, that's the thing, go side by side. If you get beached on the outside, everyone behind you is going to have the optimal line. They're going to be able to work their way through with such easiness. I guess that's not really a word, but for lack of a better term, they can do it quite easily because you're just beached on the outside. You lose that momentum, particularly through turn 12, which leads onto the pit straight. Welcome
to the Ewan O'Leary club, where we just make up words.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and that's what our job is to do. We're here to talk, and sometimes most of the time, it makes very little sense. But
makes sense to us,
but we're the ones with the microphone, so we're allowed to do it. It is what it is. People are falling down the order here. We just saw VLR, they move up to the top 10. A couple of drivers really having some issues. Sven Hasser, who is also part of the 10K iRacing club, has moved his way up into P9. He was 11th last time I looked. And I'll tell you what, that's Arnage competition, and I'm not sure. I think that might be Schaff as well. I think that's Arnage and Urano, and this is massive news right now for Team Redline, although actually it was the other Urano, wasn't it? Urano Data Group are still in P3, well, P4 now, as Williams Esports makes the move up the inside. So Alexei Nesov kind of gives it up and actually tries the whoop-de-wop, has the overlap over the top of the crest of the hill, still has the overlap down towards the chicane. It's a brilliant bit of driving by all of them. It's not quick by any stretch of the imagination. We'll lose a lot of time to the top 2, but I'm not sure I care at this point, because that was absolutely outstanding.
It's not often you see moves like that done to that standard either, because usually they try it and it's like, oh, brilliant, yeah, bang, into the wall we both go. But no, they did that to such a high level and kept it clean, kept them going. Yes, they lost quite a bit of time, but they looked cool doing it. So I guess that's all that matters at the end of the day. But yeah, you can see there Nezov trying to retain that P3, but in doing so has allowed BS Turner and Renatava to sort of clear off into the distance for P2. We've got now a 4-car train here for third place. 4-car fight for the podium. It's a pretty big milestone in a race, particularly with half an hour left to go. They're going to fight pretty hard to get it done. You can see Williams Esports already trying to eye out that move, nothing quite materialising in towards this final chicane, though you can definitely tell they're eyeing up that move for once more.
Yeah, it's all about really getting a good exit out of that final corner here, getting a really nice entrance, rolling through this final corner and just trying to keep as much momentum as possible. This is where Williams kind of built up their opportunity last time round. They're not quite close enough this time, and as they come up the hill and up towards that blind summit over the crest and into the double chicane, Yeah, it looks like Netov has got a nice bit of breathing room, albeit a couple of tenths of a second. I wonder what Max Benecke looks like right now behind his sim rig. I couldn't believe it. The mayor of Funtown, as I like to call him, because, yeah, sarcastically, because he doesn't really tend to have much fun. Seems to always be just pushing. He smiled at the Sim Racing Expo. I know it's crazy to anyone out there. It genuinely happened. He was smiling, and I'm wondering if he might be smiling right now as well, because he's currently in the lead by 4.1. No, of course not. Probably dealing with some sort of data or something. Maybe 4.1 seconds just isn't really enough. But yeah, Max Benecke is just doing what he needs to do right now. Doing Max Benecke things.
Did you take a picture of the smile?
No, he was charging for that. Yeah, he was charging. It's like €100 per picture. Yeah, so it was forced. It was a forced smile. He was just trying to appease to the fans. He must have made a fortune.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you get to 10K. You can start charging for pictures, can't you?
Yeah, Moritz Lohner started doing it as well. He actually now has employed his brother, who looks like him. Like, I mean, genuinely, they look the same. So his brother's now going into bars, pretending to be him selling pictures. So yeah, crazy.
Fair enough. Respect the hustle. You've got to make money somehow. Cost of living crisis and all that. So yeah, you got to do what you got to do. But yeah, Max Benecke. I mean, he's just chilling. I mean, he's so calm, composed, just driving his way around, doing everything he can, because he doesn't necessarily need to push. Neither does the team as a whole, really. And to come off the bounce of going into now what we 2 consecutive race wins, they're not going to be complaining at all. But we still have 2/3 left to go this race. Half an hour left to go for race 17, so still a long way to go, still a lot of things to sort of maybe hold out for, clutching at short straws, maybe for a fight for the race lead. But again, we'll see. Weird things have happened over the course of the last 17 hours.
Yeah, and for Max Benecke, he hasn't got to worry about weather, so he's not got to worry about it letting it snow. So ultimately, he should be good to go for the next 29 minutes. And actually, it's kind of weird. We're only 15 minutes into this race. Feels like we've been here forever. So yeah, Max Benecke just taking full advantage of people making mistakes around him, as we see Hunter McDaniel here, who is, well, he's kind of got half of his head. So yeah, not sure that many of these sim races have got a future in videography, but he's there somewhere.
He's there somewhere. I mean, just thinking of that, he needs a booster seat. And when I was thinking that, I was thinking of Tenek Rodrigo. He's a driver that's competed in a couple of races over the course of this event. Met him when I did the Rocket Race Stars Formula 4 Esports Competition UK, which in of itself is a mouthful. Went up to Bolton and he was about 3'7", so that is always lovely. This is Amitan having a bit of a look for the fight for the top 10. But yeah, if Tenek Rodrigo had his camera on, he definitely needs a good angle, or get himself a couple of cushions for a sim racing seat. And he's gonna, hopefully he's watching this one, so he knows full well I'm taking the absolute mickey out of him. But yeah, he's unfortunately been a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, it's they're sim races. They're not here to direct movies.
Zach, you've got such a bright future in commentary, throwing shade on drivers when you know full well they cannot respond. Exactly. I have got nothing but respect for you. Incredible stuff. But booster seat, oh, that's brilliant. Absolutely phenomenal. Anyway, back to the racing, believe it or not. We've got Amutan here, currently in 11th position, trying to get up into a top 10. Monaco esports driver Riker just up ahead. Then we've got Gerdiel, who is racing for Obsidian. Violate for R8G. Then we've got Luke McKeown, currently in 7th spot. Gianni Vecchio, who has just been under pressure for the most part of this race. We feel like he may have a little bit of damage here, as we see a potential move down towards that final chicane. Team PGZ going very defensive. Ross McFarlane then for Pure Sims, who is a bit more of a touring car specialist. Pretty much could pedal anything. He is that good. And then we've got one of the most, for me, one of the most improved, best liveries in the sim racing space, Brabham Esports, as we actually come down towards turn number 1. Still going defensive here then is Amutan as we come up the hill over the crest. He's just about hanging on, I think. Ross McFarlane trying to indeed get involved here, but very difficult to do so, making that Porsche wider than what it already is. Brilliant stuff there from all 3 drivers concerned. And actually, the Brabham Esports car just dropped a little bit further back here. It might be worthwhile doing that. It might be worth, you know what, I'll take a step back. I'll let you 2 have some shenanigans, and maybe I'll grab 2 positions.
Yeah, and we were talking just sort of over the break that this is going to be a bit of a meh combo, but it's definitely delivered relative to sort of Road Atlanta over the course of this event as well. So I guess it's, again, one of those combos that's like, is it going to work? And then it does, and I'm really delightfully surprised with how they're going and how close they're remaining to each other as well, because we're now just under 20 minutes into this race, and usually you would expect a wide amount of field spread, or at least to some extent, but we're not seeing that at all. We're not, looking at the top 16, the biggest gaps are between first and second and third, and of course between fourth and fifth as well. But beyond that, it's sort of not much more than a second between each car, and I'm all here for it.
Yeah, 100%. These two who've been side by side more than once are now third and fourth. That's given Talvar a chance to be about 2 seconds up the road, and there's no such thing as push to pass, no DRS with these cars. So if you can build yourself a gap, it really is obviously in your favour. No pit stops to be worried about, as well as kind of a sprint race. Get to the finish as soon as you possibly can. Nothing in between. So these two are just basically battling for that P3, but you've got to be careful. You don't really want to give Sven Hasse a chance to catch up. He's now P5, but he was P11 earlier on in this race. I think that might be the furthest he was down. Not sure where exactly he started. But the fact he's now in the top 5, that is why he's in the 10K club.
Yeah, he's deserved this spot. Very difficult to do, of course. I've been dwindling around sort of 1.5K, and it's not my fault, I promise. No, I'm just terrible at iRacing. Don't play it anymore, unfortunately. But these guys are the best of the best, and to work your way through such a high-level field is definitely very impressed. Here comes Williams Esports having a bit of a look to 10A and 10B, now up to P3. So Nezov relinquishing to have a bit of a look. I'm getting slated by Mike Yao in my ear, so sorry if I'm not entirely focused. I know a lot of circuits. Okay. No, it's poor timing, Mike, honestly. Get rid of you. But no, here is Moreno Searcher up into the podium places, with Nezov having to relinquish that and down to P4.
Yeah, he's so unprofessional there. He shouldn't really be in your ear whilst you're trying to commentate on a race. Like, it's just embarrassing. Although he did say you don't know where Thruxton is, so actually it's,
no, I do
in
now.
all fairness, absolutely warranted, because that's my nearest track to where I live, and it's one of the best tracks in the world. So yeah, you deserve everything that Mike is thrown your way from Mike.
Listen, right, I get enough stick from Lewis McGlade, Ewan O'Leary, Cameron Roger, R Junior as well. All of them give me enough, all right? I don't need it from you guys as well. I know
they're threatened by you. That's the trouble. They're threatened by you. They're threatened by the aura of your hair, which has its own gravitational pull. That's what they're worried about.
As well. Lewis is just jealous of my Christmas jumper. He's gone for the blue one now. I'm full red, mate. That is it.
Yeah, but Lewis has curly hair, and it's just not quite to the level. You could probably be on a Vidal Sassoon advert, whereas Lewis is trying to get to that level. That's the difference.
He is, and he's threatened by my 5'8" self in my bubble shoes.
Huge!
I know, right? I'm taller than Ewan O'Leary though, so that is that. But Cameron Roger, listen, they're huge. Not quite sort of Yuri Kazdop huge, but they're tall. So to be threatened by me is a bit embarrassing, I guess.
Yeah, it's true. You don't want to fight Mike though, because Mike's like 6'4". He's an absolute unit. Now we're actually going to talk about racing, by the way. I know, crazy concept. Luke McKeown trying to defend here from Gianni Vecchio. Almost a bit of door rubbing between the two of them. Apex Racing Team versus Team Redline. We've seen that before, that's for sure. And then adding a little bit of seasoning, a little bit of Salt Bay of R8G with Via Latte involved here. It would be great to see this as a battle for the lead. It's not quite, it's a battle for P6.
Racing's racing. We'll take what we can get. And a fight for P6, still definitely some good positions, particularly for Vecchio trying to work his way back towards sort of a decent points paying position. But yeah, very, very close indeed. And McEwen is doing his absolute best to try and keep this train of 3 cars at bay, but also maybe trying to close the gap. I mean, it's now 3 seconds to Sven Hasse. Going to be difficult to close, so definitely his eyes are on trying to retain in that 6th place. But for 23 minutes, when you've got hammering pressure from 3 cars behind, 2 cars, nearly 3 cars behind you, it's going to be a tough ask.
Oh, RHG, they're looking to do an absolute send, and Vecchio was forced into doing it himself. Almost clatters into the side of the Apex car, but while they play silly buggers around the outside, it is Via Latte that sends one up the inside. It's still 3 wide. Surely this is going to come undone. It isn't. It's perfect from all of them. And Gianni Vecchio with a little bit of rally cross there on the exit of the final corner. He's also going to lose a position here to Obsidian Racing, and albeit Vecchio is going to be furious with how that's gone down, that is special. That is Infinity level special. Brilliant from all concerned.
For sure, 3 wide coming out of turns 10A and 10B. Impressive stuff. The fact none of them ended up in a wall and Vecchio only ended up onto the grass is telling of how well played that was between all three of them, but it definitely is not over at all. RAG are going to be under some pressure now from Luke McEwen to be able to consolidate that 6th place, and also you've got Ferrero and Obsidian Racing now joining the party, so this is a 4-way fight for what is now P6. So really looking forward to seeing how this progresses. With just under half of this race left to go this run. Out of turn 7 towards the chicane of turn 10A and 10B, RAG have got a decent gap, and they're going to need to hope that Obsidian puts some pressure on Apex so they can clear off.
Yeah, Gianni Vecchio, I just don't think he's got the car underneath him to really push to make overtakes. I think it really is a case of he has to be ahead and just defends for his life. By the way, Violate has dropped all the way, moved himself all the way to the lead of this group there. Absolutely took full advantage. I would love to see a replay from his perspective of that. Hopefully we'll get that a little bit later on, as we're now watching Gerdil, who's not really spoken about here, who may or may not be using a Simu cube. Again, it's not quite clear enough for me as to what wheel he is using. But under the radar, now in the battle here for what will be a top 6, doing very well indeed.
Very, very impressive, of course, and telling of how much time you lose. Oh my word, fast hands there. Oh, and again, warm tyres, he's really having to chop and change that steering wheel to keep it pointing the right way. He's been able to do that. You can see that big sigh of relief, just like, and breathe. We're good, but we're not, because you've got Vecchio now to your inside through turn 6. Team Redline 2 making it up now to P8, and also Monaco Esports getting involved. So, wow, this is really chop and change very quick. What looked to be promising progress from Gadil has now turned into very quick defense and stressing out over keeping that car in check, keeping it pointing the right way, and also getting those tyres back cooled down.
So hot and sweaty from that incident there, he steamed up his glasses, I think, on the left-hand side. That was incredible. That's a hell of a save. That is. Sometimes it's not just about overtaking and gaining positions. Sometimes seeing a really nice save is good enough for me. That was absolutely phenomenal stuff. Monaco Esports now moving up as well. And Monaco Esports, their livery on this car very much looks like the football kit. It's the first time I've really sort of seen the resemblance from their livery, but yeah, it actually looks like the football shirt now with the white stripe across the middle of the car. It's really, really cool actually. But now they're involved in the racing as we are on board. We'll hit the replay. Here we go. So this is the replay of the monumental battle that we saw. So we're on board here, I believe, with Vecchio. So Vecchio making a move up the inside of Apex. It's an absolute send, but perfectly calculated. Leaves room then on the exit, and then you'll see he's on the outside line here. Has no idea it's 3 wide, by the way. Squeezes the Apex car, and then all of a sudden he sees RAG go, yep, cheers, off we go, and then he drives off the circuit. This is some save as well, an absolute full tilt, getting the steering wheel crossed up, and well, that is just absolutely phenomenal stuff from all concerned. Still tries to gain a position back as soon as he possibly could. A little bit of argy-bargy, a little bit of contact there between the Obsidian car as well, but I tell you what, that was some battle. Put that on Twitter, put that on Instagram, Florian, that's going to get us millions of views.
Oh yeah, for sure, it's brilliant. I again thoroughly enjoyed enjoying this bit of racing that we're getting. Still present tense, still got 18 minutes left of it to go. But yeah, it's been phenomenal, and the standard of driving has been great. But again, it just goes to show how difficult it is to fight in a 3-car train. And now those 3 become 2 for this fight for 6 between RAG and Apex Racing Team. You can see there Luke McEwen putting some pressure on Violate to get himself back up into 6th place. But what we thought, RAG were closing in on Apex Racing Team and of course Redline as well. We thought they were just going to sort of career off into the distance, but that's not been the case at all. McEwen has been able to keep the pressure on with the slipstream and fill those mirrors of the RAG.
Yeah, he absolutely has. It looks like they've got some serious pace. I think it helps that Gianni Vecchio, again, I could be completely wrong. I feel like he's got damage to the car. The fact that he's just dropped back during this race, we're not really used to seeing that. He was comfortably in P2, and he's now in P8. He's kind of just fighting to hold on to as many points as he possibly can. But yeah, they've been able to drive away. But as it stands, Violate is having a pretty good lap here. He's got a gap to work with as they come down towards that final chicane. Won't be under any pressure from Luke McKeown. And it's just looking pretty rosy right now. So you see the potential 3 wide in the background here as well. So Vecchio is going to come through the final chicane. He's got Gerdil and then Riker from Monaco Esports. So if they come through the right-hander, is there any side-by-side action? No, not quite. So things are starting to sort of heat up. We've had some spicy action during this race, that's for sure. But I think the battles in the top 10 are far from over.
Absolutely. definitely not set in stone at all, particularly that fight for 6th. But more, it's a shame that it's sort of spread out a little bit amongst some of the top 5 because of how close they were in the opening stages of this race. Renault Talva have been able to close the gap to Benecke to the extent of a couple of attempts at most. There's really been a stalemate between the two of them. So, yeah, Talva has not really had much to say in response to Maximilian Benecke at all. But again, that is the standard that Team Redline 1 have been over the course of this race. This is Ascari Rene at the moment, a little bit further down in P21, fighting for a place inside the top 20. But you can see there just laughing and enjoying his time, which I think is quite important.
Yeah, either there's like some sort of tornado happening where Ascari Rene lives, or he's got a motion rig, which, yeah, I think that's the first time I've ever seen someone using a motion rig at the top level of esports. To be honest, it's kind of not really a market for sim races. It's more of a market for corporate events and stuff. As having a chat with Visaro, who actually make these like £70,000 rigs. So to see someone using it at the top level of esports and doing pretty well with it, that's really cool to see.
They're fun. They are very, very fun. For the final of the Rocket F4 competition, we had some pretty high-tech simulators. They were awesome. So I don't blame him at all to treat himself with a bit of a motion rig to get that immersion. It just makes it so much more fun. You feel so much more immersed sort of in what you're doing, and you do get a bit more feel of it. Of course, the thing that most real-life drivers say is the bridge between sim racing and real world is the feeling through your butt and the feeling of the car moving underneath you. So to bridge that gap a little bit closer, the motion rigs definitely do a good job, and they just make it so much more fun as well. And to enjoy what you're doing, definitely, as I say, is very important indeed.
Apparently, he doesn't have a motion rig. It's just the forces of the Simicube and Road Atlanta. So it makes sense. Definitely looked like he was. It looked like he's on a roller coaster. Not gonna lie, that looked vicious. So he is gonna have arms like Quagmire from Family Guy soon.
Oh golly. Yeah, fair enough.
Let's not explain that one. We'll leave that one be.
We will. We'll carry on. We'll focus on the racing. How about that?
Well, Lewis is here, so Lewis is awake. So hi, Lewis. Hopefully you're okay. We've not been throwing any shade towards you at all for the last few hours, as you would expect.
Yeah, definitely not. It's been reflecting on the shade he's been giving me for sort of the last year and a half that I've known him. So, yeah.
Horrible human.
Cheers for that. Horrible, yeah, honestly. Who even is that Lewis McGlade guy? It's not like he's won a simi or anything like that, is it?
Oh, yeah. The first 2 years of the semis, they don't really count. I've said this to Florian last week. So it's more of a practice for this year. Yeah, so it'd be interesting. Although, if one of those two win it again, then it might still be a practice year, to be honest.
Yeah, but, you're nominated, aren't you?
Well, yeah, but I'm alongside those two who have managed to fix the vote twice in a row. So, I don't hold much hope.
Yeah, that's very true indeed. We'll just have to see. Deep down, you know that, of course, it's not your fault that you lost. So we'll play by ear and see how it goes. But back to the racing, Luke McEwen still hammering some pressure onto the RHG Violate, but Gianni Vecchio has been able to bring that gap back under a second. I think Adil and Breaker, also McFarlane as well, involved in that fight, have been able to sort of work together and try and bridge that gap just a little bit. Of course, it's not much. But if McEwen, sparks a move on Violate for 6th, that pack of, what is now 4 cars will very quickly close in and get back involved.
Yeah, I think that pack could become maybe 6, 7, maybe even 8 cars. But I think Vecchio is struggling so much. He really needs the 2 cars in front to, I say struggling, like you said, he is actually still closing the gap, which is, just showcases how good he is. He's definitely not got a quick car underneath him, but he needs McKeown and he needs Violate to start really going side by side. Because I think naturally the group behind Vecchio, or the group behind Vecchio, Riker, McFarlane, is actually Vecchio is just dropped down 2 positions here. So Vecchio's dropping further and further back. I'm not too sure what's happened here, but Gianni Vecchio has binned it somewhere. That's 100% a bin. He is down to P16, and I think his car is stopped here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to see exactly what happened in terms of a replay in a minute, but I think you'll find that Gianni Vecchio might be out of this race.
From bad to worse for Gianni Vecchio, of course, comfortable in 2nd place, made that mistake initially and has tumbled since, making that contact, of course, with Schaff a little bit earlier on. And unfortunately, it's just been downhill from there. We're going to take another look as to what happened in towards the final corner. Running a little bit wide, maybe dipping a wheel onto grass. No, not yet. It's a move there. Looking to the right-hand side goes Obsidian. Is it a bit of contact between the two? Yeah, just bouncing off the door, going straight on in a bit. See you later. You are a passenger. As soon as your tyre touches the grass, in a bit. That brings an end to Gianni Vecchio's race 17.
Yeah, he's still a P16 here. He's going to have even more of a damaged car. Slight touch there to the left-hand side of the car on the wall. Yeah, the perspective there, not too sure who was at fault, to be completely honest. His car hasn't been in great shape. He's doing a very good job to hold on to a top 8, to be completely honest, but now that is not the case. So Apex Racing Team now round about 9/10 behind R8G, so they've not really done too much here. They've dropped down. Bila Racing are now 2/10 behind Urano Esports. So this is Bila. I've just been informed that they didn't submit any liveries, Bila Racing, so that's why you're seeing the generic blue and red there, which is not a bad colour scheme, but ultimately they don't get to see all their sponsors on screen. Urano holding on to that top 4, and their hopes of a podium not really that strong, although it's Benecke. I'm sure is either dealing with backmark traffic or is just taking a little bit off in terms of pace, because he's now only 3.5 seconds ahead. He was 6 seconds at one point.
He was, and Renatava been able to sort of rein in Maximilian Benecke. Their last laps, Benecke was a couple of tenths quicker, but in terms of their best laps, they are matched. So it's sort of been fluctuating a little bit in terms of that gap opening and then closing again. But for the main theme has been Benecke leading the way quite comfortably. A little bit further back, this is the fight between Brabham, Obsidian as well, going in towards 10A and 10B. But I think it is going to have to be Brabham that still lead the way, being able to consolidate that place to the best of their ability, and fighting for, well, on the back of this fight for P8 overall. And of course, only 1.5 seconds off that fight for 6th place. So this pack getting a little bit spicy, which is naturally going to happen. We're into the final 10 minutes of this race.
What's your favourite livery here, Zach? I'm very interested to know.
You want me to say Brabham, don't you?
Well, no, to be honest, Brabham, I've never really been my favourite livery, because they've had so many different ones that have all been nice and you know, paying homage to their history in the real world of motorsport. But this one really has had, I like it. It's really, really nice. But I like the Monaco Esports livery, if I'm honest. That's my favourite. Mike in my ears, they're going, yeah, Brabham's the best one and all this stuff. Yeah, I like the Monaco Esports.
I see. There's so many liveries to choose from. Yeah, I guess that's a nice livery, the red and white for Monaco Esports. I like the red line, but it is sort of a little bit basic, just a little bit. I think Apex have got a really nice livery, sort of with the black, blue, and white. I guess it is, you know, shared amongst a number of other teams, but I think Apex do it quite well. They've got a really nice livery, but again, you know, a lot of sim racing liveries, a lot of work goes into them, and a lot of them look fantastic. Yeah,
red and black, or red and white, or blue and white. I'm so bored of seeing those colours, to be honest. Yeah, we need to be having pink. You know, I may or may not run in the pink car in my team. I think Team Bubblegum Pink is the perfect colour, as we see some RG McBargington through the final chicane. We're on board then with Antoine Romain, who we've seen a lot of people supporting in the chat as well, for Delatraz Automotive. So shout out to all of the Antoine Romain fans out there. Again, there have been quite a few, actually, I must admit. And what is everybody's favourite livery over on YouTube and indeed Twitch? I don't know if you're watching the YouTube chat, Zach, but if you could, that would be fantastic. And see if anyone lets us know what their favourite livery is of the championship so far.
Yeah, for sure. Again, nice to get the community involved, see what they think, and get their input, because yeah, it is nice to feedback off. You have a look at what you're thinking, your thoughts and feelings throughout the race as well. Just any general chit chat you want to throw into the YouTube chat and Twitch chat, of course. But yeah, just most importantly, hope you're all enjoying the show. It's been a fantastic sort of display of action that we've had over the last few hours, over the last, since 5 o'clock yesterday, really. Also, talking of Urano Esports Data Group have fallen back now to P5. So what was a podium, now on the fringes of the top 5. That seems to be set in stone, though. They have the gap over RAG, but beyond that, yeah, that is it's probably going to be where they're going to have to sit and settle, really, unless they can put some pressure back on Bila.
Yeah, that is the pressure is well and truly back on them. Urano Esports, though, it doesn't matter how many positions they gain at this point, they can't get ahead of Max Benecke. That's the car they need to be ahead of. They're always going to be losing points if Team Redline keep winning races. It really is as simple as that. So it is all in Redline's hands. We have only got ourselves, we've got 7 races to go after this. Is it 7? Yeah, 7 races to go after this. It's just looking more and more likely that Team Redline are going to pick up a second victory. You know, they've got 2 teams in this, but they've got both those teams in the top 10. It's actually quite scary to see that, as we go on board then with Riker trying to chase down McKeown. So McKeown dropped behind R8G car as we look a bit further up the order. So this is Al-Hassa made the overtake on Nesov. And actually, I tell you what, Nesov has used every inch of his experience there, and he's gone, do you know what? I want to try and catch up to a potential podium here, because they're only 1.7 seconds back He's like, if he's going to send it, I'm going to make it as easy as possible so I can just be dragged along. As we now see a move then between Monaco Esports and indeed Luke McKeown at Apex. And very similarly here, although originally he was making it easy, was McKeown. The second part of the chicane, he's not. He's still fighting for position. And now Ross McFarlane for Pure Sims is going to come through the inside. I tell you what, it's a whole cluster of cars. It's 7 cars battling for one position here with, what, 6 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Round the final corner they go. Monaco Esports then hold the lead of this group. Ross McFarlane has indeed gained that P8. McKeown down to indeed 9th now. PGZ now are involved with Ayhancan, and we've got McDaniel involved with Gurdiel, and then we've got Woods maybe 4/10 of a second back. We've got Fenalosa and we've got Blainat. So right now, from P7 down to P15, it may be about 2.5 seconds. So there are going to be lots of moves and shakes in the last 6 minutes of this race.
All here for it, as we've said. It's been such a good race to see how close these Porsches have been able to run with each other. Unfortunately, it's not the fight for the race lead that we were perhaps hoping for, but we'll take what we can get. It's a good midfield scrap for the sort of the top 10 and things like that. All a little bit wide though goes Luke McKeown. That's going to invite Ayhancan, maybe McDaniel also to find a way through. The tarnished momentum, probably at the worst timing on the track as well, because of that run that you need out of 10.7. He's going to lose that place to Obsidian as well. Gurdiel finds their way through into the slipstream. Now, are we going to see a move for the front place of this train? Doesn't look like McFarlane is quite close enough to mount that attack. Also just in behind is McDaniel going to go on Ayhancan. Everyone running single file for now, but a huge mistake there for Luke McKeown.
Yeah, with the new tyre model with the GT3s, it's been stated that at this stage of a stint, the tyres will really start to go off, whereas beforehand you could quite easily do a double stint on any type of conditions. You could quite sometimes easily do a triple stint. I've actually seen people try and do 4 stints in special events last year. So now the tyre model's kind of a bit more realistic, and they can only kind of just about make the full hour. So Ross McFarlane, by the looks of things, and again I could be wrong, and most of the time I am wrong, might have saved his tyres here a little bit and played the long game. He seems to be very, very quick here, making an overtakes relatively easy. It's all about whether he can now get ahead of Riker. Still a big train. The Monaco Esports car does have 7/10 of a second to play with McFarlane just being behind, Ayhancan then in 9th position. You know that PGZ, if they get an opportunity, they're absolutely going to send it down the inside somewhere. So yeah, it's about to get fruity. Not sure from exactly which position. The only thing guaranteed right now is that Max Benecke is pretty much going to pick up another victory.
Pretty much, but how far closing the gap? I don't want to, run any false narratives or things like that, give you some false hope. But if Benecke makes a mistake, very uncharacteristic, could still spice things up. But with 4 minutes left to go, yeah, it does seem to be more of a given than anything. McKeown losing yet another place because Wood's going to have a look to go to the outside of turn 10A and 10B, and McKeown having to actually going to keep that place for now. And here comes Fenalosa having a bit of a look in towards the final couple of corners, dip down in towards turn number 12. And you can see that up now into P13 and putting some pressure on to Luke McKeown. It's his turn for Fenalosa, for Altus, having a bit of a look, dumbing all the way to the right-hand side of the circuit in towards turn 1. McKeown gives him the room needed, comes back underneath them as they ride up the hill towards the S's. Outside line for the Apex car, but might be able to keep it sealed as they run in towards the inside line for the next right-hander. Still running single file now as Luke McKeown gets himself up into P12. He's really having to fight hard to keep these places.
Really good there. Fenn also had an absolute slingshot then towards the Apex car after making the overtake on Woods. And yeah, wasn't able quite to get it done. McKeown there was harsh, but absolutely fair. Left the perfect amount of room around the toughest part of the circuit to go side by side. So really nice stuff there as he actually slides the rear out. It's the second time in the space of 3 laps where he's made a mistake running onto this back straight. And now he's going to be under pressure all the way down the hill. Very quickly, we've got McGlade, who thinks the Pure Sims BMW Hybrid is the nicest looking livery. We've got Imborg, who thinks the Delatraz Automotive livery is the best, but of course he has to say that as we now run down towards that final chicane. So McKeown has lost 1 position, but is it going to be just the 1? It's going to be more than that, is it? Fenalosa comes through, a bit of argy-bargy. It might even be 3 positions here. It is going to be 3. There was the slightest of nudges there for me, which has cost, I would say, a couple of positions there for Apex Racing Team. I think Impulse may have just given a slight nudge. Rincon Racing TM Custom Logos, again, one of the longest names in the history of sim racing, do indeed pick up an extra spot as well.
Yeah, Apex Racing Team scared off the road just a little bit, sent wide, and of course that allowed the 3 cars through. So Luke McEwen, what could have been, sixth place is now P15. Car going slowly as well as they head in towards the final sector there, just running a little bit slowly. Here is our race leader, Maximilian Benecke. René Talvar, 2.5 seconds back. Been able to close the gap as the BS Plus Turner car, but not enough. And if he wanted to win this race, needed the resurgence he's had now, you know, sort of with half an hour left to go, sort of that sort of area to be able to close the gap and give himself enough time. That's not quite been the case. And Benecke, he's just been cruising. He's not really had any reason to push, whereas René Talvar, similar to Urano over the course of the championship as a whole, has had to push that car to its full extent to even have a chance of some hope of winning this race. But with 2 minutes left to go, only a couple laps now left in this race, it is Benecke's to lose.
Yeah, on the last couple of laps, René Talvar's been taking sort of 2 to 4 tenths out each and every lap here, but Benecke, he's managing the situation. There's nothing to be too worried about. Seen this many a time from Team Redline. It doesn't matter whether you finish 100th of a second ahead or 20 seconds ahead, it's still the same result. As we see the Was Cooking team down in P27 having a nice little battle here for what potentially will be, P26 there. So Der Esports, and well, that's not ended well, unfortunately. So, yeah, maybe too many cooks do indeed spoil the broth.
Yeah, it got burnt after that one, and I mean, it was a small bit of contact, wasn't it? It wasn't much in it. As we come back to Brabham Esports making their way past now Obsidian Racing up into P9, 1.2 seconds up to Pure Sims, who are still putting some pressure on Monaco Esports. RAG 2.5 seconds clear of that. Right on board then, as we run behind the 62 machine down in towards turn 10A and 10B. Going defensive does Brabham. And you can see now the Obsidian Racing car pulling to the right hand side. It'll be the long way round, but if you can keep it there, it'll be the inside for turn 10B. Not quite late enough on the brakes. You can see Brabham there braking just late enough to consolidate that place, get to the apex first, claim the corner, and stay in ninth.
Yeah, there'll be no easy positions given away at this stage of the race. Again, you've seen drivers just get out of the way and try and lose as little time as possible, but now it's all about track position with only 1 lap to go. As you can see, a massive battle in the background happening as well. I think that's Impulse Racing, it is Altus Esports, and indeed Rincon Racing as well. So there you go, Impulse through, Rincon go through as well. Altus drop out of this battle. Now all of a sudden they're under pressure from Apex Racing Team as well. So Luke McKeown trying to get his own back and maybe trying to gain himself a couple of extra spots here as we are now on the final lap of the race.
We are indeed. Not long left to go for Maximilian Benecke to consolidate 2 wins in a row for Team Redline 1. René Talvar has done a great job, but it's going to be too little too late, I think. But what a race this has been, Luke.
It certainly has been incredible, and was that just a slight crack of a smile there from Maximilian Benecke, the mayor of Funtown? Well, he's going to indeed extend the lead of Team Redline 1 around the final corner. And is it going to happen? Are we going to see that smile crack? We absolutely are not. No, we're not. We're just going to see a sigh of relief. Yeah, no fun being had in the Benecke household. He takes a race victory, though, and Team Redline 1 will be super happy with that. And genuinely, can't believe he's not smiling. BS Turner are in second position. Williams Esport in third. We've then got Beeler Racing Team in fourth position. Urano Esports Data Group are in fifth. It's a good result being P5, but you're losing 4 points still to, Team Redline 1, as we see some incredible racing still near the back end of this. Rincon Racing are just about going to hold on there from Apex, as we see PCWR coming through, Arnage Competition also coming through across the line, as you see Barney doing his thing there up on the gantry. But yeah, Team Redline, Maximilian Benecke, did we expect anything less there really, Zach? I'm not sure we did.
No. Short answer, no, we didn't. I mean, having him on pole position is dangerous enough. Having him have his teammate get up into second place for the opening stage as well allowed him to bridge that gap open enough so that when he got to the middle point of the race, he was able to just chill. Yes, maybe René Talvar was quicker towards the end of the race, but wasn't, giving himself the best opportunity early on in the race to be able to be closer to Maximilian Benecke, to be able to close the job. Less than 2 seconds in the end, so he did as well as he could, but not quite good enough, unfortunately, to top Team Redline 1.
And after 35 laps, here are your official results for race 17 of 24 of the VCO ProSIM Infinity. Maximilian Benecke takes P1, René Talvar in second. We've then got Moreno Sorica in third. Sven Hasser is in fourth position. Alexei Nesov in fifth. Quentin Violate is in sixth position. Then we've got Ross McFarlane in seventh. Elias Riker in eighth. Hunter McDaniel in ninth. And then rounding out your top 10, it's Sergio Gurdiel Next up then is Anjan Amutan for PGZ. We've got Lewis Woods and Juan Blainat. We've then got Luke McKeown and Carlos Fenalosa. Simone Passoni. We've got Gianluca Vecchio, Antoine Gremain and Konstantin Schaaf. Roger Christiansen are your top 20. Then we've got Nicholas Rubela, Richard Simnor, David Sampson, Oskari Rinnia. We've then got Love 46 is what I'm going to say. Nicholas Last, Bence Supanek. We've then got Tom Hooper, Reese Carroll and Fraser Williamson as your top 30. And they were all on the lead lap. And then cars that were one lap or more down. Federico Ugo Bagnasco is in 31st. Nicolo Aditi. We've then got Dylan Platt, Michael Raschel, Michael Schlacks, Jaume Dalmases Torres. We have Michael Rack, Matti Kai de Soja. We've then got Marvin Strell and Enric Andre as your top 40. Of course, a few of those 30-odd laps down. So there you go. That's your official results. We're just going to pop off for a very quick break whilst we indeed do get ourselves some drinks. It's been the 3-hour marathon so far for myself, of course. Zach's been here for a couple of hours. But when we come back, we've got what you think is the highlight of our little soiree here. Zach, you have been looking forward to this. You messaged me even last night going, Honda Civics at Daytona. I cannot wait. What are you excited for on this one?
Just pure banter. Honestly, it's going to be great. What a combination that is to have little touring cars going around Daytona. Of course, they are going to use the road course. They're not going around the full oval. They're going to have to do a little bit of it on that run towards the Le Mans chicane and, of course, to NASCAR 3 and 4. But other than that, yeah, it's an interesting combination for sure, and I can't wait to see how it goes.
Yeah, well, we're going to be seeing that just after a very short break here, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe let us know in the chats if you're watching, or even on Twitter, who you're looking forward to watching race, and maybe some predictions as to who is going to get the race victory. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back then, ladies and gentle cars. It's the final race for me, and I think it's actually the final race for you as well, Zach, here, isn't it? We are here for the Honda Civic at Daytona. And I've got one question to people watching at home in the chat, so maybe even on Twitter. Obviously, we've got pro drivers that have to race. That, you know, each team has to have 6 races taken part by a pro driver. But let's say you've got unlimited budget. You could bring any team, any driver from the past, or indeed current drivers into this. My examples would be a Williams historic team with Damon Hill, or a Chip Ganassi Legends with Dario Franchitti. What pro driver and what team would you like to bring in to next season's or next year's VCO ProSIM Infinity? Zach, I'll ask you that question. Who would you like to see in this?
I mean, it's a pretty cliche answer, but I mean Verstappen. He's got the real world. He's got the sim racing as well. He's good across both. I mean, it'd be nice to get some like good big personalities, and not just in the F1 world as well. But yeah, I don't know anyone really off the top of my head other than Max Verstappen, because I think he'd really make sort of a good showing. But yeah, it's good that we have got this pro aspect, and maybe we can sort of expound on it for any future events that we do, because yeah, get some good personalities in. But yeah, interesting to see what the community will say, because I've tried to dodge the question as much as I can because I don't really have one lined up. So yeah, get your suggestions into the chat, and yeah, maybe we might see them on the grid next time.
Yeah, we've already got ourselves. We've already got ourselves a couple of answers there. We've got Moratori, who said Max Verstappen, and then we've got Phil Denez, who's gone Turner Motorsports and Reina Talva. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate your input as always. Team Redline leading the way on 696. Yes, there's a 69 in there. Nice. Urano Esports Data Group then, 621 points in second. R8G Esports. I'm 36 years old and I'm still doing number jokes. What am I doing? R8G Esports on 603 points. We've then got BS plus Turner on 572. Williams Esports on 543 points for Altus Esports. Pure Sims Esports, who I think might be favourites to win this next race, because they have indeed got Ross McFarlane, who is by far the touring car expert of the field. If he is indeed racing in this one, I could be wrong. He might not even be racing in this one. Who knows? I'm sure he is. Obsidian Racing then on 477 points. Only 1 point now behind Pure Sims. And we've got Apex on 469 points in 9th. Then we've got Team Redline on 462 for their second iteration of the team. So Team Redline 1, Zach, they are starting to run away with it now. Is there any stopping this juggernaut?
No. I'm gonna just take it out.
You know what? I mean, like that. I'm the same. Sometimes people ask me a question and I give a genuine answer. Sometimes it is just no.
I mean, as much as we're sort of like here to try and hype up the show and be like, oh yeah, maybe we're going to have some underdog resurgence from Urano or whatever, they're going to claw it back and win every race, Team Redline going to DNF, and bam, we're going to have such a good surprise. The chances of that happening, not very much. And if it does happen, definitely put some numbers in for the lotto, because you've got some luck. But yeah, I mean, they've just been so good. They've come off the back of 2 wins now over the course of the last couple of races. They've been winning and at the front for this entire event so far. I don't see that shifting. Definitely not to the extent that it's going to see Urano be able to close the gap. But yeah, honestly, we're just going to have to see how it pans out. And at this point, it's a fight for second.
Yeah, I think I've got more chance of catching my mum kissing Santa Claus by this Christmas tree at this point than seeing anyone overturn a deficit of Team Redline. Oh, I'm getting in some song titles during this broadcast, that's for sure. But again, Urano have given a really good account of themselves. They'll still be looking to hold on to that P2. But there are teams right behind, aren't they? They've got R8G now, who are closing up that gap. BS Turner are closing up that gap as well. Williams Esports, they're just, every single competition the VCO do, they just fly under the radar, and they're always in and amongst it. I'm expecting to see them put a nice little flourish through in the final 6. But anyone outside the top 10, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right, here we go. So Urano Esports, the second team. Brabham Esports. Could Brabham potentially get into a top 10? Could Team PGZ, the most mean team in the world of sim racing, Team 707, maybe even Team Fordzilla? Those are the 5 teams outside of the top 10. Could you see any of them creep their way up into the top 10?
Yes, maybe. I mean, it's very close amongst everyone else apart from that gap between first and second. So, I mean, yeah, we've still got what is now 7 races left of this little mini championship, and of course this event. So again, don't count anything out for sure. With the surprise that we've had, with how easily it can go wrong. We saw with Gianni Vecchio just there in Red Atlanta, how quickly things can take a turn for the worst. If you're fighting a team, you're only a couple of points behind, you know, bam, straight away you can pick up a few places. It's just that point of when these opportunities are handed to you, being able to make the most of them and really capitalize on those opportunities, because they are far and few between.
Tell you what, we've got a big surprise here, because we're now going to head to the track, and for the first time, Team Redline have not qualified well. The second team has. Team Redline 1 with Lorenzo Colombo is all the way down at 20th. But here is your grid then, and Urano Esports Data Group are in P1. So maybe there is a chance to indeed get themselves up in towards that battle for P1 again. They'll wish they'll be using the Indy car around here, but they're not. They'll be using the touring car. Tristan Iglesias then in second for Altus Esports. We've got Will Redford for Apex Team Racing 2. Team Redline 2, Josh Thompson is in P4. Then we've got Kira Wolf in 5th position and Ross McFarlane in 6th position as well. Pablo Espes for Obsidian Racing in 7th. We've then got Jamie Fluke in 8th position. Chris T. Shorter in 9th. Then we've got Nicholas Laubish in 10th spot. Alberto Sanal is in 11th. And then we've got Joshua Anderson in 12th position for BS competition. Thomas Wangen then is in 13th position. Alessio Brigatti in 14th. Samuel Ward is in 15th. Will Chadwick in 16th position. Ruben Bonga is in 17th. And Nathan Moore is in 18th spot. Then we've got Tony Latimarchi. We've got Lorenzo Colombo. That's the big story here. Team Redline 1 down in 20th position. And being in the mid-pack is where the incidents happen. Will Tregertha, DTM trophy runner-up last season. He is racing for Williams Esports in P21. Brabham Esports, Bart Horston in 22nd. Ricardo Ferreira is in 23rd. Then Brock Kelly rounds out the top 24. Then we've got Alessio Bender, Jürgen Frank as your top 26 as it moves really, really quickly. And Mike's now just having fun with me at this point. No, I'm not reading them out. I'm not reading them out now, Mike. You take them off that screen. Let's just do the formation lap. That is unbelievable. But Team Redline 1, down in P20. Is there a glimmer of hope here for Vlad Kimichev for Urano Esports Data Group? He has to go out here and win, right? But because Team Redline 1 are in the mid-pack, that's where things can go wrong.
It is. They need to win this race. They need to make a statement and just hope that Redline 1 do not make their way through. They get caught up in some early lap shenanigan or something like that that see them able to bridge the gap. But again, it's a poor qualifying. But this team, Colombo, won races so far in this event, and you would bet your bottom dollar that he's going to be able to work his way forward. It's a small mistake in qualifying, whatever it is that's seen them this far back. You would expect them to work their way forward, but sometimes you're at the mercy of other cars. So Urano, pole, you've got to go.
Yeah, you absolutely have to go, but it's very difficult to do so, unfortunately. Come on then, ladies and gentlemen, in the Twitch chat, in the YouTube chat, predictions, who is going to win? I really wish they did a standing start here so that they all fell down to the infield, but they're not going to. It's a rolling start. And again, it is Vlad Kimichev who will take them away. He'll wait till the last second before he goes here as well. He'll wait for the lights to go green, effectively. It is up to him when he goes. Yeah, he will wait as long as he possibly can because the slipstream is so strong. We're coming up towards the pit entrance here, the last part of the oval, which is straight before we head down in towards turn number 1. Will we see a cluster into turn number 1, or will it be nice and clean, Zach?
Oh, I don't know, but we'll soon find out, because here they go.
Here we go. We're off, and we are green light racing. So we're on board here with Colombo, who of course is Team Redline 1 and needs to move up the order as quick as they possibly can. It's a very good start there from Kimichev, although does not want to get any love taps from behind and ultimately face the wrong way. Tristan Iglesias for Altus Esports in 2nd position currently. And this is going to test Lorenzo Colombo here, because a case of you just need to keep yourself out of trouble. Yes, you're going to pick off positions, and well, don't do that. Ooh. Do not rally across your way, and you've got to make sure you get back on track before the braking zone, because that quite easily could have been like a game of bowling, taking a load of cars out, potential penalties, all of the same. I think he might have actually gained a couple of positions there, looking a bit further down. Yes, he's actually still in P20, so no gain of position, but just, take your medicine. Bad qualifying session, right? Take P20. You're going to lose some points to Urano Esports, but ultimately you're still just going to be getting half-decent points moving forward.
They've put themselves in this position so much so that they can afford, in a sense, to have a bad race like this. So, again, it's chill. Work your way forward. That he hasn't lost places. all he can do is move forward pretty much from here, and that is pretty much all he's going to do. Again, at a circuit like Daytona, it's going to be quite easy to make your way through the pack. The crucial thing is similar to what we've seen in like what we saw at Spa with the Indies, being able to stay in the packs, in the slipstream, and work with other people, particularly when you go around the oval, to be able to maximise your opportunities and find your way through. But I have no doubt that Colombo is going to be able to find their way through. In towards now the Le Mans chicane for the first time. It is Kimichev that still leads from Altus Esports. Then comes the second red line car of Josh Thompson, who's doing a really, really good job there up in the podium places. But for the opening lap, we still have the entirety of the pack pretty much bumper to bumper as they run their way around.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more. It's just chill. Just so much chill happening right now. I feel like I'm part of the cool club right now, being able to say things like that. But yeah, it sounds pretty bad from an old man. One thing I will say is don't make a mistake in that bus stop chicane. Oh, it's a big smash. Oh, that is not ideal in this. That's Josh Thompson. So that is the first of the Team Redline cars. Of course, that's great for Colombo because he gains positions, but you won't want to see his teammate facing the wrong way. So he's trying to bump draft there, and he was the aggressor in the bump drafting, and he's the one who's ended up facing the wrong way. So we need to see that once again, but normally it's the car in front being pushed that normally faces the consequences of a bad bump draft. But ultimately, that's worked out very nicely indeed. And actually, the other red line cars now up to P14, so 6 positions gained there by Colombo, and sort of breaking that deficit slowly but surely, each and every corner, each and every lap.
Yeah, pretty much side by side between Espes and Wolf as they ran their way through in towards the International Horseshoe. This is exactly how it happened. Side by side, you can see there with the Apex Racing Team car of Redford. Does he just drift up a little bit too high? Yeah. Again, I don't even know what happened. Did he touch the apron maybe that caused that? I don't know. But again, when you're going those speeds around Daytona, it doesn't take much for things to go that wrong. You are so sensitive so that even the most marginal tap can send you careering off into the barrier. But that, however it happened, it was just a big shame. But what it has done is sparked this good little fight here for the podium. Unfortunately for Will Redford, the gap between the top two now is up to a second. That's going to be hard to close.
It certainly is, and if I've ever learnt something, never touch the apron of was cooking, because you'll get yourself in trouble. As we head then through lap number 2, we're race 18 of 24, as you can see at the top of your screen. Kimichev still leads 0.2 of a second. Iglesias doing a good job here of just pushing Kimichev away. They've got to try and work together to try and break the advancements of the group behind, which is very difficult when they're working in a group of sort of 10 cars. Actually, very similarly to what you said earlier about cycling in a peloton. It's quite, you catch one cyclist with 2 of you or 3 of you or 4 of you. If you can have a group of, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, it's substantially easier to catch up the pack. It's very similar in motorsport.
Yeah, particularly, while we're not running the full oval, it's still the same principles at play here. We're seeing some good action here going into around the start-finish line, side by side. Espes, McFarlane, Wolf are all trying to get their way in. There goes Obsidian to the outside. That's Espes in towards turn 1, getting pushed through there. That's Ross McFarlane trying to just use the gap on the inside to pry it open, similar to how you do in karting. Not quite worked here for the Honda Civics, but as they run their way in towards now the International Horseshoe, he is going to be on the left-hand side, which is going to leave him sort of stranded out there, but he might make it work. You can just see that a sheer gaggle of cars. Pure Sims now, Ross McFarlane trying to get his way, get the power down and stay in front, but they are still going to emerge 2 by 2. The couple of rows deep, just sort of a little bit uneven because Pure Sim's separating the 2 side-by-side moments. But yeah, it shows how quickly it's a short fuse and it doesn't take a big spark to ignite it.
No, of course. I'm watching Code 60 here chatting in the Twitch chat. As Carbon Sim Sports is off the circuit, they're just going to retire from this race. But this is a huge opportunity right now for Urano Esports Data Group. But if you look at the gaps right now, Colombo is effectively still in the lead group because there's only maximum 0.4 of a second between any of the 2 drivers. So they kind of need him to fall off. And what Colombo needs to do is just stay in this lead group, right? Don't do anything too crazy. Don't try and push. Don't try and push for overtakes and then, help build a gap between you and another car, because ultimately that's going to cost you the chance of being in that top group. So right now, Colombo has... what happened there? It's just...
Grass?
Yeah. It's very, that just looked odd. So, yeah, I'm not allowed to use the word netcode, some people are saying in the chat, but so I'll say code net was to blame for that. But, Colombo has as big a chance of winning this race as anybody in the league group right now. So just needs to play it cleverly. And again, if he can get a top 10 from 20th on the grid, that would feel like a win. And again, they would lose points, of course, to Urano Esports, but they'd still have a healthy, more than 60-point advantage still in this championship, and there'd only be 6 races remaining. For sure.
Oh, my word, that's Wolf going into the side of Espes. How? Oh my word, they're still pointing the right way, still side by side. You can see Wolf there on the outside of turn 1, a little bit shaken, the pair of them, understandably so, as they run their way through. There's the second Urano car, that's Laubich, trying to get up the outside of Ross McFarlane. But how have they emerged? Pointing the right way, but yet still continuing the fight down in towards turn 1. That is remarkable stuff. And there is McFarlane to the inside of Espes in towards the International Horseshoe, been able to get that one done, or has the outside line, of course, but trying to get that pedal all the way to the floor to get the drive off the corner is Obsidian. I'm at a loss for words there, Luke.
I cannot wait to re-see that again, because I think we're going to see things that we don't expect to see. Here we go. So we're going to see a little bit of bump drafting here, and again, it's just a touch of the apron, right? Or they're not quite square on. There's a bit of a gap then, so that will close up. It's really the force of the gap. Still, again, in a straight line, so the apron has nothing to do with this here, and they're just not square on. So there we go, there is the contact, and as it goes back into banking, you can see there very quickly loads of poo shooting out of both cars there, because that was very tense and nearly a catastrophe.
Yeah, not going to be passing any emission tests with the foul exhaust gases coming out of those Honda Civics. But yeah, wow, that is interesting, and fair play to both of them for making that work. The save was so good you almost forget about the original mistake, and yeah, fair play to them. We cut back to this fight for the lead though, because Iglesias has got Kimichev for company. Of course, that Urano car starting from pole position, fell back into second place, though arguably could still be in the best position, because right now what he's doing in second place is getting data for that final run to the line, because that's what's going to decide it, isn't it? You're not going to have a runaway victory. You're going to have two cars in the slipstream on that run towards the line, and what Kimichev can do is he can see how much the slipstream works, so he knows how far back he needs to be to get that run to the line. Yeah,
but every time he does this, if he doesn't push the car in front, it gives an opportunity. So if he went out to the outside there to figure out as to whether he would cross the line first, it would just give the opportunity for the cars behind to overtake. So he needs to be really careful there. Even with pushing, you see they've all closed up. Apex now with Redford in P3 right now. Wolf and McFarlane battling for position. Espes, who's probably just taking a bit of a breather now, to be honest. I would be as well. Like, it nearly cost someone else's race. And again, it wasn't really by any malicious intent. Just made a slight error of judgment in terms of bump drafting. The front pack now is officially 460 cars. They're all very close. About 0.2 of a second separating all of them. I have no idea how this is going to go down. 36 minutes to go.
Yeah, no idea either. In all honesty, you've got cars going side by side all over the place, and then somehow still being able to keep it clean. There's Obsidian trying to go again at Wolf. Espes, yeah, just trying to tuck in behind and work his way forward. But again, it's so difficult to know when to make those moves because of how detrimental it can be if it goes wrong, as we've seen already in this race. And of course, even if it goes right and you get the move done, the time lost is going to be quite substantial. And then that's when you get the two packs start to break away. There's a car lapped just going to the high line to let this entire pack of cars through, and he's going to be waiting a long time before he can settle back onto the racing line.
Yeah, that is one fair old train, isn't it? That is a fair old train. And Colombo has moved up one more position into P12 as it stands. And right now, if I'm Colombo, I'm staying in P12. Ultimately, if you finish across the line in 12th position, you've gained 8 points from where you started on the grid. It's actually a really good performance. But more than likely, there is going to be shenanigans coming up towards the end of the race. You're going to pick up some pieces of drivers, regardless. So yeah, it's just keep yourself in check here. Don't do anything too crazy. You've got no one putting pressure on from behind, so you're pretty much golden. But turning not so good start in terms of qualifying into a pretty good race performance.
For sure, you don't need to be a hero, you just need to deliver a decent result, and that's exactly what Colombo is doing, working his way in this pack, and of course not throwing himself into any silly situations. This is again side by side. You can see Urano having a bit of a look. That's Laubich. Actually no, it's the move for the lead. That's the other Urano car. That's Kimichev going for the lead. Ross McFarlane also trying to work his way up into second place. They're going to emerge three abreast. Iglesias, understandably so, backing out of that one, too wide, 2 rows deep, just they run in, and Ross McFarlane might go from third to the lead in one clean sweep here outside the International Horseshoe. Not quite going to emerge with the drive that he needs, but Kimichev into the lead. McFarlane out of nowhere there.
Yeah, he nearly made it stick. It's a very difficult move to make around the outside of the International Horseshoe as we come then through the kink. This is where my Daytona 24 came to an end. We were leading by half a lap last year, and an LMP took us out through that kink. We cut this whole grass area here, and then we lost a lap. We went a lap down, so we lost by half a lap. It was, yeah, pretty embarrassing, really, the way it went down, but it is what it is. We would much prefer the time penalty. But look at this. This is like the fastest formation lap in the world right now behind the front four. Everybody jostling for position, and there are lots of freebies on offer if you can pick your opportunity. And there's a flash of the lights there from the Altus car, letting the Apex Racing team know that they are behind. And well, I'm pretty sure they know. I'm not going to try and second guess the drivers here, but you've been there for maybe the last nearly 15 minutes. They know you're there.
Yeah, they do. They can definitely see you. They can feel the pressure for sure. But yeah, for Altus Esports, that is a shame for Glacius to lose that race lead and drop down to 4th. But again, it just goes to show how quick it can fluctuate and how fast the pendulum can swing. You can be leading the race, bam, one move sparks this chain reaction that sees you now down in P4. Definitely not the end of the race at all, because they are still there, still in the slipstream, and still eyeing up that move. But they are definitely going to want to try and get back up to reign supreme as they once were. This is Ross McFarlane touring car, just a specialist really over in this grid. Now to the outside as they cross the start-finish line. Same too with Iglesias trying to find their way into P3. And there's ProSims up into the race lead, down into turn 1. Brilliant move, of course, but not too hard fought there from Vlad Kimichev.
I've heard that if you call Ross McFarlane a legend on stream, he will send you a topless picture signed. So, you say touring car specialist, I'm going to call him a legend.
Oof. All right, fair enough. Okay, fair. Yeah, okay. You've got there first, so I can't do it now. The offer's off the table, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I'll speak to my contacts. I'm sure you could get one for Christmas.
Ah, cheers. Perfect. Awesome. I mean, you'd rather him in a hat as well with the picture as well, wouldn't you?
Well, I'm not going to say no to that. You're pretty bang on, Zach. Yeah. But let's not talk about what my fetishes are live on stream. That's a bit of a stretch.
Let's get away. We TMI for that one. There he is. He's
without that t-shirt and a signature across the plate. It would be beautiful.
It's not November anymore. You can get away with it, can't you?
That's true. I have no idea why this conversation is going and how it began, but here we go. They're still ProSims are leading.
They are, and by about half a second as well. Definitely not in the clear at all, because Vlad Kimichev, while they gave up the position fairly easily, that was more a case of not trying to bring anyone else into the fight that they didn't need to. Also, Iglesias, in that bid for the podium, has actually lost the place of P4 to Zenith Esports. And very peculiar as to how Altus are dropping down to the extent that they are. But again, as I say, still in the pack, and that is the crucial thing. They have not spun off, they've not gone into the apron or anything like that. They are still in the fight. So all they need to do, shrug it off, get back into the game, and work your way back forward.
Yeah, absolutely no reason to panic at this stage. Kira Wolf almost getting out of the slipstream here, not really wanting to catch up too quickly to the car in front. Maybe a bit worried to do the bump drafting, but I think they're going to have to all three bump each other to get back up to the front too. You can see that McFarlane and Kimichev are doing a very, very sterling job of just pulling away here. There's a gap now that's formed between 7th and 8th position, so that's worrying for the likes of now Senau, Chadwick, Anderson, Colombo, as we see Kira Wolf running wide through turn number 1. That's a freebie back then for Iglesias. Moves himself up into P4. Espez in 6th position. It's a fluke then just on the back here. So now closing the gap ever so slightly. But yeah, you can ill afford, a 1.5 second gap now. It would completely render you catching up to the group in front of you useless because they're working so well together.
Pretty much, yeah, absolutely. And they do need to settle in. Ewan O'Leary just said, and that's saying, why are they fighting this entire race? Why are they not cooperating? Because all they're doing is tripping up over each other. They're not gaining anything at all. Similar to what I said in Spa. You make a move right now. Brilliant. What do you really gain from that, though? All you're going to do is be counterattacked, and they're still going to be in the slipstream anyway. There's no need to risk your entire race for the sake of one move. Same too with the fact that each position is only worth 1 point. Right now, with half an hour left to go, you do not need to be making any moves in desperation. You do not need to be, doing anything particularly special. Just settle in. If an opportunity arises, brilliant, take it. But don't really force any hands. Just stay in the slipstream and wait for those opportunities to come to you.
Everyone's perception of where they need to be is different though. So some people might think they need to be in 2nd, some people might think they need to be in 4th, some people who are in 8th position right now will be thinking, look, if I can just get myself into P4 now and then I can manage the race better from there. They just don't want to get stuck and effectively be in P8 when it comes to the final lap of the race. So that's why people are making moves and shakes. Everyone's perception is different. And that's why they're making different decisions. So I completely understand what Ewan's saying, but also on the flip side, Ewan, Jesus, we want them to make some moves, we want something to talk about. It's all fair and well watching them go on a train, but let them make their own decisions.
Yeah, that's true. If I wanted to watch trains, I go on Francis Bourgeois' TikTok. But no, I'm not complaining about this action at all. While yes,
Paul
it's
Smith
maybe
streams.
Who?
Or Paul Smith streams. Who?
Oh,
oh no!
I didn't hear you. No. I didn't hear what you said. Not who's Paul Smith. I didn't hear what you said. Okay, I've worked with Paul Smith. He's a lovely guy. Love his hat. I didn't say who. I'm not that mean.
He won't be sending you a signed photo, that's for sure, this year.
What a shame. Oh well. I'll get it from Ross McFarlane instead.
By the way, everybody has closed the gap now. It's there's not a lot to really be choosing between everybody here. I think everybody's caught up from. I think Wangen is even caught up now, so the top 13 separated by very little here. Straight Matter is the first car of the next train of cars. Although, yeah, so now the timing's changed on the left-hand side of the screen. You're seeing now how far they're behind the leader, each driver. So yeah, the big gap then is Bonga. So Straight Matter is actually just about on the back of this train. So it's now 14 cars.
Huge train. Really enjoying this. We're focusing right now on Will Chadwick. Shout out to him, by the way. Managed to qualify decently well and is now inside the top 10, considering he grids and went. He wasn't even awake sort of 10 minutes before this race started. He almost missed it, and now he's up there in the top 10. So definitely this train of cars all around him, really getting him back into the swing of things, waking him back up. Fantastic driver as Will Chadwick, fantastic commentator as well. So he can definitely do both ends of the sword and doing really well in this race, trying to work his way forward amongst this pack of cars. But as you say, a little bit further down. So when it comes sort of to the end of the race, if you're anywhere really below sort of 4th or 5th, it's going to be difficult for you to make that progress forward.
No, that is very, very true there. Will Chadwick, one of the most coolest, calmest customers. Got to meet him last week as well. And yeah, he's just always having fun, which is what I think sim racing should be. Just have a bit of a laugh, enjoy it. Obviously, if you're pretty good, which these drivers are, then you can maybe have a little bit less fun by trying to push. But ultimately, everyone seems to be smiling here as everyone checks up. But I tell you what, there's one way of being woken up. It is being, inches away, forward, backwards from other cars, running around Daytona for 45 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. Side by side, just in front of Will Chadwick as well, between Jim Fluke and maybe Espes as well. Having a bit of a look. Does Espes, nothing quite materialising. That could invite Sanao to have a look as well. But again, that is just the nature of the beast at Daytona. Small gap opens up and people are going to try and fill it no matter what. But Will Chadwick, you can see just how calm and composed he really is. Full concentration face, picking his way through, not again being overly aggressive by any stretch of the imagination, just doing his thing, chilling out, doing the full-on head tilt as well to get those extra tenths of the second.
Oh yeah, 4 tenths of a second a lap, especially around a long circuit like this is the lean. Worth is again onto the oval section here, trying to make a move up the inside. It's now going to be almost 3 wide. It is. So yeah, Will Chadwick trying to make a move on the Obsidian car. They're running side by side, and they're losing too much time. They're losing too much time by doing this. I think this is a very silly decision to make. And you can see Anderson, you're going to see Colombo close up here. I think what's going to get him out of trouble right now is Anderson pushing him. Yeah. So I think poor decision there. And now it's going to take a lap at least now of hard work to try and catch on back to that pack. But he's now under pressure from so many cars behind. The more times that these kind of bugger about, there's more opportunities for the likes of Straight Matter to catch up. Maybe even Bonga, maybe even Boldy, if they keep messing around like they're doing lap after lap. So I think you've got to be a little bit cleverer here. You can see he was a little bit flustered on the infield as well, a little bit of a shake of the head as to he's not being able to move forward, but forcing it at this stage is realistically only going to cost you positions.
For sure. I mean, he's just got to latch onto the rear wing of Espes, and once he gets to that point, he should be okay. And of course, it's up to the guys behind to be able to say, all right, fair enough. Maybe not the smartest idea, but we can move forward from here. Will Redford and Kimichev running side by side into turn 1. It is the Apex Racing Team car that is going to reign supreme, or is it? Kimichev back up into second place, is now a full car's length ahead of Glacier's trying to get involved. Also, Ross McFarlane not really involved in any of it, so a fight for second materialising for now, though everyone's settling down into single file. But you can just see how close they're running. It must be so hard to see your braking point when you're running that close to the car in front.
Yeah, that's again the difference between me and us and them. It's the sim racers and the commentators, because yeah, this would be almost impossible. I need to be, I need to be last by a good few seconds just to be able to see my braking point. I don't want to be this close, but this is very, very special. I guess the car isn't as high powered as some of the other ones, so it's a little bit easier to find that braking point. But yeah, you're spot on to be at this level, to be this close, and to not lose too much time in terms of where the braking zones are. Yeah, this is absolutely sensational stuff. I guess it's a little bit easier when you're on the oval, braking for the bus stop. You're looking for a brake marker on the right-hand wall. You can maybe look on the catchment fence as well. So it's a little bit above the cars. But yeah, for the most part, it's very difficult indeed. It's a good question.
But also, you need to be aware of sort of the Constantina effect. You're not just braking at your normal braking point, because if everyone does that, you're just going to slam into the back of people. So it is an art of itself of sort of knowing when people are going to brake and how late you can brake without just slamming into the guy's rear end in front of you. It's something that a lot of karters have to get used to, and just most people as well. If you're going to run in a pack of cars, you have to be aware of the fact you're going to have to brake later, but in doing so, you're not losing too much time. There's a car off to the apron there, not bringing it back onto the oval. So fortunately, everyone is going to be safe and sound in that particular affair. 23.5 minutes left to go in this race. Time really has flown by, hasn't it, Luke?
I don't know, mate. To me, it's been dragging on. But then again, I've been here for 4 hours and I'm old, so that's probably for me. But yeah, for me, it feels like we've been here for maybe 18 hours of the whole broadcast just in this race. But as we go on board then with Urano, I believe, behind Pure Sims, still 0.3 of a second between the two of them. And again, as much as this is pretty easy for these drivers. But the one tough corner is turn 1. So making sure you get the car stopped there into turn 1 and getting the power down early. That's the last thing you want to do, is drop it on your own. So just stay in nice control here, in a nice train. You can start moving maybe with 10 minutes to go in the race. But yeah, just don't drop it into turn 1.
Very true, very true. And yeah, well, we can see now the Urano Esports Data Group car just rocking around behind the Pure Sims Esports car, trying to find a way through, going to the sort of the right and the left, ducking and diving, trying to see which way he can find a way through, but nothing materialising as of yet. But as we enter into the final half of this race, this is where the stakes start to rise up, because this is where sort of the moves start to matter just that little bit more.
Yeah, right now you can see that there is the 12 cars of Christmas now, 3.6 seconds separating the top 12. Then there's a gap to RPC Esports. So another Christmas pun. I love my job. It's great.
It is. Honestly, we get paid to talk absolute waffle. It's fantastic.
Hold on, what? You get paid?
Oh, you're not? Oh, mate, sorry. I didn't want to break it to you like that.
Wow, okay, there we go. Right, cool. I'm turning off. See you later.
You get paid in Ross McFarlane pictures, so that's I guess that's your compensation.
True. And Enzo Benito pictures as well, which is
you do love a bit of Benito, don't you?
I'm a massive fan of Benito, not gonna lie.
You ever met him?
Yes, a couple of times.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, awesome.
Not gonna say where, might give away our relationship, but you know.
Were you a right little fanboy for him as well? Did you know who you were?
I've known Enzo for like long time. Like I'm like one of the OGs in this sim racing community now. Even though he's only 24, he's been there from right at the beginning of the boom as well. So yeah, and I don't think I fangirled. Sim racing wasn't important enough to be a fangirl back then. Like there's only about 10 of us that were kind of in the industry, so it was a bit of a different world. I am very envious of you, Zach. You are, very young. You're bloody good at what you do, and you've got a very bright future ahead of you. I can assure you of that. And you're going to have so many opportunities thrown your way because the sim racing is just so much bigger than it was. And it's kind of, I'm almost coming to the end of my journey because my shelf life of camera I'm getting a bit too old for it. So yeah, I'm very envious of you. We're on board then with Vlad Kimichev, currently in P2. We'll be looking to try and get into the lead of this race, ultimately just to try and maximise as many points as possible ahead of Team Redline 1. Of course, the gap's just over 70 points in the championship as it stands. What is the exact... the points haven't quite been updated, actually, on... I don't know, have they been updated, or am I just being blind? Let me just... I think I need my old man eyes. Oh, yeah. So, right, they're currently 71 points clear. As it stands, they're going to move... If they can get into the lead of this race, it'll be 61 going into the final 6 races. So it is closing up, but again, Team Redline are very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be, what do they need? If Urano win every race after that, if they win this race and then every race after that, all Team Redline need to do is, what, P10 for the rest of the race?
They could get away with P11.
P11, what about countback?
But P11 apart from one race, so they need to be top 10 at least once. But yeah, so P11 all the way through to the end and one P10. So it's yeah, that's my maths. Again, don't trust that. It's probably wrong.
I mean, it makes sense. So yeah, 6 races left, 60-point gap and all that. So it doesn't take a genius, really. Here's Vlad Kimichev closing the gap on Pure Sims Esports. You can see how strong that slipstream is and how exponentially it increases as well. The closer you get, the more it works. And of course, the more it works, the closer you get. So it's just that positive feedback loop feeding back into itself. Here comes Apex Racing Team. Will Redford look into the outside of turn 1? That's definitely going to be bold, brave and brilliant. If he can make that one stick, he's going to give it a go. Good old go. Long way round as it tightens up for the Apex. Urano Esports Data Group trying to keep their nose ahead ahead for now. The inside line for the International Horseshoe for the Apex Racing team car, Will Redford. He's going to try and send the move on the brakes. He's going to get it done. The Urano going to give him a fight all the way, the long way around. And Glacier's trying to get involved in that one as well, to the absolute delight of Ross McFarlane.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there. Ross McFarlane's going to get himself a nice bit of breathing room. Don't get me wrong, that will close up. It will close up very quickly indeed, but Redford, for the time being, has moved up into second. Wow, Kimachev is now down to P6. So Redline 1, of all of a sudden, being given a lot of excitement there, because they're now in down to P12 as Lebigre has actually moved up a position. But Kimachev's just dropped from second down to sixth in the blink of an eye. And right now, frantically, will be looking to try and gain back those positions as soon as he possibly can. And Kimachev, I think, might be about to drop another one. He does. Espez is going to make the move up the inside. He gets all out of shape, does Kimachev. And I think we might be seeing a bit of a bottle drop here from Kimachev. He made one mistake and it's just being compounded over and over again. Look at him on the high side there. He's stuck there. This is like NASCAR now. He will get the all clear and will filter back down. But ultimately, once you get caught on the high side on the oval, you are done and dusted. It's not looking good for Urano.
You're right in saying the bottle lid is very much open, and again, getting stranded on that high side, just getting freight train from everyone. This is what we're talking about. We're not joking when we say in packs like these, it only takes one small mistake, only one thing to go wrong, and bam, you are tumbling down the order. And again, as I say, it's a short fuse, doesn't take a big spark, and boom, straight away you're falling, and that's exactly what's happened to Kimachev. Again, he needs to recompose himself, get back into a rhythm, because that's exactly what's caused it, is that lack of rhythm. Overtaken once, and then you're shaking, you're like, whoa, what's going on? And then someone else is like, sweet, you're vulnerable, I'm going to go for the inside, I'm going to get this move done. And then everyone utilising the slipstream is able to be like, okay, you're stranded on the outside here, mate, I'm going to use the guy in front slipstream to find my way through. So P7 still in the fight, of course, but definitely not where he wants to be when he was literally just in second place this time a lap ago.
Yeah, realistically now, the gap, the gap's just come down actually between Espez and Fluke. It's about a second, but through turn one, it's back down to about 4/10. But yeah, Kimachev, right there, Colombo is thinking, do you know what, if I can just get ahead of Kimachev, don't worry about anyone else, if I can just get ahead of Kimachev, we're going to extend our lead in this championship, and it's actually going to turn out to be an exceptional race from what was a pretty poor start.
Yeah, Urano, unfortunately, have not used this race to its full potential, because what could have been, of course, we still have 16 minutes, 52 seconds. They can still do anything. This is Florian Lebige to the outside of Sanal through the Western Horseshoe and trying to get the power down and stay in the slipstream, fighting for the final place inside the top 10 and getting onto the back of Will Chadwick after that one as well. You can see the Team Fordzilla Honda Civic just in front. But I mean, Team Redline have had a fantastic race. Starting P20, you thought, oh, okay, fair enough. This is not going to be the greatest race at all for these guys. However, what is going to slow Colombo down is this fight in front of him, costing him that gap to the front pack. So well, if this continues, it is going to be increasingly unlikely he's actually going to be able to extend that championship leader versus Kimachev.
I love what Colombo just did there. He just pushed Lebigre and says, you know what, if you're gonna try and mess me up here, Sanal, I'm just going to push and help the RHE car. We're going to go past you. And now actually he gains a position, so up to P11. Now he's only 4 positions back from Kimachev. So Kimachev has to start making moves. As much as there's still 15 minutes, 50 seconds to go, he has to start going very quickly indeed.
He does. He's sort of been twiddling his thumbs for the majority of this race. Now the final third, it's crunch time. It's get on it, work your way forward. Now everyone's sort of, they've I guess, not in a sense knackered themselves out, but in that sort of vein of, you've been chilling, now it's time to show what you can do, work your way forward, particularly when everyone is so close and eager to make those moves. Espes and Jamie Fluke jockeying for position for the final place inside the top 5 as they emerge from T1. This has been the action point of this race so far, coming off of that run through the oval and then putting some pressure on going into turn 1 and of course the International Horseshoe at turn 2. Jamie Fluke able to hang on for 5th place for now, and Kimachev just swamped, not really knowing what to do. It's so easy to get overwhelmed in situations like this.
Yeah, we've got Sebastian Job, a bit of a noob to sim racing right now in the Twitch chat, asking about what's the P mean. That's pro drivers. They have to take part in 6 out of the 24 races. Any questions for you, Sebastian? Obviously being new to this space, please ask away in the chat. I'm more than happy to answer them for you. The lead group now is still 12 cars? So still the 12 cars of Christmas. Colombo up to 11th. Kimachev starting to make moves. Has to make moves. He's got to do it now. It really is as simple as that. Kimachev has to get up to at least P3, I think, a podium here. Otherwise, this is a missed opportunity for the Urano Esports team.
It is, and it's not an opportunity I don't think they're going to be able to get again. They're going to have to be very lucky to get it. But as I said before, opportunities like this are few and far between. You are not there. They're such a rare occurrence that you need to maximise them whenever you get them. That's a little bit wide into the Le Mans Chicane for BS competition. So Will Chadwick going to try and get involved. They're stranded on the high side. Really unfortunate there to be caught off by that. That is going to invite RHG and maybe Colombo as well to find their way through. And honestly, it was just wrong place, wrong time for Will Chadwick. It could have been a fantastic move, but unfortunately, he ended up on the outside coming out, which has really cost him and now outside of the top 10.
Any other track there, for instance, if that's the bus stop chicane, at Spa, for instance, mistake being made there by BS competition, Chadwick makes a lovely move and he has the momentum down in towards La Source. There's a corner that he can just outbrake them and gets the move done. Here, it's an oval section, so he gets caught on the high side, he loses all that momentum on the outside. There's some struggles here. There's been some contact here for sure, and I'm pretty sure now, well, Redline have gained a position, but they were involved in that. There was some smoke that was churned up. The gap now between, there's a gap now between P8 and P9. So Fortuna, Redline, and I think RHG have had some shenanigans there, and unfortunately have dropped down the order. Who's that? Is that Mirror Esports dropping down as well? So there was definitely some contact there. I didn't see exactly what happened. I just saw a load of smoke being kicked up. But yeah, it's almost impossible now for anyone outside the top 8 to get into the top 8. So there's a gap now forming. Yeah.
So they are now isolated to themselves. The front lot are the front lot, and it's going to take a Christmas miracle really for people to be able to get back inside that top 8 fight. But again, it does remain to be seen. Weirder things have happened. It's VCO ProSIM Infinity, so so just hold your nose a little bit and wait it out. The fight for the lead though is something we are definitely not in an absence of, because Pure Sims and Apex separated by 3 attempts. The fight pretty much all the way down the main front positions are very, very close, and as I say, into for the final third, lovely. It is going to start to ramp up now. It really does start to into sort of in a couple of minutes time into the final 10 minutes where you are waiting for that white flag to be waved to signal the last lap. That is then really where things just kick into overdrive.
Yeah, just being asked a question from Spang. Is it 5:30 a.m. too early for alcohol? Like, I just told him to grow up, get on with it. It's the Infinity, man. Get on the boost, son. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Worry about the aftermath tomorrow at 5:30 a.m.
It's latest problem.
Exactly. That is tomorrow's problem. Back to the race then. Ross McFarlane still leading the way. And hilariously, his image that's above his lower third looks completely different to what he looks like on camera, which is quite normal, to be fair, in sim racing. They change. They're so young these days that they just change so quickly.
Yeah, I know that one full well, though. Throughout puberty, I've retained my baby face, which is fantastic. I love that. Up the inside goes Jamie Fluke onto the podium, just in behind Iglesias for second place, going in towards the International Horseshoe. Is Zenith going to try and mount a counter-attack? He is indeed. Side by side between the two of them, in towards the King. Bit of side-to-side contact as well as they run their way through, losing time to the front two. So this could very easily turn into a 2-horse race. Who's going to have the inside line for the Western Horseshoe? It seems to be the case of Jamie Fluke. Zenith, though, still trying to keep his footing on the outside. It'll turn into the inside as they head in towards the oval. Given the squeeze, though, goes Fluke, and this is brilliant racing. All it's doing is hurting them, though.
Yeah, it is hurting them, but I think they're close enough to the front two that they're going to be absolutely fine here. I think if they were sort of battling outside sort of the top 8, it's something that you probably try and shy away from. But I think they're good. They're going to be good. They also can work together here, because Altus Esports and Pure Sims, they're only going to work together for so long. They're going to start battling at some point, and it's going to be worth at least a second at one lap. So, yeah, this is fine. Although, as I say that, the gap does look like it's increasingly coming out, and they are still side by side. So now it is starting to be a bit of a worry. And realistically, the only winners from this situation might be Urano. The Urano, this is crazy. At the start of this race, they were going to gain 19 points. They were on pole position at the front, and then you got Team Redline, who were in 20th position. Team Redline 1. They were going to gain 19 points on Team Redline 1. By the end of this race, they may only gain as much as 1. At the moment, it's 2. And if there's a mistake being made, Team Redline could still gain points on Urano. Team Redline are an absolute monster.
I don't know what that speaks more about, the race that Team Redline have had or the stinker that Urano Esports have had. I guess it's a bit of both in a sense, as we see just in behind Apex Racing Team under a bit of pressure from Obsidian through turn number 1. It was a podium this time last lap, now only P5 on this occasion. Split screen, of course, to get the full array of action that we've got. But, I mean, Team Redline had a really good race. Urano have haven't really had the best race, and because of that, it's just exaggerated the advantage that Team Redline has been able to have, and it's big missed opportunity. But I guess a sigh of relief for Redline to not have that big of a dent into their already tyrannical championship lead.
Yeah, I think this is dangerous territory right now for everybody apart from the front two. I think Iglesias and McFarlane are so good at what they do in terms of touring cars. They know exactly the strategy to pull away here. I think this is going to become very difficult for anybody to get involved in battle for the lead. Again, unless the group behind are perfect, which they are very much capable of doing, because they are that good. You know, again, as I keep mentioning, to be in this field, you have to be exceptional at sim racing. Not just good, exceptional. But with the gap being 1.2 seconds, they're just about in the tow. But as soon as Iglesias starts pushing McFarlane, there's every reason to suggest that these two are going to pull a gap together, and it will just be between these two. So key laps now. The next 3 laps are absolutely vital here. If these two can just keep pulling away, they're golden. 1.3 seconds now the advantage. So again, they've just gained about a tenth of a second before they got to the chicane. Is it the Le Mans chicane now? It's the bus stop for me. I don't think you should ever be able to change a corner name unless it's paying homage to someone. As we come then down towards the start-finish line. Again, the gap 1.2 seconds. They haven't really lost any time throughout this whole oval section. So big opportunity here. You can see in the background as well, we've got the split camera views here. That is the group of Colombo, Chadwick, and indeed, well, Lebigre, who's just about trying to make a move around the outside. So he's trying to get up ahead. He's trying to use the side drafting here as well to his advantage. And they're kind of trying to work together as a 3. But the RAG car should realistically now just pop his car back to the back of the group. And actually, it's the forward of the car. So Will Chadwick playing the clever game here. I think they all realise now, if they don't work together, it is game over.
Yeah, but it does get to a point of no return where it's like, we're working together, but is it all in vain? You can see Lebige there having a bit of a look to the inside, up the inside, easy peasy. Will Chadwick going to follow him through there. Colombo was just like, all right, off you go. Sweet. Just stayed on the outside line there and both through. So not entirely sure as to why, maybe realising that it's not worth fighting. Maybe Lebige is the quicker of the 3, and he can be the leading force to try and reclose that gap. But it is going to be very, very difficult, particularly with only 7 minutes left to go, about 3 and a bit laps left of this race. So we focus single screen now. The fight for the lead between Iglesias and McFarlane. Altus Esports have done really well in this race, to be fair, because they got a good start. We're leading for a good portion of sort of the first third of this race. Then they made that little bit of an error, got overtaken again by Kimmich, fell to sort of 5th or 6th. And have been able to then work their way back forward into this now position where they can fight for the race lead, which is what Urano should have done. Unfortunately for Kimmich, it's going to be sort of languishing for that fight for the top 5.
Yeah, it looks like the battle between Colombo, Will Chadwick and Lebigre has dropped them back now a little bit. Colombo now dropped 2 positions. He's now at the back of that little the trio. Wolf's caught up, so now the P3 has closed up. We've got Espes, who's also closing up now. Redford and Fluke with Kimmich. So Kimmich really needs to gain some positions now. If he doesn't gain some positions right now, then yeah, it's I think it's already over, to be honest. I think Team Redline have just got such a point advantage now. You know, the fact that they only won by 3 points, it was so super tight last time, but they still looked in control of it pretty much the whole way through. The fact that they're 75 points clear as it stands before this race, yeah, it's very difficult. So Kimmich, I think, has to at least go out and win this race. Yeah,
and it's a shame that we're sort of, not in a sense robbed of a championship fight for this event, but it is a shame to have, from a viewing standpoint, it's a shame to have such domination. But for Redline, it's so telling of how well they played this event, and still with some left to go, you would expect them to seal it by the end of the 24 hours. But yeah, they've just been on fire. Granted, maybe they've been lucky in a couple of situations versus some people getting misfortune, but in sim racing and racing in general, in some cases you do have to make your own luck.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you know, I would much prefer to have luck than talent. That's for sure. Sometimes it's better off to have that. As we see him, the back marker. Oh, just don't. Yeah, a back marker there. Oh no, it was Espes. Sorry, it's Espes who made a mistake. So it looked like a back marker was just getting out of the way, and then on the grass they went for Obsidian Racing and almost cleaned out the whole group behind. And actually, it's now made a gap of about half a second. So Kira Wolf is now up into the clutches of the front two, or well, the front two are in the clutches of him. And as you can see here, just underneath, Kimmich starting to make moves. So the first car then that's been dealt with is Jamie Fluke. Will Fluke back out of this to try and make it safe passage through the bus stop chicane? He absolutely will not. So Kimmich is going to lose a little bit of time through there. He does back out in the end. So that's one position gain there from Kimichev, and well, those two would have been definitely going through there slower. You see that Kimichev is closing that gap to the Urano Esports car. We'll go up on the high side, and not sure that's the best idea there. I think he has to push. He has to push and try and move forward with the group. He's now going to get boxed out, and he's going to drop now, maybe even a further position back, because I think BS Competition are going to come through here, and Urano Esports, trying to make moves forward, are actually going to lose a spot.
That was so silly from Kimichev. The side draft not quite as prevalent as the normal slipstream. You can see now on the outside, too wide, too deep, outside line between the two in front. Apex Racing Team trying to finagle their way through Urano there. Unfortunately, what seemed to be a fantastic move has not played out too well for them. Now down to 8th place. Apex Racing Team up into P5. BS Competition trying to follow them through in towards the International Horseshoe once again. Obsidian on the inside, Apex Racing Team there on the outside. That has still been able to be the prevalent line. You can get the drive off the corner, though it does seem the 138 has been able to stay in front for now. But Jamie Fluke keeping him honest. Pablo Esbest side by side with Jamie Fluke in towards the Western Horseshoe.
Yeah, we're seeing Apex 1 and Apex 2 have a little bit of a door banging sesh there, and Apex 2 coming off worse off, but they're still in the hunt. As you see the Obsidian Racing Team leading out the BS Competition, and Apex Team down in towards the final hairpin before we head on to the oval once again, where they will go into single file and hopefully not lose too much momentum. But actually, by being 3 wide, that is not ideal. As Lewis would say, that is suboptimal, although we found out that's not Lewis's line at all, actually. That's a Ron Dennis line, so he's been claiming that. He's been dining out on that many a time. Everyone's like, oh, where'd you come up with that? And he's like, well, if you buy me a steak dinner, I'll tell you. So yeah, it turns out it was actually Ron Dennis, not Lewis McGlade. So here we are. But yeah, the front 3 have got away now. So Zenit just in behind Altus Esports and indeed PureSims Esports. And maybe we're about to see a new race winner as well. Can Zenit provide a surprise? We've been speaking about Urano, we've been speaking about PureSims, Altus, BS Competition, Apex, Obsidian, and actually, and again, Zach, I don't know why, but me and you have not really mentioned Zenit at all. They're in a very good position here. It's nice to see a green livery up the sharp end. Might be an opportunity for a new race winner.
It could be indeed. 3 cars for the lead with only 2 minutes left to go. I think it's just going to be, no, it's not. It's going to be the white flag on this lap this time around, probably.
Yeah, 2 laps to go.
Yeah. So, oh yeah, very close indeed. But 3 cars now, it's definitely going to be spicy. This is really where the intensity is high. You can see Altus having a bit of a look. Zenith going the high line to get the later Apex, get the drive off the corner, but it all comes down to this. The last 45 minutes of racing has all come down to this. And, well, Kira Wolf for the first win of the team in this series. The pressure is going to be on. Hands are sweaty for that one. And, well, the pressure is certainly on for all 3.
Yeah, and well, now they've got a 3-second advantage over P4. So this is where you're going to see people take chances, make moves now. They're not going to be worried about losing too much time because the group behind just realistically cannot catch up. So it's PureSims Esports, it's Altus Esports, and Zenit running for the win. It's Ross McFarlane, it's Tristan Iglesias, and it's Kira Wolf as we head then through the infield for the second to last time up towards the final horseshoe, back onto the oval again. We're not going to see these run 3 wide, just like BS Competition, Apex, and indeed Obsidian last time round. Urano have actually gained a spot because of that last time round. They lost so much momentum. It was they lost 2 seconds through that 3 wide there, Zach. That was how much they lost. That is crazy.
It is, but again, it shows how careful you have to be when making those moves, how easily it is for you to lose a lot of time. But what it has done is sparked a 3-horse fight for the lead now, with only moments left to go in this race. You can see there Ross McFarlane, sheer concentration on his face through the Le Mans chicane once more. But yeah, for all of these guys, they all in their heads are going to win this race, but unfortunately only one of them can take it.
Yeah, as you can see here, just a push there from Altus. I'm not sure Altus are too worried right now about getting their nose ahead, and it's now all about figuring out where do you need to be to get across that line. I think you're fine. You need to be P2. I'm not sure, unless you can side draft. We're about to see here Kira Wolf trying to figure it out himself. He's going to go up on the high side. They're all trying to figure it out. Right, so we're on to the final. Well, no, it's the checkered flag then. Well, I thought we were going to have an extra lap. It is the checkered flag. Ross McFarlane does take the race victory. And, well, I guess we're going by GT3 lap times here, Zach, aren't we? The touring cars are a lot slower. That is the final lap. It will be, indeed, another win for PureSims Esports. So a signed picture out to all of the fans for Ross McFarlane. Tristan Iglesias does come in second. And Kira Wolf for Zenit does indeed finish in third. Well, that is interesting to say the very least. Urano only finished in P6. It probably should have been a bit more, but where did Team Redline 1 finish? P9. An incredible recovery drive. Fascinating race. and, well, 1 lap less than we expected.
Yeah, there was a reason I was looking forward to it, and I have to say that was my favourite of the 3 races I'm going to be commentating on. So, yeah, what a race that was. I mean, what an interesting combination, but it worked so well, and what a run to the line that was. Less than half a tenth separating the top 3 as they crossed the line. You really can't ask for more than that, and that is why Daytona is such a fantastic venue, and that's why this format is so great, also to encourage this type of racing. And, yeah, I have to say, I really, really enjoyed that. It was action throughout. There was no real quiet period in the race, which is what we were expecting really with a track like Daytona, having the slipstream and the drafting being such a prevalent factor. They didn't calm down at one bit. There was no dull portion of that race, and well, I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was really, really cool actually. And just to show you the gaps, it was 200ths of a second between first and second, and 100th of a second between second and third. It was very close at the front, and it was further 5 seconds back to 4th position. But here are your official results after 23 laps. Ross McFarlane then takes P1. Tristan Iglesias then is in 2nd. Kira Wolf is in 3rd. Joshua Anderson takes 4th position. Jamie Fluke in 5th. Vlad Kimichev is in 6th position. Pablo Espez and Will Redford round out your top 8. Then Lorenzo Colombo with an incredible drive from 20th up to 9th. Again, they lead the championship, but they could have lost 19 points of that lead. They only lost 2 in the end. Florian Lebigre for RHG takes P10. Will Chadwick and Thomas Wangen are in top 12. We've got Gabriel Streitmatter and Nicholas Laubish, Gogo Boldy and Ruben Bonga, Bart Horston and Ricardo Ferreira, Alessio Bender and Tony Latinmaki in your top 20. Jürgen Frank and Will Tregertha, Nathan A. Moore and Brock Kelly, Samuel L. Ward and Pekka Seppänen, Christy Shorter, Philip Schiff, Alberto Sanau and Bartosz Groszek take your top 30. Groszek being a lap down and everyone else is a lap down or more. Federico Ugo Bagnasco, Alessandro Brigatti, Just Boomeister. We've then got Simone Passoni, we've got Guy Sonneveld, Jack Sedgwick, Alexandre Delatraz, Josh Thompson, Michael Schlacks, Laurent Benzo as your 40 drivers. And there are a couple more, I think there's one more. So Thomas Cope there for Love 46, 21 laps down in P41. So there we go, there's the 4 race marathon for me. Of course, we've had Zach here for 3 races. Zach, any particular highlights that you've had?
All 3 races. I think all of them were action-packed. They were so densely filled with such great action. Honestly, I had a smile on my face the entire time. It was a pleasure to be able to commentate on it. And yeah, well, I'm looking forward to tuning in on the broadcast for the final 6.
I tell you what, remember the name, ladies and gentlemen, Zach Sweeney. He's got a massive future ahead of him. Been an absolute pleasure working with you, mate. We're now going to take a step aside. That's us done for the rest of the Infinity. When we come back after the break, it will be the nephew and creepy uncle duo of, indeed, Ewan O'Leary and Lewis McGlade.
Well, he might have changed from my son to my nephew, courtesy of Luke Crane. Thanks. We're joined by Ewan O'Leary. I'm Lewis McGlade to take you through at least two of the next two races. Ewan will be taking you through the next three, and then I'll be back on to take you through the final three with Arjuna. It's going to be a crazy run to that final checkered flag, but we've had some drama between the races. Race Control had a very busy time of things in the Honda Civics around the Daytona International Speedway, Ewan, and it seems as Team Redline were given a drive-through penalty, which was converted to a 35-second post-race time penalty, drops them way down, cost them about 15-20 points. Crazy.
Yeah, and exactly what Urano needed, to be honest. It's the best news they could possibly receive, because going into that last race, they were 75 points behind. We were talking even you know, in race 7-8 last night about how difficult it is to kind of grind these points back. And a big penalty like that is really going to help Urano. They could have done better really by winning the race, because they did start from right on the front row in that one. They could have gained even more, but even so, this is exactly what they needed. Whether it will be enough for them to now carry this on forward in the final 6 races remains to be seen, because I think that Redline's still very much in the driving seat. There's no doubt about that.
Well, let's talk about the car that we're presently racing, because of course it is time to, well, in a second it'll be time to head to the Fuji International Speedway in the BMW M Hybrid. We've seen a few of these races now, Ewan, and let's be honest, none of them have been calm thus far, and I don't suspect that will change here.
No, I don't suspect it will. It's a very new car, as we've mentioned previously, released about 4 days ago now, and people just haven't got a handle on it just yet. I'm sure it will be better in the coming weeks, and when it obviously gets used in a lot of championships, you'd imagine, coming up in the next year or two. But for now, it's completely messy. I actually thought it was kind of partly Road Atlanta's fault for the first race, but it's becoming more and more apparent that it is possibly the BMW's fault, and maybe the driver's fault as well. Maybe the driver's fault as well, because they've been really messy races so far, unfortunately. But sprint racing and prototypes, 40 of them is not common really. You don't ever see it. So I suppose we haven't really got a kind of a baseline to work from in terms of what you expect from these kind of races, because they just don't happen.
Such an incredibly high amount of power as well, going down onto the ground, which kind of makes sense as to why we've seen so many issues. Race winners in this car. Patrick Holtzman was the one who won the last one, which is at the Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. That was in race 14 a bit earlier on. The Red Bull Ring, when we went racing there, it was Jorgen Caruso taking victory in that very first race at Road Atlanta. It was Reina Talva, of course, race 4, the first race in the BMW M Hybrid. Reina Talva taking victory for BS Turner. Who's going to be holding the advantage here? We're going to see 4 different race winners in this car. Are we going to see that bounce back from Team Redline? That's the one that I'm more expecting to see, knowing how Team Redline are. They finished outside of the top 10 in just 2 races in VCO ProSIM Infinity. I would be shocked if we see back-to-back races of them not involved in that top lot.
Yeah, you'd certainly expect so, because as you mentioned, 2 out of 17 races now, in fact 18. It's not very many outside of the top 10 for them. So you'd expect to see them back up there again. But then again, things can go wrong very quickly in this car, and it will only take one little slip up for that to happen. So who knows? But they're still very much in the driving seat here in this one. Last VCO Infinity, by the way, it was all Coanda in the prototype when we used the LMP2, and now I think we're seeing, now that we've removed them, we're just seeing a whole host of different teams taking wins. So we'll see if that continues with another different race winner in the BMW at least.
Well, we head to the Fuji International Speedway and qualifying is done. Patrick Holtzman will be starting the race from pole position after a super lap. It is Team Redline 1 up there. Team 14 are alongside Tom Burns with Reina Talva starting from 3rd position. Dom Hoffman for the Urano Esports 8km car ahead of the data group car, crucially. Pedro Sanchez-Albert and then Tam Koitert in 5th and 6th position. Alexander Spets, Matti Siepela starting in the Team 707 car, Altus Esports and the Apex Racing team rounding out the top 10 before we get to Mirror Esports, looking again for some decent results. They've had a struggle in VCO ProSIM INFINITY. Elliot Bayron starts from 12th position for R8G. A little bit of a slower qualifying session there for the R8G team. Beeler Racing team Euronic Sven Haase starts from 13th position alongside Moritz Lerner. Two drivers who I'm pretty sure are either over 10k or I think they're both over 10k on their main profiles. Fraser Williamson will start from 15th position for the Moz Cooking Racing Adventures, with Brabham Esports, Wave Italy Racing Team and Pure Sims down in 18th position. The final cars inside the top 20, Sebolt Esports with Mateusz Lucek starting there from 19th position, and then Wave Italy Racing, Yuta Sato starting from 20th. We'll let the other ones roll through and understand where some of our other teams are. No qualifying times for a lot of these back here, including Lulham in that 26th position, Deegan Fairclough 28th position, and plenty other big names will be starting down the order. An awful lot of work to do.
Yeah, and not going to be very easy to do it either. You don't want to be back in the pack here at this circuit. It's a very tight turn one. You don't want to be at the back of the pack when we're using this car particularly either, because all hell can break loose. And let's hope they at least get to the start line with no issues here, because right at Atlanta especially, we saw even crashes on the formation lap, so I hope that will come to an end.
Well, remember, it's once the pace car comes in, it's a long straight, this one. Once the pace car comes in, they typically don't go immediately, what we've seen around Fuji, and I think there will be a slightly longer hold from Patrick Holtzman before they get that run down towards the first corner, which, with 40-odd cars, that communication is not exactly clear to those that are sat sort of 35th, for example, and then they try and jump the start, and that's when you get a crash on the straight, and it just looks a bit ridiculous. We'll keep our fingers crossed that doesn't happen. Yeah,
let's hope so. But I do fear that even if that doesn't happen, we could see quite a catastrophe down in towards turn one, maybe on the run up to turn 3. I remember the last race we both did at Fuji in the GT3s. It was quite messy up towards turn 3. There was Harvu on the roof and all sorts. So let's hope that doesn't happen as well. Although it is going to be so tricky. We know how difficult this car is to control under braking, and they're going to have a big braking zone immediately heading down towards turn 1.
Well, it's a stonking grid. 5 drivers on this grid, by the way, are over 10k I rating. That's just how crazy things are at the moment on iRacing and in the VCO ProSIM INFINITY. Well, Holtzman has gone early, one of those 10k drivers. He set himself away from Tom Burns and Rainer Talvar as they'll head down towards the first corner. Slightly downhill, all looks pretty clean in the background, but we'll wait and see in that first corner. Talvar sends it in, though, in the BS Turner car, potentially in a little bit too deep. See a bit of a snap of oversteer, opens up the corner for Burns to come through. Team Ford lead the charge down towards turn 3.
Talvar so slow as well. He must have got to slow down there on the exit of turn 1. He went so deep on the brakes, far too deep in the end, and he's lost out massively in terms of positions there, down to 4th position at the very least, maybe more actually, maybe more positions lost for him. But yeah, not a good start. Great start for Fordzilla though, for Tom Burns to get up into the lead. Just played that perfectly, saw what was happening for Talvar and Holtzman in front and just took advantage of them both.
Dom Hoffman also with a decent start, moving up just one position, but still cleanly doing so, just dodging a bit of smoke and a bit of a spin there. Was that Beeler, I think, potentially, that were in the middle of the pack? I don't think it was. It was certainly one of the blue cars, as everyone is off, yeah.
Yeah, oh dear, we said that turn 1 might be the culprit. It was actually very clean through there. We're in the final sector, it's all gone wrong. Another car around towards the penultimate corner at turn 14, 15. Not sure who that was, another one of the white and blue cars, to be honest, but that doesn't really help us. Bit messy, but the top guys have been able to get away. The top 7 have been able to run away from the rest.
Yeah, it was Beeler having issues there. This is what happened at Arnage into the first corner. Big. We've seen a few of those issues. The sort of like the lockings on the rear as the energy recovery system takes control, and it was a bit of a slide. Well, car we were looking at there, the one that was running in 5th position, that one being the Team 707 car. It's just lost out a couple of positions. Can confirm Mirror Esports were one that also went around along with the Beeler Racing Team Euronics car in that final sector. Does seem as though that final sector is incredibly difficult in this car. The way the energy recovery system works, and particularly with those final 2 corners, that long left-hander, long right-hander, they're awkward at the best of times. When you've got a car which is very essentially heavily rearward biased. It makes it an absolute nightmare when you're turning and braking. It just makes the car snappy in that braking zone.
Yeah, these cars high downforce, of course, and so when you're forced to use the mechanical grip and forced to go slow speed, it really doesn't like it, to be honest. As we're seeing right now, it gets so tricky. Tom Burns under a lot of pressure. Hoffman gave him a bit of a hard time there, and then Hoffman was able to take advantage of that. And he might be able to take 2 in 2 corners here, down the inside of the final corner. You don't often see that. But just how tricky this final sector is in this car, I think, was just displayed to us there, as Hoffman was able to take 2 positions in 2 corners, although Burns is coming back at him on the straight.
Yeah, obviously how they deploy some of the energy can be worked slightly differently. Just because it's a fixed setup doesn't mean you have to use everything quite so equally. Burns might take over the race lead once again. It was a super move from Holtzman, but look at that in the background. It was Sanchez and a big send. Oh my goodness, that was a critical error from Rainer Talvar, who sent it in too deep. He's gone off. It's the second time we've seen it from the BS Turner man, and he's gone way, way wide once more. And like he said, he's cost quite a few in that leading group, including Burns, who I think has a fair amount of damage now with Team Ford. So that's such a shame.
That is a real big shame for him, and maybe a slowdown as well. If not, I don't actually think there is damage. Maybe a slowdown, because everybody had to go wide and go off there. But Holtzman was able to take advantage. This is a replay of what happened. Well, this is too late on the brakes from whoever this is. That's Monaco Esports, we're being told. Well, they've come out the other side all right, but they're going to certainly get a penalty for that, because that was rude, really. And just a bit too late on the brakes. Bit of over-ambition on the opening lap from a few.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if I was on the other side of that, I'd classify that as rude. I definitely couldn't say what I would say if I was streaming at that point. But yeah, I wouldn't be too pleased. Let's just say that with the Monaco Esports team. I mean, those things happen. We've seen a couple of those. It would be in the same vein as to how I feel Tom Burns will feel, of course, about the BS Turner car of Rainer Talvar. I think we're seeing a few of these frustrations. Not so much at the front. Holtzman's pulling away from Hoffman, now 9/10 clear as they start to zigzag one way and then back the other, trying to break that slipstream on that extremely long start-finish straight. A bit of a look there from Alexander Spets on Matti Siepeler. Was not able to go through. Jordan Caruso, a race winner in this car already in VCO ProSIM INFINITY, sits in 6th, eyeing up an opportunity to potentially move himself up inside that top 5.
Yeah, going to look to try and get Autos Esports' 3rd win of the race as well. So that'll be good for them, but he's got a lot of work to do from here. Patrick Holtzman trying to do his best to get away from the rest now. You saw the amount of weaving he did on the front straight there. He's trying to make a break for this already, trying to break the slipstream, and at 1.2 seconds, it looks like he might just have achieved that. And the likes of Sanchez and Siepeler are going to have to get through on Hoffman pretty quickly here if they want to chase down Holtzman for the win.
Burns loses out another position. Lulham making his way up. I genuinely do think there might have been contact, but he might have given forward to the damage. Might be doing all right with it. But look at that move. Straight to the inside. Spets gets there on Siepeler. Got to be tricky, though, coming into that final sector. And as we start rising our way up the hill through the left-hander and then through the right-hander, I think Spets might just have this one with the inside line into that last corner. But Matti Siepeler might come back. They're losing time, though, hand over fist. I know you were getting frustrated and watching the previous race, as there was a bit of door banging there between the Autos Esports and Team 707, but there's not so much logic. It's all just attack, attack, attack.
Well, this one makes a bit more sense because Fuji's not that kind of circuit. At Daytona, you really do want to work together and bump draft and do all of that. This is not that kind of circuit, as we're seeing right now. Jordan Caruso down the inside of everybody into 4th place. Double overtake from him. Siepeler pushed out wide. He's going to lose 2 places. And here comes Spets once again. This is fantastic racing. We are seeing right now outside line for Spets into turn 3. Not going to happen for him as R8G start to make a run for it now from 7th place in the field. They were sort of lowly starting position, but up there now, as we see, well, Rainer Talvar is about to go in front and bash into everybody here, I'm afraid.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get the Wii Bowling score as well. So gets on side there with the squeeze, and he's just way too late. Like, that is... I mean, there's going to be damage on that forward, so that is unacceptably late from Rainer Talvar. Just misread. Oh, it's Caruso's round. Jordan Caruso has gone round. Was that assisted or anything else? He does manage to give it a bit of a flick spin, goes through the chicane up the slightly shorter route. But yeah, for the Autos Esports team, they were involved in this train, and now they are no longer involved in this train.
No, they're not. Let's see how it happened, or how something earlier happened for them.
There's a build-up to it.
Yeah, there's a build-up to it. But yeah, it's not good news for Caruso. Williams Esports have also dropped down, by the way. I do wonder if they were involved or whether there was a separate one there. Because Williams have also dropped down with Alexander Spetz there. They were in that same fight, as now R8G are looking for 4th position here. A really good recovery and race so far from Elliot Veyron right now. Inside line into turn 1. He's going to have that position, and a good, nice, consistent run from Sam Kuita as well in the Urano team. Very much needs this. Needs to be gaining more points on Redline, really, with still a 60-point gap. But starting from 10th, staying out of trouble, up to 6th now is not bad.
Well, let's see what happens to Caruso and see if Alexander Spetz did get into him. Looks down the inside, coming into the hairpin. Spetz loses it on the brakes, straight into the path of Caruso. Again, very frustrating, easy mistake to make. But yes, there was definite contact between the two. Got to say, by the way, as much as...
Oh, no.
Wow, I honestly didn't realise that was a barrier you could make contact with. I don't think he did either.
No, well, I don't think he had the turning circle to make it anyway. Yeah, absolutely solid. There. That's pretty harsh, really, considering he'd lost all that time. Anyway, they're down in the pit lane now, and they're back again. But yeah, I didn't know that was possible either. I suppose that's why they have those barriers going all the way across, so you can't just completely blow across the chicane, as most of the teams would have done on that one.
Yeah, the marshals here at Fuji clearly do not mess about when it comes to that chicane. Is what it is. Urano Esports data group, you're absolutely right. In between the 707 and in between Team Redline 2, Lulham has moved from 26th to 7th in the opening 9 minutes of this race as Caruso comes out of the pit lane to go a lap down. I believe that was Caruso anyway. Yeah, super start to the race from Lulham. Still not, I don't know if you caught it, probably not, because it was very late last night, I think about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Jose Soria went plus 30 in a race. So, I mean, he can't do that, but still, it's to go plus, basically almost plus 20 in 10 minutes. Ain't bad. Shows how good Lulham is.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not bad at all. I think it shows, though, just what you can achieve by staying out of trouble in these races. I mentioned it after the Road Atlanta race particularly. Just staying out of trouble, you're going to gain a load of places because people are going to fall off in front of you. And so, you know, it just keep things calm in the opening moments and you will gain positions. Obviously, Lulham has done some good overtaking as well. In terms of, and it's not easy to make your way through, easier said than done, but certainly. But you don't have to do a whole lot in terms of actively overtakes to actually, you know, make up ground in one of these races. Now it's about actively making overtakes though and actively getting your way through the field and just trying to work this Urano car out. Of course, Redline trying to help their teammates here in the second car.
It's nothing quite the same, but I do remember doing some races in the IRO4 around Alton Park. And I remember intentionally not making a move on anyone and starting from the back, and every single race you finished just inside the top 5. Just because it's how crazy it is. It's not quite that crazy in this kind of race. That is, of course, just on the official service of iRacing. But in here, it's almost a similar kind of vein. Especially if you're starting, you know, 30th, 40th. Don't try and force moves. Just kind of stay out of it and let move, because you will gain an absolute ton of positions just purely based on some of the craziness and some of the shenanigans that we have in the VCO ProSIM Infinity. Looking a bit further down the order, RPC Esports also got directly ahead of, is that I was going to say, is that Mirror Esports? I don't think it is. It's RPC Esports. It's followed by Absolute at the moment in that tight battle, 21st to 22nd, and Mirror are behind that.
Yeah, Joe Begard-Goodestad has made a good start here as well for RPC, by the way. I believe he was well outside the top 30 in this starting grid. Qualified on pole here, by the way, did Goodestad for the Club Sport race, the Ivor Club Sport race that we had here quite a few weeks ago now, but knows his way around Fuji. It was a bit of a surprise at the time, but certainly knows his way around here. And this circuit is still relatively new. I guess the factor of people being able to get used to new stuff quickest is still a factor here. It obviously is a factor in this BMW because everybody's getting used to this car still now, but even there's an element of Fuji as well that people are getting used to. Quite a lot of unknowns here for the drivers. I often speak about sim racers just being able to memorise how to do stuff rather than actually being good at driving sometimes. But they're showing their worth at the front right now.
Yeah, Sasha Lehmann, who made a debut in the Le Mans Virtual Series in the previous race, getting ready for that 24-hour race in January. But here for race clutching, something very, very different with the style of race and the style of car, trying to go on the attack, really trying to go on the defence, trying to keep the car directly behind. It's not an easy time, but Visceral trying to send it in, trying to get around the outside. It's a long one around 100R though. You don't typically see too many moves like that work, but this time it does. Straight around the outside of 100R, into the inside of the hairpin. Beautiful stuff for Visceral.
It was. I think the high downforce nature of this car helps you around the outside there. Not that it makes it easy. Now they've got the inside line into the chicane, and they were absolutely making sure that Race Clutch wouldn't try and come around the outside of them there. And so up another position as we look at a very nice camera angle here of the new BMW. Got to say, I'm very much enjoying this race. The others have been fairly messy with the BMW, especially Road Atlanta, and there becomes a point where it's so messy it's not actually that enjoyable to watch anymore. But this has been a nice balance so far. There's been some good racing as well as chaos, which is what you want.
Well, you wait till we start seeing this in the iRacing Daytona 24. I'm getting the feeling that that is going to be crazy. Get to sit back and watch that one, and I can't wait. Part of me is tempted to do let me clarify. Part of me was tempted to go and try and do the Daytona 24. Alas, I have decided very heavily against it, because if you're in a car which I'm more likely to drive, i.e., GTD, that kind of area, GTD, GTE, something like that, maybe even an LMP2. These cars flying around you looks terrifying. I mean, don't get me wrong, we've got a lot of them, being 42 in the race thus far. I'm still terrified. I'm still very, very terrified.
Yeah, I certainly would be. I do fear for everybody's life, actually, in the Daytona, this for the iRacing special event coming up in January, because, yeah, it's so difficult, this car. And Daytona's not a big circuit, it's not a wide circuit. I know it's not the most difficult in terms of actually having to drive around there, but there are some slow speed corners, there's some big braking zones, and how on earth are they going to cope on the brakes going down towards turn one when you're coming off the banking, turning? This car's difficult to brake in a straight line, to be honest, so goodness knows what's going to happen when we take it to that track. But of course we will be getting a little bit of a 45-minute taster for the very final race of this event.
Yeah, indeed. I was going to say, you don't have to wait too long to find out exactly how it's going to drive around there. And like I say, I'd be pretty scared if I'm perfectly honest. But I'm all for it. I'm very excited to see how that one is going to unfold. We'll have to wait and see, though. We'll see them battle their way around. I did say, I was going to say earlier that we haven't seen Daytona in VCO ProSim Infinity too much, because obviously we had the first, there was two races early on as Zenith get down the inside of Absolute, but there was a couple of races early on and there was a big gap of no Daytona. We've just had the Honda Civic out of Daytona. We'll be racing the Formula IRO4 around Daytona in the next race, in race 20, and then of course race 24 we take the BMW M Hybrid around the high banks and through that middle section. It's going to be absolute madness. That IRO4 race, though, I think we are in for one of two things, potentially both, in the same race, which is an absolute treat and utter carnage. And I think genuinely we're up for both. So, each their own.
I slightly fear a little bit about how that race is going to go.
I fear massively.
I hope it's not going to be one of those races where all the action happens in the first 10 minutes and then everybody's 10 seconds apart, because everybody's just blown up completely. But let's see how that one goes very soon. What I've enjoyed quite a lot about this VCO Infinity, though, is the kind of mixing up of the car and track combinations. As I mentioned previously, the one we had back in May was kind of followed a pattern almost. Of the circuits kind of in an order, that the cars were actually in an order as to when they appeared, but this time it's a bit more of a mixed bag, and we even saw two IRO4 races in a row earlier, just last night, and we're seeing two Daytona races within three here, so they're mixing up a little bit more and kind of not making it such a pattern throughout the 24 hours as it was back in May.
Yeah, I am absolutely okay with it. I like the idea that, like I said, to be honest, like with something like Daytona, like how we didn't see Daytona for quite a while, and now we see it, 3 times in the last sort of 7 races. I like that. I like that we can kind of keep it a little bit more expansive. A little bit. Obviously, I didn't really join you too much for VCO Infinity, and I barely remember any of it, apart from the fact of course, Urano being absolutely incredible through it. And the fact it was in a completely amazing event, and we're seeing very much a similar thing, going down an absolute treat with a lot of the community out there, and hopefully, doing this again a few more times in future. I think we'd be well up for seeing much more of the Infinity name of VCO Infinity, whether it is ProSim form, whether it is just standard form, and hopefully a lot of people watching will sit there and think, I want to take part in this. I want to get myself involved. That is what this is about.
Yeah, absolutely. It's once again a kind of revolutionary idea from VCO to hold all these races in one. And I did find it a little bit bizarre first time we did it, I have to be honest, because I was put on the kind of night shift, and there was a TCR race at Monza which was completely mental, but it was about 5 a.m. and it felt wrong to be so excited about a 24-hour race at about 4 or 5 a.m. Here in the UK. It was very odd, but like we were speaking earlier, I think it was Paul and Luca a little bit earlier on, mentioning about the kind of quiet hours of an endurance race, of a 24-hour race. You just don't really get them. You just get nice races, even if we're not getting the all-out championship battle that we did have last time around. 60 points between Redline and Urano. That looks to be increasing again, but we are getting good races, and no quiet hours certainly.
No, absolutely. We might have quite laps here and there, but certainly nothing quiet when it comes to the entirety of the event. And like I say, I'm well excited to see where VCO Infinity goes and what more we can see of it in future, because I think there is a big future from this. Like I've said before, when it came to the IMSA Esports Global Michelin Championship, where we had races with safety cars and whatnot, and then we had the discussion as to whether endurance racing with safety cars is a good thing, whether we should see it, those kind of stuff. And I've said that thankfully with sim racing we have room for everything, right? We don't have to just go, oh well, everything has to be super serious, or oh no, we can't have safety cars because the official races the official endurance races don't have safety cars, so we shouldn't have safety cars in our race. No. I like the fact that we can do something different. That, I think, is Mirror Esports going out wide and dropping a lap. Don't worry about that too much. Certainly is. But same with this. You could do a 24-hour race, fair enough, but then you can do 24-hour race or 45-minute races like this. And hey, maybe one day, I'm not trying to get ideas in the head, but maybe a season, not a long one, but like, I don't know, 5 rounds, do 6 races with 3 drivers or whatever on just, I don't know. You can do so much with this format where you just sort of go, do you know what? We could do a season and just sort of spice it up and just keep it crazy. Why not?
Yeah, you certainly can. And I know this probably would never happen, and it's probably really stupid, but I was sort of visualising the idea in my head earlier on about doing this format, but allowing the teams to select which car they want in every race.
Whoa.
Because that would just be mental. I'm sure that would never happen, because that would be idiotic. But
no, it'd be
funny.
Well, if you had, like, for example, in this event where you had all 5 cars, I mean, that would be absolutely ridiculous, by the way. But you had to, you got to, pick between them. Like, you only get 5 uses of the BMW M Hybrid, or 4 uses of the Porsche GT3. And then you just get to like pick and choose as you go through. And like, I mean, that would be. I
didn't mean you could select one car throughout the whole thing. That would, obviously you'd pick the fastest car every time. That would be really weird. But
it'd be very cool.
Limiting your amount of selections for each of the car and making you choose which one throughout would be pretty funny. I would have thought. But
I think it would be too wacky.
I think it would be slightly too much. Yeah. Well, you'd have to perfectly select the cars, which would be really hard. Because I mean, even balancing and making sure an event like this works really well, kind of is difficult. I mean, the first VCO Infinity went really well, and this one is as well, because the cars have been selected well and the tracks have been selected well. But I mean, imagine if they weren't, and imagine if you didn't select the cars well for doing that kind of wacky event. It would, fall apart very quickly. So, and you wouldn't want to do that. So, it's all I think it would be a little bit too much, maybe.
Yeah, but there is an example where you can have a bit of the crazy. Obviously, for anyone watching and some of the drivers as well that will be taking part in Jimmy Broadbent's race for mental health later on today, going over until tomorrow. Oh, never mind. I'll talk about that in a second, because there is a big send down the inside. Again, not for track position. That was, I think it was Mira once again going a lap down, and it was Hoffman sending it down. He's under pressure from Veyron, from Cipolla as well. But you know, if you did like a 12-hour charity event style in Infinity, then I think that opens you up to doing something a little bit more wacky. Because you know, when it's for charities, you're like, wow. I mean, let's be honest, it can get as mad as we want. K Kashib's had a problem for BS competition coming down the hill out of 2. You can see just rejoining there, going into turn 3, and we're dropping back into the clutches of Strel, Lehman, Puya as well. Yeah,
slightly too slow there to be having a slowdown, I think. So might have actually gone around on the exit of turn 1. Not entirely sure, but certainly drops down now outside the top 10. That is now the case for both BS Turner and BS competition cars now, unfortunately, after what we saw from Rainer Talvar, of course, earlier on as well. So a shame for them. But yeah, certainly a charity event would work well there, where it's all about fun. This is a little bit more serious than that, really.
We'll just say, as we can see what happened to the BS competition machine, just a slight overcorrection, and by slight overcorrection, that was a pretty big overcorrection for Kashib, out into the barrier, ever so slightly, spins it back round, gets back going again, but lost a whole heap of time and track position indeed. There's a few more coming through. Just how it goes sometimes, unfortunately. Whilst this battle, incredibly close still. Hoffman, Veyron, Cipolla, it's very tight.
It certainly is. Side by side up towards turn 3 for third. Inside line for Urano, trying to push RHG out, but they're going to hold the inside. Is Veroni's going to get through here. Cipolla's going to try and follow through as well. Side by side towards the hairpin. He's going to have to come back at him towards the chicane at the end of the lap, and he's going to get a nicer, smoother run out of it here. They're going to be side by side with Sam Critter and Chris Lulham also going to get involved here as well.
Yeah, Lulham, like you say, has risen his way up the order, but stays in 7th position. Looking at this, might go on the attack a bit later on. Out a little bit too deep there was Hoffman. Cipolla, of course, Kuita in the Urano. That's the data group car. It's Hoffman that's in the HKM car. And the data group car is the one that is running in that 2nd position in the standings. And their rivals in that championship, I mean, can we call them rivals? I think there's a bit too much of a gap there. They're really more focused on just scoring points for 2nd spot and holding on to that. But Kuita is the one that really kind of needs to get on and after it. Although I would say Holtzman's way too far down the road. So each their own, but still could be a podium.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the arguably more interesting gap is the 22 points between RHG and Urano for 2nd. RHG were 3rd in the first VCO Infinity, and will be looking to go one better by getting into 2nd here with a 22-point gap at the moment. They are gaining points, and that's another one to them as Sam Kuita loses a place there to Chris Lulham, who gets down the inside very kind of easily, really, into turn 1.
Yeah, again, point for every single position. So it's not the lowest points because you do have the reverse. So I think it's 44 points for a win, 43 and 42 for Veyron, and then 43, well, 41 rather, and you work your way backwards from there. So like I say, Kuita losing out that 1 position to Lulham costs him an extra point in this race. So needs to kind of get back on, get back after it a touch, try and attack Lulham late on. I don't think it's too bad if you lose positions now. This is a circuit which you can race on. You can make some moves on. We've seen that throughout this race, although I've got to say, if I'm Kuita, I'm a little concerned about where Veyron's going, because that RHG car is pulling away, and I think that really does have to be the talk of the town right now, is that battle for 2nd in the standings. RHG haven't had a perfect run in VCO ProSIM Infinity, but neither have Urano either, and they could potentially be challenging for that 2nd spot. Maybe we might have 3 points between the two of them come the final checkered flag at race 24.
I mean, there wasn't that many points between them last time. There's only, 21 points between Urano and RHG at the end of 24 races last time. Kind of unspoken about, really, but RHG did have a chance of winning that title. It was a slim chance into the final race, but they were in contention at the time, mathematically. So to have, 3 teams in contention in that final race was unbelievable, really. It doesn't look like we're going to get that again, but RHG and Urano do once again look fairly close. It's indeed the same top 3 as we saw in the first VCO Infinity. In this one at the moment, only Coanda being replaced by BS Turner in 4th place. And 5th place at the moment, by the way, just for your information, Outer Esports. Only 12 points in front of Williams, though, and they're both not having a fantastic time. Although Williams are inside the top 10, will probably get back into the top 5 after this race, if it stays like it is.
Yeah, Altus being way down the order after the issues for Caruso, unfortunately. By the way, speaking of that incident where Caruso, Burns, was it? Yeah, no, Caruso got spun around later on, never mind. Where Burns got spun off in that Team Ford Zilla car. It was reported to race control, but a failure to do the proper style of report actually kind of throws it out. Classic bit of paperwork there, but alas, I don't think there'll be a penalty going the way of BS competition. Declined by race control, that one, and BS competition, or the BS Turner car, rather, not BS competition, should be able to escape that penalty. But I mean, they're still way down the order. Same with Fordzilla, same with Altus. You can see that BS Turner car down in 37th position. That penalty wouldn't really make much of a difference anyway.
No, they're the last running car anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much for Rainer Tauvar. He was just going to have to get on with it and get on with
a spin.
Yeah, Siepeler has gone for a spin at turn 1, I think. Well, he was in a bit of a battle with Urano and Redline there, and RHG were getting away from them, so maybe there was contact.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, it's very easy to kind of get into the rear end of the car ahead that can lift your rear end up and go for a spin. He was directly behind the Urano Esports car. Likelihood of that happening is pretty high. The Urano Esports HKM car trying to struggle its way down onto that first apex. Could have spun Matty Siepel around. Who knows? Could have been contact as well from behind. We'd hope not, because Urano Esports Data Group, like I said, in that tight battle for RHG for second position, they could ill afford a penalty at this point, certainly with 16 minutes left to go. That would be a big penalty for them, dropping them right back into the clutches, but making that title race pretty tight. So, each to their own on that one. Visceral, Wave Italy Racing, Brabham Esports in this fight just for that final spot inside the top 10. Big kick to oversteer from Visceral, trying to depart that awkward chicane.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to do, really, in this car, as they're coming under quite a lot of pressure here from Wave Italy Racing Team. Brabham Esports are here as well. The final spot inside the top 10. We'll see if they can maybe catch Dory Esports or Williams Esports here over the next few laps, but maybe not. Still 15 minutes to go as pit stops now do begin. Chris Lulham into the pit lane. Do believe we are going to see a scheduled pit stop for everybody here, by the way.
Yes, it is expected in the BMW M Hybrid. Again, I've said it before, I'll say it again, BMW M Hybrid and the Dallara IR18 are the two cars we expect to be entering the pit lane. Alex Simpson, Big Boss, and that's not Big Boss driving, it is Big Boff driving. And that one, by the way, not me, that one was Mike Yao, our broadcast director at the moment, saying Big Boff. I do like that. That is... I mean, Alex Simpson won't. That's the critical thing.
Oh, no.
And he's gone for a spin again. Oh dear. I think they're having a good party in the Apex Racing team house, but the party's not happening on track, is it?
No, it's not really been their day so far. And it all started from the start, to be fair. Well, as these races tend to. I mean, their bad luck started from the start. Apex Racing Team 1, their 98, scored only 3 points. They finished, what's that, like 42nd or something in the first race. And so it's just, snowballed all from there. They're nearly 200 points off the lead, 7th going into this one. Given the season, given the 2022 that they're having, this is, wildly below their expectations.
But are they having fun and are they having banter? That's the important thing. I think that is the important thing with something like VCO Infinity, is that it's a little bit earlier and about how sim racing, there needs to be the fun, the entertaining, the light-hearted side of sim racing coming back into everything's very, very serious. But sometimes you need events like this just to reassert yourself that sim racing can still be a hobby. Brabham Esports a little bit too deep there, going into the first corner, nearly way too deep into the rear end of Visceral and the Wave Italy Racing Team. A couple more cars entering the pit lane, the Formula Sim RC, like I said, 707 coming in, with there being 30 minutes left to go. I think it is likely that this will be the lap where everyone will come into the pit lane, maybe one more.
Yeah, it's going to start to become a lot more common to see drivers in the pit lane, you'd imagine, because it's getting towards the end now. I mean, particularly at the Road Atlanta race, we saw them coming on pretty much on halfway, and then doing their scheduled pit stop then. But going much over half an hour this time, and seeing where they'll get to. I'll be interested to see how far they can go in these endurance races, though, because I have noticed these stints have been very short from the BMW. So goodness knows how many pit stops they're going to have to make over a 24-hour period in an actual 24-hour race. I should say.
Do you want to say the pal about this driver?
He's not last.
There we go. All right, nice. Thank you, Ewan
Took me
O'Leary.
time.
Yeah. I was going to say that was bad. Nicholas last though, not in last. He's running in ninth, running quite well at the moment. I'm trying to get the odd one out of you every now and then. We had Cope earlier, but that's fine. You didn't want to drop that one. That's all right.
No.
As last. Whoa! Nearly might be last in a second if he keeps trying that. Wow, that was a big save.
It certainly was, and he's now going to come under pressure from Horstein as well in the Brabham Esports car. Not going to look up the inside in towards the left-hander at turn 3 there. Kind of a shake of the head, almost a frustrated look on his face there as he had to just lock the brakes completely. I do wonder whether Benitez just broke early and it caught him off guard a little bit, really.
It was very scary regardless. Pro driver directly behind though in Bart Horsten. I've not seen him out on track for a little while. I do remember him racing. I can't remember if it was in, I think it was when it was British Formula 3, might have been actually when it was the BRDC Formula 4. Done a bit of open wheel racing in the UK though, has Bart Horsten, as well as obviously Australia and whatnot. And now running in that 10th position and trying to attack last. He's having a bit of a moment. I do get the feeling the way this car is, I've seen this a few times. If you've had a slight slide, or like we've seen the locking of the brakes into that first corner, when you've had that slide, this car is a death trap for at least a lap or so after that point. And that is where last is at the moment. That was a good little save going into the penultimate corner, and might have to be a little bit weary through the next couple of laps to get those tyres back into their operating windows. Still not a lot of these jumping into the pit lane. There is Bart Horsten.
Yeah, was that Horsten just backing off and lifting off there, or did Last use a bit of hybrid there just to push away and make sure that he didn't get overtaken there? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But either way, no overtakes happening in towards turn 1 there. And by the way, just how cool does the interior look on these cars? By the way, we were just riding on board with Horsten there. You can see him in the on the left, on the right hand side. Sorry.
Nice.
Yeah, really, really good looking interior to this car. The detail that iRacing delivers to these cars has not decreased with this car, certainly. Even though it's, you know, I presume been quite a rush and quite a panic to get this one out before the season starts and for this particular next season for the Daytona 24 coming up. But even despite of that, you know, it's very detailed, looks very nice inside.
Also, you know, it's kind of one of those things with BMW and their work in sim racing, work with iRacing to have pushed out yet another, essentially a prototype. Obviously, this is legit a prototype, but obviously the BMW M4 GT3, when that came on, it was a prototype onto the iRacing platform. BMW doing that again. We kind of, I mean, we've sort of seen it on not racing, but we're seeing it racing on the platform before we see it racing on the real racetrack, and I love that. I think that's the future of sim racing right there, is being able to experiment, being able to see these things effectively before they happen, before we can see them on the real racetrack. You don't have to wait. You can build up even more hype for this new era of sports car racing by just seeing it on the platform, by seeing it, you know, wherever it is in sim racing, by just seeing it on track.
Yeah, and I have to say that it was only added to VCO Infinity a few days ago as well. We were initially going to have, I think it was the LMP2 that we had last time, we were going to have again.
Yeah.
But since this has come out, I thought, why not? And it's clear to see that the drivers haven't been able to get used to the car very much. Yeah, it's going to be absolutely fantastic to see it over the coming couple of years. Maybe there will be more added as well, more LMDHs or whatever classification you want to use, whatever abbreviation you want to use for this class of car. Hopefully there'll be more, but even with just the one, it's yeah, fantastic to see on the iRacing platform. BMW, you know, pulling their weight once again in terms of iRacing, in terms of the cars that they're putting onto the service, just from them, is yeah, fantastic to see.
into the pit lane potentially, at least from one of them. Wave Italy Racing, I think that's the one that's going into the pit lane. When do we get to see you and O'Leary behind the wheel of one of these?
Hopefully never, for the sake of anybody else driving on the same track as me.
I'm sorry, mate, but at the weekend, I actually watched you. The weekend we are, but just approaching the previous weekend, I did see you on a simulator, actually doing some rallying, and I remember the last stage you did because you were absolutely rinsing it around, and you won the stage against, 3 average people. That's fine. Dan's pretty good, but
against you. It was.
Thanks, mate.
By the way, we were in the same place. He wasn't looking through my window or something. He made it sound that a bit weird.
Well, I mean, no. To be fair, Luke Crane did say earlier that I'm your creepy uncle. So read into that what you will. But you're a pretty handy driver. I was genuinely surprised.
Thanks. I don't know if that's
a
full compliment.
It
doesn't sound like a full compliment there. But I'll take it. Certainly, as we certainly see the final pit stops happening now, nearly getting to that 45-minute mark before having to make a stop here. Just a bit of a splash of fuel. You can't imagine they're going to be in there very long.
No, certainly not. We're on board with Jordan Caruso behind the DCWR car. This is trying to get towards the top 30 once again. Of course, Caruso's had a few issues here for Autos Esports, but again, rescuing as many points as they can, up now to 31st position. Could be an important point, and that's just it right now, is just trying to get them all into the pit lane. Again, risks of speeding in the pit lane and all of that drama as they're all departing. Team Redline retaking over what will become the race lead once Visceral and Brabham come in. Still staying out on the circuit. Are they trying to do something dramatic here? I don't think you can save. You couldn't save 6 minutes of fuel doing that kind of speed. Surely not. Just the odd lap here and there.
Yeah, they've still got 5 laps to go, including this one. Surely they're not going to be able to go 5 laps further.
Yeah, no
That'd be outrageous.
It would be banter.
It would be. I'll tell you what else is banter. This is completely roles reversed now. Nicholas Last in first at the minute. Lewis has had bad influence on me, really. Yeah. I did see someone in the YouTube chat, actually. I'm not sure if they're a Visceral member or not, but almost sighing at your Nicholas Last joke there, as if he'd heard it about 1 million times before.
Well, here's another one. Last to first challenge complete. There we go.
I don't think he started last.
Well, no, but he is. He is last, though. He is last. But he's also first. It's terrible. Yes, we're sorry. I've got a friend. His name's James Early. Who some might have seen doing his F1 challenges. And yeah, you can just imagine all of the jokes. Yeah, poor guy indeed.
What happens if he's late?
Well, he's not early, is he?
No.
James late.
No, he's not.
He's never James on time, I can tell you that for free. Visceral and Brabham enter the pit lane, and they will relinquish. Actually, no, Visceral enter the pit lane because Brabham is staying out. I mean, I've got to be said. Bart Horson's doing an incredible job right now, just saving that fuel, trying to do something. I just don't see those extra few laps. I think it's just the 1 lap here and there. Great fuel mileage and a great little experimentation, but it's also going to be a shorter stop, courtesy of not putting all of that fuel back into the car. So might actually save, might actually gain a position or two from that.
No, you say that. Nicholas Last is having a really long stop here. It's supposed to be about 6 or 7 seconds, probably less for Nicholas Last, but his pit stop has gone to 30 seconds. It's going to more now. I'm not entirely sure whether he's forgot to uncheck tyres or something. Well, he's not up on the jacks there, is he? I can't see.
Sped in pit lane. Must have.
I guess it must be, yeah. But a really long stop. Now over 40 seconds for him. And finally gets going now. But I guess must have sped in pit lane. Very frustrated with himself, as you can see.
Yeah, we did see this from Benito earlier on. Also, that other car in pit lane, that is a red line, and that is Lulham into the pit lane and remaining there. So I think Lulham in that Team Redline 2 car might be out of the race. Yeah, I mean, all those positions gained for Lulham means nothing right now into the pit lane and basically done for it. But yeah, I think we've seen a few issues of speeding in the pit lane. So Enzo Benito had it at the Red Bull Ring, dropping back down the order after contending for a podium spot. It's easy to do, especially around here. Brabham Esports there relinquishing the race lead. I genuinely think Horston might be trying to go for the end of the race. And if he can get there, I don't care what position, that's a massive congrats. That is a huge to be able to run that kind of fuel mileage. That is very, very impressive and shows well for using this car in future that maybe we might see a few others experiments try and get to the 45-minute limit and potentially even doing some dramatic things when we actually see this car racing in multi-class style racing in future.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is sustainable over a 24-hour period or a long period of time, if I'm honest. Because it's difficult. As you can see, he's lifting off into every corner. We saw it up into turn 3, actually. I think you might be right. He was behind Holtzman there. He made use of the slipstream while he had it, and then just lifted off going towards turn 3. There's a lot of lift and coast going on right now, but if he can stretch this out, it's absolutely unbelievable performance from him. And I can't remember where he was quite before. He was battling for 10th, I think, with Visceral, wasn't he? It would be a big game for him. I can't see him falling to, if he keeps this pace up anyway, I can't see him falling outside the top 10, so I think it would be a success, even if he's not going to win.
Yep, staying in the slipstream, staying out on the track, 2 laps left to go. Wow. I've just seen Visceral have been back into the pit lane, so Nicholas Last is unfortunately dropping down to his namesake, but going on to tyres and going out there for a bit of fun, dropping back a lap also on this grouping that has just come through. Lulham is back out on the circuit, we believe, so at least trying to rescue some of the points there, so clearly a bit of drama. But yeah, I agree with you. I don't see Horston dropping back too much further, but this fight, it could be pretty intense. Veyron, Melgar, Hoffman. Melgar's just dropped back behind Veyron, and there might be a bit more of a switch as Melgar getting out of the way. I think Monaco Esports are on the same strategy that Horston's on, right?
They haven't stopped. Yeah, they haven't stopped yet, Monaco Esports. Surprised they've been able to manage this from Monaco, to be fair. But they have. Now we're going to just save a bit more going down towards the bottom of the hill there as they approach the final lap. It looks like they're both going to make it here, and maybe this is something to bear in mind for Daytona, because the guys who have not stopped at all have certainly benefited from this. Horston could very much hold on to the podium here as long as he's got enough fuel. He's got 3.5 seconds. He's starting to coast. Oh no, he's slowing. And he might be out already. He might be out of fuel completely. He's not going to make it at all. He wanted to go for that 1 lap splash and dash. He's out of fuel already. And you can see they've just pushed it 1 lap too far.
Okay, and I've got the really big and obvious question. Why? Wouldn't you have known a lot earlier that you're going to run out of fuel with a lap to go?
Well, maybe they thought that this race was going to be 1 lap shorter, I suppose.
I respect the attempt. I really, really, really respect the attempt, though. So a very brave call there for Bart Horston to give it a go. Alas, it's not worked. Into pit lane. Really important not to miss your box. Actually pull into it and get that tiny, that painful little bit of fuel into the car. But still, the amount further Bart Horston was able to go on the stint, I think that might intrigue a few of our drivers out there. Time has ticked down to 0 and Holston's leading by 2.6 seconds. Brilliant camera angle. We can see Patrick Holtzman in clear detail there, high definition.
Where is he?
Nice trophy, eh?
Is he driving there? Who is driving?
Oh dear.
I don't know quite what's going on there, but Holtzman's whoever it is, Holtzman's ghost. I don't know. Is doing well. I mean, good performance from them once again. Redline doing exactly what they need to do.
Yep, we know what this team's like. When it comes to race victories, they've been hoovering them up. We said from the previous race when they were outside of the top 10 that they'd bounce back. They took 2 victories back-to-back, 16 and 17, missing 18, back to 19, back to the top for Holtzman, who takes victory in the BMW M Hybrid here at Fuji, ahead of Pedro Sanchez-Albert, who had a fantastic drive. Elliot Veyron, though, for R8G. Now we need to, almost removing the conversation of the top spot in the championship fight, in the title fight. Holtzman and Redline, or Redline generally, their Redline 1 car is looking pretty strong. Almost insurmountable, the gap they've got. But that battle for second is getting closer. Sam Coitert 7th, Elliot Veyron 3rd. And the gap could be coming down in that battle for second in the standings.
Yeah, it certainly could. It's looking interesting now. Another 4 points gained. So something to think about for those teams. Just something to wonder about. Maybe can RHG get up into second and go one better than they did in the VCO Infinity that happened last time out in May? Not entirely sure, but you never know. It's still very much up for grabs there. And yeah, some more good races coming up very soon. Starting with the next one, of course, which is going to be interesting once again, heading back to Daytona.
So I've got some good news and some bad news, Monaco Esports fans. Gotta say, someone did make it on the fuel, and that was Arturo Melga. Got to the end of the race without having to stop, so at least one did it. However, as much as he might have finished 5th, you can see is missing from this list. Got a drive-through penalty, which is obviously converted to a post-race time penalty to drop him way down the order, unfortunately. Race victory, though, would go the way of Patrick Holtman, Pedro Sanchez in 2nd position, with Elliot Veyron in 3rd, rounding out the podium for R8G. The Urano Esports HKM, the 2nd of their 2 cars when it comes to the standings, in 4th position with Matti Supila moving up into 5th. And of course, Sam Coitert, Urano Esports Data Group car, the one that's 2nd in the standings, running in 6th position. Spet, Lerner, Luchak, and Kashub, after some issues for Kay Kashub in the BS competition car, finishing ahead of the Was Cooking Racing Adventures cars of Fraser Williamson. Tom Burns is running really, really strong, including leading early on in this race, just 12th position ahead of Ralph Benitez, Marvin Strel, and then Puya for the Rinken Racing car. That's actually been quite impressive throughout a few races today. Arturo Melga drops down to 16th after finishing in 5th with a post-race time penalty of 35 seconds. Torres for Zenith, and then we get the Impulse Racing, RPC and Harvu cars rounding out the top 20. The rest will scroll through. You can see some of those dramas, of course. The likes of Bart Horston, Thomas Cope a bit further down than what we'd expect. And then on this page, Chris Lulham had a great drive early on, unfortunately dropping back to 36th. Nick Last put on a good show. Rainer Talvar with the early issues. It's a dramatic race, which we expect, but I've got to say, I enjoyed that one quite a bit. The BMW M Hybrid V8's been a very bumpy road for some, but in this race, it was a very exciting one.
It's a very exciting one. Maybe Fuji just suiting these cars just a little bit more than maybe Road Atlanta, which is quite small. But still, the inexperience apparent for a few of those teams, a few of those drivers who are clearly still getting used to that car. And have got a month or so to do so before the special events really begin next year. But not a bad race, and still one more to go in the BMWs at Daytona for the very final one here a little bit later on. Still 4 hours away.
Well, the IRO4's up next, Daytona International Speedway. What are we expecting there? I'm assuming chaos and carnage.
Well, yeah, maybe a mixture of chaos and carnage, and hopefully a close finish. We have quite a few of those at Daytona so far. Remember, in the GT3 and TCR ones in particular, were very close. Excuse me, very close indeed. So maybe that again, but there is of course the opportunity for so much chaos that's one driver, one team gets away and are not seen again. Hopefully that doesn't happen from a neutral perspective.
Well, we're going to step aside as we prepare ourselves behind the scenes for what is going to be a very chaotic Race 20 in VCO ProSIM Infinity. Well, it's officially time to enter Crazy Town. It's the IRO4, it's the Daytona International Speedway, the world centre of racing. And considering some of the crazy races that we've seen happen around here thus far through the event, knowing that we've got that build up towards the final race at the Daytona International Speedway in the BMW M Hybrid, this one's gonna be crazy. Our focus, though, has to be on that battle for second. It's getting tighter and tighter.
It is, and it did throughout that previous race. Another 4 points close between the two of RHG and Urano. RHG trying to go one better from the first VCO Infinity of the year, and Urano trying to finish in the same place they did last time. We can't say that Redline are home and dry just yet, but they're looking very good with, what is it now, 66-point lead or something along those lines. It's a 65-point lead, there you are, right on cue. So that's looking quite a big lead, but as you say, the battle for second is the interesting one.
Yeah, battle also to get inside the top four. BS Turner Williams Esports separated by 3 points, but not too far behind. Altus, also a 3-car fight there for fourth in the standings. A couple of other tights between the Apex Racing Team and Urano Esports HKM and Pure Sims as well for that 8th spot. There are quite a few fights with 5 races left to go. This is the crazy one. This is the one where almost regardless of what position you are in, I don't want to say it's a lottery, but it's a lottery. This one is right up there. This is one where I'm almost a little bit scared of, especially knowing the margins are so tight. At the moment, the top 2, by the way, Sonnen and Dimitrov. Dimitrov has plenty of experience in low-power open-wheel cars, obviously racing in the British Formula 4 Championship this year. They are separated by 0.02 of a second over nearly 2 minutes. That is Daytona, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, taking a break from winning tennis matches, I'd imagine as well. To do, not the same person, obviously, but a good performance anyway. Monaco Esports with a rare good qualifying, a good position as well. It's not been their race particularly either, but good to see them up there here in this one as well. Urano, by the way, will be 10th and 11th in this one, as I'm sure we're about to see. Yeah, it's there's a couple of surprises, but most of the teams you expect to be up there are there.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, the race will begin in a moment's time, but we'll take a look at the grid first. Julian Sonnen will start from pole position alongside Georgi Dimitrov in second position, just 0.03 of a second between the two of them, before Aaron Vasquez will start from third alongside Enzo Benito in the second of the Team Redline cars in that fourth. Ted Bradbury, plenty of experience in this car, will start alongside Phil Denez, who was victorious earlier on in it today, and then Lorenzo Colombo. Wow, all separated by 1/10 of a second. 7th position for Colombo, the first winner of VCO ProSIM Infinity, alongside Kesselhout in the BS competition car. Josh Boulain and Dylan Scrivens. Becky will finish, or start rather, from 10th position before we get to Sandy Mitchell and James Armstrong, who was so impressive in this car around Spa-Francorchamps. Louis Nunez for Zenith, alongside Ray Clutch Melikangas, will start from that 14th position. We'll get Zipoli, Smalley, Urainen, and Timo Korhonen in the Harvu car. Albin Spetz, not Alexander Spetz, will start from 19th position alongside Chris Shorter. The rest of the grid will come through. I wish Arjuna was alongside in the commentary booth so I can get to say 21st spot. Ozretskov Sky will start from 21st alongside Ben Hitz. The rest of them will roll through. It's going to be a tight grid. It's going to be a crazy grid. And it's all about that race down into the first corner, which is going to be incredibly tight in any car. But in these, I'm expecting 3, 4, maybe even a cheeky bit of 5 wide.
I think what you said earlier on about qualifying well at Daytona is was very important, actually. The fact that you can overtake around here, so in theory it's not that bad to start at the back, but you wouldn't want to be, given the way that Turn 1 is, and just what can go wrong around here. So, yeah, I think that is very true, and it's going to ring very true for these drivers as well. If you're not inside the top 10 or so, the likelihood of you getting involved in an incident is really quite high, and you don't want that at all. These cars can't really take damage like the GT3 and the TCR maybe can. You don't want damage in any car around here, particularly, really. But especially these cars, that they just can't take it, really.
That's something very counter for cars like this. A rolling start, you've got to when you head to Daytona. A couple of drivers a bit further down the order, by the way, did see, of course, British F4 Esports champion Luke McEwen starting from 37th position, right in the danger zone, and dropping back even further. These are nervy times for a lot of these drivers. You can see some of these gaps being built further back as they'll want to punch into that slipstream on the race down to the first corner. How long until the first crash? Is it going to be T1 or is it going to be down to the International Horseshoe, West Horseshoe very quickly?
I don't know why it has to be one or the other. It might be all of them.
It's not going to be clean, I can tell you that for free.
It might be all of them. We'll wait and see, but there's certainly opportunity there at all of them.
Well, pace cars in. Julian Sunnan will take over pole position, take over control of the field. Georgi Dimitrov will start alongside in that number 99. Already a jump from the Triton car in the background. We said their old team then, it's fine. As they go racing around Daytona and that race down towards the first corner. Sunnan with the control and holding the whole shot into that first corner, trying to get to the outside. The Monaco Esports man of Dimitrov almost sent it in. Vasquez still up the inside. Vasquez might take over second position as they race their way down. Turn one looks pretty clean as we head into the International Horseshoe. It's all still pretty tidy. There we go. One car's off, 2, 3 in the background. They all rejoin and no carnage.
Well, there was a little bit of carnage actually on the entry to the tri-oval before some of the drivers even got to the start line. Arnaud's Competition and Wolf Team Racing are already in pit lane after getting involved in that, I believe. So there was a little bit, but it has been clean for the International Horseshoe. It's starting to single file its way out for the West Horseshoe as well. Down in the back, it's a little bit more chaotic, but this is one of the cleanest starts we've seen in the Daytona races so far. But that means a very big field, a very long train, and a very big argument for the race lead.
Oh yeah, this is what they call the big suck. There's a lot of slipstream going on the race down towards the bus stop. Sunnan, Vasquez, Dimitrov, Bradbury, Benito. None of these are going to be too patient. You can see there, Phil Denez in the middle, 8th position at the moment, as well as Sunnan, the race leader on the left-hand side. It's going to be a tight little one. Vasquez taking over, Dimitrov taking over 2nd position. We'll see them all head single file. Where is the 2 wide? Out a little bit wide in 91, one of the Urano Esports cars. You've got Visceral there going side by side with Bieler. I think that might be Sim RC that's had a bit of a moment coming in there as we might see a switch for the race lead. Dimitrov's coming and there's the carnage. That's what we were expecting.
And there's more, it's still going on as the leaders are going to go 3 wide. Vasquez going to head to the outside line of everybody. Goodness me, that's a mess. On the oval, on the banking through NASCAR 3 and 4, but up towards the line, it's 3 wide. Is that a little bit of a demonstration of what we're going to see in 43 minutes time? I certainly hope so. Be very interesting if it does, but 3 wide into turn 1. Sunnan on the inside, but doesn't prevail. Dimitrov through the middle for Monaco Esports is going to lead at the end of lap 1.
Well, I had some science being played with Joey Tebben at the Road Atlanta IRO4 race where we were discussing about the rule of 4. There is one that's gone round. Was that Kesselhout in BS competition? There's another one being sent for a spin. I think that was Vasquez as well. But the idea of a rule of 6 in these cars, that more than 6 cars, and you just have drama, you have chaos, you have imbalance, and I was almost wondering. I was on the teetering edge of maybe saying it doesn't necessarily apply around the Daytona International Speedway. And what we've just seen there, I think it applies around the Daytona International Speedway. I still think genuinely more than 6, it just becomes a little too messy. Let's take a look at some of the drama that we were having before even the race start. A bit of a jump start there from quite a few in the mid-pack. And, Wolf Racing and Arnage biting the bullet on that one. Yeah,
not their fault either particularly, although everybody does it, don't they, trying to... I don't know why I do know why they try and guess the green flag, but why? I don't know. Anyway, they've done that. Race to be seen now for Dimitrov and Sunnan. They've got a bit of a gap now. Could be a race-winning gap as well. If they want to fight this out between the two of them, they can work together now and pretty much guarantee themselves first and second here. But we'll wait and see if they do. This was the whole mess at the bus stop chicane. 2 cars to the outside, 1 across the inside. And there was another incident here as well on the exit. There's the white car spun around, and then all hell breaks loose on the exit. Completely on the exit of the bus stop chicane. There's the 2 heading to the outside into the barrier.
Yeah, there's a lot that have paid a pretty significant price in that, including the likes of Dur Esports, of Mirror Esports, Triton, Seybold, RPC, Geeks Energy, also down there. Where is the Urano Esports data group car? That's what I want to know right now.
They're in the top 10.
Oh yeah,
Go
yeah. No, sorry. I don't know why. I just assumed that Scrivens was behind Sandy Mitchell, and I was having a bit of a heart attack then. I was only looking down the order, didn't look at the top.
What's
I'm an old
concerning me
man. It's
most?
fine.
Sorry, what's concerning me most about this front group actually is the amount of black and red cars we've got. This is going to be really hard. But anyway, this is what happened towards the end of the bus stop chicane. The white car goes off and spins into the middle of the road, and then it causes a bit of an aftermath. And then everybody gets involved down the banking. More contacts. There's still people crashing. 4 involved. 5. We'll have 6. Yeah, why not? And yeah, there's a lot of cars out and damaged as a result of that, I'm afraid.
Well, they're really taking the line that Jackie Stewart said to James May once, which is once you get on the power, only get on the power when you know you never have to release it. And we're seeing an awful lot of that on the exit of the bus stop there. There was a lot of that mentality of just not releasing the throttle pedal, not blowing off the loud pedal. As we'll see even more replays. This is what happened to BS Turner and BS Competition getting into it with a couple of other contacts from other cars, and that's what happened to BS Competition. Obviously had Altus there having a bit of a moment. There was the out wide Vasquez having a bit of an incident with one of the Redline cars and then going for a bit of a spin himself. First lap wasn't too dramatic until the bus stop. Yeah, that lap certainly was. Switch to the race lead. Dimitrov will take over from Sunnen right now. And you can see a bit of bump drafting happening from a couple of these groupings, and I don't blame them.
Colombo right on the outside line now and might well be able to take the lead here for Team Redline. Already won 2 races himself in VCO Infinity, sorry, ProSIM Infinity here today. Outside line for him, very late on the brakes, far too wide. And he could well end up losing out to Enzo Benito as well.
I'm just curious. This race is going to be a drag race to the line, unless there's so much drama that someone is able to break away. This is almost a guaranteed drag race to the line. I don't know what position you want to be in. Nor in most cars, you want to be second, right? And you just take that slipstream and you just go for it. Right now, what I'm seeing, I feel you want to be third. I feel you want to be that third car. There's so much slipstream. There's so much that you're pushing into as Josh Boulain's out a little wide, dropping to Scrivens and potentially even Armstrong as well out of the West Horseshoe. There is Dylan Scrivens on the right-hand side, Enzo Benito in the middle, and Dylan Sunnen on the left. It's... I will say all 3 of them look pretty calm, certainly more calm than I would look in this racing environment. But 9 cars for the race lead. Dimitrov, Sunnen, Benito, Colombo, Scrivens, Poulain, Armstrong, Mitchell and Milikangas as well.
Yeah, I would agree though about your point. I think you want to be third as well. If you look at the way... well, we'll just keep an eye on Enzo Benito here on the exit of the bus stop chicane and see where he gets to. But I think third place is the place to be as Sunnen goes to the inside here on the... bus stop chicane, Le Mans chicane, I don't know, into the lead for the minute, but yeah, let's just see Enzo Benito here through NASCAR 3 and 4 and see where he gets to up at the line because yeah, I do feel like third place is the place to be. Although I'm not entirely convinced it is going to be a drag race to the line. I still think there is scope for enough chaos that it won't be, and there might be a solo driver just taking over the line themselves.
Well, let's just see. Benito there pushing at the back of Dimitrov, pushing him up to the front, does not take over the race lead, not taking advantage of that slipstream too much. Sonnen will look to the inside, backs out of it ever so slightly. Dimitrov to the front, Benito out wide, potentially out too wide, might lose out to Sonnen in that R8G car as well. Colombo lifts off just a touch. Poulain and Scriven switch positions for 5th spot. It's going to be very hard to follow this 9 around the Daytona International Speedway. And there is a big send to the outside. Sandy Mitchell was trying to get something done and try and move up this order, but still remains in 8th, as there's going to be side-by-side through the dog web up towards the West Horseshoe. Scrivens and Poulain still side-by-side. If they continue this, they might just lose the final touches of that slipstream. Nice hands, Sandy Mitchell.
And he needed them there to save the car on the exit of the West Horseshoe as well. But we just took into 8th position. It was really late on the brakes down there into the International Horseshoe on that occasion. Thought he was going to rear-end someone, no doubt. But in the end, managed to keep things clean. It does look like these 9, though, are going to get away from the rest. And it is going to be at least between these 9, maybe less of them, to be fair. Depends how many incidents, if there are any, throughout the rest of this. But I don't think it's going to be contested by any more than 9.
If it will be all 9 of these in 36 minutes time, I will be shocked. Someone, like I said, I still maintain that rule of 6 is a thing. Less so around here because of how the slipstream is, but still, it is a thing. I am genuinely terrified by the amount of red and black cars, by the way. I agree with you. Monaco Esports, Redline, Urano, and of course, Race Clutch, all in this group. There's not much colour variation in
No.
it. It's not ideal, but there's going to be some form of drag race. I just think even if one car breaks away, right, even if they get to 2 seconds down the road, I still think a little bit of bump drafting and the way this will work, I would almost guarantee that 1 or 2 seconds by yourself is not enough.
No, you do need a bigger gap than that, but I don't think creating a gap like that is impossible when it's like this. Poulain right round the outside of everybody there, still free wide through turn 1 for Fordzilla, by the way. Not going to be able to do it, and the top 2, top 3, going to stay the same. It all gets very tight through the chicane, left and right, and now down the inside for Benito. He's going to get up to 3rd. Scrivens is going to hold on to 4th, maybe. Poulain and James Armstrong here as well for Brabham. Be keeping relatively quiet considering he's in this group, but now starting to get in amongst it and wants the top 5, and looks like he's going to get it just for the moment. Important points battles to note here as well.
Yeah, I mean, expect this to change an awful lot. Pretty much every single corner of the points-paying positions will differentiate themselves. RHG now gaining a little bit more, another few points on the team that's second in the standings, that's being driven by Dylan Scrivens. But there's going to be so many switches before we get to the checker flag that who knows who's going to be gaining, who's going to be losing right now. Lorenzo Colombo, of course, points leader in that number 71 Team Redline machine. That is going to be in 8th position. I don't think they need to risk anything. Just stay out of it and make sure they're not involved in what feels like an almost inevitable crash. I hope it's not going to be. I think the racing between them has been absolutely superb between that top 9. Respect and space given consistently. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I think it's been absolutely fantastic so far. Yeah, there have been a few incidents here and there, but on the most part, it's been very, very good racing indeed, as this huge train for 13th position continues to battle as well. Currently being headed by South African Chris Shorter, trying to catch up to a 3-driver train of Bradbury, Zipoli and Nunez at the moment, battling over 10th place. Is this possible for these drivers to actually get a top 10? They're going to need a bit more organisation than they've got at the minute.
Yeah, there is that kind of thing. If you need to pick your partner and go with them straight away. There is a little bit of a switch. Dimitrov to the inside. Someone was sliding a little bit there. Just heard that with the tyres scrambling for grip. Manages to catch it. Poulain up to 2nd. Son and Scrivens and Benito now the order inside that top 5, as we'll see them once again side by side into the international horseshoe. There is Armstrong. Like I said, he was involved in the battle towards the front end when we took the IRO4s around the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps. And I just... The thing is right now I'm looking at this group thinking I don't know who's going to be eliminated from it, if there is going to be anyone eliminated. I'm deep down, I'm watching this being like, if I was a driver, I would be accepting that at some point very soon this is going to end in tears. So enjoy it whilst it lasts.
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree that not all 9 are going to get to the flag in this group. To be honest, because the fighting is so fierce. Surely one of them makes a mistake at some point, but it's very, very enjoyable for the moment. And same in this battle for 13th as well in this big group down the international horseshoe. This is the kind of thing that can happen wide and often down the order. Was that Vasquez again?
I think it was Apex.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Big lock up for the Apex Racing team. And back onto the road, nothing too major, but losing out a fair amount of track position. I guess it's fairly easy to do. So each their own on that one.
On board right now with Sandy Mitchell once again, who needs to be looking forwards and backwards. Dimitrov still in the lead here. Impressive given how long he's been able to hold on to this lead, but I think that's finally going to come to an end now as I say that. 3 wide over the line, and once again the 3rd place driver at the bus stop leads at the line, something that all of these drivers will very much be noting over the next half an hour.
Oh yeah, let's say all of these drivers are paying attention right now, and it means this is where I think you'll see the big trip-ups, is going into, if they do remain as this 9 going on to the penultimate lap, 3rd to last lap, that, which I don't see, but yeah, if you do see it, what's going to happen is they're all going to fight over being in 3rd or 2nd. No one's going to fight for the race lead. No one wants to lead on that final lap out of the bus stop, because you're a sitting duck and there's nothing you can do. Everyone will be fighting over trying to be in 2nd and trying to be 3rd, and that's where you can just trip over pretty much everyone in the group, including the race leader.
Yeah, and I think because you don't want to be in the leader will start lifting off, trying to lose the lead, and nobody will go through, and then everyone's lifting, and then it's all a big mess. So that could very much happen. What I do think is going to, or where I would be, what I've seen quite often in these races though, is I would try and get myself in second place regardless, because you've still got a chance of winning either way, even if everything's normal. But I think the fight for third is going to be so fierce into the bus stop chicane. If we're in this situation, Sunder's going to try and pass Poulain, Scrivens is going to try and get into third here. I think the fight for third will be so fierce that actually the top two will be the only ones with a chance of winning anyway, because everybody will try and go side by side through here, and nobody will have a very good run. So I would try and be second anyway, just kind of predicting that there will be a huge fight over third.
Do you know what I would do?
What?
I wouldn't try. I wouldn't try and orchestrate it. I wouldn't try and get into a position. You're in the spot that you're in. Just go for it. Just give it a go. I know that sounds like, oh, well, yeah, maybe you're accepting not winning the race. That's not how a race driver would feel or whatever. I just don't really care. Right now, enjoy the races in. Yes, this is a fun event, an enjoyable event for a lot of the drivers and teams. They'll continue to race down into the first corner. Just let things happen. Let things unfold naturally. The moment you try and orchestrate it is the moment that drama happens, is the moment that you trip up over someone else. And then what could have been a top 9 finish, maybe even a podium finish, is now not a finish. That's what happens when you try and orchestrate things too much. Go and ask Ferrari about that one. They've had a few issues when it comes to orchestrating things like qualifying sessions and whatnot. Alas, it doesn't work out too well when you try and force it too hard. You just got to let the results come naturally and enjoy the race.
I think one team that is going to do that is Team Redline 1, because of the situation they're in. They can't afford to, come last, but it's not imperative that they win this race. So I think, Team Redline 1 may well do that. And just look at where Lorenzo Colombo has positioned his car at the minute. He's in 8th, but have you seen him side by side with anyone in the last 10 minutes? I certainly haven't. No. He's just on the back right now, watching everything happening in front of him, not hoping for incidents, but certainly expecting them, and doesn't want to be involved in one while he's up there. So he's just kind of waiting at the moment, waiting for that to happen. When it comes down to it at the end, he might well get involved, but even then, I don't think he'll get involved. And he'll just stay at the back, he'll finish where he finishes, and that's exactly what Redline have to do, given the situation they're in. They can't afford to finish last, but the difference between 1st and 8th for them is very small.
You've got to treat this one like one of the 500-mile races, like racing around Daytona on the Speedway, like racing around Indianapolis, of course, in the Indy 500. You've got to win the race. You've got to be there at the end. You've got to be a part of it, and that's kind of it. Is that right now, by being involved in these fights, you potentially are removing yourself from it. A couple of trains of 2 there, a bit of bum driving. That is classic Daytona if ever I've seen it. As Dimitrov will hold the race lead, on into the insides to touch, going into that first corner. Still drag races off of the corner between the likes of Redline 2 and the Urano Esports HKM cars. This is a bit further down the order. The one where Visceral, Impulse, BS Competition, Harvu, and then a couple of the Apex Racing Team cars all battling it out just a touch. I think that might be 707 as well, throwing themselves into it. Certainly is, as they look to the outside at the moment. I mean, yeah, there's action up and down the order. The 707 is being driven by Lasse Urano at the moment, to say. Unfortunately, you won't be seeing too much more of 707. As I was chatting to our junior earlier, I believe in 4 races' time, I think they might all be going their separate ways, or some of them will be going their own separate ways. I'm sure a couple of them will keep together, but still, a bit of a sad moment for the squad, but bittersweet might be the way of putting it, especially if they can just sneak out a couple of good results.
Yeah, absolutely. I do, and there they are. But yeah, I feel like they, like everyone else, are kind of locked in the group that they're in at the minute. They're not going to catch anyone else, I wouldn't have thought, especially with the top 9 working the way they are. Well, I say they're not really working together, are they? But they are faster than the rest right now, and it just means everybody's kind of locked where they are. Absolutely don't get a slow down penalty. That would completely ruin you. But that might be what a couple of them just managed to do there, unless they're just pulling high anyway.
I think they're okay. I think they would have lifted out a little bit earlier if they had the slow down penalties. I think it's too major. This car, unlike the touring cars where you understeer off over into that bit, in these kind of cars you tend to have the downforce and not the power that will get you into trouble with that slow down penalty. They should be okay to avoid it. It shouldn't become too much of a worry for anyone inside this group. The worry is just the contact. Again, these cars are fragile. We've got 3 left, 3 right, and then 3 at the rear, watching everything unfold. And I'm not going to lie, if there was a position I'd want to be in this group, it's 8th and 9th. I'd rather be where Colombo and Melakangis are right now, because this, I mean, it looks a lot of fun. It just looks, it looks scary. I'm impressed they've been able to do this for 20 minutes, and it shows the level of quality on the VCO ProSIM Infinity. Not everyone can battle like this. Looking at Josh Boulain right now in that 2nd spot. He's got his fan watching on. It's not on though, so that's fine.
Biggest fan. Yeah,
biggest
well,
fan.
That probably actually is in terms
pretty
of
average
height.
fan, to be honest.
Well, I don't know. I don't own one, so there we are.
You've got no fans?
No, I don't know. Sorry. I don't know. I'm so sorry, but it's it's true. Anyway, yeah, he's currently in 2nd at the minute. Sonnen actually had a look up the inside of the West Horseshoe there, actually, to have a dive on him, but. And I did think that Boulain was going to turn in and there was going to end up being an incident, but they alleviated that. But just look at the half a second that Dimitrov managed to pull out there as a result of that battle. Immediately wiped out in just one half of the banking.
Yeah, let's just see going through. I mean, there was about, like I said, 0.4 of a second that Dimitrov had over Boulain. It was just obliterated right now. Will Sonnen lead at the line? So Fordzilla are going for the move. Boulain going for it. Benito also going for it with the slipstream. Hey, maybe 4th position might be the one to be in. Maybe 5th position. See what Armstrong will do. The thing is, they're not going to take it 3 and 4 wide. Benito's gone from 4th. He goes to the outside. He's taken over the race lead. He hits the line. Maybe 4th is the spot to be in. Armstrong's gone from 5th up to 2nd as we head 4 wide down into the 1st corner, approaching the halfway point of the race, continuing to send it in. There is the R8G man straight to the inside as well, making it 3 wide. I've got to say, this has got to be a highlight of the event so far when it comes to racing like this. Certainly not so for 707 and BS competition. That car, I'm not an expert, but it wasn't pointing the right way.
Yeah, and not highlights for those, I'm afraid. That was Impulse as well, going for a spin. This is the danger that can happen, though, in this group, in any group, larger than 6, as you would say, I suppose. But
just generally more than one car.
Oh dear! Well, this is just a big mess, and that is spectacular. You'd win gold medals for that in the Olympics, I think. That was well, maybe not the landing, but that was great. Oh dear! Impulse just seemed to come off the. Oh, this is sickening. Dear me.
Arjuna, our
that was not nice.
Director right now, was like, do you know what? I'm going to make some people regurgitate their breakfast. It's fine.
Whew. Thanks for that. That was, yeah, well, maybe he needs waking up, to be fair, Arjuna, and that's done the trick, maybe. But my goodness, that was a big impact. It did seem that Impulse just came off the double yellow at the bottom of the corner there, just into the side of Apex there. Oh, speaking of into the side of one another, that was very nearly contact there.
Sonnen was struggling to get that one slowed down. Just a touch, saw a couple of kicks of the rear just stepping out in that braking zone. You're absolutely right. As much as the double yellow isn't a rule necessarily when we're using the road course, still, it's not ideal. It's a good rule of thumb to follow, not going below it too much and not stepping away from it. So here we go.
Oh. You've got to hold your line at the very least, as it's 4 wide for the lead now. My goodness, Benito once again will lead over the line. And finally, Dimitrov's stranglehold on this race will be broken. He's been able to lead lap after lap. No! Now there's contact.
Is he going to be able to keep going? Surely not. Surely not.
Wow.
Surely not. I mean, they are going to drop off the rear end. Sandy Mitchell and Enzo Benito are going to drop off the rear of this. But if they work together, genuinely, they could get back involved in it. I'd be curious to see if Benito's got any damage on the rear end. He's certainly going to have some overheated tyres. It was contact as Dimitrov got into the rear end. If those two can rejoin this train, I don't know what to be said about the rule of 6. It'll be in the bin for the Daytona International Raceway. That was... yeah, just a bit clumsy from Dimitrov, but yeah, it's happened now. It could be a penalty.
They're going to get in here. I'm sure of it. There they are in the background, and the 3 in the background as well. Autos, Zenith, and also Zipoli in the middle there for Wave Italy. I think that is. It is indeed. I think they could get in here. They've got a fighting chance of it anyway, as Lorenzo Colombo really hates this and is pulling to the high side immediately here to get out of the way of everyone.
Yeah, the group separating ever so slightly. Don't panic too much. Scriven's leading the way at the moment in the Urano data group car. Of course, second in the points, outscoring the points leader in Colombo, not by enough, so don't worry about it too much as they head through. Zoom in plane in the background, zoom in cars in the foreground as we head through the bus stop, the Le Mans chicane, and back out onto the high banks. NASCAR 3 and 4, Scrivens, Poulain, Dimitrov, Armstrong, Sonnen, Milikangis, Colombo, Benito and Mitchell. Still that 9-car train for the race lead. Somehow, beyond all belief, you're absolutely right. Benito and Mitchell are back a part of the train as we'll go 3 wide again because Dimitrov wants it back and he's certainly going to grab it.
Is James Armstrong going to be smart enough to keep it only 3 and not 4? I think he is. I think that's what's causing it, really. You're seeing 3 wide is fairly comfortable, even if it looks spectacular and looks like it shouldn't work almost down in towards turn 1. It does work, but 4 doesn't quite, as we've just seen there. The contact between Dimitrov and Benito obviously confirming that to us. So, yeah, we're kind of limiting ourselves to 3 wide, but I do wonder how long that's going to last, really.
In the middle, Brabham Esports, that one is Armstrong, right-hand side. Effectively looks like the old man in this trio. No disrespect to Dylan Becky Scrivens. Of course, Bobo there on the right-hand side, and then Josh Poulain on the left, master of fans. And at the moment, he has an only fan in the background. Well, yeah, that was a stretch, it's fine. Dimitrov, Scrivens and Poulain, though, being that top 3. I mean, I'm exhausted. There's 20 minutes left to go of this. If you're a driver, you're sat there thinking, oh my God. Wow. I mean, it's flying by, but also it is exhausting in doing so. It's just crazy. And I'm not going to lie, I was expecting a very different style of race in the most negative way possible. I'm loving it.
Yeah, it's been fantastic so far. As I move here for 4th position once again. Yeah, it's been very, very good entertainment indeed. We've even seen an incident, but miraculously, all 9 of them are still here and still very much involved. So, yeah, it's been really good entertainment so far. I do wonder whether that dynamic has changed just a little bit now. With Race Clutch now in 6th position, one of the more cautious drivers, one of the more cautious teams, in 6th place now. It's kind of leaving the 5 up front to their own devices to fight out, and the other 4 aren't really interested anymore, but the other 5 certainly are. Look at this.
Yep, 3 wide again. It just had to be. Again, pushing on the low side, pushing in the middle, and straight up on the high side goes the RAG of Julian Sonnen. And sent out wide. Again, a couple of scrambles for grip. You can hear on the tyres they are struggling just a touch, but Dimitrov's going to hold on to the race lead. 0.2 of a second clear of the battle for second between Poulain and Scrivens. Scrivens to the outside in the black and red. Yep, I know that doesn't help you, but it is the number 90 just trying to hang on, not only from Poulain but also from Armstrong as well, in that distinctive green and gold. Thankfully it's not black and red. Someone's done something slightly different when it comes to livery design. It's okay.
That's yeah, positive. Well, I think we could describe it as green and gold, to be honest, rather than black and gold. But anyway.
Did I say green? I thought I said green and gold.
Did I? Well, I thought I heard black and gold, but we're equally losing our minds at this point, the both of us. As Lorenzo Colombo has found his friend Race Clutch once again. I can't say that name. Milikangis. Yeah, thank you. They've found each other once again at the back of the group, and I think this is really smart from the both of them, to be honest, because look at the way the top 7 up front are fighting it out. I guess it's kind of dangerous to be involved in it in terms of your aspirations for the race win. So it's a really smart idea for Race Clutch and Redline to stay at the back for now, at least for now. Expect them in the final few minutes to get up there, but there's no real need to be up in the top 5 right now.
There's no need to lead now at all, to be anywhere near it. Like I say, just sit at the back and just wait for the laps to unfold. How do you say 23rd position?
Oh yeah, I do know this one. Lubov Ozoretsovskaya. I'll give it a go.
That's probably as close as I get it. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I just say it with confidence and hope for the best, so each their own.
I've commented on Lubov before, which is helpful.
I see.
I thought she was Olympus Esports. Maybe she's changed teams. But
Love 46 is her squad. Well,
okay, so maybe it's sort of the same. Oh, and Thomas Cope was driving earlier as well. He's also Olympus Esports, so I guess it kind of is. But yeah, thankfully I had pre-experience there, which has helped me out massively.
There was, I think it was VCO ProSIM. I think it was season 2. It was her and I believe it was her husband, also called Ski, that was racing together as a partnership. But yeah, again, brave effort to give that one a go. I know our broadcast director certainly wouldn't. We'll call it Love 46 and pretend no one would ask the question. So it's fine. We'll have to wait and see. I got an oi immediately after saying that. So Woots, irritating him straight away. Arjuna will be back onto the broadcast after this race. You have to put up with his voice for the next 4 races as we'll head towards the final checkered flag of the event. 1/3 left to go in this race, 15 minutes. Still not sure what position you'd want to be in on that race towards the line. You don't want to be leading, that's for sure. Second, maybe. Third, probably. Fourth, Enzo Benito, I think, might want to be fourth.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past 4th place driver to be winning, but once again, I do just see that it being a whole big mess into the bus stop chicane and the final lap. And so being in those top 2 positions might be really important, because it could be, side by side between everybody. Oh, I feel like we may have jinxed Love 46 here, I'm afraid. Oh, not too badly. Just a trip across the grass this time for them. But yeah, I do think it's going to be such a big mess that maybe being in the top 2 is a good idea, as the top 4 are starting to get away just ever so slightly. You can see on the on live pictures, Josh Poulain going to take the lead for the minute, but a bit of a gap opening there.
I think that was the What's Cooking Racing Adventures car, by the way. Yeah, I know. There's a bit of pink on it, and so into, but no, it wasn't the Love 46. Don't worry. It was the What's Cooking Racing Adventures, which they were having a bit of an adventure. That is for sure. It was just across the grass, as straight down the inside. Poulain takes over. As much as that 4 was breaking away, Slipstream is king around the around the World Centre of Racing, around Daytona, and yeah. It's always, that gap was always going to close back up again. It needs to be much, much larger than that. Still side by side for the race leader. Scrivens is trying to wrestle it back over. Honestly, I hope they're not thinking about what position they're in right now and what they're going to be doing later on. I want them to just be enjoying this moment, because they've put on an incredible show for the 30 minutes of race 20 of 24 here in the VCO ProSIM INFINITY. We hope you're all enjoying it, sat back at home. It's going to be edge of your seat racing, that is for sure. I don't know what it is about this Aero 4. I mean, low power, medium downforce, low power, medium downforce. So it's not low downforce, I was going to say high downforce, it's not really. Low power, medium downforce, circuits like this. We saw it when we went to the Fuji International Speedway, of course, in the VCO Esports Racing League, and of course earlier on in the VCO ProSIM INFINITY. They just race really, really, really well. It's just part of this car. It's a fantastic race car, and great for rejoining the circuit straight in front of everyone else. Yeah,
it is fantastic for racing. I didn't see what's going on, to be honest. It's hard to keep up. But I feel as much as the slipstream is playing a role in this, of course it is. But the concertina effects going down towards turn 1 and into the international horseshoe and all that is really keeping these groups together as well. Because whenever there's a slight break in the group, the leader of the next one is able to brake so much later. You can see it with James Armstrong here. Just look at how much deeper he's able to go under brakes compared to the likes of Dimitrov, for example, who's got 2 drivers going side by side in front of him. That's playing as much of a role in keeping these drivers together as the slipstream is.
Yeah, indeed. You've got to know as well, these drivers will know they are the full focus of the broadcast right now. Any mistake from any of them, and we will rip them to pieces for destroying what has been such a good race. A little bit of a look to the inside from Sutton there, trying to get past Armstrong, nearly cost him a position to Enzo Benito, Sandy Mitchell, Milikangas and Colombo taking up these rear 2 positions, as they have done in this train quite a lot of this race. It is not out of talent, it's not out of skill, it is out of patience, it is out of learning, it is out of understanding of this group. I'm liking that style of racing. Summons to the inside, coming back out onto NASCAR 1 as a potential switch happening there between themselves and Benito. Not working. Benito's in 5th position, 1 away from where he definitely wants to be in, let's say, 11 and a half minutes time.
Or does he want to be there? Because that seems like to us the best place for him, but does he feel that's the best place for him is the more important question. As we go 3 wide into the bus stop again. This is exactly what I can see happening on the final lap, by the way, and if it does, then it's a real mess. Even the race leader at this point would have a chance of winning this one. With half a second and only 1 bit of straight to go, then there's a chance, unless Dimitrov, goes to the high side and really does it like that. But yeah, I mean, anything can happen here, really. It's not quite as simple as just being 3rd and you've won the race coming out the bus stop chicane. you've got to do a lot more than that. There's a lot more thinking it's to do than that. It's a lot more dynamic than that. As we see it getting very close, free wide, James Armstrong through the middle.
Yeah, Poulain squeezed a little bit below the double yellow. I mean, he went there voluntarily and then tried to try and muscle his way through. Dimitrov still going to hang on to that race lead, 3 wide again. Benito looking to the outside, Armstrong in the middle, Poulain on the left-hand side, and that team Fordzilla should be 3rd position for the 966 to take over. A little bit out wide, R8G. I'm trying to work out earlier, what is the significance of 966? Is it because it's 1966 was when they won Le Mans? Is that what it is?
Maybe.
Because that's a stretch. But just taking that and just removing the 1 and just being like, yeah, that'll do.
Yeah, I don't know why 66 wouldn't have been good enough in that case as well.
Yeah.
Because that's what Ford actually did in real life when they came back in 2016.
I've just never known.
Maybe that's the best shout I can think of. I mean, some people do just prefer bizarre numbers that are, triple digits and all that, So, okay, that's nice.
I do.
Even 888. Wow.
No.
The whole of Australia now hates you.
No. No, like 888, 111, 333, all those triples are fine.
So
but it's like
numbers that are acceptable.
142. I'm like, why? 716. Again, why? You know what I mean? It's like those ones. It's just kind of like, I just don't know. And I did see Ash Sutton was driving. 116 is was watching anyway. 116 is a great number with no issues. Don't worry about it, mate. It's fine.
I just hate to remember.
No, I just don't understand. Someone else did have 66, by the way, but still, they're always in 966. So still, I don't really know. Don't really know why. Anyway, we'll focus on the racing anyway. Dimitrov, Scrivens, Benito, black and red, 1, 2, and 3, but a side-by-side contact there between Dimitrov and Scrivens, who went to the outside. And the number 90 did Scrivens, and now he's going to try and send it into the first corner. But Dimitrov has that stranglehold, as you were saying earlier, coming down to that first braking zone.
Yeah, absolutely. He's holding on really well, but the problem is he's never leading at the line. He leads around the whole of the lap, but never at the line, which is obviously where the race finishes. So that's a real problem for him and something that he's going to have to work out. But I still don't think it's the worst place to be heading on to the final lap when there's such a fight to be just behind him. Can he just have a remarkable bus stop chicane and hold on for the win? Because there have been 1 or 2 occasions where he's pulled out a margin where they actually don't get close to him into turn 1.
Yeah, I'm not so sure as to whether I want to be in Dimitrov's boots right now. But then again, if you are leading, and if what we've said about this drama potentially coming into the bus stop chicane, well, you're ahead of it. So if that drama happens, that could be how you win. Is because the drama's been behind. You're putting yourself in the clean track position that you're ahead of all the potential drama. Sure, you might not win the race, you might finish in 2nd or 3rd, but you're guaranteeing decent points for the squad and a potential different strategy when it comes to a chance of the race victory. Scrivens is going to look to the inside coming into the Le Mans chicane then, and is going to try and take over the race lead, and does indeed do so. Dimitrov lifting out just a touch, and so Dimitrov, I'm sure, will take it by the time we get back to T1.
Yeah, maybe Dimitrov has decided that this is actually my best chance to win the race, even if it's not, the textbook strategy, if you like. He's maybe decided that actually, it might well be the best chance, even if it's still not a great one. Because after all, it really is a mixed bag right now. It's like flipping a coin, an 8-sided, 9-sided one, to try and decide the race winner at the moment. It really is up for debate. As Dimitrov once again going to lead up the line, although I don't think Josh Poulain is going to be that helpful to him on the final lap if that happens again.
I'm just kind of looking at the lap times, by the way, with them running 1:51s. We're going to be very, very close to this being either 4 laps left to go or 5. It will come down to seconds at the line. I think it's more leaning towards 5. And to be quite honest with how this race has been, I'm okay with that. Let's keep this one going. I want to see where this one's going to unfold. The thing is, I think the drivers won't 100% know for certainty until potentially the penultimate lap, which means that when they're going through the bus stop, they might have to be preparing as if it is the last lap, even though it might not be, if you get where I'm coming from, which... Yeah, read into that what you will. It has been 9 for the race lead for the last 40 minutes. Just 6 and a bit more. Come on, let's keep it together.
Yeah, let's hope they all do keep it together for the final minute. Oh, we certainly have our fair share of entertainment through this one. It's been very, very good racing indeed. But whether it will continue to the very, very end remains to be seen. I think we are going to get that drag race to the line. I did fear that it was going to be so much chaos that we were just going to see big gaps towards the end and a bit of a dull race, but that has not happened at all. It stayed together, it stayed exciting. It's been very, very good so far.
Yeah, indeed. A couple of little looks coming down into the Le Mans chicane there from Armstrong. Back to single file, heading their way through, out 6 minutes and 8 seconds left to go. Nice post there, warping through the camera. Obviously, whilst we've been focusing this battle for the race lead, I think we can confirm this has definitely not been the only crazy battle through the race. There's been so many up and down the order that we just have not had the time to go back and look. If you have been a part of these battles, I think that might be Sim RC that have had a bit of a spin, certainly is. They managed to get back going, but without even tapping the barrier. Congrats. I'm sorry to all the teams that will be disappointed to have not been featured on this broadcast. I know they've had some great racing, but understand, a 9-car battle for the race league, these opportunities do not come up often to have crazy battles that are this tight, this close, this respectful, this good, this entertaining to watch.
Absolutely. It's very rare that you see something quite like this. It is remarkable. Still side by side for the lead with 5 minutes to go. Dimitrov still leads as well. I think he could break the record here for leading the most amount of seconds in a race and then not winning here. I still can't see it happening for him, but then again, it's not out of the realms of possibility. I wouldn't be surprised if any one of these 9 win. Hell, Lorenzo Colombo could win here. I don't know. At this point, he's still not getting involved. Race Clutch still not getting involved, which I am surprised about, to be fair, because Race Clutch aren't exactly in a championship fight here, and it's getting quite late now. Maybe they should start trying to move up.
Note how Ewan O'Leary did say time led from Dimitrov, because if it was laps led.
Yeah, not laps, yeah. Not laps.
Definitely not the case, because he's not actually led that many laps in this race. Laps counted across the line.
This is the problem for him at the end of the race, because he's never leading at the line. Well, almost never. So, and obviously that's where the race ends. So, despite the seconds he's actually spent in the lead, he's not got anything to show for it.
Yeah, when kind of like looking at it, I think he's got to, despite having led on well over the half of the laps of this race, I think we'll have maybe 3, maybe 4 laps led, maybe something in that across the line. But it doesn't matter, because there's only 1 lap you need to lead, and that lap will be in 4 minutes time. And I believe as we cross the line with 3 minutes and 50 seconds left to go, there will be 3 laps left here at Daytona. There's plenty more time to see chops and changes. That is a lap led by Dimitrov across the line that time. So maybe he is getting into the rhythm of finding out ways to actually cross the line as the victor. But I'm sure all 9 of these have had their options. Colombo and Milakangis switch. Race Clutch and Redline toward the back. This is the battle for 15th. 4-man racing in that white, that distinctive, brilliant, hard effort livery there that's leading this little group. Deltraz Automotive, Harvu, Obsidian and Carbon in the 66, the actual 66, all in there as well, as that was a bit of a connection issue for the Obsidian car.
Yeah, good fights happening up and down the field, and it's difficult to do the whole race justice because of the fight that we've been having up the front of the field. And there's about to be another spanner thrown into the works as well, by the way. 3 teams battling over lower positions, about to get lapped here. Triton Racing, RPC Esports and Seville Esports all about to get lapped as a 3-car train. And if they get involved, then, it could get even more chaotic than it already is.
RHG Esports, is it blue, is it green? In the light earlier, it did. Jerry Tevin was telling me that it looked slightly green. It's definitely blue in this light as we ride on board with Julian Sennan, heading down into the Le Mans chicane. All different types of curb usage happening in there. Heading on to the penultimate lap of this race. Again, we're going to get another taster as to what positions you want to be in. Benito started the run in 4th position, has led a couple of times. Is he going to lead from 3rd? On the exit there, heading up onto the higher side of the banking, heading through NASCAR 3, NASCAR 4, and out towards the tri-oval. He's certainly got the overspeed to take over the race lead from Dimitrov, and he does just lead the line. This is going to come down 1,000th of a second, I have no doubt.
It is. Yeah, all 9 of them could be covered by less than a second as well by the end, which would be really incredible. But who knows? Still 2 laps to go, as you mentioned. I think this is going to be the penultimate one, but do the drivers know that? Have they been able to do the maths and work this one out? I'm sure they'll have someone telling them, especially at this time of day, where there should be at least another team member awake, if not more. Yeah, I think they will all know, but the jockeying position won't stop, and I do fear what those lap cars are going to, or how those lap cars are going to impact this battle.
Well, where are we going to see these moves? Are we going to see those back two join? Milikangas and Colombo, they've switched over a little bit there. Sandy Mitchell going side by side, just a touch with Sunan, who gets through, heading back out onto NASCAR 1. A little bit wide was Enzo Benito, and he's just going to lose the final bits of the slipstream. He's going to punch his way into it, coming down into the bus stop. I'm trying to think of this. If I'm a racing driver, what would I do right now? And like I say, I'm still of the maintaining of, like, don't try and force it. Just let it happen naturally. Don't even think about how many laps are left. So, penultimate time then into the bus stop, into the Le Mans chicane. Poulain will lead. Scrivens, Dimitrov, Benito, Armstrong, Sunan, Mitchell, Milikangas, Colombo. Your drivers that are challenging for this race victory. The drivers that have challenged for it for 45 minutes. Who is going to be taking the victory? One driver is going to be very, very happy. I think 8 are going to be pretty disappointed. Maybe 7 pretty disappointed. And 1 pretty relaxed with the result.
The double push there for Dimitrov very nearly sent him and everyone off. 5 seconds to go in the race. They crossed the line. 1 more lap to go. Dimitrov breaks late round the outside. He desperately wants to lead. And Enzo Benito desperately doesn't want to lead. I think he broke early there to try and give it away.
Well, a lot of grass, a lot of curb usage happening there. Switch back to the inside. Poulain sending it there on Enzo Benito. Is it going to end in tears? Almost. Somehow they managed to keep pointing the right way. Dimitrov's still hanging on to the race lead, and somehow Benito in second spot. It's Armstrong looking for a way round Scrivens as we head through the dogleg up towards the West Horseshoe.
Yeah, it's single file between the top 3. Poulain really wants to be second. Benito really wants to be there as well. But he's accidentally taken the lead, I think, there, to be honest. Dimitrov now loses that place. Poulain still wants to get up into there. I think he's in the ideal position for now, but he's got to hold on to third, and this is the problem. This is why leading might not be the worst thing ever, but the fight for second is fierce.
Well, this is what Ewan O'Leary was talking about, that race into the bus stop, into the Le Mans chicane. This is where things are going to get feisty. Poulain goes a little bit higher to go and use gravity to drop back behind Scrivens to get back into that slipstream, to go for it. A little bit of lap traffic up ahead as well. It shouldn't involve itself too much in the fight, as there is the move to the inside. That is Poulain trying to get through. Also Scrivens trying to get through and does get into the race lead. Poulain gets up in the second position, and suddenly coming out of that Le Mans chicane, it is going to be Scrivens just leading at the moment. Only NASCAR 3, NASCAR 4 left to go. 0.4 of a second separates Scrivens from Poulain, but that gap's coming down rapidly. It's going to be a big drag race towards the line, but could it have been enough for Scrivens? I'm just not sure. It's getting worse. It's getting worse. Poulain could be coming through. Could we see Fortilla at the top? It's such a short run from now. It's going to be super tight between the two of them. It's the tightest line you can possibly take, and it's a drag race that Benito, I think, suddenly came through on the high side. You can see Scrivens was a bit frustrated by that. It's third position for Benito. It's second for Scrivens, and it is a race victory for Fortilla. It's a race victory for Poulain in one of the best races that we've seen here in VCO ProSIM Infinity. Absolutely phenomenal. That isn't, though, but we'll allow it.
Yeah, fantastic. You see, Scrivens has just enjoyed that more than anything else. He's not particularly disappointed that he lost second, but a smile on his face. Very much enjoyed that race because it was fantastic. Poulain there, though, once again, won that race at the bus stop chicane. His dive down the inside of Enzo Benito won him that race, and so he was able to get into the right position, get the slipstream, draft past Scrivens at the very end. He left it he lost about as much time as he could do to actually still draft past again. But still, it was a great race, very close at the end, and we can't ask for much more than that.
No, Milikangas and Colombo. I mean, that might have actually been quite a long 45 minutes for those two, because they were just sat at the back end looking to hoover up some points. They did finish outside of a second. Final few finishes coming through. Battle for 31st. These are the ones that could have been going a lap down. Triton, Saybolt and RPC. Could be. Definitely going to be a drag race to the line for that 31st position right now. I'd like to say, I think Triton, who did start the race with a little bit of drama, they've gone very, very high as Kirchizek is going to try and hang on. I don't think it's going to work, though, is it?
Oh, my goodness me. This is messy. there's going to be some grass here for RPC, I'm afraid. Is there? Yeah, there is, and they've still done it. So fair play to them. But is that legal? Well, yeah, I guess, but a bit ridiculous, really.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Either way, it was crazy racing up and down the order, but your winner is Team Fordzilla. A super drive from Josh Poulain. 0.005 of a second, the margin for victory. It was an exciting one. Scriven's just coming up short in the Urano Esports data group as they're trying to secure second position in the standings. At the moment, still ahead and pulling out even more of a gap from Julian Sonnen and R8G Esports. Enzo Benito in third, just 0.04 of a second. I thought he might have snuck through there. Dimitrov, who had most of the time in this race at the front of the field. Armstrong in fifth. Sandy Mitchell, Sonnen, Milakangis, Colombo, all 9 of those take a massive bow. What a fantastic race they put on. Ted Bradbury rounds out the top 10 for Altus Esports. Behind that, in 11th position, there was a tight fight between Altus and Wave Italy Racing, but they might be frustrated in the fact that they weren't a part of that battle for the race victory, just 4 seconds off. Nunez for Zenith, then Luke McEwen, who did work his way up the order after starting quite far down in 13th, then Kwiatkowski, Kornen for the Harvu team, 4-man Racing, Delatraz Automotive, Wave Italy Racing 2. Lyubov Ozretskov-Skya did manage to get inside the top 20 for the Love 46 team, finishing just a 10th behind Drater in that 18th position before we get Manuel Gonzalez, Simon in Obsidian Racing. The rest of them will filter their way through. A few disappointments in this. Fildenez just 21st. Obviously, drama coming down into the international horseshoe. Lassie Urine for Team 707 also receiving a fair amount. Harley Horton and Pure Sims have actually had some decent pace in this car. Same with David Toth, who's an open wheel specialist himself. Castlehoot having those issues as well with their teammate in the BS Turner car. Williams Esports, who are battling for decent positions in the championship. 34th position in this race. Like you say, some big dramas up and down the order, exactly as we expected coming into the Daytona International Speedway in, of course, the legendary iRacing IRO 4. It's what we wanted. It's what we expected. Maybe not so much to the front. A 9-car battle for the race lead. That's even more than we expected. Loved it.
Yeah, we did get more than we expected, really, in that one. I was surprised that we all stayed together. Let's just say that it wasn't incident-free throughout. We did have Enzo Benito going around for a spin and somehow remaining in the group. Still not entirely sure how that happened, but yeah, an amazing race and yeah, very good one to get. I mean, it just shows that Daytona not the most exciting circuit to drive, if I'm honest. But it's a great circuit to race at. You get great racing there. I don't think we're going to see something similar for the final race with the BMW, but I hope so.
Well, next up, we race in the IR18 around the Red Bull Ring. And if I'm your creepy uncle, I have no idea what our Juno is going to be to you, but I'm going to step aside at least for one race and get ready for those final 3. It's going to be a crazy run to that line, so don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the world of VCO ProSIM Infinity. I'm awake, somehow, after just a handful of hours sleep. It does help that I was behind the scenes producing that last race with the IRO4 at Daytona, because Lewis said it. It's not very often, Ewan, that you end up with a 9-car train that battles for 45 minutes. And battle they did, even with a bit of contact.
Yeah, there was even one incident, but everybody stayed together. It was a fantastic race, and I think it's going to be very difficult to top that, no matter what combinations we have coming up next. Indeed, even in the next race or the next 4, it's going to be very difficult to top, but we'll try anyway, and I'm sure we will see good races either way.
So we got the Dallara IR18, the final time we'll see this car out on track. We say goodbye to the iRacing Formula 4, by the way, as well. But we head to the Red Bull Ring, to the Styrian Mountains once again, and this is an interesting combination because an IndyCar, a lot of people say, is, well, America's answer to Formula 1, but the way it develops speed is in a very different way. Quick look at the points, though, as they stand right now. Of course, it is still the one and only Team Redline that run at the top, but the margin, 58 points. I think Lewis said it best as well here, you. We're not really talking about the battle at the front of the championship now. We're more looking at second on back and exactly how we'll filter these drivers out.
Yeah, I mean, even if Urano win all the races now, I think Redline only need, what, 12th, 13th, something like that in every race from here on in. And so they're really in the driver's seat in terms of this championship now. It's hard to see them losing it, but the battle for second is very interesting. RHG lost a few points on that last one. It's now out to 24. Also, the fight for 4th place is quite interesting. BS Turner have recently taken that from Autos by only 1 point, and Williams Esports only 16 points behind that 4th place as well. So there are some positional fights.
So let's grab a look then at the starting grid. It's Ryan Barneveld, who is getting increasingly familiar with this Dallara IR18 that will lead us to the green with a 1:14.535. Valentin Mandonok alongside in the R8G Esports machine, a 10th off the pace. It's Team 707, but not Valtteri Lander. Matti Siepola that finds himself in 3rd, inside of Alexei Nesov with Urano Esports Data Group, just looking to try and do what they can to put the pressure onto Team Redline. Pablo Espez and then Adam Pinches share row number 3, lining up behind them in 7th. It's Peo Pev in the Fordzilla entry, Lucas Prada in Pure Sims. Pure Sims is Dallara IR18 alongside. Armstrong goes back-to-back and now will line up 9th after showcasing in Daytona in that battle of the 9 cars. Tommy Katala completes the top 10. Joop de Ligt 11th with Guillaume Igloff in the Sabolt Esports entry alongside Oscar Mangan. Then Moritz Lohner 13th and 14th. And you'll notice we haven't talked about a Redline entry yet. Then Valero and Pinheiro for Apex and Zenith on row 8 with Gergo Baldi and Deegan Fairclough sharing row number 9. From 19th, Thomas Cope has Marco Cipoli for company on the edge of the top 20. We'll scroll through the rest of the names. Kashube in 24th along with Ladick on row 12. But again, still going outside of the top 30. Waiting for Redline. Vecchio's in 33rd with an almighty effort in front of him. Luke Bennett is going to start back in 37th position. The final driver, Ewan, with a time on the board.
Yeah, not good news. There must have been a mistake on that lap. There's no way that Luke Bennett is, on pace, nearly 2 seconds down. Surely not. Also, Moreno Sirica did some great things last night, coming from the back of the field for Williams, and also Brandon Traino down at the back of the field. So I think he actually is last. So there'll be ones to watch out for as well. But this is a big opportunity for Urano that cannot be missed.
I think that is what we need to talk about. As it runs right now, let's see if we can talk about points. It would, again, it's a long shot to say it's going to hold like this because chaos and carnage is to be expected here in VCO ProSIM Infinity. But what was a more than 50-point swing becomes a 25-point swing if the result holds as is. One race could set up 3 hours of tense fighting to the very end of VCO ProSIM Infinity. The reality is, though, it's not going to be as simple as that, and lap 1 here is going to be treacherous, Ewan.
Yeah, turn 1 is not the particular danger point, but certainly up the hill towards what's actually called turn 3, but whatever. The braking zone up the hill there, that's where the real chaos could happen. We've got 42 cars here. That's quite a lot to be fitting through this circuit.
Ryan Barneveld does not want to hang around. We're already racing in the Styrian Mountains. A great start from the BS Turner machine. Urano now fends off the advances of Nessoff, but a major drama, and Nessoff maybe got clipped. Urano's hopes may be up in smoke. 3 cars scamper through. Chaos, carnage, and drama once again at the Red Bull Ring. VCO ProSIM Infinity has another twist in the tail.
The golden opportunity there for Urano may well have just been dragged from under their feet. I'm not entirely sure how damaged they are. They may well be right towards the back already with Nessoff here. There he is. He could already be behind Redline.
He is down in 32nd position. Luke Bennett up in 28. So yes, indeed, one corner has changed the complexion just like that, and Alexei Nessoff would have entered turn 1 thinking, you know what, we've got a chance. He's exited turn 1 with a mighty effort in front of him to work his way back towards the front. 3 cars at the front. BS Turner, RAG, and Team 707 have seen no change around. Behind them, Havu +6, Altus +8, Apex +9, and then Door +7. Thomas Cope +11 as well. So many people taking advantage of chaos on the opening lap, and there's a big breakaway at the front of the field.
Yeah, the top 3 were able to get through cleanly, but for the rest of them, it was not quite so simple. It was a big mess going down towards turn 1, and there's still a big mess happening at the final corner as well, with incidents galore. I do believe we've seen a good 6 cars in pit lane already as well. At the end of the opening lap there was a lot of chaos as down the inside there, Visceral Monaco is that maybe making a move down the inside there up towards turn 3.
It was Jaden Ladick who got past Deegan Fairclough and now uses that push to pass to power into Schroschgold and around the outside potentially of Kei Kashube. Great camera perspective from Deegan Fairclough, and contact between the two sees Fairclough pick up the pieces. Somehow they managed to get unstuck from one another and go on their merry way. 3 wide though through the first of the left-handers. My days, another crazy race, another crazy couple of laps to open things up, and well, right now as we take a look at the point situation, Ewan, what we were talking about before has gone up in smoke. RAG now up to 2nd as Ladick goes around. Kashube spins as well.
And straight into the side of one of the, I think, Wolf team maybe, who went straight into the side of Kekashube there at such high speed through the final couple of corners. There's just no way of avoiding, but it's the dream situation for RHG, who are now right back in this and right up to 2nd as things stand. Maybe they've got a chance of really gaining from this. Nessoff over a minute behind, so's Jupp de Ligt. It's a disaster for them.
So we'll try and see at some point if we can grab a look at some of the replays of the start, because I think, well, we've got to put the pieces together, and let's start here. So Prada gets clipped by Brabham Esports, and let's be real, as Arnage goes tumbling on top of Alexei Nessoff, there was absolutely nothing that Prada could have done there.
No, it was the Brabham Esports guy in the background that got into, was it Brabham, I think? Getting into the back of, into the back of that car there and straight into the wall. Nessoff gets caught up with Fordzilla there, who were also tipped around by the same incident. And then just look at this. I mean, it's already chaos at the back. They don't need any more. And it all kicked off. Then I suppose it got worse in towards turn 3 for some of those drivers. A real shame, really. Just show that one small mistake can have pretty big consequences.
And so now with Team 707 and Matti Siepela having to come down pit lane for, I would suspect...
He's had a mistake.
Is that a mistake? Okay, well, more things to go and take a look at. Brandon Treno, by the way, is also down in pit lane. I'm trying to count these cars. I think 14 have had to make a trip down to pit lane at some point or another through the course of this race so far. Adam Isaacson gets his way past the Absolute Motorsports car with absolute ease, I think it's fair to say. There is Matti Siepela trying to recover after whatever happened to him.
Yeah, I think it was through turn 1. He might have done it on his own, but there's a lot of cars around him, so it equally may have been assisted for him in this very nice finish livery, I guess you could say, for Team 707. But down to 9th, still inside the top 10 at the very least, but not quite up to the heights that he was earlier on. Equally, surprisingly, not Valtteri Lander either driving this one as he was earlier in the IndyCar. This is the mess with Fordzilla and Keika Schube. Sorry, this might be different.
Yeah, that's Rincon Racing that was involved. This was at the end of the opening lap with a handful of cars actually ducking their way down on towards the pit lane. So we're about 5 minutes done with this race, but with 40 minutes left to pick apart those previous 5 minutes as we try and figure out the situation to get to the end of the race. It is 2 cars at the front that are starting to break away. It's BS Turner and RAG that have a bit of an advantage at the front of the field. Thomas Cope's lost a bit of ground, but not as much ground as that machine. Cesare Giovanci has had a big issue through turn number 1.
Yeah,
and an even bigger issue for Ryan Barneveld from the lead of the race. He's gifted spot number 1 to Valentin Mandanok.
He certainly has, and he did this at Road Atlanta with the race in the IndyCars as well, by making a mistake, going off and handing the lead away. This is another bit of a mess. This is the opening lap one with Fordzilla, and oh, that was silly a bit, really. It was almost over there, that incident, but it went straight into the side of one of the stationary cars, and will drop down even further. This is an onboard view just to show you just how difficult it is as a driver to try and pick your way through here, and we can see more than the driver actually can because we're sat on top of the box right now. Yeah, I'll forgive him for that because there was smoke everywhere and the car moving and all sorts going on there.
Yeah, so we're going to try and work through a handful more incidents now as we settle in. So this is Delatras Automotive, and they get turned by Keika Schube, and then I think that's what sets off that chain reaction. You're right, it was the Wolf Racing team car that got absolutely slammed. Nothing they could do. Thayunk Rodrigo was the driver at the wheel at that time. We still have plenty more things to go and look at. I don't know what it is about VCO ProSIM Infinity, but it always brings the chaos, and it's chaos that so many have taken advantage of. Look at the left side of the screen, look at those green arrows, and look at the big numbers next to them.
Yeah, and look at who it belongs to. Luke Bennett with the biggest gain at the moment for Team Redline, just showing why they are top of the standings and why they're in this position, because they are so strong in these positions. Now coming under pressure from Platt into turn 4 now, but he's going to shove that one out wide, and Vecchio going to gain out of this as well, up the inside on the exit, and they're going to be side by side through the double left-hander. This might not end up that well for Redline, to be honest. Going to get pushed out wide there. But Luke Bennett, fantastic driving, 13th position already, and a top 10 very much on the cards.
Yeah, very much on the cards. Let's go back in time and head to turn 2 and see if we can figure this out. So for Barneveld, it's on power down, and ooh, maybe a little bit of the instability of the car as he got onto the anti-gut curb, and the weight transferred itself around, and then a painful wait to rejoin the track.
Yeah, couldn't rejoin directly on, of course. A lot of cars coming, but it was definitely that yellow curb on the outside line there that just spun the car around. The IndyCar really not a fan of those. And Barneveld loses the lead as a result. He's down to 10th at the minute, and it might be quite exciting to watch him try and come back through the field again.
I think I'm looking forward to some of these charges. Vecchio having to defend from the race clutch car, slams the door shut and taking advantage. Moreno Sorica, one of those cars that didn't get a time on the board. Behind him now is Marco Zippoli in that Wave Italy Racing team car that's going to try and take advantage down the hill. The Geeks Energy Sim Racing team car getting swarmed. Vecchio gets past Platt around the outside, but doesn't manage to get it stick the move, unfortunately. Still alongside, and now having to fight a little bit more than Vecchio would have wanted.
Certainly is, side by side through this double left-hander, really never ideal, and Sirica's going to gain here as well. Sirica, like Bennett here, has gained up a lot of positions, over 20 of them so far in this race, and he's very good at this. It's not the first time today that he's done it. Outside of 3 wide, he's going to take that 15th position as the rest of them are forced to fight over 16th.
Oh, contact there with Platt, but he's able to slither it back into control. But now we'll get swarmed. They are 3 wide for a moment, almost 4 wide, as the Sabolt Esports car does indeed send it to the inside. It was only going to end in one way. That was with cars running off the road. It was the Sabolt Esports car that made its way to the front of the field. But craziness here at the Red Bull Ring.
Absolutely, there was only one way that was going to end, but fortunately for Sabolt, it didn't really end that badly for them, although that might. A bit of a side swipe. Oh, a bit more contact. Wheels getting connected. Everybody facing the same way, miraculously. I can't believe that they are, but somehow everybody's still going in the right direction. Nobody's spun around, at least not until now, as they go down towards turn 4. Outside line for Sabolt again. and it looks like everybody's going to keep things clean once again. A fantastic fight over what is about 15th place.
Only about 10 minutes done in this one. We started with 42, of which 28 are left on the lead lap. But not many, I would say, are in contention. Valentin Mandenak has got it about as easy as you would ever want to have. Oscar Mangan runs in second with Havu behind in third, and then Gaio Valero plus 11 to complete the top 4 as they run right now. The other of the Apex Racing Team cars that has Brandon Treno, the king of the bricks, one of the best in this Dallara IR18, unfortunately did get mixed up in some of the drama in the mid-pack, and as a result he was one of our few retirees from the race so far. Of course, 3 races still left after this, so the opportunity for drivers to get something going, as there's a puff of smoke, and Mex Janssen now pointed back in the right direction.
Yeah, it may well have been that curb on the outside line, and he was trying to get the power down, but he just fell afoul of, although I don't know for sure. We'll find out here. He wasn't really involved in a fight. Team 707 right behind, but not particularly pressuring him, and there's almost a replay of Ryan Barneveld's incident there with a different livery. That was close.
Yeah, except the rejoin is a little bit more questionable. Fortunately, you get away with that one with no harm and no foul, I guess. I check in with Matti Sieppula. We didn't catch what happened to him in terms of dropping back, but he's been dropped into the clutches of Deegan Fairclough. Ryan Barneveld also involved in this fight, as we see a handful of drivers all trying to work their way forward back through this field. 4 seconds the margin that they've got in front of them. Of course, talking of push to pass, I mentioned it slightly earlier, Ewan, these drivers all get basically 70 horsepower to use when they want. I say when they want. They get 10 usages of it over the course of the 45 minutes.
Yeah, you've got to use it fairly sparingly. We do see this towards the end, those who have really saved them up, because especially around here, there's a lot of straights where you can use them. Front straight, you might be able to use one. Straight towards turn 3 as well. And then this one as well, towards turn 4, you can use one. So if you've really got them to use up on the final couple of laps, you can really close in, as Valtteri Alander did at Road Atlanta in this car. He managed to take second place away from, I can't remember but who was driving. It might have been Luke Bennett, but it was certainly the Team Redline 1 car for second place in that race in the end. So look out for that, particularly towards the end, when we see those who have not really been using them at all suddenly start get rid of them in the final few laps.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple of different approaches to it. There are a handful of drivers like Yao Vaz at Yas Heat that we've seen in the past like to burn them all at the start of the race. Then there are those like Adam Blocker that tend to try and preserve them until the very end of the race. We're looking at the trio of drivers, of course, fighting for 7th. Matti Sieppula in the middle of your picture, at the front of the queue, Deegan Fairclough using the same steering wheel that we've seen him all through the event on that left-hand side. Ryan Barneveld wearing the BS Turner shirt. Back in the 9th position for the time being. That's not the only 3-way fight that we've got, though, because further up it is closed between Oscar Mangan, Tommy Katala, and then Gaio Valero. These drivers keeping Mandenak honest, that gap holding steady at 3 seconds, and we've seen a handful of drivers already make mistakes here, Ewan, and if you are in the RAG camp, you've got to be aware that it would be very easy for Mandenak to make the same error that we've seen before.
Yeah, they are holding this gap, and they are at a similar pace here, RAG versus, the likes of Autos and Harvu and Apex as well. But the fact is, Mandenak's got a 3-second head start, and so they're going to have to close that in over the next half an hour as well, which I think is going to be really difficult to do. But as you say, mistakes are relatively easy to make in this car. There's some curves around that it certainly doesn't like. And if Mangan continues to put the pressure on here, then maybe he will just get one. Hopefully he looks at his screen a little bit more on the straights, actually, instead of driving in the grass there. But we've all seen that end badly in the past. But yeah, Mandenak starts with a 3.5 second head start effectively here, which I think is really the defining factor in that one.
Up the hill they'll go. Fairclough, Barneveld both on the push to pass, so I get the sense that potentially Barneveld's going to have a little bit of separation building to Sieppula as well, as Fairclough a bit wide up at turn number 2, and Barneveld needs no second invitation, ducks back underneath, and from formerly fighting for the race lead, Ryan Barneveld, at least for the moment, does regain 8th position. You can see, by the way, just on the very front of that car, is there's a bit of damage, contact between the two of them down at Schlossgold. Ryan Barneveld has actually started to run in this car a little bit more. The first time he raced it was VCO INFINITY back in May, but he joined the Open Wheels Grand Prix back in November, where he was racing alongside the likes of Brandon Traino, Valtteri Alander, and so many of the top IndyCar drivers, and it was going decently for the BS Turner machine until, well, I think he did something quite similar to what we've seen from him a couple of times over the course of VCO INFINITY, Ewan.
I thought you were about to say he was running decently for a European there. That was going to be rude.
Don't forget Valtteri Alander was the ISO WC champion last year, so I can't make that comment.
Exactly. So, but anyway, yeah. No, Barneveld has been performing well. It's just the kind of end product and the results that have been lacking from him in this one. We spoke about the Road Atlanta race previously as well, when he was in a race leading position. At this one as well, obviously he had a lot more left to do in this race than he did at Road Atlanta, certainly. But even so, it'll feel like they missed opportunities. And, you know, if VCO INFINITY comes around again with an IndyCar element to it, he'll be up there for BS Turner, and they're going to need him if they're going to want to be up there in upcoming VCO INFINITYs, if we do indeed have them, because BS Turner are a long way down on points at the minute. But, you know, if they can get Barneveld winning a couple of races in the IndyCars, then who knows where they'd be. Yeah.
Adaptability, of course, important as well, and so just having experience with a slightly different car in iRacing can be quite important. We check in with Luke Bennett, by the way, who is bit by bit working his way forward. Final car with a lap time on the board in qualifying, but plus 25 already as he sits tucked up behind Thomas Cope, and not far away from working his way forward into the top 10. You see the trophies behind Luke Bennett, a big snap of oversteer as well as he dives down through that final corner. Looking tidy for the time being. And again, this I mentioned this a couple of times over the course of the event so far, Ewan, but this is not just our defending champions in terms of VCO INFINITY. This is the defending champions out of VCO ProSIM as well. Of course, a competition that we haven't run since November of 2021. So, I mean, the expectation, I think, was to many that Redline would come here and this would be the car to beat. And, well, we're not really being proven wrong.
No, we said it right from the very start, to be honest. I remember you making a similar comment it was last night for me. But early on in the race, that, you know, Redline have got a real stranglehold on this already, and it's going to be difficult for anyone. And, you know, a good 15, 18 hours after he said that, it's still coming true, to be honest. So, yeah, I don't think it's a big surprise to anyone. We know that they're arguably the best team in sim racing right now. I would certainly put them up there as the number one team in sim racing as of right now. The winners, of course, from the last time, they know how to do it. And this has been even more dominant. I worked out before this race that their average finishing position throughout the first VCO INFINITY was 6.4. I know that that's not a finishing position, but you get the idea.
Yes.
They've done even better than that on this occasion. When I woke up this morning, after 18 hours, they had an average of lower than 5th position in the race. Remarkable, really.
Yeah, there are just sometimes you have streaks and runs like this when you just can't be beat. It's as simple as that, and it seems as though that's the case for the guys at Team Redline right now in VCO competitions. Gianni Vecchio is still fighting with Jose Soria, but took a lot longer for Jose Soria to get on pass than I think he would have wanted to, and he's burned about 4 push-to passes just to get his way on through, let alone trying to clear any sort of a gap and buffer behind. So we'll track these cars, but I think they're just enjoying the fight more than anything as we near the halfway mark of this 21st race of VCO ProSIM INFINITY. Now, a couple of protests had, of course, come in for the shenanigans that we had at the opening laps of the race, whether it was on lap 1, lap 2, or even lap 3. The only penalty that I've seen being handed down so far is a drive-through penalty for the BS competition team, but of course, basically, penalty nullified by the fact that Keikashube then got subsequently involved in more contact and more drama and cost himself a bunch of time then, Ewan.
Yeah, I think we saw this with Rainer Talvar at Fuji, actually, earlier on in my stint, that he was so far down that the fact he didn't get a penalty didn't actually matter, because it's so far down anyway. Number of problems today for a number of drivers, at least in this race. And yeah, it's very much calmed down now because it's been a little while since we've actually seen an incident, even a single car one, to be honest. Janssen was probably the last, and here he is fighting over 13th position, so it's very much calmed down. But we've got significantly less, well, quite a few less cars than we had at the start of the race.
Yeah, that is for sure. Remember, it all concertinaed up. It was Brabham Esports that, I don't want to put the blame on them, but it was their contact into ProSims that then kind of set off the chain of reactions. And from there, it took out Urano, who at one point would have been thinking, you know what, a good opportunity to grab maybe 10, 15, 20 points and build a little bit to Team Redline to close the gap. As we look at the point situation right now, Urano will slide back behind RAG as Visceral Esports and Max Janssen through the penultimate corner. Just a little bit wrong, and well, he'll head down to pit lane, I think right on cue, because of course this is one of the two cars that we do expect pit stops in.
Yeah, we certainly do. We will get one in the BMW a little bit later on at Daytona as well, but this is the second last race we should see pit stops in. And, well, when Janssen's in that position, he might as well come in pit lane because he was basically down the entry road anyway after that mistake. So, might as well, and he is going to make his pit stop now. Expecting it, or at least in the last IndyCar race I did, it was pretty much at the halfway mark, and we're getting towards that stage now, so I'd expect that to be the first of many.
Yeah, there were about 20, 25, sometimes a little bit longer fuel stints in this car. Tires, not something we're really going to talk about too much, even though this is one of the few cars that offers multiple tire compounds. However, with the loads that the tires have to endure at this track, you'll see everyone using the Black Mark primary compound of tire. It's a little bit harder, more durable. Very similar, of course, to how it would work in Formula One. Pit stops are now, by the way, starting to become a thing, because Matti Siepola will head his way down on towards the pit lane. This not as a result of a penalty as far as I am aware, and so we'll see the 707 pull down right. 4 fresh Firestone tires and a full tank of fuel. About 9 seconds if you execute right in pit lane, and for Matti Siepola, it's going to total up at about 9.4 seconds, and he will drop and roll back onto track and right into traffic as well. He's going to have to fight with some cold tires. Be interesting to see how he gets on.
Yeah, he's going to be at the back of this group pretty much if the cold tyres really do take effect here. He's going to get past here, and he might well be outside the top 20 by the end, but did use a push to pass there to try and stay in front of as many of these drivers as he possibly can. He has gotten down the inside of one, and he's staying there as well. That was RPC Esports and Matthias Havdal on the outside line there, and it looks like Siepola has dealt with that very well.
Yeah, very nicely done, in fact, as well. And now, tires up to temperature. We'll have to try and make the undercut play out. It's not as though we're looking at a large amount of fall off, but if there is even a slight amount of it, take advantage. I saw a question in our Twitch chat. What's the meaning of the P next to some of the names? This is VCO ProSIM Infinity. We have 24 races, of which 6 of them must be completed by a real-world driver. And so, if you see that P on the left side, it is a driver working through one of their 6 mandatory races. In this, if you have 2 pro drivers, they can combine to do 6 races. It's not that one particular driver has to do 6. Another pit stop underway, Ewan. It's Sarika down on the lane.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll hope for that 9-second mark for his sake, and he'll be on his way very shortly as well. It's going to be just over 10, 11. Well, this is getting quite long now, actually. And reversing even into the pit lane for someone. But Sarika, after all that good work from outside the top 30, is getting most of it undone here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a speeding penalty, because I don't see anything popping up on my timing screen. Painful for Moreno Sarika, who's been sitting for 32 seconds, and yeah, whatever's happening there, it is not normal. I think that is probably the smallest understatement of the century. He's been there now 42 seconds and counting, so I think that might unfortunately be day done. Loner next to trigger a cycle of pit stops. Deegan Fairclough also in. A couple of pro drivers making their way down the lane.
Yeah, but Moritz Lerner, by the way, a pro driver, but really good at iRacing. he's got more than 10,000 iRacing, which for those obviously in the know, it's obviously pretty impressive. And he won't be slow by any means, because by the way you put it there, you know, the pros having to do a minimum of 6 races in this one makes it sound like that's kind of a punishment, and you know they're going to be slower, but that's not going to be the case for that team.
No, that is true. It's the case for a handful. Moritz Lohner as well, a driver that very feasibly could have been in the 2023 Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup if his real-world schedule in 2022 had allowed him to be a bit more present in terms of the qualifying series races. Valentin Mandenok, by the way, has peeled off on towards pit lane, and I think we're going to see basically the rest of them dive their way on in. We're on board with Gaio Valero as he follows in Catala Mangan, and just closing up, concertinaing into the braking zone, into pit lane. A handful of cars now electing not to use the limiter.
Yeah, it very much seems to be the time to get in pit lane, make sure everybody slows down in time. Altuson, oh yeah, they were up on the jacks there, sorry, my depth perception is doing me dirty there a little bit. As Mandanak goes out the pit lane, in the lead, and yeah, he's going to hold at least the lead that he had before, maybe even more.
Yeah, not going to be too much drama at the front. Had already built that up to almost 5 full seconds. Race for second, though, off a pit exit. Not too close between Mangan and Catala. It's closer between Valero and the Havu machine, to the point where Catala feels the need to use the push-to-pass in defensive response to just give himself a little bit more breathing room here on this outlap as the tires come up to temperature.
Yeah, more of a defensive move there for Catala, really, and I don't know if it was entirely necessary. I don't know if Gaio Valero was actually going to even attempt that anyway, but Catala was just making sure. I feel like Valero still has second place in mind, and if they really kick off a big fight for third, then neither of them are going to finish second.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way to look at it right now, is you want to avoid trying to drag yourself too far back. You also want to avoid understeering your way off into the gravel.
That's horrific. That, I don't know if that was cold tyres or dirty air or both, or neither. But that was looked awful for Gaio Valero in terms of him having to drive that. It didn't look comfortable, and you can see the amount of time that he has lost there. 0.8 of a second now. These guys are very much at a distance from each other, and that is the problem with a few of these corners towards the back end at the Red Bull Ring.
You're wondering where some of the IndyCar specialists are, by the way. Brandon Traino unfortunately has retired from this race. And Joshua Chin, well, was meant to be part of the field, but then has decided not to wake up. So Paul Fraser Williamson has to be one of the Joker replacement drivers that teams are allowed to use to account for these sort of instances. And it's one of the 5 Jokers then burned. The battle between Moritz Lohner and Pablo Espes, 5th and 6th positions. You mentioned Lohner's iRacing experience, but I think the story with him, at least right now, of course, is with the DTM Trophy closing for 2023, Moritz, one of many, left looking for a new home for the next year. His, I think, plans currently seem like they're more grounded in the virtual world than the real world, but we know that if you give Moritz an opportunity, he'll be there to grab it. I still remember his first weekend at DTM Trophy last year at Monza, getting on the podium, and a real trial by fire to be racing at the Temple of Speed. It
certainly is. Certainly you need a lot of bravery around there, and certainly had it on that occasion. But yeah, real shame to see the DTM Trophy closing and Lohner being now stuck without a drive. And that's going to be the case for a lot of the drivers in that particular series. A lot of people looking for drives now, and it does mean that there's well, a lot less free seats around in that kind of field of motorsport, if you like, and that's well, never a good thing, because good drivers, very good drivers, are going to get left out then. Yeah, unfortunately, only so many seats to go around. Talk a little bit about IndyCar racing, by the way, because of course some news came out recently, I say recently, this past week, about the future of IndyCar engine development. The anticipation was that for 2023, a 2.4-litre hybrid would be introduced, with Chevrolet and Honda developing the internal combustion engine, and of course then the team over at Marla providing a spec hybrid unit to be used on both road courses and ovals. Unfortunately,
plans have changed. It will still be a hybrid unit introduced, however, it will be developed by the manufacturers at Chevrolet and Honda, and it will be mated to the existing 2.2-litre engine that we've had for a while. I think the expectation is that the screws might be loosened in terms of regulations on the engines heading into maybe 2024, so that the ICEs can get a quite considerable overhaul and exciting developments again as Chevy and Honda go head-to-head. But it'll be interesting, Ewan, how IndyCar navigates these next few years. Of course, this new engine phase, but of course a chassis that is now 10 years old, and many fans would love to see a new chassis being introduced.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a shaky time over the next couple of years. Let's hope not for IndyCar, but I certainly look back at the first times when Formula 1 introduced a hybrid. I know it's very different circumstances and whatever, different rules, and I know, but it was quite a shaky time for a little while in Formula 1. Thankfully now things are, a bit more competitive, and I don't think IndyCar's quite going to go that way, but it could be a little bit of an uncertain time in terms of how exciting the racing is. Hopefully it will deliver, as we've got car off at turn 3. Going to be able to rejoin now.
Oh, he's not the only car. He's not the only one. 4-man racing and Williams Esports, 2 tangling on the main straightaway, and quite far down the main straightaway as well. I don't think I've really seen too many dramas like that here in my time in commentary. Of course, I think we need to start by picking up what happens with the Brabham Esports entry as it climbed up in towards turn number 3. This was all by himself, and not even on power down. It was the weight transfer that saw the Geeks Energy racing car and one of the Wave Italy machines have to take significant avoiding action. But then as we look at the final corner, it's Williams Esports that comes around, and 2 completely separate incidents there.
Well, I think Williams a little bit spooked by that. Oh my word, that's avoiding action for you. Probably didn't have to, or probably shouldn't have had to make that, sorry. But yeah, that was quite remarkable. The 4-man racing team going for a spin of their own. Sirica getting spooked by that and going off on his own as well. And then a real bit of slaloming here from somebody. Oh my goodness. I think it's Visceral maybe.
I think it is Visceral. Let's try and jump on board with Max Verstappen if we can, because I think this will be a very interesting little ride to take on board with the number 45 machine. Of course, a team that we've seen right at the tippy end of things on occasion.
Oh my goodness.
There's contact without a shadow of a doubt. You see the left side of the front wing get a little bit of damage, and well, Max Verstappen, I think, will be rightly frustrated with that.
Oh, very frustrated, and he does have a right to be, as you say. Suspension damage there as well, not just to the bodywork there, but saw a little bit left-hand down for Max Verstappen, and so he's going to be coming under a lot of pressure from those behind. He's actually in the pit lane using his fast repair there, so he certainly did have damage, and as you say, had a right to be frustrated. Do just have to be kept. To be fair, 4-man racing were already off the racing line, sort of, and I think we're expecting Janssen to go behind them, and so that's why they started moving. So, it wasn't an obviously terrible rejoin.
It's one of those split-second decisions, though, that both sides have to make. We check in with the fight for 5th. Pablo Espes trying to hold off not just Moritz Lohner now, but the newly joined member of the party. The Zebra of Ryan Barneveld is looking to get his way back up into the top 5. We ride with the BS Turner machine as they come through the final section of the track. With 11 minutes and a half to go, so plenty of time for these drivers to find the ways to get past, and clearly Barneveld's feeling confident with the car, and you can see the push-to-pass numbers on the left-hand side as well. He's still got plenty to play with, but Espes and Lohner have things that they can use to defend as well.
Yeah, well, they've got their push-to-passes, to be honest. Barneveld has only got 1 more than Lohner, and the same as Espes here, so it's not exactly a huge advantage for him. Although he does have the pace advantage, you would argue. Very, very quick driver, of course, Ryan Barneveld. And so may well look to make these moves over the next 11 minutes. He does have time to take his time here, you would say. But I would want to try and start making attempts on Moritz Lohner as early as possible, because he's not going to be easy to overtake.
Yeah, I think you have to get past Moritz first, and then you have to think about Pablo Espes. You take it one step at a time here. That Arnage competition machine behind, by the way, is not car for position. It is a lapped down car. Adam Pinchez running down in 31st position at this time. Gap at the front actually has been going back and forth. A couple of tenths here, a couple of tenths there. It's 4.3 that Valentin Mandenok still leads by over Oscar Mangan. And for R8G, remember, they are still fighting, at the very least, to grab second in these points. Have had a pretty good year in the VCO Esports Racing League as well. One of the standout, consistent teams, no matter what platform, no matter which car, no matter when in the year we were racing. And they've had a pretty good VCO ProSIM Infinity as well. I think the problem is, at the end of the day, for every team, there's just this team called Team Redline that's been so consistent.
Absolutely. It's hard to do anything really when, you know, Team Redline have been so consistently good. It doesn't really matter how you perform at that point. It's you've just got to take your hat off of it, really. And Redline have certainly performed well. Once another top 10 here in this race, despite starting outside the top 30. A really great drive from Luke Bennett, and he's yeah, I mean, benefited from the incident, shall we say? But you know, we've got to give him some credit.
So is he trying to look at the camera, or is there something else that's distracting him right now? I'm not sure. I will say, by the way, if there's one driver that may be distracted, it's not going to be Valentin Mandenok. It is going to be Gael Valero, because let's grab a look here. Just a couple of people casually hanging out over the shoulder of Gael Valero. I mentioned this yesterday when we were talking about this, but there is an Apex Racing Team party going on right now. Of course, we've gone through the night, we're through the morning. I'm sure some of those drivers have woken up and are starting to disturb Gael Valero, but he doesn't look like he's having too much of a struggle right now with the two chatting over the shoulder.
No, I mean, when you've got headphones on like that, it's pretty easy to ignore them.
You say that, but I get very distracted.
Well, I can shut it out of my mind, but I understand a lot of people, and I know a lot of people who wouldn't be able to do that. But I just switch my brain off, basically, and stop listening. It looks like he can do it. I mean, he's good enough to hear some background noise and be able to, you know, and be able to get on with it at the same time. So I wouldn't worry too much about him. I actually remember from my work in the IMSA series that we recently had, doing, you know, listening in on some of the teams. His team, Gael Valero, and the other Apex Racing Team TCR team was, you know, one of the most relaxed teams I've ever seen, to be honest, considering they were involved in the race-leading battles and so on. They were so relaxed, just chatting between themselves, almost not paying attention to the race at times.
Yeah, I mean, the level of relaxedness goes even back to round number 1 at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, when they forgot to qualify. I'm not sure if you remember that.
I didn't know that. I
they just forgot. I don't know if it was they lost track of time, but they just didn't qualify. So they had to fight their way from the back. Fortunately, the touring car field, only 14 cars rather than 40 cars here in the VCO ProSIM Infinity. But yes, definitely something to keep in mind. 7 minutes to go in this one, about 6 laps therefore left to play. Mandenok still 4.3 clear of Mangan, Catala and Valero. We've not really seen a change around in these final 2 steps of the podium, at least just yet. Gael Valero is in the mix and just keeping those two on their feet. As the points run right now, Alexei Nesov has grabbed enough positions to be able to grab 3 points separation from R8G in terms of the live point situation. But you can see it's going to be a close fight for second. We've got a close fight shaping up for third. Close fight for sixth as well. There's still plenty to be watching out for here, Ewan.
Yeah, it is close. I mean, I remember this from the last run, actually. The gaps down in the field were really not that big at all. The gap from 6th to 10th in the first VCO Infinity was only 35 points by the end. So it was very close indeed. And by the way, with this current performance for Redline right now, they're going to get over the 831 points that they took to win VCO Infinity back in May. I know that there are 44 points available for a win here, as I believe it was 40 at the first one earlier. So there are 4 more points available each time. But even so, they've already, with 3 races to go, bested their total from May.
Yes, like it's 96 extra points basically on offer compared to what we had back in May. But I think that is a stat that will illustrate the level of consistency that we have seen out of the Team Redline camp so far over this competition. And now I think that this was the thing that we were talking about even during the previous VCO Infinity. When are we going to do it again? How soon can we do it again? We've been able to do it now twice in 2022, and I get the sense, Ewan, this is going to become a quite regular fixture across of VCO's calendar, because we all love a 24-hour race, but this is a totally different 24-hour race, and it's something that has captivated the audience, the drivers, and us all alike.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a danger, of course, that you do it too often and people get sick of it. So hopefully not that often. But yeah, there's certainly scope for it. I would have said, once a year would be a good thing to do. But obviously we've already had 2 this year, so who knows what 2023 will bring. Obviously the plan's very much, I think, in the near future, heading towards the World Cup in February.
Very excited about the Esports Racing World Cup live in-person finale. 24th to the 26th of February. Catalyst closed on Mangan now. Struggling maybe with the tires is the Altus Esports driver. Is this an opportunity for Gao Valero to work his way forward as well? A 3-way fight for 2nd and 3rd as they work through the middle sector of the lap once again. They don't have to worry about those behind, because Pablo Espez, Ryan Barneveld and Moritz Lohner aren't catching and aren't really fighting too much at this point in time either. So we've got 3 laps basically here, Ewan, to enjoy this fight to the end.
Yeah, they're not fighting right now, but they're certainly going to start, I would imagine. This is going to be 3 laps to go. Oh, well, no, it's not. Actually, it's a lot short of a lap than I thought. So there's still quite a few laps to go, and Catalan is going to have to start making some moves at some point. And if Gao Valero wants to finish 2nd, he certainly has to get on with it at this point. But it's just a case of, can he at this point? It certainly looks like they've got the opportunity now, though.
Tower lighting up like a Christmas tree as they all use these push-to-passes as we draw to the close of this race 21. Remember the drama at the start. A humongous pile-up on the run-up in towards turn number 1. Left just a handful of cars appearing through the smoke and pulling away. Valentin Mandenok built up a 5-second advantage. It left Oscar Mangan, Tumi Katala, and then Gao Valero to fight for 3rd. A 2nd and 3rd. They haven't really fought too much wheel to wheel, and it's going to take, I think, a mistake for an opportunity to present itself. But Oscar Mangan is right on the limit, and the mistake is right there for the taking.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's been pushing hard to try and catch Mandenak for the race, basically, ever since Barneveld went for that spin, and now he might be starting to pay the price for that just a little bit. Catalyst looking a little bit stronger, although Mangan has just picked it up a little bit on this most recent lap now as they go over the line again. I think this is 3 laps to go now, and Mangan not quite under as much pressure as he was last lap.
I think you're right that it is now 3 laps to go. May have jumped the gun by 1 lap there, unfortunately. Castle a little bit closer to Valero this time, and he's the one on the button. Not close enough to have a lunge, but close enough to draw right up to the rear diffuser of the Dallara IR18. And with a good exit off the corner and another usage of the push-to-pass, I think Valero's going to have a lunge down here into Schlossgold. Katzler late on the button in response, but Valero's the one that jinks to the inside. Down the hill they'll go, almost rubbing wheels, but Gaio Valero steals 3rd away from Havu with 2 laps still left to go.
Yeah, I think Catalan decided that because he wasn't going to be able to pass Mangan, he didn't need to use any push-to-pass on that lap, but in the end Valero was using them, and he's been able to take advantage of that. That's what he needed to do, though. If he wants 2nd here, Gao Valero, he has to use up these push-to-passes. He has to kind of get into 3rd as quickly as possible, because now he's given himself 2 laps to try and make that final overtake and get up into 2nd place.
First going to have to close, and then he will have to try and find a way past. Does he have enough time? Has he left it a bit too late? The same question will go to Ryan Barneveld, by the way, who has got to find a way past Pablo Espez if he wants to recover a spot inside the top 5 after binning it from the lead of the race. Matti Sipolalo looking to the outside and trying to set up Moritz Lohner on the run to turn number 3. Everyone now working through the push-to-passes as they run to the final stages of this race.
Yes, suddenly the intensity has been turned up in the final 5 minutes as Siepeler goes to the outside of Lerner. He's going to go for the over and under. It's a straighter, nicer exit, but he just gets on the power too early. Just too much too soon. And Siepeler not able to get the exit that he needed. Lerner uses a push to pass, and he should stay in front into turn 4.
And this is the man arriving on the scene. Luke Bennett sniffs a 7th place finish, and after starting all the way back through the field, already 28 positions gained. What can Luke Bennett find? Coming to the final lap of the race, Gaio Valero using another push to pass on the short run down into the final couple of corners here, because he knows he's got to throw everything at the wall with 1 lap still left to go. It started crazy, it's going to finish crazy as well here, Ewan, but what a way to enter the final 4 hours of VCO ProSIM Infinity.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mangan has done enough now, and he's saved up enough push to passes as well to be able to secure 2nd place. Valero is having to use them sparingly on the final lap. Even Cattle is able to, but not able to get through up into 3rd place. I think these positions are locked in, but the ones just in and around the top 5, Esports and Barneveld may well have an argument here. There's certainly going to be one for 7th.
Barneveld not able to get it done in towards turn number 3. It's 3-way now, a fight for 7th as they will run down in towards Schloss goal. Don't think Bennett's close enough. He's going to have to require a little bit of drama in front if he wants to be able to pick up the pieces. The story, though, of this race is all going to be about the start, about Urano's opportunity that then was taken from them through no fault of their own. There to pick up the pieces was Valentin Mandenok, starting on the outside of the front row and then driving through the smoke to claim victory in the Red Bull Ring with the Dallara IR18. He'll make Romain Grosjean quite proud with that performance in the Dallara IR18. Altus Esports 2nd, Gaio Valero 3rd, Havu 4th. Obsidian should just be able to hold on to 5th, as somehow will Moritz Lohner in front of Matti Siepeler and Luke Bennett. But my word, Ewan, you are finished now with VCO ProSIM Infinity, and now you can go off and take a breath.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll try to. But yeah, it's been a good race. Got dry in the middle, of course, but the chaos at the start, the excitement at the end, that certainly did deliver. Favourite race by far. I don't think there's going to be any arguments that the Formula IR04 will at Daytona will be the best race from our 3 hours here, and maybe the best race from the 24 as a whole. But somebody who's watched more of the races than me can answer that. It was a fantastic race. But this one was decent as well. Very deserving winner. Valentin Mandenok took 2 wins in VCO Infinity earlier on this year, and he takes RHG's first win of the day, somewhat surprisingly, at race 21.
Well, a interesting one, that is for sure, but it is Romain Grosjean Esports that end up on top. And so I'll grab a look at your race results here. The final time in this Dallara IR18, Mandenok 5 seconds clear of Mangan and Valero, with Catalog able to grab 4th at the end for Havu. Espes will hold off Barneveld in the Obsidian Racing entry, with Door, Team 707, Team Redline and Team PGZ rounding out the top 10, plus 28 for Luke Bennett. What could have been a very disastrous race for Redline ends up being a very successful one. SimRC 11th in front of Impulse, Team Redline's 2nd entry, and then the Love 46 car that worked its way backwards over the course of the race, unfortunately. Race Clutch, Mirror Esports, Geeks Energy Sim Racing, the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car that had a late replacement, Josh Chin not waking up in time, Fraser Williamson getting the call instead, Matthias Havdal, and then James Armstrong, the rest of the top 20. We'll scroll through the rest of the names here then and take a gander at some of the big names that miss out, including Williams Esports, Fordzilla, BS Competition, and of course, the most notable of them all, the Urano Esports Data Group car, Ewan.
Yep, a real shame to see that Alexei Nezov was spun around at turn 1, really no fault of his own, and then, well, climbed on top of, really, by someone, finishing all the way down there. They're going to have a real fight now with RHG, who obviously won that race. It's going to be a good fight between the two of them, but it is going to be for 2nd place. Redline looking in an even more comfortable position than they were earlier.
Even someone like Jose Soria, who was very feisty through the course of the race, might be slightly frustrated with how things ended. Brandon Traino, maybe the most frustrated. I was chatting with him during that race itself, was saying he's had 3 races, been involved in contacts, and each of them has not been able to show what he was hoping to over the course of this event. But that's one of the unique things with this event, right, is when you when you have one race go bad, Ewan, fortunately, you have a second race that you can try and bounce back with.
Yeah, exactly. That's the beauty of VCO ProSIM INFINITY. You can get going once again in the next race, unlike in a 24-hour race where you've got 23 hours of misery if it goes wrong very early. So it's very different in that respect, and it's what makes it great. But unfortunately, I don't think there's going to be any recovering from anyone other than Redline in terms of this actually overall win. It's looking pretty distant at the minute, but there's 3 good races coming up. There's no doubt about that.
Well, unfortunately, it is time for Ewan O'Leary to say goodbye. I will be joined, unfortunately, by Lewis McLeod. I'd much rather have Ewan around for the final 3 hours, if I'm being totally honest. You'll have the married old couple of Lewis and Arjuna bickering around, but we've still got 3 fascinating races. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back as we draw closer and closer to the end of VCO ProSIM INFINITY with Team Redline well and truly on top. Well, hello everyone. Once again, Lewis McLeod is back from his 1-hour break, and we're ready now for the final 3 races and the final 3 hours of VCO ProSIM INFINITY, Lewis.
Yeah, indeed. We head back for the final time to the legendary Spa-Francorchamps for the Porsche GT3. Then we'll be going to Road Atlanta in the Honda Civic, and then, of course, rounding things out back to the Daytona International Speedway in that BMW M Hybrid. It's going to be 3 fantastic races to round things up. But let's be honest, Redline right now, especially after a race like that, this has become more of a formality than anything else. Just consistency, tick off some decent results. They might wrap it up at the end of this one.
Again, I think qualifying is going to be important here. Just again, putting a lap time on the board. I must say, I'm very impressed with Luke Bennett's poise under the pressure there. Last car with a time on the board, but to be able to work your way forward almost 30 positions, to work your way into the top 10, Lewis, it shows why Redline have been so consistent in this competition.
Yeah, again, in that chat that I was having with Dom Doon, he has been very impressed with Luke Bennett and how he's adjusted to the Team Redline squad, and we could see it in events like this. I still maintain the most impressive driver that I've seen today was Jose Soria's move from the back of the grid plus 30 on the order to get up there at Road Atlanta. That was very, very impressive a little bit earlier on, but Luke Bennett's one there was pretty damn impressive. So, I mean, we've seen a lot of that. We will probably see more of that, those high positions gained. But what a big shame, that race down into turn one, all coming apart for Alexei Nesov. But then Ryan Barneveld must start to hate the IR18, so fair enough on that one. R8G, though, have had a string, 6 consecutive top 10 finishes. Another victory for them. Again, it's their 3rd victory when it comes to Infinity, including the previous one. And, of course, I think it's a 4th podium for them, maybe a 5th podium for them in VCO ProSIM INFINITY as well.
Here's a look at the points, so you don't have to look at my stuck face for any longer. 837 is the points total right now for Team Redline 1. 3 points then splitting Urano Esports Data Group in that fight for second with R8G, and of course the ordering of that Altus and BS Turner has me curious, but it is also close in that fight for 4th as well. High speed here at Spa with this Porsche 911 GT3R, but of course with a fixed setup combination, I think it's going to be interesting where we see drivers able to find opportunities to make the passes happen here. Yeah,
it can be a little tricky out there on track. I mean, it's everyone thinks of like Spa as being a really easy track to pass on because you do have the Kemmel Straight, but it's quite easy to defend going into Lake Com. So we'll have to wait and see on that one. I'm not sure. I think because of the 2 teams that aren't taking part in VCO ProSim any longer, I believe the points gap that, again, mathematically to completely wrap it up, even though realistically it already would be before this point anyway, the gap for Team Redline to whoever is in second, I believe would need to be 84 points. So,
but don't trust Lewis McLeod's math.
No, never do. I haven't set up a spreadsheet for this one, so I can't even do what I do for like GB3, where I'm just sort of like, you can trust my maths because the sheet tells me it does it automatically. Whereas this, nah. We'll just, I mean, we'll call it now. Why not? Team Redline have won. Why not?
Well, I tell you what, Team Redline may win. And on top in qualifying right now, it is Jamie Fluke that has the benchmark provisionally with a 2:16.561, then a 1/10 of a second back to Luca Kita for the Bilo Racing Team Euronics. Sven Haase up in the field as well. Williams Esports Team Redline. This feels like a regular GT3 race. Very different to, I think, some of the orders that we've seen over the course of the 21 previous races.
Yeah, we'll have to wait. Each race is a different kettle of fish. Each race is a completely different experience, and that's what, as we've said time and time again, it's what makes this event so good. Qualifying time's already been complete. Cowplin's already done his, but it's still remaining out on the circuit. Again, getting up to grips, up to speed with the car. I think that's smart. Even when you've done your time, just stay out on track. Just get those final, tiny little bits in when it comes to on-track stuff. I mean, the session's still rolling on. You might as well take as much advantage as possible when you've got to remember quite a lot of these drivers, or some of them, might not have had the preparation they would be used to when it comes to their standard esports races. No 900 laps of practice for this one, just whatever you can get.
Yeah, practice time's always a hot button conversation. We jump on board with the Sable Esports car, and Patrick Selver takes us for a ride around the latter part of the lap here at Circuit Spa Francorchamps. Out of the curve, Paul Frere, using all the track on offer. Did mention this slightly earlier, but track limits at Spa have been slightly loosened compared to what they were probably about 12 to 18 months ago, and so it is that little bit easier. Patrick Selver, well, all the times are now done, so he runs out of time to punch something in for qualifying. And well, we are ready to go for race 22 of 24. Only 3 more races left to go, and we wave goodbye now to the Porsche 911 GT3R and to the Circuit Spa Francorchamps as we get ready to send out another 42 cars for what is estimated to be a 20-lap affair here in the Ardennes Mountain. It's pole position for Jamie Fluke. It's been a very difficult ProSim Infinity for the Apex Racing team, but they'll look to close out on top. Luca Kita alongside with Sven Haase for company with Ate Kaupen and Patrick Holtzman, the points leader. Academic at this point, you'd have to say, with one hand on the championship for them. They've got to just stay out of trouble, along with the likes of Rainer Talvar. Valtteri Alander inside of Matti Kaidasoa in the Battle of the Finns with Patrick Selva and Aaron Vasquez for Sable and Rincon Racing, sharing row 5. Tim Yarshell 11th inside of Lewis Woods, while rolling from 13th, it's Jeremy Lemaire. Pablo Lazar alongside with Carlos Fenalosa and Georgi Dimitriov, sharing row 8. Of course, Dimitriov, one of our star drivers from the Euro 4 race at Daytona. Nicholas Rubelar hoping that Jack Sedgwick is not going to be cooking up too many burnt dishes on row number 9, while Shaw Campbell and Quintin Violate 19th and 20th positions. We'll scroll through the rest of the names because I think Lewis McLeod gets tired when I keep reading and talking about some of these names on the grid. But Lewis, 20 cars split by less than or just about half a second. It's close, as GT3 racing always is.
Yeah, as you expect, 2 minutes and 15 seconds around here, it's always going to be pretty tight. Quinta Violate, though, crucially, 20th position, just 3 points off when it comes to that battle, at least I think it was 3 points, in that battle for a second position. And where are their main rivals? Starting on the front row of the grid. So need to do a bit of work to go and move them up the order, but this is Spa, after all. There's going to be some drama into that first corner. Gianluca Vecchio, rather. 30, that really caught me out there. 35th position. A couple of other drivers down here. Josh Boulain, one of the other drivers that was a part of that group. Sandy Mitchell down in 38th position. There's a few down here that I'd suspect will see some big rises or potentially some DNFs.
Yeah, I think the reality is, again, we're expecting a little bit more drama, we're expecting a little bit more chaos, but hopefully not too much of that, Lewis, as the cars begin to roll on what is a rather short formation lap.
Yeah, they'll obviously get racing down into La Source, and I say it time and time again, I will say it once more to remind you about how long that run is from La Source to Lake Como. It is 2 kilometers in length. Absolutely stunning run.
You're the one with that stat about Spa and lengths of straights here. I tried to set up Paul Smith for an interesting factoid, and he looked at me, or tried to look at me like a crazy person. We're ready to go, though, for another 45 minutes. It's Apex and Urano at the front. Luca Kita needs to do all he can to put the pressure onto the man behind him as they funnel into La Source. It's still Redline versus Urano at the front. Ascend to the inside, and 3 wide. Ate Kaupen forces Kita to go defenses. A couple of cars taking liberties with the track and running a little bit wide to make sure they all survive the run through La Source, but they funnel down the hill in through Rouge and then cresting the hill at Radion, single file inside of the top 15, Lewis.
Yeah, wait for Sven Haase, though, who's coming. He's into the slipstream, and Fluke might go for it. It's going to come out through the Kemmel curve onto the Kemmel straight, continuing to rise up the hill and towards Lake Com. He's going to get to the outside and send it in that 450. Needs to potentially send this in just to try and clear Fluke. Fluke doesn't fight it too hard to get straight back into the slipstream, single file, or at least between the top 5 or 6 heading through that first corner. Big splits and a bit of contact. I think that might be Duel Esports and Tim Yarshall that's been sent around at the second part of Lake Com in front of everyone else, including R8G, who have a lot of damage on the front. Their chances for second could be going. Mirror Esports with 0 brakes on the car.
Yeah, that's not even an Arca brakes. That's just 0 brakes and maybe 0 brains as well, unfortunately. We're going to go and look at an onboard replay with Mirror Esports. We'll have to go and see what happened because, well, it was a parking lot on the entry to Malmedy.
Yeah, as you do. Why not? That's classic. You've got to expect it, though, when you've got 42 cars trying to race into there. Of course, I did say 42. We're missing a couple of teams that have pulled out from the race. We'll discuss that a little more later on, I'm sure, but a bit of a shame. Alas, it is Biela at the front. It is Sven Haase. It is Jamie Fluke, and it is going to be very, very tight. But if you're Urano, your focus is no longer on Redline. It just isn't. Your focus is on second position. It's on R8G. And when you see that R8G car had a bit of damage, you're sat there thinking, oh, well, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, it's only going to get better in the way that the points shape up right now because there's a potential for R8G to have to come down the pit lane, given how significant the contact that they incurred were. Also note that PS Turner, at least provisionally, leapfrogging in front of Altus Esports. Now in the championship, winners walk away with $2,500. Second walks away with $1,200, third with $500, and then fourth on back, basically $150 or $100. So it pays to be on the podium. After that, we're talking about bragging rights for the most part.
Yeah, which whilst there is a lot of prize money on the table, I still genuinely feel that most people are just in this for a bit of enjoyment, bit of Friday, Saturday night banter. I can tell you the Apex Racing team has certainly been on that, really taking that one in. They've had a great little party between their little meet-up. It seems like they've had a lot of fun, which is good. We are all in it. We're all in it for the fun. I know, obviously, the super serious side of sim racing can be great. It can be too serious. It can be too much, and you need an event like this just to bring things back down to earth. And it's been an awful lot of fun over the previous 21 hours.
Yeah, just to ground us a little bit at times as well, right? There's a place for sim racing, there's a place for the esports racing, and then there's a place to just go and have a little bit of fun, whether it's here on iRacing or even on some of the other platforms. I think that's something that is so important to talk about in this era of full-time sim racing, to make sure that teams and drivers are actually enjoying what they're doing, and that involves taking time outside of being in competition. Here's a look at what happened then on the opening. So contact with Sabled and Rincon spits Patrick Selva off, but that's separate between what happens with Tim Yarshell in the Door Esports car, and from there it was a chain reaction. Obsidian gets stacked up as well, RAG with no time to react. And, I mean, to be fair, now watching that with Mirror Esports, maybe I'm going to take back some of the criticism just slightly.
I think I'd want to see that one on board before I took that criticism back. They were stationary for quite a while. You can see, I think it was Wave Italy and the Dura Esports car. We're on board now with Mirror. So Arjuna getting those camera angles that I want. You can see the instant there. No, I'm not going to take any of that back. That was not very smart.
I think that's the thing again, right? Different opinions. I'll say that he could have been more careful for sure, but I'll also say that we get a better camera, we get more of a view than what he would have had behind the wheel. So it's always easier to pick apart a decision than it is to have to live it in the moment. Here's another look at, and a better one. Arnaj and Havu escort each other off, completely separate from what's going on. Plenty of wrecked Porsches, and the Porsche customer team is going to be getting a quite healthy dose of invoices for new parts.
The thing is most of the other cars got through that fine, so why would Mirror Esports not, right? As much as, like there was, and it's not just one or two, like 10, 15, 20 cars got through that fine, because when you're racing, especially to late on that first lap, you've got a bit of smoke in the air. You're not reading the car ahead or the car ahead of that. You're reading down the road. You're reading actually at the corner what is happening. And then with two cars stationary there, and you're still keeping it pinned on the racing line, going for that slightly washed out line on the second apex, you're asking for it. You are literally just asking for it. So no, I have no sympathy on that one. I do love myself a bit in Mirror Esports, not Michelis as well. His squad, he's been a big backer of them in Hungarian sim racing. But yeah, no. That one's a solid no from me.
Altus Esports, by the way, have had to come down to pit lane, I think, for a fast repair to be used there. They're in 32nd position. We watch as Dimitriov trying to stymie the bleeding. He has fallen backwards in the last handful of corners. Jack Sedgwick will take advantage and go the long way around down through the no-name, trying to get past Lewis Woods, and will get it done before they head into the very fast. Are we calling it Puon, or are we calling it the double gauche?
No, we definitely call it Puon. You can't call it double gauche.
Well,
it means double left, doesn't it?
I know, but that's literally. But your point to be, you're renaming the bus stop to now be Le Mans. I mean, on the track map.
Yeah, but
it's
that's
double gauche.
Yeah, but then you have to call it. I mean, Bruxelles is one that they've actually called it, and then also.
True.
We've just gone through the campus chicane. Piff Paff's way cooler.
Exactly.
With
yes.
that. No, the corner names. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I did hear Luke Crane talking about the Le Mans. And Buster was like, no, you can't rename a corner unless it's for someone else's name who has passed or whatever. Like, obviously, again, the Wilson hairpin.
Right.
Again, the Alboreto curve is a no-no. But that's fine.
I think you and I have had this conversation before, and I think what we kind of agreed on is you can rename a corner if it doesn't have a name already. And the best example of that was the Sabine Schmidt curve at the Nordschleife.
Yeah, which everyone, I don't know why, but a lot of people did believe they'd renamed the entirety
of the Nordschleife.
Of like the Hasenbach or whatever. But no, it's the first left-hander going onto the Nordschleife, and that's the Sabine Schmidt's curve.
Ah, gotcha.
That's fine. That's great, right? Because again, you're naming a corner that didn't previously have a name. That's fine. There is a few examples of renaming a corner like the Wilson hairpin at Snetterton where I'm like, okay, I get it. And I'm okay with it.
Oh, sorry.
Around here, nah.
I'm taking that off our screen. We don't need to look at a lead shirt. I apologize to everyone who had to witness that.
Are you that against Leeds?
No, I'm not, but I just know I'm sure there's someone here who is not a Leeds United fan, and so I've just made their day quite, by throwing that out there. Sven Haase passed for the lead as Jamie Fluke makes it look as easy as you'd like. You're an Arsenal fan, so you're probably enjoying football in the real world.
Well, not at the moment, because it's not on, is it?
To be fair, as a West Brom fan, I cannot enjoy football. I'm not allowed to enjoy football.
Well, at least you're, I think West Brom are still playing at the moment, because I think the Championship's still...
No, it's all stopped right now. The thing is...
No, I think some of the Championship stuff's still going.
I'm pretty sure they're just starting the warm weather camps again right now, even in the Championship. But I think you and I are both slightly concerned about what's happening slightly later today, Lewis.
Yep, England. Well, I mean, I did fire a few shots towards our broadcast director earlier on. Of course, Hugo Luis was...
Yes, Brazil.
Brazil, yep, sorry. And by the way, West Brom are playing tomorrow.
We are
Monday.
playing tomorrow.
Sorry, because, again, this is not Sunday. This is not, ladies and gentlemen,
right.
We have done a 24-hour race. This is not Sunday. This is still Saturday. Sunday is tomorrow. Monday's the day after. Yeah, well, you got to get up to date with your scheduling.
I know. I did not even realize the Championship resumed on Monday. You are 100% right. What a big fan of West Brom I must be.
I can't believe it, mate. Yeah, they've been playing today. Like, well, not them. Other teams have been playing today. The craziness. Argentina just does not pay attention.
No.
That's fine. What we are going to pay attention to is to the race at hand. 5 for the race lead, maybe 6. Holtzman's trying to go for it on Reina Talvar around the outside of the bus stop. Squeezes off and then potentially works his way past. It's still not done, though.
I think it's the other way. I think it's Reina Talvar trying to get past Patrick Holtzman, and I'll put it out there. Why fight if you're Patrick Holtzman? I mean,
just take the points.
At this point, you could finish 15th in every race and you'd still be probably pretty good. Not worth the risk, if you ask me. Speaking of risk, that's a race clutch car that's looking all right, but looking quite slow.
I think if Redline finished where they are in this race, the gap would be something like 70-odd points. You could pull up points a bit earlier, and I think it's around that. And then that means for the next race, they literally need to finish like 35th. And they'll win it regardless, a race early, right? That's how strong their position has been. This is what happened to the Delatraz car with race clutch and the Love 46. A little bit clumsy there. Classic.
Yeah, classic. I think, let's see, it will be a great perspective on board with the Love 46 Porsche 911. It's Sulio Almeida behind the wheel.
Oh, way too quick in.
Yep.
Just too quick. You can't do it that quick when you've got 2 cars ahead of you. You've got to get on the brakes. By the way, speaking of corners and renaming,
that is still the bus stop chicane. Yes.
No. What about No Name?
Oh yes. See, here's
No
the thing.
Name is its name, and it's which for a corner with no name, it's got 3 names. One of them's No Name, one of them's a Speaker's Corner, and the other one's X Curve, which is obviously the current
right.
one.
Well,
but is it the X Curve or is it No Name?
Well,
it's No Name, surely.
What's the name of the final corner?
Which one?
Here at Spa, the chicane.
Oh, bus stop. Yeah, even though it's not a bus stop.
But it's not the bus stop anymore, is it?
Yeah, no, it's the final. Yeah, no, I do typically call it the final chicane.
I still call it the bus stop because it lives on in my heart as the bus stop.
Yeah.
But yeah, we could talk a lot about corner names, corner numbers. You should clearly, when track designers are doing that work, they need to ask commentators to chime in, because commentators are the one that have to talk the most about those things. So logically. Yep. Make sure the commentators agree with you. 4-car breakaway. Apex, Beeler, Urano, Williams. Feels like a regular iRacing special event right now. Still got BS Turner and Redline in the mix as well as Valtteri Alander, because he's keeping quite close in the interestingly liveried Team 707 car. But yeah, this, I think, in the Civic, we've seen some of the specialist rides to the fold. We haven't really seen that in the IndyCar in the way that I kind of thought that we would. There are no specialists in the iRacing Formula 4, if we're being honest. No one has any experience in that BMW hybrid. But then in this car, again, much like we saw in the Honda, the experience is rising to the top.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people that have driven this car an awful lot over the last couple of year or so, or even just this style of car on iRacing. That they've just got used to how this car performs, how this car reacts, how this car drives, how it wears through its tyres, and it's almost like autopilot. You don't even have to put that much practice in. I didn't bring it up earlier too much, but I'm going to now. Jamie Fluke. Again, still no. Has anyone printed out track maps and stuck them on the wall behind?
No.
I don't think we've seen that. So a bit disappointed there. Just saying. Get a printer. Jamie Fluke though has got Le Mans down there, so that's fine. The Circuit de la Sarthe. Great. That's great. It's not good enough though. I want a full.
I'm just saying, Luca Kita has an Imola track map actually on the wall, so he gets points over Jamie Fluke.
Half a point.
Half a point over, but I will say, Sven Haas is in the holiday spirit right now. Looks like a great place to go racing.
Yeah, lovely Christmas tree. He's very festive. Everyone thinks that I'm now very Christmassy because of the jumper that I've got on.
Oh no, you are the Grinch. Don't worry.
I really am. Hate Christmas. Mostly because I work in hospitality and have to deal with it. Right up. By the way, I didn't realise how much the leads would go down. In chat, we've got some supporters and some not supporters.
Good.
Some using some not so nice words towards Leeds supporters. So, you know, again, read into that what you will. One that even Moobot thought that it was a good idea to get involved with. So, yeah. Clearly not the most popular team in the world.
Yes, no, well, that's the thing. Leeds are... I knew I could make that joke because Leeds are one of the few teams where you could get away with that, you know? If I made that joke about an Arsenal, for example, I don't think it would land as well.
Oh, Dylan Scrivens has just messaged me saying, can't believe I called him an old man. It was only in comparison to the other, yes. I mean, it was in comparison to the other two people that were on screen at the time.
I mean, he is. I mean, we all are in the grand scheme of things, given some of the younger drivers that we talk about day in and day out here in the world of sim racing. It does feel like that quite often. Sven Haas, I think, by the way, I don't expect him to go for the lead right now. I expect him to ride where he is. I think they realize in this leading quartet that Talvar, Holtzman, and Alander will latch onto them at some point through the race if they do fight. And so they're going to keep it single file for now. And they'll let the fighting happen behind. It's the likes of Monaco Esports and Wave Italy Racing going back and forth that's seen a 4-second gap build to those in front.
Yeah, Woods also getting involved, Kesselhout there, and Leeds man himself, Sedgwick, not too far off the rear end, about 2 seconds behind. 12th position at the moment. We're on board with Woods now, heading down the hill, staring at the back of the Wave Italy car at the moment. Lamier behind that one. Of course, you said before about Georgi Dimitrov, who was very impressive in the IRO4 at Daytona, playing his cards right and just putting on a really good show, leading most of the race. Not most of the laps, but most of the race itself generally.
Yes.
Just how crazy that was, a 9-car fight for the race. If you haven't seen it, once this is done, go back to race 20 and just watch it from start to finish, because that is one that will go down, I'm pretty sure, in history of the VCO ProSIM Infinity. Same as the race we saw again in the IRO4s at the Hockenheimring in the Esports Racing League Full Cup. That was absolute madness. We
have had some incredible racing in the iRacing Formula 4 machine. iRacing did a great job with that as well. Remember, it's a quote-unquote fictional Formula 4 car. It's not one of the officially homologated manufacturer cars that was then, you know, brought into the service. Julian Kesselhout, change of underwear ordered to the 89 car.
Yeah, that was scary. I have... I think we were getting ready to go and do the iRacing 24 hours of Spa. I got into, I think it was a Lamborghini at that point. I then drove it through. I got to this corner. I had a moment quite similar to that, and I went, no, not doing it. And so, yeah, you can't do that in the middle of the race, though. And Kesselhout, that will certainly wake you up on this morning. Not really, but kind of. It's still the afternoon in Europe, which is just crazy. With just a few hours left to go. Great catch. Really, really swift reactions there.
Yeah, and it bit quite early on him, and I think that's what was quite important. Front of the field, well, I'm glad to be proven wrong. Maybe 2 passes for the lead. Haase got the point. Kita looked to the inside momentarily, while Fluke tucks back into third. So now a swap around once again with 28 minutes to go, and it's the German Sven Haase that leads once again. And well, for the Biela Racing Team Euronics here at Lewis, late replacements joined on 24 hours notice to come and have some fun with us here today. Fair to say that they've had more downs than ups, but I think they've been enjoying themselves, which is the most important thing.
Like I say, you got to be in this for a little bit of fun. Who's this who's been off the road? It's Team Fordzilla. It's Josh Poulain having a bit of an issue in the 966. Again, I'm going to ask the same question I asked you and O'Leary. 966, what is is it 1966?
It must be, surely,
It's
right?
got to be.
It's got to be.
It'd be such a weird coincidence. Oh, yeah, no, it was this other thing. It was, I don't know, the CC of an engine that we made back in 1941. I don't know.
So I get the sense this is, well, Concertina first. Interesting. So Love 46 was the other car that had a bit of a tail-snapping moment there. That was contact with Zenith, I think, as Zenith went wide, and then the aftermath is what saw Josh Poulain run to that part of the grass where you never want to end up.
Just messy. It's just messy. Also, you don't want to end up in that grass at that angle, because it just means it's like, right, okay, it's going to take me a little while to get this one back ground and get back going again. Back up to the fight, though, four-way for the race lead. Hasakita, Fluke, Kauppinen. Very tight indeed. We're on board with the fourth of those cars. 2 seconds clear of Rainer Talvar, Holtzman and Alander. Could be 7 cars for the race lead if those three are able to catch up. Just needs a little bit of bump drafting from Holtzman.
Yeah, exactly. They've not been able to coordinate just yet amongst themselves, but I never count them out. I think that is for sure. I think we were quite amazed back at Daytona in the final round of the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, Lewis, when we saw just how effective the bump drafting could be between two teammates who knew how to work together. And I think that's the important thing. There's bump drafting, and there's bump drafting when you're working together.
Yeah, like you say, it can even be, and it sounds crazy because it sounds very counterintuitive, but you see it sometimes in oval racing. The lead car, if they leave and have actually a good exit onto, for example, out of Lasorsa, particularly over the top of Radion, they have a good exit there, you might see the lead car lift ever so slightly. And it sounds crazy, but it's because they're getting that bump draft earlier. They're getting that power earlier. And it's kind of like it's that short-term loss, long-term gain. Less so around here, I don't think you'll see it too much, but it's particularly around somewhere like Daytona, that's where, when you have that kind of communication and that understanding as to how to keep the gap quite small and keep it right on, I mean, when you work together again, it's absolutely incredible. But it is not easy. It looks easy, looks very, very easy. But then again, anyone who's looked at the Daytona 500 and gone, well, just driving around, it's not that hard. I don't even have to worry about it too much. Go and give it a go. It's one of the hardest things you can do.
It goes for, I think, a lot of these techniques that people just assume are easy. Swap drafting, for example. iRacing Indianapolis 500 earlier this year. I was talking with Brandon Treno, and he was telling me that if it was him and Michele Costantini, they would gain 2/10 a lap, I think it was, compared to if it was any other combination of the 10 drivers that team had trying to swap draft. So there are all these little nuances, and certain drivers are just better at doing these little racecraft tricks, but that's where experience comes in handy, and that's where, in the sim, the willingness to go and try stuff becomes so important. And to tie this in with the iRacing build that just released this past week, Lewis, this feature called Active Reset is something I am very, very curious about. The ability to basically retrain yourself by practicing a section of track over and over and over again with identical conditions.
Yeah, well, I mean, how frustrating. We all kind of thought about this a few times. Let's say, for example, you're in a car which is a bit tricky through Eau Rouge and Radion, and you think, right, I'll try. Oh, no, I've binned it. I'll try. Oh, I've got it right there, but what did I do? Right? And then you're like, well, I'll find out in 2 minutes and 15 seconds when I get back around to it. It's like, no, it's something like to kind of be able to just kind of repeat, and just do it again and again and again. That's where you just learn that one specific corner, how to do it perfectly, and then you just piece it all together like a lovely puzzle, and suddenly it will help. For these kind of drivers at the top end, probably won't make that much of a difference. But for those that are brand new to the platform, those that are learning, those that are getting up to speed, that's where things like that can make a massive, massive difference. And even, to be fair, racing against AI, you know?
Yes.
Which I will say, I've raced against iRace's AI.
It's actually good AI.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It is pretty good.
Again, there's things that the iRacing AI is always getting updated on every build as well. But yeah, I genuinely think people would be surprised when they try the iRacing AI at just how much fun it truly can be. 23 minutes to go. Did see that a couple of cars have rolled their way to pit lane to get some damage repairs or potentially retire from this race. Matti Kaidasoa in the Havu entry, along with Geeks Energy Sim Racing, two of the cars they've had to cycle their way down to the pit lane. We did say that two teams no longer seemingly competing in VCO ProSIM Infinity. Rocket Simsport, one of them, they retired around the 10-hour marker, unfortunately. And then we've had a couple of teams in the form of Triton Racing and the Wolf Team Racing. They've had a couple of races off, and they're back here and there, but we're not sure what the status of the teams are, Lewis.
Yeah, Wolf Racing definitely in this one. I think Rodrigo behind the wheel, a driver which I know at least Deegan Fairclough will be very familiar with driving against. Was one of those competitors in the longest title that you've ever seen in an esports championship, the Rocket Racing Star Formula 4 esports competition in the UK. Yes, is long. They were battling out on that one for the fight for the seat in the real British Formula 4 championship next year. Like I say, yeah, some team. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with some teams going, do you know what? Actually, we're going to take a few races off. We're just going to go and have a breather, and then we'll come back. It's kind of like, look, that I've got no problem with that at all. I don't like the idea. I kind of get it. But in an event like this, where it is just such individual races and whatnot, it's not like a 24-hour race where you're struggling your way through. You've had some damage, and now you're just going to have a mare of it. Just carry on. Just get out there and have fun. It just shows the light-hearted nature of styles of racing like this. Dimitrov to the outside of Lamier, coming up towards Lake Com. Lewis Woods pushing him into it, with Kesselhout as well involved. Same with Sedgwick. Lord leads in 12th, and in the final car in this group, in the last car, some might say, Visceral Esports. Had to try.
Yes, there we go. I am glad that I don't have to say that particular name that you're trying to throw me under the bus with so far.
Kwiatkowski? No, Ozratskovskaya?
Yes, so far at this point in the broadcast.
Yes,
We've still got
yes.
Still got two more races to go before I get to butcher that one once again. Let's talk a little bit, as this race very much has started to settle into a rhythm, even with that gaggle of 8th not really fighting too much right now. Let's talk about what we got left in the year for VCO Esports, Lewis. Of course, not just round 2 of VCO LFM Flex Stream, a series which is just as weird as this, but in a way that gamifies balance of performance. But it's not just that. VCO Semis, 26th of December, the prize-giving ceremony is going to be available on YouTube, and we'll enjoy celebrating the year of sim racing as a community. But of course then as well, SimGrid partnering back up with VCO for the World Cup. It starts on the 17th of December. Yeah,
off to Kyalami. The 12-hour race down there, qualifying. I think it's on the Friday, potentially. I can't remember. I'm scheduled to do it, which I really should know. It's on my calendar somewhere. Going to be a crazy one. Get to commentate on qualifying alongside David Addison for that one, and get to enjoy what is going to be a crazy race. We all love going racing at Kyalami. It's one that not too many have actually given a go, but when you do, you realise actually it is a great track. Once you come over the top of the hill and then drop down, it's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, so many good things for VCO coming up, even in the rest of 2022, and then just wait for how things are going to unfold in 2023. VCO Esports Racing World Cup in person as we'll head to Hamburg. Can't wait for it in February.
Yeah, unfortunately, I've got to meet you though, so we win some, we lose
some.
some.
Yeah, well,
Luca,
it's fine. I've been more focused on chatting to Luke Craig. I'll just enjoy it. It's fine.
Luca Kita back to the front, by the way, as Jack Sedgwick now gets past the Visceral Esports car momentarily as they all battle. This is now starting to intensify once more. Pick them apart. There's 7 in the train, continuing to tussle. Gianni Vecchio, or Gianluca Vecchio, to give him his proper name according to our entry list, has unfortunately retired from the race. Let's see what happened to him in that Team Redline car. Well, to the inside of Delatraz Automotive, and then gets a shot from behind. And that was RHG, wasn't it?
RHG are not having a good one. They are not having a good event. Neither is Vecchio, to be perfectly honest. But that was a pretty heavy hit right in the point where you don't want it, straight into the rear axle, where the engine basically is around that kind of area. Oof. Almost missed. Almost missed. But almost is not a miss.
Unfortunately, it is not. Lewis, another great obvious thing that you've said.
What, almost is not a miss?
Yes, almost is not a miss.
Yeah, well, it's it's factual. It's fine. What was it? I can't remember what you had said in the previous race, but I just remember laughing at it. Not previous race, but race before.
Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of things that you and O'Leary has said over the course of his commentary career.
We've had a few.
Yeah, you know the ones that I'm referring to, the ones that I don't want to say, because I'll get in trouble. 4 cars at the front now, split by 1 second, but more importantly, BS Turner, the Redline #1 car, and Team 707 are all being dragged into the mix. Jack Sedgwick to the inside. I did hear that bit of contact. It's Kowalski in the PGZ entry that falls his way backwards. It is starting to pick up, though, in the mid-pack.
Yeah, PGZ having a bit of a mare of things there into the or out of the bus stop rather, and like we said, Sedgwick, he's dodging on the lead stop. There is no, I don't believe there's a Was Cooking Adventures a T-shirt. If there is,
it's
I'll
just the
take
Craig
one.
Setup Shop T-shirt.
No, that makes sense. That does make sense.
Official sim racing team of the Craig Setup Shop.
I mean, that's just top notch. That is. I mean, it's a livery you can't miss. Like I said, it's a fan favourite. Kesselhout, though, might be under pressure from Sedgwick coming on there. Might be a bit of a mean team, but they are feisty on track. All of the drivers, but they're just in it for the banter. So each to their own. We've not seen Was Cooking Racing win a race this time, have we?
No, we haven't. Not yet, unfortunately. Most of the blame will go on Josh Chin's shoulders just for forgetting to wake up in time, because it was clearly all his fault. What happened here, then? It's Aaron Vasquez in the Rincon racing car that I think, well, that's obvious. And then I think it's obvious what happens afterwards as well. Vasquez with a disqualification for the incident limit.
Yeah, that's we've not actually, I will say we've not seen too much of that. People breaching the incident limit. 25 incident points they have through the race, and I say not too many have come a cropper of it, but Vasquez being one of them. I'm not. This wouldn't have been the race and the car that I would have suspected we would have seen. I was thinking more touring cars. To be honest, touring cars around the Red Bull Ring would have been quite high up there because it's very easy to get off tracks there. It's touring cars, isn't it?
It is. I mean, track limits, I think, in general, still going to be a talking point till we get to the end of this race. End of the event. See, this is where I keep getting myself confused. How do we refer to this in terms of the terminology that we use? Another big moment through Blanchimont for Nicolas Last. Remember, they're all with a fixed setup. I just wonder how nervy the car must be through that corner. Yeah,
it looks pretty nervous. Sorry, what we said about what we're saying when it comes to like describing someone. What was it that you were just saying?
I've completely forgotten because that moment got me very, very scared.
Nice. It is early in the morning for him, and also I've only had 4 hours sleep. So
you got 4 hours sleep? Oh, I'm jealous of you.
Are you?
I did suffer. I did self-sacrifice myself because my brain cannot shut off, unfortunately. I think I was lucky to get about 2.5 hours, but I think that's why we love this event. It just gets us all excited. I think our boss at VCO, Mr. Florian Hasper, has slept about a total of 1 minute over the course of this. Yeah,
I was going to say, I don't think he slept very much. No, I woke up to update that spreadsheet, so I understood what was going on, whereas... now, no clue. Woods, though, having a little bit of an issue. Dimitrov straight to the inside, potentially even getting 2 into 1 corner because Lamier's there. The Wave Italy car's heading this Group BS competition. Kesselhout there. Jack Sedgwick just waiting off the rear end of it for his opportunity. Trust me, if there is an opportunity, Sedgwick's going for it, and he nearly did around the outside, coming down into Rivage, Bruxelles, down towards No Name or Speakers or X, and then as they head down the hill towards Double Gauche, Pouon, towards, I mean, this is it. I think this is how we should just. This is how we should
list all the corner names.
All of the corner names, so everyone's happy.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to go about it. Can you imagine doing onboard laps now?
Well, if you do this bit, here we are going into campus, where we could be going into campus, which is going into campus, because campus is all 3 of these corners at some point. Campus, Pif-Paf, Fania, into campus or Stavolo, into. Oh, actually, no. I think it's. This one's Campus or Stavolo, depending on what you're looking at. And the next one is Stavolo or Curve Pool Fred, depending on what you're looking at. I don't think Campus has ever been attributed to this corner.
Yes.
Nightmare.
Absolute nightmare, unfortunately, is the best way of looking at it. Being focused in on this gaggle for a while, it's because they haven't really done much at the front of the field other than have Rainer Talvar latch onto them. But he didn't bring Pratchett Holtzman with him. That Redline car still has some work to do if he wants to get himself a little bit more in the draft. But again, doesn't really need to at this point. Let's check in with the live point situation as well, Lewis, where of course it's Redline 1, Urano 2, RAG 3, and BS Turner jumping in front of Altus to grab 4th.
Yeah, it's going to be a tight fight there for 4th position between 4th, 5th and 6th. BS Turner, Altus, and of course Williams Esports. That I still suspect will be quite tight going into those final couple of races. For Redline, they're in position, they're where they kind of need to be to wrap it up in the next race. Remember, it's not going to be after this one, but if they have a 40, let's just call it with a 44-point lead. If they have a 44-point lead going into the final race, they will have wrapped it up a race early, and I suspect that's the position they're going to be in. Kaplan and Haas have switched position then. That's blue and red. That is Biela. I know obviously we normally suspect Biela Racing is in sort of like a darker blue with a light blue and a yellow, but they were thrown into it pretty last minute. I think as a team, we expect quite a lot from Biela Racing, and they've been very impressive.
RAG and Arnage competition going back and forth. Violate has not had to come down pit lane, but you can visibly just see the damage that the front end of that 911 is still having to work with. Not going to be helping him in dirty air, and definitely not going to be giving him the optimum top end speed. He's going to need a new Porsche 911 after this one, that is for sure. It's a good thing that damage bills in sim racing are never something that we have to pay.
Yeah, too right.
Especially in this event.
I was going to say, could you imagine what there was? I still don't know. I mean, we've seen some pretty hefty crashes in motorsport. I still remember it was the V8 supercars back in 2015, 16 maybe at Townsville, and there was one race where I can't remember how many it was. I'm pretty sure it was like 16 cars had what they classified as sizable repairs, and the bill entirely across the grid was something like 500 grand.
That seems cheap though. In motorsport terms.
It does, but when you that's account for it in V8 supercars, they're not the most expensive. They're not cheap. Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But like 500 grand across that in one race, and they were racing 3 times that weekend. That was pretty high.
So is this in the Great Britain pounds or in the upside down dollars?
I think it might have been upside down dollars.
Okay.
It does make it slightly less impressive because it's about 25
Yes, no, I just realised. Yeah, that's basically about 25 quid.
Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. That's a couple of pints in this country.
Well, to put it into context, right, the incident between Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton at Cops last year was rumoured to be £1.5 million.
So I think it's like 1.5 million, yeah.
Yeah, so 500,000 is still significant, but maybe not as significant as it could have been. And we have seen quite a few monumental shunts. I think I've commentated on, this is the 10th race that I've done of the event so far. Every single one of those, we've had a lap 1 shenanigans somewhere that involves multiple cars. So yeah, that's an expensive damage bill, and it's an expensive bill when it comes to the tires as well.
Yep, but still, we've had cartwheeling happening in the Iro 4 at Daytona. I'm sure that would have been a pretty hefty repair bill. Like I say, it is what it is. That one is written off car. This is the thing.
By the way.
Probably, yeah. I just want to see if we could do it in sim racing, where you could just go, oh, actually, no, calculate it roughly. What would the damage bill actually be for this? Because I think the number would have a few zeros after the initial digit. Not sure how many, whether it would be 6 or potentially even 7 zeros. I'd say it's probably closer to the 7 zeros than the 6, but yeah, we'd be into the tens of millions. There's been a lot of damage.
I'm of the opinion. So we have this in the VCO LFM Flex Stream, where if you have no penalties, you get a bonus for being clean. So you effectively are penalized if you get into contact with things. I'm of the opinion that there are definitely times that we need to incentivize that sort of things. And as someone who's organized a bunch of series in the past, totally not thinking about my budget, as Rainer Talvar will slide his way past on Jamie Fluke, Fluke not putting up any sort of defense there. But, you know, as a league organizer, thinking about how I can pad my budget a little bit, why not make people pay me for them crashing their cars?
Yeah, like I say, I mean, in VCO Flex Stream, it's the removal of prize money. So anyone being like, oh yeah, but if I do get involved in an incident, and then like, do I have to pay you? It's like, technically not. You just lose the prize money that you were already getting.
Yes, to be clear, when I say
that's how it works.
When I say pad budget, I was really thinking more along the lines of, oh, if you get a penalty, you have to donate $5 to charity kind of deal.
Yeah, which I think is fine. I mean, that's how it is in in the race for mental health, which I remember because I remember how much you lot made me pay for charity. I think it was might have been in like 5 or 6 hours. I had to pay $50 to charity because that's how many incidents we were involved in. And I wasn't involved in any of them.
I know.
I have terrible teammates.
Yes, fortunately I wasn't one of the terrible ones, right? I was the best one.
You only used 2 of the fast repairs, 2 of the 4.
Yes.
That's fine.
Only 2?
Only 50% of them.
I didn't forget to come down pit lane.
Which cost us how much when it came to the end of the race? And the
so
damage
much,
and fast
so
repairs
much.
And whatnot.
We lost the race because of that missed pit stop.
Exactly.
It changed.
And then Dan Kell did the second, came back to do the final 2 hours.
And then murdered Florian Hasper.
Florian Hasper, boss of VCO, killed him. I've never been more apologetic to Florian in my life. Poor guy.
To be fair, Florian got the full sim racing experience, so it was just Dan trying to make sure that he could welcome Florian to the sim racing community. Side by side through Puon for Kesselhut and Lashed. Not traditionally a place where you see wheel-to-wheel action. They make it work nice and tidily, and it is Kesselhut that is able to grab that extra position to work his way forward. Left side of the screen, you can see those movers and shakers, and once again, plenty of green arrows with big numbers next to them.
Not the crazy numbers that we see there when we go in the open wheels, of course, in the IR18 and, of course, the Formula 4. We're done with open wheelers for the event, though. No more will we see the Dallara IR18 or the IR04. They're out of it, so it is just this car for the next 6.5 minutes. And then we'll get to see the final race in the Honda Civic before we wrap things up by entering Crazy Town and heading back to the Daytona International Speedway and the BMW M Hybrid, which I will say the last race we had the BMW M Hybrid was sick. It was so good. Hopefully we get more of that rather than what we saw at Road Atlanta, which was sick in a different way.
Right. I do want to say, unfortunately, Lewis, you were apologetic to Florian Hasper at the end of 2021. You may have to be apologetic again because you may have just brought back up some bad memories that Florian had forgotten about, because he's just let us know that now he remembers being collected by Dan Kell. Down,
I remember as well.
Yeah, down the Kemmel we come. 5 minutes to go. So including this lap, 3 laps to figure it out. I've seen a couple of comments in our Twitch chat from some viewers expecting a little bit more drama. I think now we can expect the drama to start to pick up.
Yeah, we're heading into that final portion of this race, the final few laps. What will be at line? 2 at the line?
I think so.
Yeah, it's got to be. With where they are, 5 minutes, 20 seconds, it's got to be 2 at the line. It is going to be a 5-way fight. Kalpanen, Kita, Haase, Talvar, and Fluke. And there will be no patience left in this group. They will be going for it because, like I say, we've only got 3 races left to go. You've got to go for a win here and there. Luke Keaton might be the more patient of them because of the battle for second in the championship. This will be a big race for them when it comes to point scores over R8G. Everyone else, though, bit of banter.
Bit of banter as well, continuing between Kesselhut and Lashed. Don't think there was contact there, but Last giving a bit more room than maybe he needed to, and through Malmedy a half spin will cost him 2 or 3 spots there, and now gets swarmed on that run down the hill.
Yeah, it's so tight as we head down in their R8G going to the outside. And, I mean, they've not had a good day, have they? Oh, good day? They've had a great day. They've not had a good race in this one. Every time I see a new race, I'm like, it's a new day. It's not.
You brought me back to the conversation that I was trying to have before we were really distracted. I've been trying to figure out the language that we need to use when talking about this championship event. Is it an event or a championship? I think it's both. I think it's an event, but it's a self-contained championship with 24 races in a 24-hour period. We can't call it a race, but do we refer to each of these races as a race? I think yes, but it also gets confusing when we do that. Language, I think, is important.
I think, they're individual races. You got, like I say, championship is fine. I think championship and event, I more feel it as an event. It's a single event. Going from start to finish. It is a championship in that event, and then the races are parts of that championship. The overall is not a race. I think the race is fine. Penultimate time then up into Les Combes, and no one's going for it. I think there was a few that could have tried, but no one wanted to.
Yeah, no one set their stall out just yet, and it is a 5-car queue, by the way. Patrick Holtzman has not closed on the back of this, and we ride with Jamie Fluke at the very tail end of the gaggle as they dive down the hill, and with some lap traffic to potentially play its part. It has been something that we've seen over the course of this event, Lewis, is the fact that as we head into these closing stages of each individual race, there's always a bit of traffic that tends to bring a little bit of drama.
When you've got 40-odd cars out on the track, there's always going to be a little bit of lap traffic over a 45-minute period. I was always a little critical of those that were going a lap down after 2 minutes into a 15-minute race, where I'm like, mate, what are you doing? But 45 minutes around here, you can't get away without drama. It's fine. You expect a little bit of lap traffic. It's just about what you do with that lap traffic. Wave Italy Racing should hopefully jump to one side here on this straight and just allow that 5 to get through. Although I know how this works in sim racing, it won't. So we'll see. We'll see. Heading on to the final lap here in race 22. Oh, they are getting out of the way. Respect.
And not just out of the way, off of the track as well. That was very much self-sacrificing there to make sure no interference with the race lead, almost as though he heard some of the comments. 2 minutes to go, then it will be the final lap for the GT3s and the final lap at Spa as well. Such a fascinating car, such a historic track, and it has delivered some excitement. And I think finally now, Lewis, we can get excited about a potential move up in towards Lulham.
It's now or never for Kita, for Haas, if they want to take the victory. Like I've said before, and I said it in the Spa races that we had earlier, I want to take the lead up into Lulham. I don't want to have to wait until that bus stop to the final chicane. I don't want to have to wait until then. You've got to do it now. As we climb up the hill, you saw Kita getting out of the way just to try and get a bit more of a gap to punch into that slipstream, and he's going for it now, coming through the camel curb, but Haas could be quite close when they get on the brakes.
Which one is going to be braver into the braking zone? A bit of a nose in front for the Urano Esports entry, but Kauppinen has a bit of contact. A shot given that Kita's able to hold on to. Kauppinen still has the lead. Kita slides back to 5th, but by no means is this done and dusted. It's now Haase that's next up to try and make the move.
Yeah, saw Valtteri Lander and Patrick Holtzman going quite close as well. Flukes to the outside, coming down Rivage as they drop down the hill. Kita holds on to 4th position. Lander past Holtzman, Dimitrov and Cedric battling it out over 8th and 9th, continuing to, and Dimitrov's dropping backwards. Monaco Esports about a problem. Is it really? Oh my goodness.
It's got to be. To disappear like that, it has to be a disqualification, and we'll go straight to the replay to pick this one up. Yes, it was contact and then into the wall, and that was the race done for Monaco Esports.
Yep, oops, Dimitrov not having a good one there, is what it is. So, the final chance on slipstream. It is possible to make a move into the bus stop. There is a big sense, but typically it's quite easy to cover off. You watch Kauppinen going into that braking zone, he'll hold to the right-hand side of the track. And then we'll just see if Sven Haase can do anything. But I'm not so convinced for the Biela Racing team. I think Kauppinen might have this.
Yeah, I think it's done as well. It's 4/10 out of the curve pull Frere. Now, Sven Haase's known for liking a lunge, but is he close enough to really make the stick? Williams coming on strong at the end of the 2022 VCO ProSIM Infinity. Haase jinks to the outside and forces Kauppinen to give him a bit of room, but he overcommit and might even lose second. Reiner Talvar around the outside will steal that spot away from the line, but it's Ate Kauppinen that grabs yet another victory for Williams here at Spa-Francorchamps in the Porsche 911 GT3R.
Yeah, I mean, look, let's be real. Haase had to try it. It's only cost him a single point. It's only cost him a single position. Is what it is. Had to give it a go. Kauppinen, though, took the lead at the right point, held the lead at the right point, did exactly what he needed to do. Perfect defence, calm, composed, collected. Williams Esports on top in the third to last race of the VCO ProSIM Infinity. Those coming across the line, there is R8G losing out a whole heap of points to Luke Kita, who might be a little bit frustrated to have lost a couple of positions there on the final lap of the race, but that happens. That is fine. Still, the top 5 separated by just over a second. And look at that, the gap between 6th and 7th, just 8 thousandths.
Plenty of close finishes as well, up and down through the field. Spa does tend to bring that out. I mean, Lewis, 5 races now with that Porsche 911 GT3R, an outgoing Porsche 911 GT3R, because of course next year the brand new 992 generation GT3 car will grace the world with its presence.
Yeah, which does kind of make me wonder what we would use in future installments of VCO Infinity. Are we going to stick with Porsche? We're going to try and spice it up. But are we going to even keep a GT3? Who knows? There's plenty of options. there are a few cars that I would avoid in this kind of format, but to be perfectly honest, I think 90% of the cars on the iRacing service would actually be fine in this format in any kind of aspect.
I do think there are some drivers that have asked for some of the wackier ideas. They wanted us to go NASCAR racing, I think was one that I heard. Yeah, like they wanted ovals and things thrown in, which I like the sound of. The question is, how exactly will they work in practice? But it is official. Your winners of race 22 are Williams Esports. So here's the official results. 4 cars split by a second. Ate Kalpin in front of Reina Talvar for BS Turner and the Biela Racing Team Euronics. Sven Haase had to try it, not much to lose. It was a valiant effort, but third for him. Luca Kita fourth will be slightly frustrated after some contact at the end of the Camel Straight. Stopped him from being able to fight for the lead. Jamie Fluke, Valtteri Alander, and then Patrick Holtzman through the rest of that front gaggle of cars that broke away from the rest of the field. Then Jack Sedgwick was able to get in front in that battle for 8th. Lewis Woods for Impulse in 9th, in front of Sean Campbell, who rounds out the top 10 for Brabham as the office chairs watch on in the background. BS Competition, Wave Italy Racing Team, and then Arnage Competition, 11th, 12th, and 13th, just in front of ProSIM Esports and the Visceral Esports team. Delatraz Automotive, R8G, Urano, SimRC, and Altus, the rest of the top 20. Another fascinating race, Lewis. But a race where, at the front of the field, I think it was a lot calmer than we ever expected it to be.
Yeah, and that probably won't be the case in the next race because, of course, the Honda Civics and Road Atlanta, 2 things which will almost certainly be some form of crazy, particularly on that first lap or 2, that enormous straight between, definitely not a straight apparently, but between 7 and 10A. Very confusing, but that's fine. There's going to be a lot of switches. There's going to be a lot of timing is going to be crucial in all of that. As we see the last few come through, I think a few people want a calm end to the event. I think a few people want a crazy end. I'm not sure which side of history I'd want to be on.
Well,
in the commentary, I want to see crazy.
Yeah, just remember, you were the one that was asking for craziness earlier.
I still would.
And then you got it. So just remember, anyone who wants to blame someone for the chaos and carnage that we had at the start of this event, look no further than Lewis McLeod alongside myself.
Yeah, I'll take the blame. I don't mind. I'll take the blame for the great action that we've had through the VCO ProSIM, even though I've had nothing to do with running things behind the scenes. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that will feel terrible that I'm just sat here in the commentary booth taking all the credit.
It's okay. You've shown up with your ugly Christmas sweater, and everyone's loving it.
Terrible.
Everyone is loving it. But like you said, it's now over to the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, a very different sort of a track with a very different sort of a car. And Lewis will say hello again to everyone on camera. Hopefully this time my camera is not going to stop on me this time. Such a fun concept, and in a year where we've tried so many different things, I think that's the first year where genuinely I've sat back and thought, you know what, I'm not doing sim racing anymore. This is truly about esports racing.
Yeah, this is, like I say, the idea that VCO have tried experimenting with a few different styles that we've seen with the Esports Racing World Cup and Esports Racing League, with this, with Flexstream. I think it's important because I think sim racing did have this position where it kind of got a little bit stuck in its ways, where it was just doing the same thing over and over. It was just repeating. It was copy and paste. Oh, hey, this championship had this and it's worked, so we'll copy and paste that. We'll stick it in our own thing, and we'll give it our own cars, liveries, and logos, and maybe put on a decent broadcast. That's it. It was all that kind of thing. It was just a copy and paste. So it was where you see, like what we had last year, where I think I had 4, maybe 5 Spa 24 hours in back-to-back weeks.
Yes.
I'm sat there being like, I hate Spa now. I've seen so much of this that I'm just bored of it. Yep. You don't get that when you're having the experimentation, when you're trying to do something different, because there isn't as much of that repetition in there, because you're trailblazers, which is what VCO has been doing.
Absolutely. It started with Esports Racing World Cup, then over to Infinity, and now with Flexstream. 3 of the on-track concepts that have been crazy, but it goes behind the scenes as well. To VCO Send It, which is the print magazine for the digital world, where somehow they elect to allow you and me to get onto a voice channel and just argue about random things. Yeah, it's great.
I don't know what we're arguing about next. If
know.
anyone's got any ideas, I'm sure we'll find out. Because there's the thing, there's a few topics where it's like corner numbers. We agree on that. They're all terrible.
That we probably can never actually discuss in that format because we're just going to agree with each other. It's not very entertaining.
It would just be long
Yeah.
as well, because it's just like, oh right, God, do you remember this track? Terrible. We could replace you for a round, and then
Yeah,
or
maybe.
me for a round, and then get in Ewan, and then start speaking about what an overlap is. Because that'll be an interesting argument. That's fine. Larry's probably watching still, but I think more importantly, there's so many things that we can have an argument about, and that's exactly what that is. But there's so many different articles in there. I think there's even one written by one Mr. Luke Crane, of course. And where he has a little bit of a chat with I think the person he loves most.
Yes.
More than his children, even.
Oh, be careful. If his partner's listening, you're going to get Luke Crane in trouble without him even being here.
I know, which the only reason why he'd get in trouble is because there is truth to it.
Oh, yeah. Well, unfortunately, maybe. Luke Crane's second favorite person, of course, Eamon Murphy. Let's not forget.
Yep. Which means his kids are way down the list at this point.
Yes, no.
Oh my goodness.
His poor kids, unfortunately, are not at the very top. Qualifying underway in these Honda Civic Type Rs as we break them out onto track for the very final time today. Front-wheel drive, of course, does not mean that they are slow. It means they deliver speed in a slightly different way. It's all about understanding the nuance, and the master of that nuance maybe is Ross McFarlane. I still maintain Sim RC, Kieran Harrison, Ayhancan Güven as maybe the two best drivers in terms of combining in a team. McFarlane, though, and the rest of the Pearsons out there, up there in terms of strength, along with the likes of Team Hoisingveld and Fulsen in terms of rosters of touring car drivers. But 3/10 the margin in qualifying, I think, says it all for Ross McFarlane to be faster than Diogo Pinto.
Who, shockingly enough, Diogo Pinto had the first pole position in this car earlier on in proceedings when we first went racing in the Honda Civic. I mean, McFarlane, I don't think it's 2 wins. I think it's 1 win in this car, but it's been on the podium a few times in it. Again, incredible in this car, getting to the rhythm of it. And got to say, I do love myself a little bit about pure Sims livery. It's slightly Apex, but I don't. It's the yellow highlights. And I will say, if there is one car that livery looks good on, yeah, sure, the Honda Civic's up there, but wait until we see it on that BMW M Hybrid. It looks absolutely phenomenal.
For the record, by the way, Pure Sims do also have a version of the livery with no blue and just yellow, which they run on.
It's going to be too much.
No, it looks really good. They run it on the Mercedes. Highly recommend. McFarlane's going to get a second lap in. Now, I'm not sure if this is actually going to be an improvement, though, or not. Not sure how many drivers are actually going to get the time to do so. Pisoni able to go to the top, but McFarlane finds a whole bunch of time. So clearly tires are somewhat important here, Lewis, because, well, that was not insignificant, the amount of time he found.
Goodness me. And Pinto once again slots himself in a second with what I'm sure he'll think was a great lap time to put him 2/10 off of Ross McFarlane. Crazy how good McFarlane is. But qualifying is one thing, a race is different.
And in this race, we get standing starts as well, launching these touring cars. Important to understand exactly how they launch off the line as you use that front wheels to pull you away, but it's time once again to go racing with the touring cars, maybe for what might be a very fascinating race here at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Maybe as exciting as the IRO4 race at Daytona. Yes, I will say it. McFarlane and Pinto, 3:10 separates them, but draft will play its part. Kimichev was fast previously in this touring car. He's fast once again inside of Jaume Torres with Nicholas Laubisch and Jürgen Frank, the rest of the front 3 rows. It's Sam Ward for Team PGZ inside of Valentin Mandanark with Rincon Racing and Impulse sharing row number 5. Simone Pisoni in 11th has Josh Thompson for company back in 12th spot with Arturo Melgar in the all-blue Monaco Esports entry. The bonga drums of Ruben Bonga outside of row 7. Obsidian Racing and the Bilo Racing Team Euronics 15th and 16th with Door Esports in 17th along with the green and gold of Brabham Esports. The pro driver Belt Horston back behind the wheel after trying a fuel-saving strategy earlier on today that did not work in his favor. It's Nathan Lewis 19th with Reese Carl bookending the top 20. Oscari Rene 21st, and we'll scroll through the rest of the names. Not too many shocks, I would say, at the front of the field here, Lewis, but I did mention the standing start, and I want to circle back to the standing start, because the way that the formation builds here at Road Atlanta, means there's going to be some drivers that are starting down the hill, some drivers that will be starting up the hill and basically having to wind through the final corner.
Yeah, more shocks, by the way, on this page. Gal Valera, Oscar Mangan, Jack Sedgwick down the order. Obviously, Sedgwick having done the previous race. You're absolutely right. Nature of this, not similar in a sense of how it's to Interlagos, but it's more the sense of like it's the underrated, the difference that you get on the start. Go on, say it. 39th place.
Otarevskaya.
There you go. You said it so fast. You didn't even think about it, and no one's going to question it.
Exactly.
You said it with confidence.
Exactly. That was the thing. I said it so fast that even if I said it wrong, did anyone know I said it wrong?
This is the thing. Do you think I say it right? I have no idea.
You say it more right. You say it more right than me. I think that's the thing.
I just commit. I'm just like Otarevskaya. Done. It's just do it and just
do it.
Few cars out of position though. That's the important. We'll focus back onto it.
Look, this is what we were describing, and this is a great visual indication of just how steep a downhill that is, and that's going to impact how they launch off the line as well, Lewis.
Yeah, big time. Wheel spin. Sometimes starting down is actually not that great in this because you almost want to start in second gear because you get so much wheel spin so quickly. You've got to get up into second straight away. The race start in this contingent's going to be tricky though. A standing start in this car, it's not crazy hard, but it is very easy to get a little too much power down and not find the bite point properly and go for a bit of wheel spin.
Well, here we go. With 2 races left to go, it's time for the Honda Civics to rumble at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's Ross McFarlane and Diogo Pinto on the front row. Maybe the best 2 in this car over the course of the competition. A great start from McFarlane. Pinto feels the need to cover off Vlad Kimichev on the run down into the opening corner. Jaume Torres around the outside will try and take advantage of that as 40 plus Honda Civics all fan out for just a little bit of room. Up the hill and in towards turn number 3, they will try and single file it out. Kimichev able to hold off over Torres. RAG trying to slide into line, but making some contact with Impulse. All clean though within the top 20 as they dive down through the S's and rise towards turn 5.
Yeah, going single file. I think that one might be the Bila Racing car sticking out there. In the background, Arnage deciding to turn the Honda Civic into a Honda lawnmower as it went straight over the S's down there coming up towards turn 5. All single file inside the top 10 or 15. I think it was BS Competition going for a little bit of a move there coming down into turn 5. Turn 6, there's Redline to the inside of Impulse with a little bit of a hip jack. That is going to slow Impulse down massively on the exit here onto the straight. As we can see Fortilla are in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's not been a good day for Fordzilla, unfortunately, and Reese Carl finds himself now in pit lane through no fault of his own. Nicholas Rubela has some big damage on the side of his Arnage competition machine as well. But down the hill into the chicane they go for the very first time. No moves inside of the top 20, which I don't think is a surprise, because while you can work your way forward, you made this point in that previous race, Lewis, that once we get out of the open wheels, we don't see those crazy plus 20, plus 30s anymore. You've got to be a lot more calculated in how you move forward a car off into the grass.
Yeah, not sure which one that was. Must have been Ward in the PGZ car, losing out to Sanao down the inside, and both off the road. It's going to be into the barrier. There's nothing you could do about that. A complete passenger once he got sent off by the Rinko Racing car that was just trying to push him out wide into T1. When you're holding that tighter line into that first corner, you're always going to understeer off. Got to say, top 2 clearing away from Vlad Kimichev right now. Ross McFarlane and Diogo Pinto proving to be the fastest of the field at the moment. Obviously, we're only on the second lap, but they are starting to march away. McFarlane, I'll remember his race. We went racing at the Red Bull Ring. How much he got into the race lead and then went, all right, lads, I know there's slipstream around here, but see ya, wouldn't want to be ya, and just checked out.
To go back to the incident with PGZ and Rincon Racing, by the way, that's going to throw up some tension between the two Pablos, Pablo Castro and Pablo Vincent. I can't wait to see the sort of drama that we're going to see over the upcoming week with that borne out. RaceSpot TV replay, and let's start to work through things. This is the incident with Fordzilla. They're 3 wide, and oh, well, Reese Carl can do absolutely nothing about that, and, well, hellacious little lick there.
Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Who was it that was that made contact with them?
Well, I'm trying to find out, but unfortunately I'm struggling to try and pull up another replay. Here's another look at it.
Well, we'll try and
Race
see.
Clutch.
Who's that? Yeah, it is indeed Race Clutch. It's trying to get Carbon Sensible as well. So I think Race Clutch made contact with Carbon and then sent them straight off. Ow, and that's engine gone straight away. I mean, you heard that, clear as day. Yeah. not great for. Like I say, I mean they've had a rough luck in it, but it's why we need to see a Ford TCR in the platform.
Hey,
for a bit more luck.
I'm just saying they have some body shapes, or have had some body shapes that would very naturally lend themselves to a touring car. You could do a Ford Fiesta or a Ford Focus.
There is one.
Is there an official touring car, like an official TCR car?
It's one. I think it only races in Australia.
Okay, so that's not an official TCR car. Okay.
No, but still, it's it's in the category.
Okay, interesting. Arturo Melgar getting past Simone Passoni, by the way. That for 7th spot as they try and bridge the gap to those in front. It is starting to stretch it out, as you'll notice visibly on screen. Let's continue to work through some of the lap 1 incidents, though. And this is Nicolas Rubelar. We saw the damage that he visibly had. And how does this happen? Oh, he's going to get slightly pinched there by the Absolute Motorsports car, and well, no fault of his own there, I would say.
Yeah, just sent straight off into the barrier. An awful lot of damage on that car. Let's see what happened going out to the start-finish. I mean, Ward was just completely not focused on what was happening ahead, and then once he had the Rinko Racing car come in, let's see this bit. Just understeering a touch, Ward taking quite an aggressive line just to pinch them there and try and stay alongside ever so slightly. I mean, I think it is on the Rinko Racing car, but the thing is, as soon as you have that contact front to rear in that kind of angle, I mean, you're a passenger, both a passenger.
That's Benedict Hitz in the Door Esports car, just kicking up a little bit of grass, and that really checked up his momentum down the hill, and fortunately was able to tuck back into line. Quick look at a final replay of a start sequence here as Will Redford hangs out the rear end of the Apex Racing Team car. Well, unfortunately, does not lose control.
Yeah, that was pinned. Absolutely pinned. I've got to say, I did race these cars around here. It wasn't in the Civic, it was actually in the Elantra around here not that long ago. It's a fun track in these. You kind of think maybe the air section, maybe turn 3 is actually a little bit too much in a front-wheel drive car because of the understeer. Certainly T1 can cause its problems. A lot of fun. Especially when you turn into that first corner, and I am not joking, you are turning in and you are sliding that rear end all over the place because an oversteery touring car, an oversteery front-wheel drive touring car is a fast front-wheel drive touring car.
True. And that's why a lot of the time, even in the endurance races where you see 90-minute stints from these touring cars, you change the front tires, you don't change the rear tires, because there's so little load going through the rear end of the car, there's not really a major concern. We're looking at the top 2 as they run right now. Diogo Pinto, Ross McFarlane. You alluded back to that race at the Red Bull Ring where we saw Pinto put it on pole, McFarlane have to fight his way forward to the front. When he did so, Pinto made a mistake that allowed McFarlane to break away, and then Pinto had to try and claw him back, was able to bring the gap down to a second, but no closer than that. I get this distinct sense that these two are so equal in terms of speed. With the fixed setups that we have here, Lewis, it's going to take mistakes for opportunities to present themselves.
Yeah, potentially. The slipstream in this car is not overwhelming, let's put it that way. And so, oh dear, DCWR out into the barrier as well. See ya! They get a really good look at that sponsorship as well as it got spun around. Apex Racing Team off there. Like I say, a few people are struggling with that first corner around here. Got to say, it's probably the hardest corner rather on this circuit. I know people would say turn 5, and I would agree. Turn 5 in some cars, in this car, turn 1 is the hardest corner to me. Turn 5 in things like potentially an IRO4 and maybe even an Indy car. That's where turn 5 can actually be a little bit harder. Maybe turn 7, that could be a little bit of a tricksy devil in cars like that. But
it's the cars that are not so good in terms of suspension, right? The cars that need to be stiffly sprung to go fast.
Yeah, well, like I say, it's just because a corner is hard in some cars, not necessarily hard in all cars. You've got to adapt to the circuit for whatever car you're driving, as we would expect. What has happened then with the Apex Racing Team down to the first corner inside of Esports, and bye-bye. Also, them getting spun around by Brabham coming through, and Visceral straight into the engine.
Yeah, well, we need another look, I think, from up above if we can, but I get the sense that this is on Gael Valero for going for a move that's never on in a touring car. The way that corner goes with a front-wheel drive, sorry, Gael, that's on you. And Brabham does a good job to check up just in time, but Visceral can do nothing.
Yeah, Visceral is blind through there. They've gone for a tighter line because where Valero is, and he was rolling backwards until that final moment. So Viscera have come through, have read it as if that car's just going to keep rolling and going to go off the circuit. So I've tried to go on the underneath. And it is that whole thing of like when you're approaching an incident, and it sounds terrifying, and it is, but it's more of an oval thing where it's aim for the crash that's currently happening.
Yes.
Or aim for the car ahead, because 9 times out of 10 they won't be there when you get there. Looked a little bit like that visceral target fixation, and unfortunately, like I say, the car stopped at the wrong time for them. That's just how it goes.
Well, and the reason that works on ovals, right, is because you do have banking as well. So usually if you point where the crash is...
And normally the crash is fast.
That too, yes. And so hopefully things are moved fast enough or the cars slide down. And so you are right. We've seen a handful of target fixations. Mirror Esports was a notable example, I think, in some ways, although that was also just... going through the smoke, going back, of course, to the last race that we had at Spa-Francorchamps with the Porsche 911 GT3Rs. 2 Urano Esports cars running 3rd and 4th right now. It's Kimichev in front of Laubish with Jürgen Frank behind them. And I guess you could call this the peloton as they try and close up to McFarlane and Pinto. Not really being dropped. And even last time around, a little bit faster. Nicholas Laubish may be the fastest car on track.
Yeah, I was going to say there was absolutely no chance of Kimichev and Laubish catching McFarlane and Pinto. How wrong am I on that one? Good stuff. Of course, still half an hour left to go in this race, but they are closing back in. And you just need to get those final bits. While Slipstream's not incredible in this car, it will be enough to kind of keep you in that mix. The expectation was it was always going to split apart just a little bit. It was always going to splinter over the first lap or two. It's naturally how the racing goes around here in these cars. It can be a little tricky to keep one very, very long train. Alas, that has been split, that has broken apart, but it doesn't mean that it's over for some of them. Certainly not 3rd, 4th and 5th. Kimichev, Laubish, and of course Jürgen Frank there for Sim RC in 5th. Valentin Madrak has had a fair amount of experience in this car recently, only running in 6th position, about 2 seconds off the back of Frank.
There's a look at the live point situation as Zenith and Impulse will rub doors. Norbert Leitner's going to squeeze Jaume Torres all the way to that curbing. And the Impulse car will get on forward to that 9th spot for now, but no, by no means is it done. Sam Ward once again off the track. And again, on the main straightaway, he's going to have to be very careful because that battle continues to come on through. He slows it down in time to see Norbert Leitner hold on to 9th.
Yeah, final corner's easy flat in pretty much, well, no, is it easy flat in every other car we go racing in the VCO ProSim Infinity. In this car, it is flat, and it is fairly easy flat. But if you're holding a slightly too tight of a line, yeah, you've got to be prepared to lift because you will go straight into the barrier on the left. If not, you pick up a little bit of grass. He's way over on the left-hand side and entry. Just takes too much curb. Way too much curb. There's Ward. I think trying to get out of the way maybe a little bit too early of those coming through behind. You got the live points there on the right-hand side of your screen. What this means is, as things stand, if everything finishes as it is, Team Redline 1, that number 71, will take victory one race early in the VCO ProSim Infinity. So that's what Pinto will be focused on, and then we'll see Team Redline, well, try and spice things up in that final race.
Yeah, very different to what we kind of had last time in the final race, where it was uncertainty between Urano and Redline as to what the situation was going to be heading into the final race. Once we got there, it was basically just Redline finish, a handful of positions behind Urano. It was going to be okay. It's more that fight for second that we'll now focus on. On board with Nicholas Laubish as he rides his way through in the 4th position, 7/10 back from his teammate Vlad Kimichev in the other of the Urano Esports cars. And I'm trying to find the right way to phrase this, Lewis, because I don't want to say VCO Infinity was the coming out party for Urano Esports, but I think in some ways it was the first time that over 24 hours we had stood up and been like, wait, Urano may actually be the strongest team in this competition.
Yeah, I mean they proved themselves brilliantly across 5 cars, 5 tracks, taking it to Team Redline. Very similar to what we saw from the Apex Racing team. Well, Apex Racing team is very, very impressive, but how much the Apex Racing team took it to Team Redline in the VCO Esports Racing League, and it's kind of the expectation that we'll see from them in the Esports Racing World Cup. Without VCO Infinity, right, coming into this event, no, it is not me trying to be disrespectful towards Urano because they are a great team. but they would not be in the. I'd give you a few teams where I'd be like, oh, it'd be Redline, it'll be BS competition, Apex will be in there, yeah, maybe even RHG. Right, I'd look at those. Race Clutch certainly wouldn't be on that list, so they have another problem. But I'd look at those and I'd go, yeah, Urano, they might get top 5. But because of Infinity, because of VCO Infinity, I was coming into this being like, Urano, they are going to be toward the front. They are going to be contending. They are going to be battling potentially for a win. The fact that, again, they've remained this close, they've remained this consistent, just shows how much of a team they, as a concept, as a whole group, as a team they are, and when it comes to adaptability on cars and tracks. And that is serious talent, as we'll see what happens to Race Clutch.
And some serious contact there. Sabled Esports trying to force it down the inside, and it's Enric Andre that takes the trip off into the kitty litter. Now,
in chat earlier, I'll say that.
That was very committed there from Ross McFarlane, as well as Diogo Pinto. They have built the advantage up to Kimmich now, a 1.5 split second and third, but those two are pushing. You can tell by the body language of the car right now. They are on the ragged edge. We talked earlier at the Red Bull Ring about making sure you slightly preserve your tires to have something to play with at the end of the race. I don't feel like we're doing that right now.
No, I was interested to see which one of these two was using the curb going through turn 6, on the exit of turn 6 into turn 7, because that curb can be a little bit lethal, more so in things like the BMW M Hybrid. Again, those that have slightly stiffer suspension, but it's still pretty lethal, especially if as you turn in, so, even when you're on the brakes, the rear end can step out ever so slightly. And if you're on that curb, sometimes as the brakes kind of squirm a little bit, you slide the rear end out onto that grass and it spins you around. There's nothing you could do about it. It is an instant spin. I'm surprised that McFarlane definitely wasn't taking the risk. Diogo Pinto definitely was taking the risk going between 6 and 7. It doesn't seem like a crazy risk, and it probably wouldn't cost them too much. Would just drop them back to 5th position if they made that mistake. But still, it would be a pretty sizable mistake.
It would be, especially for someone of his caliber, but at this point maybe he's enjoying the racing as well. Feels like he can challenge himself, fighting up the front with Ross McFarlane, who took Pearson's first victory in a VCO Infinity race, and looks to add to that there. There's that run out of turn 5 where you see just how wide they'll push. Then through 6 and 7, we'll see the limits of the track that they're electing to use, all the way to the grass in both those cases. But I will say you talk about risks, Lewis. Sometimes it's also riskier to do something that you're not used to doing, and these drivers are so used to running a line, sometimes it's better to just stick on it.
Yeah, if you it's that whole thing of being in a dominant position in a race, not slowing down. Just keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, if what you're doing has worked, as long as you're not taking any crazy risks, just keep doing what you're doing. And it's that kind of thing. It's trying to adjust something mid-race. That's where the problem can come. Dur Esports being sent off. Is that by the 4-man racing team?
It was. We ride on the top of the Havu car, and you just see that a door actually we're maybe trying to open up the corner more. And the door was open, as it were.
There we go. We'll get all those puns. I'm just really impressed I got one out of Urano O'Leary, to be honest.
You got a pun out of Ewan.
Yeah, I really had to force it, though. I was like, what would you say about this driver? And it was last. And I was like, what would you say about this driver? It's like, oh, he's not last. Like, thank you. And moving on.
Pulling teeth from Ewan O'Leary, huh?
Poor guy. He had a long couple of hours.
He did, that is for sure. Right back to the action and the fight for 6. Great camera angle inside the car as we ride with Simone Bassoni down the hill. Arturo Melgar has worked his way forward in the distinctly liveried blue for Monaco Esports right now. Arturo Melgar is already at 5 positions so far, and like we were saying, these sort of races we don't see crazy numbers next to the green arrows, mostly single digits inside of the top 20.
Yeah, obviously those that started out towards the back, they've got the biggest chance of the points, the positions to gain, because obviously they'll pick up the first few that have had those issues early on. That's why you see Oscar Mangan up 10. Really no one else is in double digits. Yeah, there might be the odd couple. There you go, flicks over. Your favourite, Osretskov Skies, up 11. It's just how it goes. Like, it is hard to pass. It's not the kind of car where you'd expect someone to go from 15th up onto the podium. It's as much as you would kind of be like, well, maybe you would. It's touring car racing. There's some of that crazy stuff. Honestly, you just don't see it very often in this style of racing. Jürgen Frank and Vlad Kimmich then will switch over positions. Was there an issue? Vlad Kimichev. Must have been coming out onto the start-finish straight.
Yeah, must have been. And so now, actually, you can even see that Laubish has been caught by Kimichev as well. Jürgen Frank, by no means a slouch in a touring car for SimRC, but slightly overshadowed now by the fact that him and the team have signed up the likes of Gunes and Harrison to be their main forces in these sort of races. So it's a SimRC sandwich with some Urano bread.
Good.
Yes, thank you. I was waiting for my confirmation of doing it right from Sir Lewis McLeod.
As soon as I heard bread, I was like,
you knew where it was going.
Mate, what's happening here? I was like, get this right. Get this right. Absolutely right. Of course, the sandwich is named after the middle again. I said it on a broadcast recently and I almost forgot. I said it was actually on the Mod Virtual. There are 2 hills that I will die on when it comes to commentary and sim racing. Number one is corner numbers and how bad they are. Just generally, for example, you go into turn 7 around here and the next corner you meet is 10A. 2 questions on that. Why 7 into 10? Why 10A and 1 10B? Why not 10 and 11?
Yep.
Those kind of things. And the sandwich thing. Because I hate calling this a SimRC sandwich because it's... Oh, sorry, no, it is a SimRC. God damn, it's a Urano sandwich. See, I'm getting into the rhythm of what they do in normally and I'm like, wait, hang on. See, I've got so into the rhythm. It's not a Urano sandwich. You don't name a sandwich after the bread. So I'm glad that you've jumped on that one now.
No, what you do
really
say, right?
up.
So what you usually would say, it's a tuna salad on rye. So what this really is, it's a SimRC on Urano. Doesn't sound very good when you put it that way, to be fair.
No, see, this is the thing, is that we don't really say that here.
Oh, do you? It is a very American thing to say.
You don't say the filling on whatever. You just say what bread you want. I want brown bread with, I don't know, prawn mayo? I don't know.
Prawn mayo does... Oh, now you're getting me hungry. It's only 7:20 in the morning here.
Yeah, it's 3:30. Trust me, after this, the meal I'm going to have.
You're not eating a meal. You're off to go watch England versus France.
No, I'm not going to the pub. We've been through this.
Oh, yes, that's right. You're not going down to the pub.
Ewan's already there, probably.
Yeah, Ewan's probably not focusing on this anymore, that's for sure. Jürgen Frank closes on Nicholas Laubish, by the way, down to 2/10, and the SimRC car coming on strong. Tire preservation, where you expect those with experience in the car to start to shine, and with, what, 15 minutes, 20 minutes of this race now done, as Jürgen Frank set things up nicely. He switches back to the outside, down through the final corner, and will squeeze up and under on the run to turn 1.
Diogo Pinto's also just taken over the race lead from Ross McFarlane, so the 2 of those have switched over. Has there been an issue for McFarlane coming through that chicane because he's lost out 0.8 of a second to Diogo Pinto? Got to say, between Pinto and McFarlane, as there's been issues here. Apex Racing Team, also Carbon Sinsport, I think the one off might have been Zenith. Between these 2 back in the Red Bull ring, the pace they had late in the stint was absolutely incredible. They were setting some very, very fast laps as that Seibelt round with Williams as well.
Yes, and so Carbon have to go all the way off the track. Somehow
that wasn't as bad as I thought.
Yes, no, actually, given what the scene that we arrived into, that looked a lot calmer than it had any right to be. So we do need to pick up as well what happened with Diogo Pinto and Ross McFarlane. Was this slow down? Yeah, slow down. Yeah. Has to be.
Yeah, that's 100% a slowdown penalty through the chicane. Took too much of the second curb, must have been, for Ross McFarlane. Easily done. Let's just take a look. First one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it was the first part. It was
the first one. That's how tight it is, by the way. That is how tight it is.
It was instant as well. Let's see if we can go back in time and watch from up above, because I think this will give us a better indication of how much of the car was across the white line. Because you're right, it was close, but it's not maybe as close as you would see.
Oh yeah, I mean it is tight generally, especially in touring car racing.
It looks pretty clear.
Track limits don't really care, but it's black and white.
Yep.
It is black and white. You go over that white line. Everyone knows it going into that chicane. If you take too much of that first curb or the second curb, you are getting a slowdown penalty. It's a guarantee. It is the way it's, and there is like that. There's like a half second before it tells you. By the way, you've got a slowdown penalty. Maybe even a second.
Oh, but you know instantly.
I promise you, Ross McFarlane's done enough laps that he already knew. He was there. He was like, yeah, I know.
It's not over though. 22 minutes. I think he'll close. The question is, I said it earlier, I think these two are so equally matched on pace, it's going to take a mistake for an opportunity to present itself to go side by side. I think that one slowdown penalty has cost McFarlane the victory.
I don't know about that just yet. I think there's too much left in this race to say that, but it's certainly not helped his chances as we see Nathan Lewis trying to hang off from the Obsidian racing car. Altus and Delatraz, Altus rather at the rear of this, getting past a little bit of lapped traffic rather. Delatraz and Williams a little bit further off the rear end of this train as we ride on board with Guardiel. Switches between Leitner and Valentin Mandenack. That's where we go to now. Impulse Racing, that's the one that Leitner's in, the one that we're focused on there. And the ride we're on board with now is Valentin Mandenack, 3-time race winner in VCO Infinity. If you put together the results of VCO Infinity itself and VCO ProSIM Infinity, been shown himself as a quality driver in all that time.
Yeah, this has got a lot more action than our previous race did. SimRC up to third as Jürgen Frank disposes now both of the Urano Esports cars. Lots of curb, but he is looking very, very fast at this point in time. Mandenack now officially slides back into line. He's 7th. Behind Leitner, who is starting to come on strong. 8/10ths the gap at the very front of the field. I do think if Jürgen Frank makes this charge 15 minutes ago, 10-15 minutes ago, there's every chance in the world that he's in with a chance of hanging with the front three. Now with the gap up to 3.4, it's going to be almost impossible for him to close back up.
Yeah, certainly not. He's not going to be there. Laubish and Vlad Kimichev might work together to try and push him just to see what happens if there is any opportunity. But realistically speaking, yeah, that's MRC car. And neither of those Uranos are going to be battling for victory. But again, the Urano for the Vlad Kimichev car, I believe. No, I think it's the other way. I can't remember. Which one's which now. But either way, for Urano generally, things aren't too bad because they're ahead of Valentin Mandenack again, growing that points gap when it comes to the
Pinto's
standings.
Got it now.
17.
Pinto's the one with the slowdown penalty.
Classic.
One mistake from one driver returned with another mistake from the other driver.
Yeah, what did I tell you? It's certainly not done yet. And now you'll be telling me that slowdown penalty might cost Diego Pinto the race win.
Hey,
I mean, it might do.
It wasn't the most obvious thing that anyone's ever said on RaceSpot TV.
Well, we're not on RaceSpot, so we're okay.
True. Here's that. This may even that looks like it
Well,
might even be a bigger cut. Yeah.
That was way more. That was way more. You could see how obvious it was from the onboard there as to how much he'd blasted over those track limits. You see it from the offboard here as to how much of that line you can see. Watch him turn in. It's a little too early. It looks okay at this point, and then there, way over. Way. I gotta say, Ross McFarlane behind was not far behind.
Yeah, I think we need to go and grab a look at him as well, because you're right. So it does look as though the limit is the curb itself, not the white line. So watch McFarlane here, because it will show you. This is on a very... Oh, of course we get
great
a
angle.
Yeah, of course.
Great broadcast director.
Of course. We go back to the replay and we get a slightly different camera angle. But, again, the point being, limit is the curb.
Yeah, like I say, as long as you're... yeah, I mean, either way, just don't take those kind of risks. You can see how much safer they were both through on that lap. Vlad Kimichev and Laubish switched positions for the Urano cars, HKM and the Data Group machines. Just going for a light switch there. The Data Group car is the Vlad Kimichev one, Laubish in the HKM. And of course, when it comes between the two of them, the Data Group car is the one they'd rather have slightly ahead, because that's the one that just gains an extra point when it comes to their tight battle between them and RHG. Goes to 18 points heading into the very last race. And again, a reminder, if things finish as they stand in 18 minutes time, Team Redline will take back-to-back victories overall in the VCO Infinity. They had it earlier on in May, and they will be wrapping up the ProSIM Infinity a race earlier than they did back in May.
Well, and they defend their VCO ProSIM titles as well from 2021. Now, this is where my memory is going to have to be jogged, and I'm going to go into the VCO results archive to figure this out. I'm going to keep talking while I can to, pad the time, because this is what great professional commentators do. But correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it Benecke sharing a car with Lorenzo Colombo?
Oh, I think Benecke shared a car with a couple of others. Might have just been Lorenzo Colombo in the opening stages. I do have that in a spreadsheet somewhere, but I'm not going to do the whole talking through it as I go and find it. I'm just going to let you look it up, mate.
It's easier said than done. Actually, no, interestingly, this is why I was confused. remember, it was Chris Lulham that was the pro driver in VCO ProSim. It was Chris Lulham and Maximilian Benecke that were our 2021 VCO ProSim champions, which I think technically still means that the Redline 1 car is the defending VCO ProSim champion, although Chris Lulham is in the Team Redline 2 car.
Even though it's only the Benecke side, someone's biased in the commentary booth. But it does say Team Redline 1.
He got more points than Chris Lulham.
I got to say, I think Lorenzo Colombo, the one you're talking about there, because Lorenzo, in the first season of VCO,
he was with the Formula 3, that's what it was. Yeah.
Like, Benecke did team up with Verstappen a couple of times, but then also did team up with Lorenzo Colombo a few times, I believe, in that season. I think that's what you're thinking of. So we'll let you off the hook on that one, Arjuna, don't worry.
I'm not totally crazy. Actually, I was looking at the... You're right, I am actually totally crazy at the end of the day.
No comment, mate.
Yeah, no, exactly. Lorenzo Colombo, I think, ended up doing some races as well with Freak Shorthorst as well. So I was just, that's what I was trying to remember. Benecke had a number of teammates, so did a bunch of those Redline drivers. Benecke and Colombo did combine for second place at Mount Panorama. Of course, the victory in that race went to Josh Rogers and Ayhancan Güven, who ended up our champions that year, Lewis.
Yes, they did. They were absolutely phenomenal in the first season. So, had a couple of struggles, but once they found the consistency, they were going. And now we have to ask the question: where's Kanaan? Obviously, they can't take part in this because of the whole Porsche deal and all that. And I do love myself a little bit of Porsche, but I am sat there being like, it is a bit irritating that, again, Kanaan has been removed from a lot of these competitions. Whether they take part in them anyway, of course, they did do VCO Infinity, but it is sad to see competitions like this without one of sim racing's biggest teams taking part. I guess it is what it is. Those are the deals that you sign and whatnot. But let's be honest, there's a couple of teams on here that have signed with a certain different German manufacturer that are still plenty able to take part in other brands like Hondas and whatnot. And it's not caused a problem.
Well, I'll play devil's advocate. I agree with you. It's a shame that we don't have Coanda, but it's a slightly different deal that Coanda have. Compared to the likes of Williams and Urano, who are customer teams basically for Mercedes and represent them in certain select events.
I completely forgot about that.
Right. Oh, yeah, no, I know you were talking about the BMW guys, but very different for Porsche Coanda, where it is an official factory works team. Let's talk about the action, though, right now. Zenith and R8G trying to go back and forth, but really it's Monaco, BS Turner, and the Wave Italy Racing team that have combined with another car in the form of Josh Thompson to go 2 wide, 2 rows deep in towards 10A. They'll all sort her out with Arturo Melgar grabbing the point, but there goes Josh Thompson back up the inside.
Yep, the 2 black and red cars on the right-hand side, on the inside, running through the final corner. Wave Italy Racing also coming through. Pisoni finding some passage. If we had a livery on that Monaco Esports car, we'd have even more red in this battle. Just what we need, but straight to the outside. Melgar's going to go to try and clear Pisoni into the first corner. A bit of a brush there, and it could be the opportunity for Rubens Barrichello. You can see there on the right-hand side. No BS Turner top, but just BS competition. And see ya goes Melgar into the barrier after contact coming over the nose. I think ever so slightly a Bonga might have just been more on the fault of BS Turner. I'm not 100% sure.
I do think we need to get a clip of that. Sister Cecilia.
Nice.
Yeah, because that was pretty good. Not as good as Luke Crane saying second chance, by the way, or last chance, as we have so much fun during the VCO Esports Racing League. Over to the replay, and let's look from up above to see if there was some contact.
Let's take a look. So, yeah, 100%. That is slam dunk, Rubens Barrichello there. Sorry, mate. Straight into the rear end. I get it. Car's going a little bit slower than you expect going through turn 3 because they're backed out of a move. But, yeah, driving straight into the rear end of them. Race Control wouldn't like that one.
No, I don't think they'll like that one. However, it's coming to the end of VCO ProSim Infinity, I think, for many. They'll be also looking forward to taking a bit of a break. Some will jump over to Jimmy Broadbent's 23-hour race for mental health, which we encourage you to go and check out as well. Already a couple of £1,000 raised for a very worthy cause. And yeah, and we're not even started. What was it back in 2021, the race that we competed in, 70-something thousand pounds?
Yeah, I can't remember. The year before that, it was certainly over 70,000 because I remember making the donation for 69,420. Nice.
Nice. Oscar Rene, I think, by the way, might have just been disqualified.
Oh dear, Team 707. I mean, that's not how you want to end your the penultimate race of what has been a very short era for Sky Arena, but it's still a longer one for COVID generally. Obviously, not the team member it's under in this, courtesy of the collapse. But 707, their one last hurrah for the squad before they all go over. Where's Valtteri Landa going then?
No comment.
Oh, nearly.
Oscar Rene's former teammate Oscar Mangan, the one in a bit of turmoil this time through turn 1. Does he keep it out of the wall? I think he does. Nicely done.
Lind. Oh, mate, don't hit it at the end.
No!
I thought he was. He was drifting towards it.
I'm going to count that as avoiding the wall.
I think he just avoided it by the tiniest of margins. If he'd have hit it, DQ.
DQ indeed. 4/10 at the front. 11 and a bit minutes to go with, I believe, as they dive down the hill to complete lap number 22, lap number 23, excuse me. I think we've got 7 laps to go here.
Yeah, such short runs, 90 seconds, slightly under 90 seconds, close to 88 seconds around this circuit as Manthanac loses out to Pisoni as well. So there's another position drop. Ruben Bonga will be closing in. I wonder if Bonga, though, is going to receive a penalty. I'm going to pull up the sheet and keep an eye on it. I've not actually checked in as to what race control has been doing too much in the recent past. In this race, so far, there is only a protest between Seybold and Williams Esports. Everyone else has been pretty chill. That does not mean that is not going to be the case. Also, who's that on the left? Can't see because it's the wrong way round.
It's not upside down, though, so we know that he's not in the southern hemisphere, like
That's
we would
true.
if he was in Australia, because that is how physics works. Ooh, Valtteri Landa jumps in to the Twitch chat to say it wasn't his disqualification. Oscar Rene's PC decided to shut down, and I'm intrigued it happened now because I remember talking with a bunch of the Kova or former Kova drivers during the summer. It was hot in Finland this past year, Lewis, and a number of the Kova drivers were worried that their computers were just going to turn off in the middle of the summer. It's happened during the winter instead.
Oh yeah, Sasha Lehman, who's been driving for Race Clutch in this. Was commentating on the Le Mans Virtual Series, and he's had an issue, I think it's been resolved now, where the fan on his processor had stopped. Right. So that's not good when you want to go and do an endurance race. And they had a 40-minute stint that he had to do, just one 40-minute stint. And he was like, turn on. I think they had it where he turned on the computer, just going in basically like straight into the stint. Did the 40 minutes and got out of the car as fast as possible, because obviously once it passes the temperature threshold, the computer will just turn off. Yeah. You can bypass it in the BIOS, but that is something which, as I said in that broadcast, I would heavily recommend not doing. No. If anything, basically just get as many fans as you can, put them around the computer, turn them all on, and just hope for the best.
That's the kind of thing where if you have to do it, you know that you want to buy a new processor the very next day.
Yeah.
That's
not good. It's not good. You should never do that on your computer. But that is the joy of sim racing.
Yes, and that is the lengths to which drivers will go to ensure that they can compete in the races that they are scheduled to be in. Wow. As someone as a PC,
right.
I'm lost for words. I'm genuinely shocked. Maybe, though, we can pull myself out of the shock because, well, there's a big crash, and that's a Wave Italy car that's stranded on the exit of Turn 5. Seybold slow as well. Race Clutch mixed up in that one, too.
How damaged was the Wave Italy car before he just reversed it straight into the wall?
How bad do you think this one is going to be, by the way?
I don't know. I feel pretty bad. By the way, Monaco Esports and BS Turner, there has been a report between the two of them now, so we'll see what happens there.
So we will likely get a penalty. It will probably come down towards the very closing stages of the race. Here's a look at the RaceSpot TV replay machine. A Seybold already turning Wave Italy before they even got through the corner. Race Clutch then get bumped by the Team PGZ car. Enric Andres in the wall, and we didn't even see how bad it was for the Wave Italy car.
Yeah, and Eric Andre will obviously not be particularly pleased. It was in the chat earlier on. The car had already got a fair amount of damage on the rear end, but let's see this bit, because if the car's... Oh, never mind, it's fine.
Wasn't that much actually to see, apparently.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's just, it is what it is. But I just wanted to save him as embarrassment of reversing straight to the wall. Drive-through penalty. No one's shocked. It's Ruben Bonga. That was for the incident for Monaco Esports between the two of them. So he can say Sasa Sasia because he's going to come into the pit lane.
No. He won't say Sasa Sasia. He'll be on those bonga drums going dum 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 dum.
Oh God!
While he's marching down pit lane. I still maintain
that lighthearted.
Probably not. I still maintain that the team at BS Competition is missing an opportunity by not coming out with a theme song for Ruben Bonga, heavily featuring bonga drums. But I think, you know, given that it's the World Cup right now, you got to throw Vuvuzela in there.
Oh my goodness me! Don't bring that one back.
Yes.
12 years ago, mate.
Let's do it. It's time!
I just loved turning on a broadcast to hear what sounded like a wild pack of bees really going at it for about 90 consecutive minutes.
Kind of like what you sound like.
Yeah, too right. That's kind of what this car sounds like at times. We ride on board with Diogo Pinto, 0.3 of a second, separating Pinto and McFarlane. Definitely class of the field in this race. Jürgen Frank's done a decent job to at least try and close somewhat in on these two, unable to really do so. They are clear for now. With 6 minutes left to go, it should be 4 laps from this point, including... No, not including this one, so 4.5 from this point.
Do I trust your math?
No.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. It's 1.5 minute lap times, 6 minutes left to go. 1.5, 3, 4.5, 6. That's 4 laps. I think it's 4. Yeah,
I think you're right. You showed your work, and I agree with how you got there. Fight for third. Sim RC and Jürgen Frank trying to defend from Vlad Kivichev as around the outside. It will be Urano that grab a crucial position and a point in that fight against RAG. But Jürgen Frank not too happy. I think all's fair in love and war there.
Yeah, that was. I'm not 100% sure why Jürgen Frank was straight on the button, but alas, he was. Say what, by the way. They're getting a drive-through penalty as well. So you get a drive-through, you get a drive-through in this race. Not quite as bad as what we saw the last time we went racing in these cars at the Daytona International Speedway, where honestly, of all of the races that we've had, that was the longest one from race control. I think there was 11 reported incidents, and trust me, there was way more than 11 incidents.
2-car fight for 13th right now as Nathan Lewis and Sergio Ferreira for BS Competition and Obsidian are going back and forth. Our race control team, fortunately, has been relatively quiet today, which I think is good to see. As not because there hasn't been things that have been happening out on track. That is definitely not the case. But the likes of Ricardo Enneman, Gunnar Meeson, and the rest of those behind the scenes have not been toiled too hard because they very much deserve a break. I know you and me didn't get to go over to Germany for Sim Racing Expo, Lewis, but it looked great to have people back and celebrating sim racing as a community again.
Yeah, I did Sim Expo in 2021, which was a lot of fun. But yeah, 2022. I mean, it looked incredible. Like I say, a lot of teams meeting up. Mostly, I did see the pictures of Fordzilla and whatnot. All having a good chat. Esports also there. Had a good chat with Moritz Lerner about his exploits out there in Sim Expo. I mean, it looked like a lot of fun. I say we're returning to some semblance of normality in the world of esports and sim racing. Like I say, as we build up to our own live event in person, ELWC2, where not only we will be there, drivers as well. It's just going to be so nice to actually meet and chat to people and go, for us putting faces to the name, and for everyone else putting faces to the voice. Unfortunately, sometimes they just don't want to put up with either of those aspects.
I mean, why do I have to deal with you?
Yeah, I know. I'll still never forget the first more virtual when I was working with Martin Haven and his reaction when they were like, "Yeah, so you're going to be on camera." He was like, "Wait, why?" No one wants to look at a commentator. I'm like, he is right.
He is 100% right. To be fair, which is why my camera freezing, by the way, is
tactical.
Tactical. Yes, it's all planned. Race control do want to let you know, by the way, we've had 42 minutes of racing here in race 23. So 29 laps complete, but not for all 40 cars. Let's say hypothetically all 40 cars had complete the 29 laps. We're looking at 1,421 laps. Do you want to guess how many incident points have been collected in this session so far, Lewis?
1,421.
To be fair, that would be quite impressive, but no. 610 incidents so far in 42 minutes.
That's not bad. I was just taking a wild guess, going for the worst that it can be. 1 incident point for every single lap. Yeah, that would be not great, but still possible.
Yes, very possible here at Road Atlanta.
It just doesn't mean it would be a particularly good one. Thankfully, it's not been that crazy, but yeah, 600 makes sense. Bonga into the pit lane to serve that drive-through penalty as we're on the penultimate lap of the race. Diogo Pinto's close. Surely he's got to go for something. It's kind of one of those things where, again, talking about it earlier, this is the kind of thing where I don't want to wait until the last couple of laps to be in the right position or whatever. The right position's the leader. You can defend from the race lead around here. You can do something about it. It's not like being in the IRO4 where you're a sitting duck. Get after it.
After this, one more race, and it's a race that I think we're quite excited about, isn't it? It's the BMW M Hybrid V8 as we close out VCO ProSIM Infinity at the track where that car is going to debut at the end of January for the Rolex 24. We're set for the final lap of this one, though. It's Ross McFarlane up against Diogo Pinto. This is going to be a battle, and it will be on the final lap. Pinto not committing into the chicane. 2.5 miles to settle it here at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for both McFarlane and Pinto. One defending, one attacking. You can see neither of them seem to particularly care. They could be doing office work with those kind of faces. They're just calm, relaxed and focused right now, and McFarlane is holding on to the advantage, looking for another victory. ProSims, like I said, came into this with no podiums, no victories, no nothing. Back in the first VCO Infinity, had some decent results, but still looked so much stronger this time. And naturally, with it being Ash Sutton's team, caught us in the touring car.
Yes, of course it is, and we did see Ash in the YouTube chat after McFarlane's earlier victory. The crucial corner is obviously going to be turn 7, the run out of the corner that is tighter than 90 degrees. And why do I bring that up here, Lewis? Because the fact that it's tighter than 90 degrees means you've got to be very careful with how aggressive you are on getting onto the throttle in these front-wheel drive machines.
Both of them beautifully over that curb on entry. It was a little bit too wide, though, for McFarlane. I don't think he had the greatest exit coming out of 7. Going through the kinks, apparently, of 8 and 9 up towards 10. Diogo Pinto's surely going to go for it. He's got one proper opportunity here, and he is going to get alongside. He's going to be there in the braking zone with the inside line, but could he be risking a slowdown?
I wonder if McFarlane jinked to the wrong side. Yes, it will give him the inside if he's able to hold the nose, but Pinto able to clear and now parks it on the apex. McFarlane gives him a shot up the bumper, but he knows it's done and dusted. Diogo Pinto played the defensive game to perfection and robs the opportunity for ProSims and Ross McFarlane to grab yet another victory in VCO Infinity competition, but taking the title with a bow of dominance. Diogo Pinto and Team Redline are your 2022 VCO ProSIM Infinity champions.
Yeah, you can see the shakes of the head there from Ross McFarlane, whether that's towards Pinto or to himself. It is frustrating when someone yanks on the brakes on the exit of a chicane, but gotta say for Pinto, not only was that well timed, it was brilliantly held. He read the up and under being made from Ross McFarlane and played his cards brilliantly to win another race for Team Redline and to win the title for the second consecutive VCO Infinity, and once again holding on to the ProSim crown. Everyone else crossing the line. Vlad Kimichev, important points there for Urano over their fight with RHG, gives them a healthy advantage heading into that last race, knowing how crazy things are in the BMW M Hybrid. I would want as much of an advantage as is possible because the likelihood of big drama is very high.
Yes, it is indeed. And again, let's emphasize what a fantastic job that Team Redline have done, not just to regain 2 championships here, but to secure the win before we even get into the final race of the day. Because remember, Lewis, back in May, it was 3 points that separated first from second after 24 hours of competition.
Yeah, properly came down to the wire. This time it did not, and yet still we have been plenty entertained. The joys of having a championship in a day, 24 races in 24 hours, and it delivers again.
It has indeed. Team Redline grab the championship with yet another victory. Before we head over to the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, a quick gander down through the race results as the Honda Civic Type R bids farewell to us here in VCO ProSIM Infinity. A 10th the margin at the end of the day, but for Diogo Pinto, the defensive move out of the final chicane, grabbing him the victory over Ross McFarlane, who could do nothing but shake the head and flash the lights. Vlad Kimichev grabs a podium for the Urano Esports Data Group as they try to secure second in the championship in front of their teammates Nicholas Laubish and then in front of SimRC. Impulse, Zenith, Team Redline 2, and then the Wave Italy Racing Team as well as RAG Esports complete the top 10 behind them. It'll be the Rincon Racing entry in 11th in front of Nathan Lewis for BS Competition. Oscar Mangan for Altus across the line in 13th. In front of BS Turner, whose drive-through penalty drops Ruben Bonga to 14th. Jack Sedgwick was able to cook up a victory in this touring car machine back in May, unable to do so in VCO ProSIM Infinity. 15th for him in the final touring car race of the event. Tregurtha for Williams Esports 16th. Bokler for Delatraz Automotive 17th. Horston for Brabham 18th. And then two more pros, Havdal and Grosjean for RPC and Carbon, bookend the top 20. We'll cycle through the rest of the names. Of course, though, we can officially crown a champions now, and that means, Lewis, there's no pressure on most of the teams, on most of the drivers heading into the next race. They can battle, and they can battle hard.
Yeah, just one more race to go. One more time to have a 45-minute battle out on the high banks of Daytona, and of course, seeing a pit stop party as well. Love ourselves a bit of the BMW M Hybrid, and we're going to see more crazy stuff. But with that pressure relieved slightly, I wonder if we're going to see a repeat of what we saw in Fuji, great racing between them, or if we're going to go back to how we saw things back in Road Atlanta, where it was, entertaining is a word, but crazy is probably just about right.
These drivers have very little experience in this BMW MV8 Hybrid, which is a tongue twister. Try and say that one 5 times fast, I tell you what. But the main thing as well is, it's not just in any one particular phase of the track, Lewis. They're struggling on entry. They're struggling on mid-corner. They're struggling on exit on the power down. But the way that they're struggling the most is actually getting onto the brakes and having the rears not lock up on them.
Yeah, which is great because Daytona is known for having 3 very easy braking zones, right? Down into turn 1, down into the International Horseshoe, and that really tricky one to the West Horseshoe, which is the one I was going to do. Again, this is the same as like the Spa thing. I was going to do the Daytona 24-hour last year, maybe even the year before that. I got to the LMP2, I got down to the West Horseshoe, I locked up, I went straight on and went, nope, I'm just not doing it. And so I get the feeling this car's going to be in that same boat that I think we're going to see a lot of issues down there, a lot of issues coming down to that first corner, which is so tricky. You're braking and turning. We saw the issues at Fuji where they were having those problems going into those final 2 corners. It's going to be tricky, but this is why we get the best drivers in the world. Bearing in mind that race, by the way, had I said before, 5 10K drivers. That's just mad to me.
I think we had basically all the 10K active 10K drivers in the field other than Josh Rogers, except I don't even think he's part of the 10K club anymore because he's been sacrificing some of his iRating on the Twitch Porsche channel, which is very, very kind of him.
Has De Jong got over 10K?
Don't believe so.
He did. He certainly did for a bit.
He did for a bit, but again, he's another one who's sacrificing iRating live on the Porsche Twitch channel. I think once a week, each of the drivers heads on over to there. Daytona next up, BMW MV8 Hybrid. We've talked about that. We'll get the points up for you hopefully in a few minutes' time as well. But Lewis, before we head into this final race, let's recap what a crazy 23 hours we've had so far.
Yeah, plenty of crazy moments, all starting with that victory for Lorenzo Colombo. And Team Redline started as they wanted to proceed. Top 5s in all of the first 8 races. Had a couple of races where they were outside of the top 10, but dominance is a word that you can assign to them. They've just been consistently at the front, ticking off race victories, showing some very impressive pace in cars where normally we'd be like, is Diogo Pinto really a touring car driver? Well, yeah, actually he is, because why not? It's been an impressive run for them. But again, still tight battles up and down the top 10. Most importantly for us at the moment, that battle for second position as we look a bit further down. And
it's a nice segue into our points here as we take a look at them. It is a 919-point swing for your Team Redline. Over 200 points, I think, now clear of the total that got them the victory for VCO Infinity back in May. It speaks to the consistency that we have seen out of them. The margin back to Urano, 70 points. It is more than a full race victory. That is why we have crowned Redline the champions. Fight for second's going to be close. Fight for third's going to be close as well. But we did mention this slightly earlier, Lewis. The prize money pays out $2,500, excuse me, to the winner. $1,200 to second, and then $500 to third. That's where the majority of the prize money is paid out. Everyone else is really fighting for bragging rights.
Yeah, which, again, makes it a bit of fun. Again, a bit of banter. Do you know how many drivers, by the way, on the platform have over 10k rating?
Are we talking just road course or oval?
Just road. Just road.
We're talking 6 then.
No.
No.
11.
Wow, okay. More than I
Benecke,
expected.
and quite a few are racing in this. Benecke, Hoffman, Lerner, obviously racing in this. Gustavo Ariel, fair enough. Alexander Spetz, Sven Haase, more drivers in this. Patrick Holtzman, Johan Harth, Gianni Luzzo, Mitchell de Jong, and Taylor Barnard.
Interesting.
All over 10k. And to be fair, Taylor Barnard is on 10k.
Oh, is he actually on
10k? Yeah, not bad.
Nice. Love it. Ready to go then for the final of our races for VCO ProSIM Infinity. And again, that means we qualify them, send them out on track for solo car qualifying. And as ever, track limits are going to be a very interesting topic for drivers to make sure they don't fall afoul of any sort of drama. In terms of that Redline car that has already grabbed the championship, let's jump on board with Maximilian Benecke. This is a race where he's going to enjoy just letting loose and maybe seeing what this car is going to be like, as maybe Redline shakes up for a potential challenge at the iRacing Daytona 24 in a handful of weeks' time.
Yeah, can't wait to see it. Almost can't wait to just maybe give it a go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be a popular class, like we say, beginning this new era of sports car racing. What we can really see, the future. Of course, I literally cannot wait to see this BMW out on circuit. So they've been doing some incredible stuff with it, and to have it out on the platform, to be able to see it out on the racetrack virtually before we see it out on the racetrack in reality, very similar to what we have with the BMW M4 GT3, of course. It's that it's proven that sometimes sim racing can be that gateway into the future, a little bit of a portal vision-wise, to see what's going to be happening.
But Benecke is not going to get a chance to qualify here, you know, because he's just winding up to begin a times lap. He's going to be cutting it.
Banter.
He is cutting it very, very close. It does mean it's going to be an interesting race for him, but the times are starting to come on in. Pedro Sanchez Albert provisionally pole with a 1:31.873. We watch Jordan Caruso to the line. Where does the Australian find himself? Third with a 32.276, 4/10 off the pace. Pedro Sanchez Albert is flying.
Yeah, Lulham goes up into third. Of course, Caruso victorious in this car earlier on in the VCO ProSIM Infinity. As we see our way down the order, Sim RC throwing their way through. Some of these liveries do look great. Again, considering they were thrown together last minute, a lot of them just look fantastic. Kieran Harrison, normally a touring car specialist, behind the wheel of their BMW M Hybrid, and at the moment we'll see what Kieran Harrison can do up towards the line. 31.8 feet. I'm not sure he's got the pace to do it, but going to go below the double yellow, cross over the line, 1 and a bit seconds off of the pace to move into the mid-pack.
Don't know how many more times you really are going to see. There's a handful of cars exiting out of the, I will call it the Le Mans chicane once and exactly once, and we'll see how it goes from there. Le Mans chicane, Linus Technor, the first of them. He's got 15 seconds to get to the line.
Look, if there is one of these races where you've got to call it the Le Mans chicane,
Fair.
it's this one,
It
because
is
of
this
this car.
He finds about a 10th and a half. It will be good enough to get him forward up into 21st position, but he will be one of those final times across the board.
Did get in.
Benecke, by the narrowest of margins, is going to line up second by a 1/4 of a second, but the plaudits will go the way of Pedro Sanchez Albert, who punches his way and Obsidian's way to the front of the field. We're ready to go for the final race in VCO ProSIM Infinity. The 24 hours comes to a close here at the World Center of Racing to mark the start of the GTP Evolution. A 1:31.821 will see Pedro Sanchez Albert lead us to the green, but Maximilian Benecke, already with the championship secured, will line up alongside. James Armstrong for Brabham Esports makes the green and gold's way up to the front of the field, with Moritz Lohner alongside Chris Lulham and Nicholas Lash, 5th and 6th positions. Back in 7th is Jordan Caruso. Has worked through the day in Australia, now races at night once more. Moreno Sorica alongside with Jose Soria, and then Matti Sipula rounding out the top 10. It's Elliot Veyron for RHG Esports in 11th, with Ryan Barneveld in the BS Turner machine in 12th. 13th goes the way of Havu and Matthias Fitkinen, with Jaden Leidick for company for Monaco. Harley Horton in Pure Sims' bright blue contender will be in 15th, the car they've shown some speed in already today. Sam Coitet on the outside of row 8 with Guillaume Egloff and Ricardo Ferreira sharing row 9, and Yuta Saito and Ramon Pinheiro rounding out the top 20. We'll scroll through the rest of the names. Brandon Treno, Elvis Rankin, the 2 Apex Racing cars, 21st and 23rd. But Lewis, such a fun event and such a fun way to close it out as well.
Yep, hopefully all of the drivers have the word from race control. Let's end this event on a high. There are so many drivers up and down the order that have put on great shows. Sven Haase, Kieran Harrison, Dominic Hoffman in this kind of grouping. Milikangas, who was put on a great show, was obviously a part of that 9-car battle where the last time we went racing at the Daytona International Speedway, the IRO 4s, all ready to put on one final show here. The VCO ProSIM Infinity. The championship is settled. It's all just bragging rights. It's all just fun.
Get a look up close at the front end of the BMW M V8 Hybrid. Another shout out, like Lewis mentioned, to all the painters. This car dropped on Tuesday. They had to get their paints in time for this event with all the appropriate sponsor approvals and whatnot, and a number of painters, including the likes of Juan at iLiveries, working very, very hard to paint who knows how many cars in our field here today. A sterling job, and we get ready to go. Tires starting to come up to temperature as the drivers go back and forth, wiggling their way through. It's been a crazy 23 hours, and I have no doubt, Lewis, one more crazy hour to finish things off, but expectations, and more crucially, a prediction for who comes out on top to close things out.
I'm going to go something slightly more left field in this. James Armstrong's had some great pace. Lulham's had some great pace, maybe a victory there. I'll go Moritz Lerner. I think that Dur Esports car, I think we're due a victory from the white, black and blue. But I'm also expecting drama and chaos. This car is tricky to drive. And it only takes one person to snap the brakes coming into either the International Horseshoe or the West Horseshoe, and suddenly it is wee bowling. We'll have to wait and see.
The pace car exits stage left. 45 minutes back onto the clock, and already a stack up and commotion outside of the top 30. Front of the field though, they let the hybrids storm them down into turn number 1. Moritz Lohner around the outside has some contact with James Armstrong as Team 707 and Matti Sipula loses it through the opening corner. Side by side still in that fight for third. Lohner now officially gets the move done, but there's chaos and there's carnage once more. Humongous pile up, but 6 cars run their way through into the King.
Yeah, RHG's chance in second have just gone up in smoke because they were involved, and body parts, by the way, when it comes to this car, because they were involved in that incident right there and then. Race leader still hanging on to it. Pedro Sanchez Albert, Max Benecke, Moritz Lerner did take over that third spot, keeps James Armstrong at bay, but a lot of casualties in the opening stages of this race, and unfortunately, kind of expected. This car is hard to drive, and they've not had the time to master it. That's how it goes.
Chaos and carnage once more, about 2 wide, 2 rows deep, inside of the top 15 positions as they funnel into the bus stop. Almost a couple of cars bouncing off the wall. 3 wide with 2 of the Apex Racing teammates trying to figure it out as they funnel into that very fast chicane. Front of the field though, Benecke in front of Pedro Sanchez Albert, Lohner in front of Brabham, a mix-up in the front 2 rows, and only Moreno Sorica in the Williams Esports team has been able to follow the front 2 rows across the line.
Yeah, big separations. Caruso way off with Egloff and Sam Coitet. At the moment, we can see them head through the first corner at the front of the field. Benecke taking over the race lead. Yes, I know, it is another black and red car. We are sorry, that's just how it goes. Team Redline to the front, Obsidian behind, Lerner, Armstrong and Sorica. What's the magic number in this car? If it was 6 in the IRO 4, what is it in this? We have absolutely no idea.
Stop trying to make McLeod science a thing.
It is. It was. I'm sorry, but statistically, it was a thing. You can ask Joey Tebben about it. We did work it out at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Joey is not the person.
Worked.
Joey is not the person that you should be asking me to trust. Here's a look at what happened then from up above, because I think this is the only way we're going to have any semblance for what went on. Of course, what happened in front happened, but then they kind of stacked up behind, and well, whoever that is, I'm sorry, that's Romain Grosjean Esports, isn't it? You cannot drive the wrong way while there's still an incident going on.
Oh, I didn't even see that. There was so much going on there. You just miss every single little thing. Let's take another look. So the incident's already going on up there. There is the R8G who, they accelerate straight into. Don't get me wrong, the incident was already being grown courtesy of a bit of contact. I think it was Love 46 that might have got into the rear end. I mean, that whole incident is quite literally something you would see in a bottom split official race, and it ain't good.
That is also
That's
something
terrible.
straight out of bottom split. Sorry, you call a spade, I guess. Front of the field, Benecke now in front of Loner as Pedro Sanchez Albert drops to the back of these 5 cars that run at the front. Jordan Caruso has gained 7 tenths on them, though, this lap alone, as he looks to make it not a 5-car breakaway, but potentially, Lewis, a 16-car train.
What penalty would you give Triple Eight for that?
The fact that this is the end of the... Yeah, the fact is this is the end of the event. Oh, what is it?
It's a stop and hold 30, and rightfully so. I was almost on the cusp of I just DQ him.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, this is the final event of... the final race of the event. I feel like the only justifiable penalty in my mind might actually be that, but whatever the case may be, slam dunk penalty, and that is something that, I'm sorry, Elliot Veyron is never going to live down.
No, like I say, the accelerating into the accident from that point of view is simply unacceptable. Like I say, for me, I'd almost be like, yeah, I'd give that as a DQ, just as like, I mean, you have that style of racing. It's a little bit harsh, DQ. A stop and hold 30 completely removes them from the race, and so yeah, that's them dealt with, and that is pretty much a guarantee. Their fight for second is DONE. Sam Coitert, I think, is the one that's behind the data group car. Certainly is. Always forget which way round they are, but that is a data group car that is running in 7th. That is the one that should finish in 2nd, all things as is. This is before that penalty has been served as well. So once they've come into the pit, then there'll be an even larger gap between 2nd and 3rd.
No, good call out, but yes, this is how the top 10 will look right now, and the 2nd Urano car drops out of the top 10. PureSim's bumped back in momentarily. We'll keep these points up as much as we can over the next 40 minutes, because you know what? In 40 minutes, they'll be finals, so you might as well track them over the course of the next 40 minutes or so. And like I was saying, Lewis, what was once a 5-car breakaway is now a 16-car train that goes all the way back to the Wave Italy racing team car with Yuta Saito back in 16th spot.
Yeah, interesting. Like I say, I was almost convinced the top 5 would pull away, but say slipstream and stuff in this car, and how things it is, how easy it is to trip over each other and all that likes. It is what it is, and I'm okay with it. I like to see this train as long as possible right now, mostly for the potential added drama that we could see, and I think we're certainly going to see plenty of it. You can see there's a couple of little gaps in there. The one between Egloff and last, 8th to 9th, is about a second and a bit. That one potentially will close back down again. We will find out what the magic number is in this car. We're going to do some science here, I don't care. It's a brand new car on the platform. Let me have my fun.
Okay, I'll let you do your quote-unquote science.
It's perfect science with zero.
Well, to be fair,
control group.
To be fair, I'll let you do the science. I still get credit for it, right?
No.
I'm here.
No, that's not how it works.
Okay, well, it is how it works in the real science world.
No, you ain't getting a PhD from me, son. We're not getting a Nobel Prize together.
Ooh, that's Pedro Sanchez Albert, I think, forced into a look, because I think there was some contact with Jordan Caruso momentarily, and now on the outside, fighting through the kink with James Armstrong. If this is what the Daytona 24 is going to look like, I don't know how we're going to get through 24 hours without our hearts exploding.
Yeah, I think that one's on you, mate. I might sit that one out if this is going to be the case. Woo! I don't know how many BMW M hybrids we're going to get in it on the grid. Obviously, no one does at the moment. because of how the splits and stuff will work, because we've got a bit of an issue here. The Subalt racing car that's having more issues as they are now out of the race. So finishing off in not a particularly good way, obviously being involved in that train. Who was they had contact with? Is that Urano?
That is a Urano car. Did they get
Sam
clipped?
Coytet then?
How do they not get clipped again?
Because they held their brakes.
I know.
They held in position, and everyone read it like adults.
Imagine holding your brakes, right?
And imagine the cars coming through and reading the situation wisely.
So I do think the initial contact is just a racing incident. Sable Esports turning in on the...
Whoa!
Okay. Yeah, up from above.
Maybe not the adult thing.
Yeah, up from above, we get a slightly different picture of what happened there. Swaps around, though, on the run down into turn one. Long way around for Moreno Sorica as he tries to hold off Pedro Sanchez Albert. Not going to be able to do that one, as we do see a handful of cars rolling their way down onto the pit lane as Brabham Esports is terminally damaged on the entry to turn number one.
Yeah, wow. That is a serious incident. We're being told about how many incidents have been made in the opening 10 minutes of this. We're up to 233. That'll be adding a few more to them.
Boy.
There is a lot of incident points coming through and being burnt in this race.
I'm sorry, Lewis, but I don't think you're going to enjoy watching this replay.
Oh, is it going to be fun?
Oh, it's going to be so much fun. It's going to be so much fun.
Let's... Oh, bump drafting.
No. Wait, just keep watching.
Whoa, see ya. That is high. Oh, keep going, mate. Go on. Where else?
Yep.
And calm.
Finally, a little bit of calm. It was Jordan Caruso, and let's run right on board with the Altus Esports car momentarily, because I'm not really sure how much responsibility he takes, because bump drafting... Okay, that maybe is a little bit more on him.
I mean, I will say, you got to be said, bump drafting a prototype ain't the wisest call, Chief.
No, it's not.
So, you know, I mean, read into that. We also got to be asked, was it needed as Pure Sims? Such a pretty car, less so without a rear wing, unfortunately, for the 116. As the battle for the race lead continues, Lerner, Caruso, Sanchez and Sorica are all chasing down Benecke at the moment. My boy Manuel Sorica trying to make his way past Pedro Sanchez Albert. His name is Moreno, but we're going with Manuel.
Yes, for those that missed the context, Lewis called him Manuel Sorica in the past. I'm totally throwing
what was that on? Was it on BMW?
No, it might have been. It might also have been ERL, to be totally fair. Pure Sims finding out that the curbs can be quite bumpy. I think suspension setup's going to be a major talking point heading into the iRacing Daytona 24 when we get open setups enabled for these drivers to go in and experiment. And the reason we talk about it so much, Lewis, is Daytona being such a high-speed track, you tend to make your prototypes quite aerodynamically sensitive and therefore stiff from a suspension component, so that you're not continuously bouncing around and moving around in the aero hole, if you will. And so therefore, those bumps are going to be something that we'll see plenty of.
Yeah, I'm going to wonder how, like, setting this car up for 24 hours is going to be really, really hard, especially for those outside of top split, because normally the drivers in top split, when it comes to that 24-hour race, would be good enough to deal with a car that's got a problem with all the practice and stuff they'll put into it, fair enough. But for those in the lower splits, how to make this car calm and predictable. What we have seen thus far, I know it's a fixed setup, I get it, it's probably not in an ideal circumstance, but this car looks beyond tough to drive. Caruso says, I don't really like third very much, I fancy the lead. Cheers, Moritz, cheers. Max, I'll take over that one and I'll talk to you later.
So
I would do it in an Australian accent, but I think I'll get in trouble.
No, I'm glad you didn't. 11 and a bit odd minutes into this race, by the way. 250 incident points have been collected by the drivers. I think it is important that we call it out, because
it's not great.
Yeah, as much as we have race control that are trying to do what they can, the impetus does come on the teams to be responsible as well. Not so responsible Ryan Barneveld and Kieran Harrison for BS Turner and SimRC coming to blows.
Drive-through penalty going the way of Monaco Esports as well, after contact between themselves and Wolf Team Racing. So that is the third incident to be investigated slightly by race control, and trust me, there will be more. Oof, that was not pretty coming through there. Turns into a bit of a rallycross car. Apparently there's no grip off the racing surface. Who knew?
Who knew? Now, was this the rear locking? I think Yeah, no, so it is the rear locking, but more because he went too shallow into the braking zone initially and then overcompensated. It's not the traditional rear locking that we've seen in some of the other braking zones with this car.
Yeah, like I say, obviously was getting on the brakes so hard to avoid the car ahead. As when you're doing that, I mean, there's a point where it locks. Certainly if you put in even the remotest bit of steering angle, the rear end just steps out. Looking at Lerner there's a bit of a gap between first, second, and then third. But that gap will disappear. Don't worry about it too much, especially if Lerner and Sarika don't fight too hard. See if Benecke fancies taking over the race lead once again from Caruso. Brushes off the barrier. I'm going to hope that was just connection.
I think you're probably right that it was likely just a brief connection issue. The second gaggle of cars, by the way, does have Brandon Traino now at the front of it. For the first time in a handful of races, Lewis, we look at the movers and shakers of the race and we see green arrows and double digits next to them now.
Yeah, that's some big double digits as well. The Impulse Racing car with 20. It seems like that it's kind of almost counterintuitive because normally it'd be like a hard downforce, the harder they are to pass. Nah. Not in VCO ProSIM Infinity, ladies and gentlemen. The higher downforce ones are the ones where you see the biggest movers and shakers, mostly because they are chaotic. This car has delivered chaotic races left, right and centre, and it's exactly what we are seeing here. By the way, I think there's been 2 protests for one incident, which was that incident on the start-finish straight between Brabham, Altus and Williams. So that is being investigated now.
Interesting.
Could have some problems, some implications later on.
I feel like the only penalty that I could see is the one that you'd give to maybe Jordan Caruso for a bump draft, because I feel like once Brabham has been collected in the incident, they never really have control of that car.
Oh, Brabham for me, like, didn't do anything wrong. Right. Like I said, the only one is Caruso giving out the bump draft, and like you say, taking a very large risk. Can you say it's a penalty? Was there any connection issue as part of it? And I have had that before where I've been bump drafting someone and it's as if I've put an air cannon in the front of my car and absolutely launched them off. It is hilarious. Like, I was genuinely, I fell onto the floor with laughter. I thought it was so funny, but alas, not intentional. Into the pit lane for the Team Redline 2, going for an early stop here, but I think there's probably been a bit more context to that. It's not been the event of a Team Redline 2, I can say that. I hope they've had fun. I'm just not sure about it.
Yeah, I think that's the hope from any team at this point. I hope you had fun. I can tell you, by the way, that our lap 1, turn 3 shenanigans have already been turned into many a GIF, Lewis, so I encourage you to check our Discord channels so you can see some of those GIFs in action, because I made sure to pop some of them over your way. Still 5 cars at the front. Sam Coiter losing ground, actually, to the 5 that are trying to just work together at this point. But Coiter in no man's land has separated himself from Brandon Traino. And again, when it comes to the understanding of this car, they've got to figure out the hybrid system as well. Elliot Veyron just trying to figure out how to go in a straight line.
Yeah, sorry, I did see that GIF. That's pretty funny. Oh dear, yeah, it's not been it's not been the shining example you wanted from the final race, but alas, it is what it is. Looking back at R8G after their stop and go 30, that ain't going to help. R8G having a terrible final race, and I can confirm, by the way, from race control, there is going to be a drive-through penalty for our race leader Caruso.
And I don't think that is unjustified. When you do the bump draft, you take the risk of if it goes wrong. And well, I think Jordan Caruso might feel a bit hard done by, but I don't think he has too much justification to feel hard done by.
I mean, he might feel hard done by, but I'm pretty sure Brabham and Williams and all that lot, Brabham, not Williams, the Brabham and the cars they collected, I'm pretty sure they also feel pretty hard done by. So, tough, good sir. And into the pit lane with you.
That's tough spelled T-U-F-F, by the way, as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, just to make sure.
Yep, that's how we do. That's how we do it in the commentary booth. I mean, we're just, like I say, we're just calling it how it is. It's not been the cleanest race, and so I'm not scared of it.
No cap.
No, hashtag no cap. I know all these terms. That's based.
That is based, apparently.
Based on what? I'm not sure, but it is based.
Well, based in what? I assume we're talking about cooking at this point now.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
no,
You see where I'm going. You're picking up what I'm putting down.
I am picking up what you've put down. Wow, we are just two old men.
Unfortunately, yes. Race control is basically lap by lap right now, telling us what the total incident count is within the server. It's been a long day for Race Control. I want to give them another shout out as well. They've come off Sim Racing Expo and they've dived straight back into planning and responsibility for this. Ricardo Edelman, Gunnar Meeson, two of the main men, but Lucas Unger, Alex Wotala, and then Simon Eshes. I'm sure I got all of those names absolutely perfect.
100% ratio there. No comment. No comment.
Yeah, because you don't want to try those names either, do you?
No, absolutely not, and I won't. I can say Ozretskov-Skyer, and then we can move on from this conversation. I got to say, by the way, when it comes to being old men and old broadcast, I did tell you what I got onto the GB3 broadcast, by the way. Someone was like, you've got to get Giga Chad Send onto a broadcast. And I was like, all right then. I said it, and I looked around to the other people in the room with such pride. I've never seen more disappointment in 4 people's faces in my entire life. You just got to do it every now and then. Yeah, it will become 4 for the race lead once Caruso comes into the pit lane to serve that drive-through penalty.
Might still be 5 because Koitert's lurking. He's 1.2. He's within drafting range. The question is does he have enough? Sorry, Race Controller just sent me a message saying my pronunciation of their names was almost as good as the driving standards here today.
That is ruthless from Race Control. Drive-through penalty for Arjuna. Off you go, mate.
All right, I'll be right back.
Oh no, that is brutal. That is why I don't want to say it. I genuinely get nervous when I'm like, I know these people. I'm just going to say it's just be generic and be like Race Control as a whole, or just first names like for the best.
Yeah, I feel like I should watch my back when I get to Hamburg for the ERWC, because those Race Control members will be looking for me. To be fair, at least I can mispronounce a name and not have an expletive, so that's at least a win for me.
True.
Yes, at least I'll take that doubly. 25 minutes to go. We'll focus on the race, at least momentarily. Caruso will come down to pit lane for that drive-through penalty eventually. It will happen in the next couple of laps as well. It will leave Benecke, Sirica, Lohner, and Sanchez at the 4 at the front. Of course, with a pit stop still required, Lewis, because of the capacity of this car.
I think Koiter, by the way, might actually... I can't go back on it, mate. I mean, you might be right. Koiter might actually want to close in. It's now to 1.5 seconds. We'll see. Look, was it a broken clock to write twice a day?
Yes.
All that kind of stuff. Yeah. You're a broken clock. I was going to say Jordan Caruso then. Oh my goodness me, it's been a long 24 hours.
It has been.
Caruso's got to be in the pit lane this time by, I believe.
And by the way, I think maybe next lap we'll see him. It depends on when he was handed down the penalty. I think we've learned a lesson, Lewis, which is that we can put ourselves on 12 hours of commentary. It doesn't mean it's going to be 12 good hours of commentary. No,
absolutely not. So if it's going to be Manuel Sirica, does that mean that I can now call him Arjuna Caruso?
Yes. Oh,
poor guy.
A poor guy,
poor
man.
Guy. Name that I wouldn't want is yours, mate. But yeah, he's half a second clear. I think like everyone will know, Benecke, Sirica, Lerner, and Sanchez will know about that penalty for Caruso. That I don't think they're going to try and force the issue. Save a little bit of fuel here again. Shrink that pit stop.
Oh,
I wonder if anyone's going to try and go all the way through. Surely not. But
no, not at Daytona. I know we tried that at some of the other tracks, but
at Fuji,
yeah, the amount that you're full throttle here, it's not even a thought. Not even a thought. Caruso may not have to come down this lap because he has not actually been given the penalty directly by Race Control in the session just yet. So that's why he's going to wait as long as possible, hoping.
Yeah, too right.
Yeah, hoping he doesn't have to serve it.
Too right. I mean, until you see it pop up in game, until the game forces you to come down, then yeah, too right. You go, sorry, mate, I didn't see it. Off he goes.
Ooh, there's your Australian accent.
Had
to try. Especially, by the way, given that Caruso is fighting for 4th and 5th in the championship. If he wins this race and BS Turner finishes where they are right now, it's 1 point that splits them after 24 hours of competition, aka 1 position over the course of the 24 races.
Yeah, it is a tiny, tiny margin, but unfortunately I think it is a margin that will grow once that drive-through penalty is served. Looking back on a replay as to what's happened a bit further down. Is that the Was Cooking Racing matches?
Fraser Williamson cooking up some gourmet grass, I guess.
Tasty, tasty.
Yeah, let's see from the onboard. You can see, by the way, that's some fuel saving going on. The car just does not look good over the bumps. It looked terrible through the first part of the bus stop, if we're being honest as well.
Yeah, that final bit, man, that snapped fast. And like I say, it turned it into one of the world's most expensive lawnmowers. Watch it here. It just clips that final bit. Bang. Just pops that rear end up. Probably got into the grass. There's like a little bit of a rut there into the dirt, where obviously, as it would be in real life, there's like a little bit of a... As cars have gone over when it was scanned, there would have been a bit of a basic hole there. Just as cars constantly go over it, they're removing the dirt, removing the dust, and just clearing this lovely wheel-shaped hole, which you just go into, and it can spit you out when you come back onto the tarmac. That's exactly what happened there. And yeah, I say easy said than done. Down to 13th though, maybe back up to 12th in a second.
He almost ran into the back of Matty Siepolo there. Did Fraser Williamson, who now will arc up high and just sweep the momentum back down all the way through the tri-oval. I'm going to be very curious how open setups play out in this car, because that was one thing that we did have with the LMP2 car. Not maybe in 2021, but the last time I remember racing it here at Daytona in 2020 for the endurance race, had different teams doing different things on downforce configurations, Lewis, and I remember being so frustrated that even though I was mint in the infield and could likely have been 7/10 faster every lap than some of my competitors, I could do nothing in a straight line to pass them, let alone keep up with them.
Yeah, I had a chat with Peter Bowiak about 8 years ago. We were racing in the same championship together, and he was giving me some setups and some setup advice. And he always used to run very, very, very high downforce setups. Because he always used to maintain, he was like, yeah, but I can brake much later than everyone else, and I can make the move into the corners. Now that depends on the car. Never mind. See you to Zenith. Whoa, that was not a great rejoin from Pinheiro, straight into the side potentially of another one with a couple of cars coming through there. But yeah, he was saying to me, yeah, there's more. There's a lot of corners on the track, and you can make the moves into the corners. And I was like, sound like rubbish, mate. He did that year become the Formula Series Racing World Champion, but we won't talk about that too much. Alas, for me, throughout the season, my wings got lower and lower and lower because I accepted that no one could pass me as Caruso comes into the pit lane to serve that drive-through penalty. When you've got a fast car in a straight line, no one can really pass you, and you have a more relaxing race. It's easy.
Yeah, and even at a place like the Nordschleife, the best track in the world, Lewis McLeod.
Sorry, you don't even believe that.
No, I don't anymore. I just wanted to see what your reaction would be.
You be careful, sir.
I should be careful. But even a track like that, which it has 170 odd corners, you want to take off as much of the downforce as possible, because between those corners are plenty of straights that you've got to be able to be pretty slippery on. And so, yeah, this is the great conundrum. And I always used to lean on the side of I want more downforce. Now that I maybe have, I don't want to say matured is the right way, but I think about racing differently. I'd rather have less downforce, but be able to race a little bit more.
Mate, in a race once, I took low downforce into a wet race because I knew that no one could pass me. I knew that no one could pass in the straights, and it worked to treat. Kept Jonas Rivio behind the entire race, probably the most stressful race for everyone else. But I did say to the person that was battling with me, his name was Lars Brugman, but I did say to him before the race, I was like, I'm running low downforce, you should probably run low downforce because this. And I gave him the list of reasons and then beat him. So, eats the rank. I'm not that good in a car, but trust me, in a straight, when you got a car fast in a straight line, it was around Suzuka as well, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Easy peasy, mate, because no one could pass in the S's. Worked a treat.
Incredible. Less than 20 minutes to go, by the way, and as it stands right now in terms of point situation, not really much of a fight that we are really talking about. I think really it is a conversation, though, that we will have about if Jordan Caruso has any sort of an issue. Is there a potential for Williams to come and pip them for 5th in the closing stages? It is going to take a bit more drama, though, for Altus to drop down.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about it because Williams are in a decent spot. They can only pick up one more spot in this race. They can only gain one more point in this race. I don't suspect Caruso, unless there is drama, is going to drop much further back than 12th. But yeah, it is what it is. I think we need to start discussing what we're going to do for the next VCO Infinity before we get into the.
Good point.
Cars-wise, to be fair, I'm actually quite happy with the selection. Maybe the odd little change. Tracks-wise, though, I think we need to spice it up. We need to go to some slightly crazy ones. Nordschleife, Bathurst. I mean, why not obviously keep Road Atlanta because it's a sick track. I don't know, where else would you go? I want to go somewhere like Phillip Island or something, or something mad, something slightly more left field.
So I'm not allowed to, I don't think I should actually discuss this because there's a real possibility that my suggestions end up getting picked, if you know what I mean.
All right, Mr. Big Man.
Yeah, well, yeah, I just want to make sure that we're not setting expectations. I will say, one thing that we thought about a lot coming into this was, do we want to make it wackier? Do we want to add an oval in? Do we want to bring in the Lotus 79?
No.
The answer to that was no, by the way, for a
so it's Lotus 79, I love it, but no.
Yeah, for a variety of reasons, it's just not, it's not the best car for, oh, well, we'll come back to that. That's not a car at all at this point anymore, that's a roadblock.
Paul Smith, not kill.
No, please no.
No, mate. No. Love not kill. Could you imagine this car into turn 1 and through that chicane and just basically anywhere not kill? Let's see what happened to Zenith. Too much curb once again, as there was already a car off. That was the 707. Yeah. And basically a couple of paces to what happened to Was Cooking.
360 no scope there, and well, doesn't lose that much time if we're being fair.
Mum, get the camera. Get no scoped.
10 out of 10 on that, I'm going to tell you, if I'm judging it.
Nice. Not quite. Well, to be fair, it's not quite as good as the glorious gold medal we saw in the IRO4 round here, which Ewan O'Leary gave.
Yes, that is true. So, not kill. I think we can strike off the list right now.
No, love it, but no.
No. I mean, if we are going to do something like that, we should go to Scuba. Easy as you like, Moreno Surica. Manuel Surica, excuse me, gets to the front of the field in front of Maximilian Benecke.
Not a chance should we go to Scuba. If you want to see, I mean, 40 cars around there in any decent cars, that is just a no. I'd be okay with seeing an oval. I think, like I say, for me, the idea of getting Bathurst and
here we go.
And Nords on there is good. But yeah, pit lane is beginning.
Yeah, split pit stops. Williams and Redline are going to come in together, and I'm getting flashbacks to the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship, where Gianni Vecchio tried to clear himself on the Team 707 car. It did not end well, if you could tell by the nerves in my voice. Somehow we get through that all right. They will grab the minimal amount of fuel that they need to get to the end of this race. About 12 seconds stationary there for Maximilian Benecke. Did Moreno Surica speed on pit entry though, because we're still waiting for him to leave the box?
Yeah, I think potentially. Not sure though. You can see a little bit of frustration. Oh dear. Oh dear. That would be a bad way to end it. Again, more frustration. 14 minutes left to go as we'll wrap up 24 hours of racing. And no bias, but I want Moritz Leonard to win purely based on the fact of being right.
True, yes. Sorry. Mystic Lewis would make
pressure.
A return.
And it was at Daytona as well. That was 2 years ago.
It was at Daytona, the iRacing Daytona 24 in 2021. The rain delay that we had, yeah.
Yeah, my first ever RaceBot broadcast.
How
One of my first ever iRacing broadcasts.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I've had to deal with you way too much since then.
I know. Well, sorry. Go and get a job or something.
I know, right? Moritz Lohner
and Pedro. Oh, there we go.
Pedro Sanchez Albert are going to extend an additional lap while Sam Coitert will dive his way down on towards the pit lane. Moreno Surica was able to roll off of the pit lane, but only after he spent 90 seconds basically in total, which I think does indicate speeding on entry, unfortunately. Yeah.
Kashiba to the pit lane, same with Caruso for the second time in this race, but this time it's actually for a pit stop. Brandon Traynor and Sam Coitert also coming down onto the lane. Expectations is that we'll see them all in prior to 10 minutes to go in this race. Whilst, yes, we did see Monaco Esports making the entirety of the race back in Fuji, I'm just not convinced by anyone being able to. Like you said earlier, you're on throttle way too much. I know in the slipstream change you can save an awful lot of fuel. I don't think you can save that much fuel.
Well,
that is so fast.
Yeah, and you saw how late he committed to the entry as well. He didn't
So
ever have a
fast.
hope of getting that slowed down, if you ask me.
That, do you know what that tells me? He was looking at his fuel number and went, "Whoa! Oh my god!" And then way too late. Which is normally a thing that I don't do.
Hey, at least
I
he did
normally
it
just run out of
before
fuel.
the pit entry. Yes, exactly. I'd rather have the penalty than I think the tow, to be fair. Lewis McLeod.
Yeah, but I'd rather have the
faster
repairs still in the car rather than just hoovering them up. Either way, Lerner's leading.
If the fast repairs are there to be used, you should use the fast repairs. It is as simple as that. That's two cars that have found their way to the outside of a corner where they traditionally should not be on the grass, but we continue to have struggles as Lohner and Albert continue to extend the stint further and further. Is there a trick that we're missing here?
Like I say, I think they've just managed to save an awful lot of fuel in the train. It will just get them in. I say I'm still maintaining either this lap or next lap. You decide to, and Tech now coming into the pit lanes. We see that replay between the 31 and the Absolute car. It's a bit messy, that, isn't it?
And it's involving pit exit as well. You've got Delatraz Automotive. There was a bit of a shot there, but there was plenty of air. It is just overall clumsy. And yeah, RPC Esports will be rightly frustrated.
Well, adding to the incident list, we're way over 300 now when it comes to incidents picked up in game. So we are rapidly, I'm sure we're approaching 400 right now. Keep it below 400, ladies and gents. That would be my hope anyway. But I wouldn't put a bet on it. I'll tell you that for free. I think we're going comfortably over the 400 margin. I think Race Control have a lot to do. I've not even checked the sheet recently. I'm being told it's almost 400 already. So no, nothing that Race Control have dealt with immediately. I think they're just too busy laughing at the points.
Yeah, probably at this point they're just laughing. The exact number is 392 incidents in just over 34 odd minutes so far, and we're getting a one-by-one countdown right now as they accumulate up. Side by side on pit lane entry, Door Esports and Sanchez almost make a bit of contact, but they both slow it down in time. No penalties to speak of.
Yeah, that was good pit entry from both Lerner and Sanchez, both of them taking the right amount of risk, nothing too much, nothing too little, and the amount of fuel they've saved means they have to put less fuel into the car, meaning they should theoretically be stationary for less time than the previous groupings that have come in, but then again, they might have not come in on a full tank, so we'll have to wait and see. Lerner stationary for a very long time though, 13 seconds comparatively to the 9.3 of Sanchez.
Sanchez is going to be close to Benecke, now releases himself from that limiter. Will be just behind, in fact just alongside. Lap traffic plays its part, and while Sanchez will tuck into second, crucially, it's gone from a 5-car train at the front to a 2-car train at the front. Pedro Sanchez Albert put it at the front of the field and has now played the strategy to perfection to duke it out with Benecke to the end of this race.
Yeah, nearly 3 seconds clear of Lerner after that slower stop where they accidentally put in too much fuel, where they're being slightly more conservative. Maybe they were putting a bit more fuel in so they can go fully on the attack and not have to worry about fuel saving for the next 10 minutes of this race. We'll have to wait and see where that gap goes. It's already down to 2.5, and if these two battle, that gap will come down and down and down and down. But with them bump drafting, that gap is going to go the other way. It will grow, or potentially it might stay the same. Well, yeah, that's fine. One of those three things will happen. There's the joke. There's the joke. There it is.
I will say, I think Benecke's at a bit of a disadvantage here. Yes, they're on a fixed deploy map. However, Pedro Sanchez Albert can bump draft at 90% throttle, not lose any speed, save his hybrid, and set himself up for the final laps of the race. I think you want to be second running out of the bus stop in the final lap if you've got enough hybrid power, and that's a big if.
Yeah, big time. Big time you'd want to be in that second position. Cars this, I mean, the amount of slipstream. I mean, obviously slipstream's about the hole that is punched in the air, and trust me, these cars are punching a whopper of a hole in that air, and so when you're sat behind someone, you've got so much overspeed that it's absolutely crazy. If you want to see that in effect, go around the oval and do an IndyCar race around the oval, either here or at Talladega, and then trust me, you'll see what kind of effect a car like that has when it comes to slipstream, because you'll be doing about 410k half throttle. That is how fast that those cars can go when it's big slipstream. I know, because it was terrifying.
I will just say there are logical reasons to sometimes break an Indy car out here to gather data in iRacing. That's all I will say, because my teammates will get very mad if I say any more. Team 707, the latest victim of the exit curb at the bus stop chicane. Not the first incident that Matty Siepel has had there either.
Yeah, this time it was the exit curb. First one was, the previous time was the entry curb coming into it, the one that they've just rolled over here, Benecke and Sanchez coming through. Wow, those cars, I mean, even just from there, that final little bump you could see from Sanchez, that car is stiff as going through that Le Mans chicane. So it shows why it's so difficult. A stiff car can be good, can handle quite well, but also can be quite unpredictable when it comes to its cornering, shall we say, and it's certainly the usage over the bumps.
It's not such a bumpy track here at Daytona, fortunately, compared to somewhere like Sebring, but of course, definitely something to consider. We look at both the Obsidian and the Redline driver as they work into the international horseshoe. Lewis, was I hallucinating, or was there a serious conversation that you had at some point during the night about repaving Sebring to remove the bumps?
Oh yeah, Ewan O'Leary said it.
Was that an actual suggestion?
I mean, he was young back then. It was 2018, I think. Maybe
Okay.
19. He definitely doesn't stand by that point, because
Good.
I keep bringing it up around him, and you know. But I did say in sim racing, I think we have the opportunity to make it a flat track, to do that, and to see how bad it would be.
Right.
And it would prove that the bumps are entirely, because I don't think Sebring would be a good track without it. I think it'd be terrible. I think it'd be boring.
And I think that's where iRacing in particular is starting to show that carryover, the crossover, right, in their collaborations with the guys at NASCAR. Chicago Street Course, the LA Coliseum, to the Auto Club Speedway, to conceptualize what a racetrack and the facility should be like in the sim before you try and draw engineering plans out. It seems like such a no-brainer to me, and it seems like a great way to have the top-level sim racers use their knowledge and expertise as race drivers to make the real world a better place.
Yeah, like I say, I mean, we see this quite a bit in sim racing. It's not a brand new thing to sim racing, seeing that it appear. Obviously, it's becoming one of those things that's more and more prevalent. We're seeing it time and time again, not just on iRacing, but elsewhere in the world of sim racing, just generally, all the sims being used to effectively make the world of motorsport better is a big air quote, but
yes.
Different. Adjust those changes, affect those changes, and understand how and why they will make a difference. 5 minutes left to go in this race, though, and it is definitely a two-horse race, because that bump drafting from Sanchez is spot on, and Lerner does not have the pace, and in fact dropping back into the clutches of this two here, Koitert and Saito.
Yes, we're watching them ramp back onto the banking as they funnel into NASCAR Turn 1. Oh, I always enjoy this statistic, which is that even though the Daytona International Speedway has an amazing set of night lights, when we run the Rolex 24 here in January, the lights are actually only set at 20% of their capacity.
Yeah, obviously to keep it a night race, because obviously those floodlights are designed more for NASCAR and taken to the ovals, which ain't got lights. So it's just like it would just be like racing in the day, going around the oval and whatnot. So the midfield, fair enough. I think it's a fascinating little stat that I hadn't really thought about. Just think, I'm just racing under the lights.
Yeah.
But no, not as much.
And it's something that I think we think about more here in iRacing, just because of a lot of the tracks in the real world, you get illumination on the track by having spectators on the sidelines, right? Their campfires, the parties going on and whatnot. I've talked to drivers in the real world who say that there are at the Nürburgring, for example, there are complexes that they go through where they'll smell, oh, the sausages are being cooked right now. There are all these unique things that you can only experience, the atmosphere of a racetrack that we can get close to in the sim, but we can only get so close.
Yeah, like you say, it's just the atmosphere and stuff that you get on the race. So I'd still like to see some of them, some of those little things being affected on whatever sim it is.
You want smell
not the smells, no, but like the like little campfire campsites and stuff. I know it's like little gimmicky stuff, but those little bits that you can kind of see, because you do see them a little bit. There's smoke being kind of billowed out from some of those at random points through the night or whatever. Just those kind of bits. Yes, it's dangerous, but also it's hilarious.
It is hilarious.
Yeah, but it is part of the atmosphere when you think, oh wow, those random things that go off. That's part of the race. That's part of the vibe that you get.
Oh, it's Pedro Sanchez Albert had enough of hanging around now. I think we are coming to what should be the 2-lap-to-go marker, and he has decided it is time to lead, and Benecke has let him have it. He'll be the one to give him the bump draft now, as they worked into turn 1 with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I'd want to be right now. I think guaranteed the second position in this group, but where do you want to be second? Do you want to be second going into the bus stop? Do you want to be second coming out? Do you want to leave going into the bus stop? Do you want to be second all the way around? How do you save all of that, the hybrid usage? Is there going to be a little bit of lifting off between the two of them, almost like trying to go after the DRS that we've seen between two of the top drivers in Formula 1? It was a bit of an embarrassing race in Saudi Arabia. I don't want to work too much.
We'll have to wait and see. Everyone knows what you're referring to, by the way. Matti Siepela, it's not been a good way to end out this chapter, unfortunately for him, in the Team 707 colours, but back up to speed and in 18th position. My guess is that you want to be second coming out of the bus stop. I say guess because it comes down to how much energy they've deployed in the previous 2 laps. The indication was from that first race where we had a couple of drivers stuck in attack mode, Lewis, that you could burn through the battery in 2 laps in attack mode. So what can you do in a fixed deploy setting now? All these different questions to answer. Has Pedro Sanchez Albert gone too early though? Let's watch here to the line.
Yeah, see this first time, I get the feeling that Benecke is just going to get behind, but you can see Sanchez does not really want to lead, leaving the inside open, being like, oh, go on, mate, look, there's a car width in there. Go on, off you go. Final lap of VCO ProSIM INFINITY, and at the moment, it's Obsidian looking for a victory, but Benecke wants to get another one. Meanwhile, Lerner and Koita switch over.
Yeah, that battle for the podium sees Moritz Lerner go a bit too wide, a bit too much speed carried into the corner. Koita straight back forward, and now Saito grabs 4th from Moritz Lerner as they fight on what is the final lap of the race. It's ended in tears though for Saito, he's off the road.
Massive cloud in the background that looked like a plane. I thought there was a plane there. They do zoom into the airport right next door. Let's take a look. That contact. That was a silly mistake. Tried to get down the inside right at the last minute and totally misjudged it. Out onto NASCAR 1 and 2. Sanchez, Benecke, half a second between the two. Way high up against the wall and then weaving.
Here we go. It's a drag race once more, and it feels fitting to be at Daytona to close this one off in the BMW GTP car. Obsidian Racing and Pedro Sanchez Albert at the front. But with a puff of smoke through the bus stop, is there more drama to come? Benecke with a big mistake. Has that checked him up? A huge slide for the Benecke car.
Yeah, that's cost him big time. Out over a second. Could it be too much? I'm going to say this, Arjuna. I think it is. I think Obsidian will be coming out of the final corner to take that victory.
I mean, it was academic at the end of the day. For Team Redline, this was just about signing off on top. For Pedro Sanchez Albert, this is a statement. It was pole position converted to victory for the Obsidian Racing team. They grab the final victory in VCO ProSIM Infinity for 2022. But while the celebrations start at Obsidian for the victory, it is the party that kicks off at Redline with Maximilian Benecke and Team Redline defending their championship, not just from VCO Infinity back in May earlier this year, but carrying forward the crown of VCO ProSIM winners from last year in 2021.
Yeah, it's been a near perfect event for Team Redline. They've been absolutely incredible today. They've shown their consistency across all of the cars, all of the tracks, and shown why they are one of the very best. And also a shock to no one, Moritz Lerner has just received a drive-through penalty, which will probably be converted to a 35-second post-race time penalty based on what we've seen before, and it certainly has done. And so he will drop right down the order from 4th position. So it will still be in position on the results, but we'll be dropping down from that point 35 seconds after that contact, which I don't think anyone's shocked by. Not a single person. Not even Moritz.
Not even Moritz, probably, after that one. He'll be willing to eat the penalty, that's for sure. I mean, Lewis, we sat here about 24 hours ago and we're very excited about getting this one underway. We're now finished with this one and we're getting ready to go off and I think get some much needed rest, but we do so with smiles on our faces and that knowledge that yes, this is a crazy idea that we love to put forward and we'll love to do again at some point in 2023.
Yeah, it's been great. Both VCO Infinity and VCO ProSIM Infinity have been brilliant. It's at least from my point of view, it's a success. It's been run smoothly from start to finish, which cannot be done without all those hard-working individuals behind the scenes that have pushed everything and the ideas, man, that have brought this onto the screen ahead of you. I'm not going to give any credit to the broadcast though, because actually, I'll give credit to Hugo and Mike. They've put a lot of effort into this. Sorry, Arjuna has put a lot of work into it. It's fine. It's been absolutely spot on, and the final race is done.
And with that, for the final time today, we have a winner to celebrate. Pedro Sanchez Albert brings Obsidian to the top step of VCO ProSIM Infinity. And so we'll grab a look at the race results for the final time today. The margin at the end, almost 2 full seconds. It was the mistake out of the bus stop that didn't allow Benecke to challenge on the run to the line, and Pedro Sanchez Albert gratefully accepting the checkered flag. Sam Coitet brings Urano Esports Data Group across the line in third, second in the championship for them. They did once again push Redline the hardest, but it just was not enough here today. Moritz Lohner will eat that penalty and drop down from fourth, while Impulse will benefit as a result. The Wave Italy Racing Team down in sixth at the checkered flag, with BS Turner, the second Redline entry, West Cooking Racing Adventures, and Altus Esports completing your top 10 finishers. Then we go over to the second page where BS Competition fended off the advances from Rincon Racing, Havu as well as DCW Racing 13th and 14th in a drag race of their own, separated by 300ths of a second. Dominic Hoffman in the second Urano car in 15th in front of Team PGZ, Pure Sims, Delatraz Automotive, Team 707 and Zenith, the rest of the top 20. We'll scroll through the rest of the names and we'll wait for the opportunity to talk to your winners once again. To be fair, Lewis, I mean, Benecke and everyone at Team Redline is probably sick of talking to us at this point in 2022.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like, what else can we say? Yeah, we're good. And what? What do you want? What? Yeah, we're going to be racing something else next and we're going to win it. Great. Like, classic Redline. I mean, they've been absolutely fantastic in events like this. They've put on great shows, though. And that's the joy of something like this, is that even though they totally dominated on the point side of things, that's not how it works race to race. We get that excitement race to race. We treat it as a championship. We see it from start to finish. Hey, they might even be too tired to come in for an interview. It has been a very long 24 hours. And trust me, racing like this, sprint racing, it is exhausting doing it for 24 hours. It is just constant. It is relentless. And there's just no time to breathe when you're having to learn new cars, new track. Well, yeah, kind of, getting used to the same car, same tracks on different variants, different combinations. That's the joy of this this format, though, that it is brutal.
It is indeed. Trying to get to the Redline crew to come and have a chat with us very quickly, so don't go anywhere. We'll get some post-race coverage. We'll get final confirmation of points so we can give you the final rundown of how they stood after the 24 hours of competition. You did mention that, as we look forward to next year, Lewis, we have to keep our minds open as to what we may choose to do, what crazy ideas, what crazy cars we may bring into the equation. And I think maybe there's something that we haven't explored, which is the idea of not just being here on iRacing, but doing something similar to what we do in the Esports Racing League, and that is branching out across the platforms.
Yeah, like you say, the sim racing idea, there's a lot of variance in there, of course, with the new range sport coming out. Fair enough, we won't talk about that too much because it's not a product that we can probably get our hands on. When it comes to the sims that we've used, between iRacing, between ACC and R52 and the Esports Racing League, some outside of it, hey, even chucking in project cars, why not, for a bit of random stuff. Race Room's got some great content on there, and hey, maybe even AC, just going back to the old classics, and even some more so than that. There's a lot of stuff that we can do in sim racing just to make something exciting, and in something like this, I think The thing with ProSIM Infinity, I think you kind of do want to stick to 1, maybe 2 platforms just because of setup work and all the stuff behind the scenes. It is already a mind-boggling affair as it is on just 1. But hey, maybe we'll see stuff happening elsewhere. Who knows? I'm
just throwing the ideas out there because that's all we do here at VCO Esports. We throw the ideas out there, we try them, and we see what works. And we'll take the feedback of the drivers, the viewers, and us alike, Lewis, and we'll move forward to 2023 and look at some more exciting things. Don't know if we're going to have the chance to chat, unfortunately, with the Redline crew, so I instead want to talk about 2023 and the next thing that's on our agenda, and that is the Esports Racing World Cup 2023, live in person from Arcadia in Hamburg.
Yeah, ERWC 2. It's been ERWC 1 back earlier on in the year, back in January, was incredible. That kind of the idea of having it as a 3-day event across 3 simulators. Each day was different. We had drama left, right, and centre. I mean, that first final, of course, the Michi Tauscher, as it's been named, then the battle between R8G and Redline in that final at Silverstone on R-Factor 2, and then, of course, that dramatic effect between Apex and Redline. What are we going to see this time by? The only thing we can guarantee is drama, 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 and in person as well. Who's going to react best to that? Because trust me, being out of your comfort zone, not being in your sim rig, which might creak in a certain way, bend a certain way, react in a certain way that fits you, you got to race to something different. You got to race to something slightly more outside of the box, and that's where the best can come to the fore.
Unfortunately, it is time for us to say goodbye, and what fun that we've had. Such a big crew behind the scenes that has been working on VCO ProSIM Infinity, and a big crew that will continue to work through the holidays to gear up for plenty more excitement in 2023. Do remember, plenty more excitement in the world of VCO Esports, so stay connected on social media, stay following on the VCO Twitch. You'll stay connected with all the action as it happens in real time. For now, though, from the World Center of Racing, the crazy experiment has wrapped up once again. It is a familiar set of champions in the form of Team Redline, the defending Infinity champions, the defending ProSim champions, that will walk away once more the best that sim racing has to offer in the world of VCO Esports. For everyone behind the scenes, Mike Yao, for Hugo Luis, for every one of our commentators, my name is Arjuna Kankipati, along with Lewis McLeod, signing off for 2022 and VCO ProSim. What a ride it was. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you in 2023. For now, so long and goodbye.